Volume 13, Prologue. Prologue. Upon receiving a report from his subordinates, Blois Cadel sighed. His office was a little more in order than it had been before, and his temporary rule was going forward without a problem. The land that perished before the legions of monsters had been under Bonsium's rule for a good few months now. Within all that, the one temporarily taking command of it was a man named Blois Cadel. He boasted curling, short brown hair, and while he had an atmosphere from which one wouldn't feel much motivation, he had the caliber to be promoted to general at the very heart of Bonsium. The contents plaguing him was the negotiations with their new neighbor Bime. Looking over the documents, Blois put his eyes through the report he had just received. Even if it may be temporary, a four-country alliance was formed. Did they think there wouldn't be many wars for a while, or are they turning their coffers to Bonsium this time? Those merchants of death sure are scary. Zayn, Lorphes, Galleria, and Russworth, from Bonsium's point of view, they were just small countries. But having gotten together, they had formed an alliance on a scale that couldn't be ignored. Here and there on all the pages, the name Lyle Walt was written in. I had heard there had been a driven-out brother, but he sure moves flashily. Even if he were irrelevant, I wonder how those merchants will use him. Thinking over all that, Blois felt his head was going to ache. The reason he'd gone through all the trouble of volunteering to be stationed at such a remote place, spending day after day chased after by work, was merely because he had noticed abnormalities at the capital, and had headed for the hills. But what would the Queen-to-be say if she caught wind of this information? Neglect? Or assassination? His inability to predict it was because Blois knew of Seal's whimsy. For every time she would cut down the opposition without mercy, there were times where she'd spend long months getting them to yield to her. At present, with the king, queen, the crown prince, and the powerful Walt house behind her, there wasn't a soul who could go against her. If you opposed, your territory would be trampled down. With the example kindly demonstrated, the feudal lords kept their mouths shut. It really is a detestable time. I'm starting to see some relative truth in those tales of that beautiful courtesan all those years ago. Troubled as he was, Blois still had the obligation to report. Leaving the reports and such on his desk, he looked up at the ceiling, and rubbed the corners of his eye with a fingertip. At Bonsium's main territory, negotiations in Central, huh? Bime was attempting to begin full-blown negotiations with Bonsium. In a room of the mansion in Bime, I covered a cover-up past my head, wriggling on the bed in agony. It's not my fault, it's not my fault, it's not my fault. The reason I was cowering to such an extent lay in how a four-country treaty was officially tied, formally forming an alliance. Without an official name, it was currently an agreement passed on a business relations level, but perhaps it would be fitting to say things were going favorably. Galleria and Russworth asserted the formation of an engagement between me and their representatives. Zayn and Lorphes delivered documents requesting an explanation. But that wasn't the main problem. It was also a problem, but it was already a fact, so it couldn't be undone. What I was focusing on most was the jewel. It wasn't near the bed, but on the desk. And yet, I could hear the voice up close. I wanna see garters. Lyle spoke. Following his words, the post-growth me had told everyone to prepare garters. What's more, I even put out the condition that they be ones that excited me. Just how much better would it have been if they had gotten angry at me there? If it ended with their anger at that point, that would have been the end of the matter. From the jewel, I heard Meliasan's bubbly voice. That woman was still holding a grudge at how she couldn't see my post-growth state. I think she's definitely the type that gets vindictive if you make her mad. Lyle, you must keep your promises. Look, let's go and see the undergarments everyone bought for you already. Don't be embarrassed. Some of them were custom ordered. Oh, I just can't wait. They could have just angrily refused, but instead, they all gathered together, discussed it a bit, returned to Bime, and put in requests to Monica and the other automatons. When shopping, they were told to put in as much zeal as if they were specially ordered, definitely to spite me. Because he never thought they would accept, there was no helping that Lyle's tensions were especially high. I also think stockings are nice. That opinion was approved by the third. Preach it. I felt a presence before the door. Eek! I cried out. Arya was on the other side of the door. Did she plan to get back for having to run all over the battlefield looking for me? Now get out there, Lyle. You want to see undergarments, don't you? They went to the trouble of preparing, so go look at it for them. On with it. Knowing I would run away, Arya was going to gleefully drive me into a corner. I am not quite up for it today, so how about tomorrow? From the jewel, the ancestors talk smack about Arya's course of action. The third even. She just doesn't get it. It's the embarrassment that's key here. Arya-chan, you may be trying to get back at him, but you're not enticing in the slightest. The fifth sounded uninterested, however. Rather than undergarments, can't we get some more clothing for May? The seventh let out a sigh. This is why adventurers are, learn some shame, why don't you? And I was the one who wanted to run from the embarrassment. Knowing it would come to this, everyone had purposely prepared for this day. Arya was going on a strong offense, knowing I wouldn't hazard a glance down. It was vexing, but from my embarrassment, she was probably right. The usual Arya aside, when it came to the other members, imagining it turned my face red, and I began feeling annoyed at Arya, coming to rile me up on the other side of the door. When she went so far to prepare them? I see, so you don't want to see. You spoke of your love for undergarments with such zeal, yet it was but a lie. The one so zealous about them was the post-growth me. He had ordered everyone to wear ones that would make him want to see. Getting embarrassed about it later, I became conscious of it, but using it as a reason, the female camp was incessantly attacking me. That's why, it wasn't my fault. Yet, Lyle. Woohoo! But after she's insisting so hard for you to look, I want to stare straight at her, scoff, and make her embarrassed instead. The flushed face of the usually violent Arya. I think it's a yes. He was all on board. Fideltrace was happily reading a document in his estate. He put his eyes through the paper that had come to his office, and thinking of his incoming income, he felt as if he couldn't turn off his smile. Nice. I was reluctant to invest in that gigolo, but the formation of a four-country alliance will give more meaning to the ports. Constructing them will take time and money, but when they're done, considering a usage fee, I'll be able to reclaim my investment within 10 years. It was a good thing I ordered those new ship models. The Trace House is sure to grow even larger in my generation. Preparing ports on two countries with coasts, his monopolization of their use was already recognized. The authority of the Trace House in Bime, the city of merchants, was sure to rise. And even if the formation of an alliance decreased the need for war, it made it so he could make it buy on other enterprises. It wasn't a problem to the Trace House at all. That damn gigolo, his ability is splendid, if nothing else. I don't want to admit it, but he's capable. If only he didn't trick Vera, we would have made great partners. Wait. What was I just? Damn, this must also be his trap or something. If his daughter hadn't been involved, he would be perfect, so Fidel said as he returned to his work. Somewhere in Bime. There, the merchants and guild executives gathered to talk. They were the ones profiting off of war, and had gathered together for the profits of all parties. In a narrow room, different from usual. The representative merchants and the guild top brass discussed. A Trace House monopoly on the ports of two countries? It will get even more difficult for their opposition. A four-way alliance, it would be troublesome if war went down. Then just sell them to the adventurers. The adventurers will buy the weapons. But the problem is the mercenaries. If they've no work, can't they just defeat monsters? That level isn't enough to maintain a brigade. About that labyrinth subjugation we sent around to them, it didn't create much of a profit at all. While one party had benefited greatly from Lyle, there were others who had not. There were plenty of mercenary brigades who would be troubled by the lack of war nearby. Because they would need to change their base of operations. If they thought they couldn't earn money in Bime, they would immediately leave the city. But there was a reason Bime wanted to detain the brigades there. Bime was a special territory. A majority of its war potential came from its adventurers and mercenaries. In such a situation, having the mercenary numbers go down was a troubling story. And it wasn't just a tale of 10 or 20%. If played poorly, only 10 or 20% may remain. In that case, the number of people who would issue requests would go down, so it was an issue the Adventurer Guild South Branch couldn't let be. It's Lyle. I don't think leaving that brat to his own devices would be the best course of actions. I hate to admit it, but he's a national hero. Putting hands on him will become an international problem. And before we could do anything, the talks of that defensive battle spread around. If something happens, they'll think we did it. That brat. Spreading rumors, it's as if he's making us out as the villains. He's the one who said he's take on the job. And he only brought up talks for reinforcements once. He returned without even trying to negotiate. And so the rumors have come that we abandoned him. But fact is fact. The rumors hold no lies. The gathered members thought of Lyle with detestable sentiment. There was no doubt in the fact Lyle was the hero who saved the city of Bime, so doing something to him would raise a problem. Within all that, a single guild executive. The one in Bonsium backed by her house, seals Walt, future queen of the Crown Prince, but it seems she's considerably cruel. Civil wars continue to rage on within the country of Bonsium. And she's the blood sister of that very Lyle Walt. Can we not make use of this? Hearing that, everyone showed light reactions only akin to a brief, "You're not wrong." Happens sometimes. Well, it's also the time for us to earn some money. Weapons fly off the shelves, and other things sell as well. But can we use him? The mercenaries are already starting off towards Bonsium. Is there no way to stop them? At this rate, there will be a chip in Bime's military might. The guild executive, head of the South Branch, gave a slight smile as he spoke. It's because Lyle's here that Bonsium is glaring at us. That's all you have to say. Let's leak some rumors. And present Lyle to Seals. The other faces gathered. We've thought over that before, but the boy was exiled. Does presenting him at this point truly hold any meaning? We need only say he has the intentions to oppose. If you tell them the alliance in question was forged for that purpose, there's no way Bonsium can leave him be. The alliance was a gathering of small countries. But brought together, they had as large a power as the addition of their parts. It was true he could move a force of 20 to 30,000 troops, and if he pushed it, he could mobilize sometimes that amount. Those there looked around, and nodded amongst themselves. He's gotten a little too high on his horse, is how it is. But starting with the Trace House, a large number of merchants have come to invest in him as well. If they put up opposition, forcing this talk past will be difficult. It's possible. About the Trace House, they've been overdoing themselves a little as of late. Even increasing their lineup of new model ships, on top of pouring quite some aid into the last war of Galleria and Russworth. The Trace House head is soft on his family, so he wouldn't think his daughter would move. Hearing that, everyone's eyes turned to the South Branch head for further explanation. There was a possibility it would lead to large movements throughout Bime. The South Branch executive spoke delightedly. It's about Gina Trace. She said if it would make her lover the head, she wouldn't mind jumping on board and driving out the father. Good grief, merchant daughters sure are scary. Everyone, upon hearing that name, knew only of rumors of a love across status. And thinking over whether she would really go that far, on the contrary, they started making delighted faces. Very well. If that's the extent to which she uses her head, taking control of her should be a simple task. Convenient daughters are quite an asset to us. We must give our blessings to her wedding. Shall we send some congratulatory gifts? That's also nice, but make the preparations. Given the occasion. Let's use this chance to drive the Trace House's faction out of Bime. Talks proceeded forward. Lyle was on the verge of losing a large backer in Bime. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 1, Gina Trace. Gina Trace. Gina waited for her sister Vera, who had returned to the house from the harbor. Calling her out, saying there was something important to discuss, she prepared a room to talk with Vera alone. That room that was usually used for negotiations with visitors was rarely ever made use of by the sisters. And having called Vera to such a place, Gina touched her red hair and stared at her sister as she spoke. With the start of the sunset, the room was growing a little dim. Vera, I'll be blunt. Could you stop giving money to that person already? It isn't just your problem alone. On her younger sister Gina's words, Vera parted a cup from her mouth. This isn't by father's orders, right? What's gotten into you so late in the game? And I haven't gone as far as to lay a hand on the Trace House's assets, you know. Gina cut down and discarded that opinion. As long as you back him, it makes it look like the Trace House is backing him. What's more, father is moving around a large sum. There are some of our own who are starting to feel anxious. Increasing the number of ships, and getting into port construction. Vera narrowed her eyes. The elder sister of Gina, Vera Trace, had always been called a goddess of fortune, contributing to the house by mobilizing ships and cargo. So she learned of business matters as she worked alongside her father Fidel. It wasn't as if Gina herself didn't have knowledge, but in the practical sense, it wasn't an understatement to say her experience was largely lacking. But even in the Trace House, there were some who questioned the support towards Lyle. Vera spoke uninterestedly. We can monopolize commercial use of the port. What's more, 2 of them. Thinking of the scale, even you should be able to understand that it's a massive profit to the Trace House, right? Vera's tone made Gina feel like opposing. It was true the Trace House would likely grow larger, but Vera was too often away from Bime, neglecting the thing called the city's balance. The crumbling of factions and power relations was something Gina was extremely wary of. I know it will be a large profit. But by that, just what will the merchants of Bime think of us? Vera spoke. That field is Father's job. So that we aren't the only ones making good memories of it, he'll at least negotiate the matter out. While I'm at it, selling them favors is also a profit. Favor was a profit. Able to declare such a thing, it was that cold part of Vera that had kept Gina quiet up to now. But this time was different. Then is Lyle as well. Are you really just calculating profit and loss with that man? As Gina called Lyle's name without honorifics, Vera's gaze turned grim. Don't forget his title. I'm just aiding him to the extent that I can. Just because Father is soft on his daughters, you should be aware he isn't the sort of person who'd sponsor someone just because of that. And that's why I want you and Father to stop already. Your eyes have been taken by desire. But Bime isn't so forgiving. Her sister Vera was fixated on Lyle, while her father Fidel on the monopolization of ports. So they couldn't get a clear picture of what Bime was to do to Lyle. Such was Gina's judgment on the matter. And in a certain sense, she was correct. Let me do as I please. As she thought persuading Vera would be difficult, Gina gave her frank impressions. Vera, that man isn't so naive either. Once you lose your utility value, he'll calmly toss you aside. You know what he did in Zayn and Fort Red Ant, Galleria, and Russworth, right? That man in dangerous. And you're just a wallet to him. Ignoring Gina's warning, Vera stood. I understand that. But I won't cause you any trouble. I never chastised you over Roland, did I? And now, no, that's enough. As Vera left the room, Gina saw off her back. When her sister's figure was no longer in view, she brought a cup to her mouth and narrowed her eyes. When my poor sister, driven out of the house, is abandoned by that man, I'll help her back up. We're sisters after all, being aboard a ship suits her well. I'll have her work hard for Roland's sake. She'll do her best for the man she once liked, so it's not a bad fate. Gina acted with her sister's abandonment as the premise, but she did have a reason to make her move. If the Trace house was to grow any larger, then by those merits, the probability of Lyle and Vera's marriage would rise. And as that happened, managing the enlarged Trace house would be too much for Roland. From the ground up, he was an earnest and hard worker, but that alone wasn't enough for him to govern a house of that scale. In that case, the one taking over would be Lyle, who'd already demonstrated such prowess. And in essence, Vera. To add even further to that, to maintain the house, Fidel might even pull her and Roland apart, and hasten a political marriage. To Gina, she definitely didn't want it to happen. So she took action. South of Bime. In that completely undeveloped backward region, I wiped the sweat off my brow. Season-wise it was still hot, or rather, because it was south, I got the feeling it was hotter than Bime. Novum and Clara, Eva and May were moving separately to complete a request from the guild. There was monster subjugation and village reconstruction, so I sent them along that way. I, on the other hand, had come to subjugate the labyrinth that had been discovered. Its entrance was the gate of an old fortress, and the labyrinth itself was as if the fort's passages continued to extend on from there. Torches lined the wall, illuminating the paths with an eerie purple flame. It was better than having nothing at all, so I was thankful. In man-made buildings like this, there were times labyrinths would manifest as well. In most cases, they become labyrinths with undead loitering around, fated to be subjugated in no time. Most undead would disappear upon defeat, leaving only magic stones behind. They had no materials, and yet when it came to fighting them, they were troublesome and exceedingly a pain. There were even rumors that the grudges of those destroyed on the battlefield were what birthed such labyrinths. We were dispatched to such a place, but given such circumstances, it was determined it wouldn't amount to much money, so we were to suppress the place by force. While the entrance to the fort had turned labyrinth, the surroundings were in tatters. Numerous trees spread out randomly, and the earth was in a horrid state. I looked upon the labyrinth with Miranda. What do you want to do? Challenging it with us alone would be possible, but we won't get much out of it. On top of that, the guild didn't even send anyone to survey the area. Hey, aren't they treating us worse and worse? The reason for Miranda's irritation was natural. With barely any support or information, we were told to go off labyrinth subjugating. More than the East Branch, it was headquarters that had made such movements. From the Jewel, the Fifth looked at the current situation. In that case, is it about time? That was faster than I thought. Well, it beats being captured by them, I guess. The ancestors who had anticipated it weren't panicked at all. The third spoke without a care in the world. More importantly, if they left this place to us, then do you want to buy some time as you probe into their movements? They'll likely make their move once Lyle's returned to Bime, after all. Using these circumstances, he wanted to look into Bime's movements. As always, they were reliable, but folks I didn't want to make an enemy of. I held some pity for Bime. I addressed Miranda. A request's a request. We've got to do our job properly. Taking all the time we need to be thorough. How about we set up a steady base before Novum and the others get here? Fed up, Miranda looked at me, and pressed a hand to her forehead. Even if you say, take all the time we need, it's just a pain, and there aren't many floors, right? Treasure chests are a little on the higher side, but the monsters are nothing but undeads, so ending it at once would be. As Miranda was giving her opinion, Monica hurriedly ran up to me. She was panicked, or rather, it felt as if she was competing in something. She slid in front of me, assumed a pose, and reported. Chicken dickhead. I, Monica, have discovered another labyrinth nearby. Please praise me. Praise Monica. Now. There, 3 fists flew into her. The impact sent her flying, as wires wont to bring the arms back to their owners. Valkyrie units 1, 2 and 3 were holding up their weapons, stance towards Monica. We're the ones who found it. You homewrecker. Now take your baptism by fist. From the 3 expressionlessly posed automatons, I turned my gaze to Monica. I saw her stand, take out a large drill in hand, and set it into a high-speed rotation. I ended up impressed her twin tails didn't get wrapped into it. You degraded piles of scrap metal, reporting to the chicken dickwad, being praised by him, and receiving his anger is all my role. I'll scrap you on the spot. They had begun to fight. I let out a tired sigh, while Miranda shrugged her shoulders. There, the Valkyries, one of the mass-produced models, reported the situation to us. While the 4 automatons were fighting, it seems they drafted up the papers. Master, here is the data about the labyrinth. For you as well, Miranda-sama. Accepting the papers, Miranda gave her thanks. Thank you. You're more considerate than Monica. That girl's treatment of everyone besides Lyle is rough. Saying that, she turned through the pages. I also put my eyes through my copy, confirming there was a labyrinth nearby. Not far at all, it was cave-type, relatively bountiful as far as labyrinths go. This one's quite nice. Recon had only gone as far as the 1st and 2nd floor, but there wasn't anything to complain about when it came to passage width. It was a make you could call the standard of labyrinths, and personally, I thought it right to report it to Bime when the 7th stopped me. Lyle, as I thought, you're a man who's got it. Good, now use this info to shut Bime up. I sent a glance to Miranda. She saw how I was gripping the jewel, and quietly nodded, turning her eyes back to the documents. She knew the circumstances, so I was able to converse with the jewel in front of Miranda. You'll shut them up? I've no idea what they'll have to say about it. Don't mind it. Just make it look as if you're taking time, swiftly crush the 4th labyrinth, and take your time surveying the more promising one. And you see, don't you think this area is truly wonderful? Right, it's truly worthy of building a second Bime. I could somewhat understand what the 7th was getting at, so I nodded in agreement. Climbing up a little higher, I could see the ocean. Malia-san spoke delightedly. Oh my, there's a point you could construct a harbor. The 3rd assented. It's good enough to have a fort, so perhaps this used to be an important point back in the day. Thinking of what's to come, isn't it fine? Making this place like Bime, if it were those merchants, I'm sure they'd regain their former glory within the century. Well, we'll be regulating them, thought. Thinking they were considering something terrible again, my expression turned sour, and Miranda looked over at me. Do you always talk with them like that when we're around? She asked. I nodded, took my hand off the jewel, and issued orders to the Valkyries. Return to Bime and deliver a letter to Damien. And continue surveying the cave. If we're to use our main force to crush the fort all at once, now then, how about we do some construction to make the area more livable? I looked around, ignoring Monica and company's overly prolonged strife as I continued giving orders. Throwing her large, 2-handed drill, Monica cried out. Double drill knuckle. Naive. Something so obvious, Shant, what? Why you had such a thing up your sleeve? It seems they were heating up or something or another, but I turned to them. Hey, you all have work too. Get over here already. There, Monica, who had 2 large metal fists equipped to her hands, came to a sudden stop, and tucked her weapons away. She brushed off some dust, and raced over to me. Yes, because rather than these scraps, my dear chicken dickwad is more important. And continuing on with that important announcement. Oh, I already heard that one, so it doesn't matter, but. After refusing Monica's report, I accompanied Miranda to our tent. Monica was frozen up with her delighted expression, while the Valkyries were poking her and making ridiculing gestures. Thinking it was inconvenient how they couldn't make expressions, I decided to consult with Damien on the matter. In Lyle's mansion in Bime, Adele read a letter. Maxim watched her state with worry. "How fares it, milady?" What Maxim worried over was the state of their homeland, the territory from which they hailed. Like this, Adele was periodically receiving information on it. I was nervous because we couldn't get in contact for a while through that defensive war, but it seems alright. Perhaps her interest wanes as long as you don't put up a resistance. It seems she's currently fighting with other rebelling lords. Hearing that, Maxim dropped his shoulders. Can't we do something to stop the resistance? They need only hold out for now. And at soonest, a few years later and, not. A few years, and Lyle would make his move. As Maxim was about to say that, Adele shook her head to the side. The greatest number of troops the four-country alliance can mobilize, omitting logistic support, is 40,000, give or take. In a few years, even if their internal affairs are put on track, I can't say for sure that it will even reach 50. That isn't enough. If it comes to fighting Bonsium, by the smallest estimate, 100,000 would be necessary. Even so, if Lyle continues winning with the minimum casualties, he'll have to get together some of the lords within Bonsium, but if we wait that long, the lords of Bonsium will have exhausted themselves out. Feeling the national power of the superpower that was Bonsium made Maxim scratch his head. He hadn't felt it when he was inside that nation, but the difference in power was too harsh. Maintained at the center of the continent, the country of Bonsium that had continued growing could probably amass 100,000 soldiers at its center district alone. If pushed, 2 or even 300. Adding on the armies of its powerful feudal lords, they could easily prepare 10 times Lyle's current force. So the assistance of other nations is indispensable after all. But we cannot drag any more nations into Bonsium's internal problems. That was Adele's seed of worry. I understand, but it is a time of crisis. We'll at least have to give its surrounding nations the land that was taken from them. Invade, and work up their lingering hatred. The two were frantically worrying over it, but where Lyle had his sights on was unification of the continent. Ignoring small countries, there were few who would get involved with Bonsium. Kartafs was the greatest threat to the nation. To speak of others, there was Fonbiax, and a handful that would follow their lead. Maxim sounded worried. Milady. Lyle plans to build an empire, but is it possible? We don't even have our own force to speak of. Automatons, was it? Proficient as they may be, we only have the ability to prepare a few hundred of them. Adele held her head as well. That's right. The forces in Lyle's possession, even if they're of high quality, they're of much to low numbers. We have to do something about it. Both Adele and Maxim frantically thought over something to break the deadlock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 2, Kartafs. Kartafs. The dungeons of Kartaf's castle. Within its torture chamber, bound in an indecent pose, the queen of Kartafs Ludmila wore black restraining garments stuck fast to her body as she bit into a gag. To her side stood 2 female attendants to look after her. The room was littered around with torture implements, but Ludmila herself was uninjured. Simply to stir up her fear and tear up her pride, she had been sealed in the dungeons as she was. Hearing footsteps in the room, she opened her eyelids and glared at the door. Her long aubergine hair clung to her skin, the dark dungeons illuminated by the dim, wavering light of a candle. The very individual who had bound her. Lark Mallard, taking along her own companions, her subordinates, dropped by the dungeon. Confirming Lark's face, Ludmila bit down strongly on the gag. His ashen hair was swept back, and unlike his usual wave-cut adventurer style, he wore a noble's dress and style. His collar was loosened, and showing off his chest, Lark turned a vulgar smile as he looked at Ludmila. Yo, Ludmila-sama. How are you doing? Tied up like that, you're showing off your embarrassing side. It seems you were taking me lightly. Now then, isn't it about time you gave me that favorable reply thing? Knowing his skill displayed a high effect towards women alone, Lark's surroundings were fortified with females. The attendants removed Ludmila's gag, and after spitting out some saliva, Ludmila glared at the man. You sure say some stuck-up things. Did you think I was unaware of how you made it seem I was immobile from illness? It seems you've gotten the castle's folks to take after you, and gotten some status, but that status is too brittle to do anything with it, right? Lark returned the glare. Perhaps he was to use his skill to try and make her fall for him, as he forcibly turned her face towards his. And by his skill, in her eyes, the man of her ideals, or at least his figure overlapped with Lark's, but she sealed it away with willpower and averted her eyes. Lark sounded irritated. After having made light of me, and gotten bound in such a state, don't act so high and mighty. It was just as he said. Ludmila had no words to return on that matter. On top of that, she had come to hate the movements of Kartafs that even now had yet to rescue her. Good grief, the lengths they go to preserve order. How troublesome. Ludmila had her surroundings charmed, and having attained some status, Lark had come to charm her this time, in a scheme to become king of Kartafs. She had already seen through the plan. And at the same time, she understood that for that sake, the man was unable to harm Ludmila herself. She understood she couldn't be killed, and she made use of that fact. Yet the man too scared to lay a hand on that single bound woman sure sounds high and mighty himself. What's wrong, you've no shaming greater than this? You're quite the small man. When Ludmila said that, a vein popped up on Lark's forehead. He took a nearby whip in hand, going right into whacking her with it. She was assailed by a sharp pain, but Ludmila didn't let out her voice. And grinning and laughing as she looked at Lark, she riled him up. Seeing her like that, Lark stood out of breath, and gave an order to the attendants. Use the best medicine to treat her. With those words, Lark took his subordinates, and left the room. The female attendants lowered their heads to see them off, and closing the door behind them, one of them stood as guard. Another approached Ludmila, took off her restraints, and began treating her injury. She spoke to her in worry. Your Majesty, should we not put a stop to this yet? To the worried attendant, Ludmila smiled. Oh, isn't it fine? And I can only laugh at those useless subordinates who let Lark converse with the castle's maids because it was a set custom. When they've come to be this bad, they won't understand a thing unless they go through a spot of pain. Taking a stretch, Ludmila lowered herself into the chair she'd been bound, and folded her legs. It's true she told them to interact with Lark, but she had never even imagined they could only move according to set practice. So Ludmila let herself be captured on purpose. The two attendants were her trusted maids, and she had them act as if they were charmed. But it seems those attendants couldn't take it anymore. But at this rate, the country shall begin to slant his way. On that statement, Ludmila spoke. Even without the matter of Lark, this country would eventually perish from its nature taken too far. There are plenty who prioritize law to run away from responsibility, after all. Up to now, they could be called our strength, but taken too far, it is a fatal flaw. Kartaf's national colors involved a heavy inclination towards stressing the rule. At times, that had birthed about a splendid result, but come this far it had gone in a bad direction. Preserving that incline, those that took action held no responsibility. They were rules, so there was no helping it. That matter was becoming conspicuous. Even if you added more laws, just how many people out there would there be to actually understand them? She was called the queen, but Ludmila had simply taken over from the previous king by those rules, and was practically a proxy. Kartaf's was a male line, and eventually her groom would be the king of the country. So Lark had aimed for that seat on the throne. Good grief. Not me, they should have just chosen a male from the royal branch families. Father was making moves with that intent, but talks went forward before it could be decided. Maybe because of the national character, the branch families didn't object to her enthronement as queen. Ludmila's groom would in essence be the next king, so it wasn't considered a problem. But to Ludmila herself, it was quite a troublesome tale. Is there anyone suspicious of my absence? As she confirmed with the attendants, one nodded and reported. Almost all of them have noticed something fishy. But whether they'll move by it or not is the question. On that answer, Ludmila looked fed up. Very well, then the one who saves me from this cell is the next king. Spread that rumor. If even that doesn't get them to move, then I'll make do with Lark or whatever. How pitiful. While the maid was bewildered by her decision, Ludmila looked up at the ceiling. Not bad. I'm no longer a princess, but the prince or hero who saves me, eh? Marrying someone like that is the desire of any woman of the royal line. While we're at it, how about we invite participants from outside the country as well? I've got to make our own men feel a little panicked, or we won't be getting anywhere. As Ludmila declared and enjoyed herself, the two attendants abided as if they had given up. Over the katana in my right hand, I poured a liquid known as holy water. It was a transparent fluid, but it let off a faint light, and once poured on the katana, it looked as if the blade was shining in the dark labyrinth passageways. Grasping the sword in both hands, I tossed the bottle of holy water aside, and Shannon, who was holding a basket, caught it. Standing behind all of us as a baggage carrier, Shannon caught the bottles tossed by our companions one after the next, and put them away in the basket. The innermost chamber of the labyrinth that had manifested in the fort was a large hall on the 5th lower level. It was a vast room, but the ceiling wasn't very high, and it felt as if the many irregularly placed pillars were barely holding it up. The undead before our eyes was a skeletal knight wearing full-body armor. Size-wise, perhaps he was around 3 meters tall? Sinister armor and shield, its sword was of an absurd, haphazardous make I had no words for. More than a blade, it looked like a mass of iron. Miranda, Arya, and Monica were the vanguard, with me, Valkyrie units 1, 2 and 3 behind them, and Shannon at the very back. With a spear in hand, Arya took a large lurch forward, before bursting towards the enemy before us. As that skeletal knight wielding its giant sword in one hand took a horizontal swipe, it let out sparks as it rubbed against the floor. While Arya jumped to avoid it, it looked as if the enemy's shield was to send her flying. However, Miranda threw her dagger, forcing it to use its shield to hit it aside, and from there, its movements grew strange. Miranda was extending thread from the fingertips of her left hand, and using a pillar as a pulley, she yanked off the knight's shield. Arya! As Miranda cried out, Arya lowered her spear down on the now open left arm of the skeletal knight. At lightning speed, putting several skills into a single strike, Arya's attack was truly worthy of the description. Arya wasn't skilled at magic, but as a result of polishing her skills in martial arts, at this point, she was a pivotal vanguard of the party. Its left arm cut off and flying through the air, the knight opened its mouth and let out an ear-rending cry. Shannon was holding her ears with both hands. Just where is that thing's voice even coming from? It's just bones and armor, isn't it? As she looked at the monster and cried BS. I was also of that opinion. And as it tried to swing its large sword towards Arya, Monica smashed into its side with her hammer. From the other side of the hammer, fire was spouting out to increase its output, it seems. This is truly a weapon of romance. A strike of the strongest made Monica, who understands true fantasy, take it. With its sword, right shoulder, and right side in general taken out by the blow, the unarmed skeletal knight raised a low groan. A portion of the crumbled white bone and armor gathered towards it, but I looked upon the scene. As I thought, the holy water is slowing down its regeneration. My apologies, but I'll be ending you at once. As I raced forward, the Valkyries offered support with guns. While the knight was struggling with its regeneration not going as it wished, it tried headbutting me as I came before it. And as it did so, helmet and all. I'll cut it off. A single vertical flash. As the line raced through it, the skeletal knight reeled back, before crumbling into white flour. Holy water effective against undeads had been applied to the blade, and it was a huge help on how effective it was. If that weren't the case, we'd have to continue attacking until it collapsed, or blow its everything away with magic. But this time was a fort's passages, and many narrow rooms, so it was quite a trial how we couldn't get the conditions together to use magic. Even in a wide room, using holy water like this was effective. Seeing the boss leave a magic stone behind as it disappeared, Arya spoke. If you don't care about materials, undead sure are convenient. Makes collection nice and easy. It really was helpful how we didn't have to put on gloves and rip open a monster to collect valuables. It was a plainly dreadful task, so there were many adventurers who'd just leave it to support. I wiped the katana's blade with a cloth. It really was rough when I was a beginner. I would always fail, and Zelfi-san would shout at me not to be wasteful. When I told such a story, Arya also recalled. Yeah, at the start I couldn't bring myself to touch blood. Zelfi held her head when she saw that, but now I think I can understand her sentiment a little. As Arya told a tale of our recent newbie days, Miranda approached. While we were talking, it seems she claimed the treasure of the innermost chamber. Reminiscing is fine and all, but could you confirm this over here? Lyle, it's this time's reward. I don't think it's bad. In her hands was rare metal bathed in the power of mana, silver at that. It was a considerable amount, and if you sold it, it would surely net 1 to 200 gold coins. But we had purchased holy water for this venture, so we had quite some expenses as well. If time was turned back a bit, this would be plenty to maintain the party. But at this point, putting labor for so much time, earnings of this level weren't enough, or so was my honest impression. It's not bad, but with that, we'll only have scarce earnings. As expected, continuing on like this will be rough. Even when a Let's Sans party are favorably being directed to profitable labyrinths. Comparing with others wouldn't get anywhere, but I could clearly feel the guild's intent. Monica confirmed the surrounding affairs, and reported to me. Chicken Dickhead, preparations to withdraw are complete. Monsters have already stopped spawning within the labyrinth. I had stationed Valkyries, and had them collect magic stones. Those girls' external battery, or rather energy source ran on magic stones, after all. They melted them down and used them as fuel. The labyrinth's atmosphere grew quiet. As I confirmed the subjugation was complete, I decided to get out. Unit 1 carried up the magic stone of the large skeletal boss monster. Miranda handed the silver we received to Unit 2. Shannon verified the contents of her own luggage. There are quite a few bottles that still have some in them. Aren't these quite expensive? What's more, they have an expiration date. An expiration date that comes quite soon, no less. I can't forgive that they're worth more than my allowance. Shannon had a lot of pointless expenditures. Rather, she poured a majority of it into elven songs and recitations. If you took her out to play, she'd mainly just listen to songs, and for meals, she preferred places where you could hear music or tales. Miranda smiled and roughly pat Shannon's head. If you learn to use it a little more systematically, I'll increase it. So start by not blowing it all the very same day I give it to you. Shannon was as hopeless as always, but after meeting Malia-san, she had grown just a bit, or that was the feeling I got. Even if you just call it assistance, she did agree to participate in the boss battle. I thought as I left the vast hall. Now then, I'll have to return to Bime once first. The labyrinth's subjugation report, that can come after I observe the situation a bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 3, Bime starts to move. Bime starts to move. Bime. I walked the usual path from the mansion, towards the guild I'd become accustomed to commuting. It was still a sweltering season, and the women of Bime wore lighter and more alluring clothing than usual. Just heading for the guild made me shed my sweat, and as I watched my colleagues of the trade off to work in their full sets of equipment, I mused over how rough it must be. Though it wasn't my business, today I was wearing casual clothing, with only a few spare sabers hanging from my waist. Novum walking beside me was also lighter dressed than usual. It's still quite hot. The nights are getting even harder to sleep through, so you'd best be careful in managing your health, Lyle-sama. I was fine. I made a pillar of ice through magic, and left it in the room, making things a little bit cooler. Don't worry about me. More importantly, are you alright, Novum? I returned to Bime yesterday noon, but Novum and company had completed a request and arrived the day before. By my return, we got the guild report together, and like this, we were heading for the guild together. My party was full of skilled magicians. But it's still hot, and there are magic tools capable of cooling areas on sale, so purchasing some may not be a bad idea. Convenient magic tools existed. By pouring in mana, they would lower the temperature of a room. Such magic tools, unlike the usual armor and armament ones, were relatively cheap. They were cheap, but that was in the sense of cheap for a magic tool. Our funds are, no, I do get it would be convenient if we had one. If you could manage some way or another with magic, there was no need to hold a magic tool. At present, we didn't have what could be called financial leisure, and at this rate, it felt as if I'd be relying on Vera again. The two of us talked through the way to the guild, and once we reached, we learned of a certain rumor that had become famous. Eastern Guild Branch, a private room. Entering the room Marianne-san was charged with, me and Novum were able to inquire about the rumor. If you can save the Queen of Kartafs, you'll be made king? What is that supposed to be? Having heard that, I was unable to understand why, but the third spoke reluctantly. Shouldn't it be a princess there? If it's a queen, it kinda chips away at my motivation. The seventh seemed to be of the same opinion. That's right. I can't help but imagine a woman of considerable age. Are you sure that isn't some sort of penalty? The Queen of Kartafs, if I recall correctly, was supposed to be a proxy. Age-wise, she wasn't particularly old, and until recently, she had been spreading her name as the Princess Knight. Malia-san sounded a little angry. It's rude to be mindful of a woman's age. Good goddess, this is why gentlemen are. The seventh imitated Malia-san's tone. And I don't know what to think of ignoring a man's passions. Good goddess, this is why ants are. In the next instant, the usual burst of gunpowder rung out, and the jewel went silent. I presumed that the seventh and Malia-san had something going on in their years alive. Thinking of the period, there was surely time they lived together at the mansion. Marianne-san returned a bitter smile. It's a rumor. But a rumor of Kartafs has made it all the way to Bime, and there are some earnestly looking into it, it seems. What has been confirmed is that the queen hasn't shown herself for a while due to poor health. Also, there's a rumor an adventurer of ill repute has gained some status at the castle. I believe his name was Lark Mallard-san. Hearing that name, I narrowed my eyes. Marianne-san processed the paperwork, took a glance at me, and returned her eyes to the sheets. Is he an acquaintance? Met him a bit in Kartafs. We've never talked, but he possessed a relatively troublesome skill. I think it's one that only had an effect on women, though. Hearing that, it seems Marianne caught my implication. She finished going through the documents, and went to get reward for the requests Novum and the others had completed. Marianne spoke. I'll put in a report just in case. But there's something I can't help but wonder. Wonder? I looked at her troubled face, and after she confirmed the monetary sum, she began to explain. Though she didn't know the specifics. In these sorts of matters, the resident guild is supposed to move at an early stage. Cartafs is strict on the rules, so I was sure they would move. Also, I get the feeling our headquarters are busy. I don't think it has a relation to the matter with Cartafs, but they arranged for a boat nonetheless. Not by signing on for a ride with the merchants, they were chartering a special boat for adventurers, and sending them over. If the Cartafs rumor was for real, and the guild headquarters was genuinely making moves, then this matter would surely end in no time. The fifth spoke. If the guild is genuinely moving, there isn't a problem. They've got enough folks with ability backing them, so the Lark problem should be deftly cleaned up. Now then, we'll be doing our own job, Lyle. On those words, I gripped the jewel, and Novum watched the action. Seeing me answer to the jewel like that, it seemed she was curious as to what we were talking about. Or rather, she seemed extremely excited. Novum herself held some esteem for the heads of history. But she never asked to meet them. Cartaf's port. There, the skilled adventurers of Bime had gathered. They were those called some of the best, not attached to the usual monster brigades. Nor were they sent to subjugate monsters or complete requests. They dived deep into the labyrinth of Bime, and were specialists that earned their keep there. Among them, one posed a question to the adventurer who seemed to be the leader. They sure are working things up for a single brat, aren't they, Audot? On top of the main battling members, they had spares as well. But they were all composed of men. They were wary of Lark, but even for that, the tone of the men had several unnatural points. The leader man turned his neck back and forth. It's been a while since I last traveled by boat. It's true they're being quite cautious. I don't think it's enough of a problem to dispatch us, but it had gotten hard to move around in Bime, is how it is. Let's have a breather. From the start, they had been a man-only party, without a hint of female presence. Even so, there were times they worked alongside women. Still, this matter had absolutely no call for that. And no necessity. Because Lark was there, it was impossible, but that wasn't all. There's a possibility he has a strong charming skill against the opposite sex, has quite a few troublesome ones with him. Now then, let's go and meet our client. Lifting his hips off a crate on the harbor, the adventurer leader stood, and following his order, the group began to move. Bime's Eastern Guild branch. Marina listened to Tanya's request in a private room, and grinned. It was a mission with a high difficulty level, and on top of that, the type where it would be troublesome if its contents were leaked to the outside. But from Marina's point of view, it was a fascinating request, and she hadn't the slightest reason to decline. She looked at Tanya's expressionless face as she signed the request form. Your guild sure does some dastardly things. Who'd have thought they'd ask me to hunt the adventurers of their own branch? Tanya didn't say anything. No, she had no words to reply. And after burning the request form, she paid Marina a large sum as an advance payment. Nothing but gold, and 500 coins at that. Accepting it, Marina stuffed the money away into her own bag. Now then, I'm going to be off taking on that girlie. She's been on my mind for a while now. Gives off the scent of a beast, you see. The boy also intrigues me, but the girlie is more worthy to be my opponent. Tanya spoke to Marina in a fed-up tone. Lyle, as long as the Lyle party receives an attack, the details don't matter. There should be requests issued to the other adventurers as well. Marina-san, if you don't hurry, your mark will be taken by another adventurer. Now that's troubling. But it doesn't make sense that you're depending on a dispersed force. Wouldn't be best if you surround them with many, and strike them down? It seems Tanya wanted to prevent Marina from acting of her own accord. For that sake, she gave an explanation. We cannot take Lyle down within the city of Bime. From our side, we'll do whatever we can to lead him to Cartafs. After that, you need only attack the party members that remain behind. Hearing that, Marina sounded a little unsatisfied. So the guild had a part in those Cartafs rumors? I really wanted to fight that boy, but what a sad day it is. Tanya lowered her eyes. It was her job to issue these sorts of requests, but it was quite possible the individual herself didn't enjoy it. Her expression didn't change, but the wild instinct within Marina was whispering it to her. Throwing her bag over her back, Marina spoke. As long as they don't touch my mark, I'll move how the guild wants me to. Well, for the time being, I'll just be taking it easy in the city for a while. Saying that, Marina left the room, licking her lips as the image of her target may surfaced in her mind. I met her in the labyrinth once before. But this time, how exhilarating. Before a formidable foe, Marina's was in high spirits. Bonsium, that had become a neighbor of Bime. In the nearest city to Bime, Blois read the report that had come from the Free City. Looks like they're serious. Before his eyes was an emissary of Bime, a representative of the merchants. Of course we are. Also, we've prepared satisfactory presents. I'm sure they will be to Seal Sama's liking. The treasures the merchants of Bime had put their efforts into collecting. Looking over a portion of the selection of rare articles pushed his way, Blois noticed it was a bribe for him. He didn't feel like accepting it, but at present, he needed as much money as he could, so he decided to take it. If you'll let me give a warning of my own, it's best if you don't let her get too interested in you. Because Seal Sama is a whimsy one. And cruel at that, or so he couldn't add. He feared that the merchant before him would tell tall tales that he had said as such. But more than that, Blois understood. Unless you meet the girl, you'll never understand that uncanniness, I'm sure the merchants of Bime only see her as a bit of an atrocious lass. If it were them, they'd be able to use seals and rake it in, they seriously seem to believe. Yes. We've looked into that field without any negligence. So about our safe passage? Blois took out a form, and handed it to the merchant. We'll guard you to the ends of the lands under my jurisdiction. From there on, as long as you show the feudal lords that form, they'll let you through. If they hear of presents to Seal Sama, there may even be lords and nobles who'll volunteer guards of their own. Well, I guarantee safe travels to say the least. As long as you use the maintained highways, he made sure to add on. The merchant lowered his head, and left the room. Seeing his form, Blois began wondering what sort of face he would be making on his way back, or if he'd ever return at all. Rano-san's office. I had stopped by with Novum, and upon hearing his information, I knit my brow. The guild wants me? Rano-san was making a docile expression. That's right. The guild thinks you've done too much. That isn't all. The guild headquarters have weighed you and little seals on the scales. It's true you've brought about some benefit to the city, but the queen to be of a large power, there isn't even a need to compare. Bime chose the future queen, and that's all she wrote. So they chose seals over me. Even hearing that, I didn't think it a mistake. If you were comparing a single adventurer to the Queen of Bonsium, that is. But it was too sudden. And they should have been able to play oblivious. So they're out to crush me alone? The guild higher-ups sure have some free time on their hands. No, the guild as a whole, perhaps? Perhaps unable to bear with this matter, Novum condemned Rano-san. Just whose decision was it to cut Lyle Sama off? If they take Seal Sama so lightly, even Bime will. Novum. I stopped Novum, and urged Rano-san to continue on. The information dealers are selling information on you. I'd like you to understand I'm crossing a dangerous bridge selling this info to you. The guild plans to give you a request to save the Queen of Kartafs. But that is a fake request. The previous party that headed that way was gathering of Incredibles that breached the 70th floor of our labyrinth. They're lying in wait for you over there. While that's going on, there are plans to attack your comrades remaining here as well, it seems. I looked at Rano-san. So the Trace House's name had no effect. Is that what this means? Rano-san nodded. This isn't your problem alone. The faction headed by the Trace House, the other merchants want to do something to drive it out of the city. But they probably can't use direct force against the Trace. So they'll use their abilities to crush your party. It should also have the meaning of setting an example. Anyways, there are a number of reasons, and Bime has chosen to cut you off. Trace House and all. So it seems I've been cut off from Bime. But thinking of my actions up to now, there was no helping being discarded. More than that. The third was definitely letting a dark smile float over his face. That's wrong. The one cut off wasn't Lyle. It was the city called Bime. Isn't it fine? Among the scenarios we drafted up, it's the ending we longed for most. So let's bite them off, whatever traps they prepare. The fifth sounded serious. We the E got to confirm the rumor in Kartafs as well. If the Queen's rescue really is possible, this will become a large favor. It'll give us a means to suppress the lands north of Bonsium. The seventh as well. So the time has finally come for Lyle to quit adventuring. Au frabuste, Calu Calais. Thank you, gentlemen of Bime. I swear, we shall never forget your sacrifice. Malia-san brought it to a close. So, for the sake of our Lyle, won't you let Bime sink to ruin? All their voices were in order. I'm sure this was blood. It's finally getting fun in here. When a smile came up on my face, Rano-san made a dreadful expression. Novum looked just a little bit happy. It sure is getting fun around here, isn't it, Rano-san? Oh. Is it really? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 4, Unlovable Adventurer. Unlovable Adventurer. A few days after I received information from Rano-san, Tanya-san dropped by the mansion. I was the one to keep her company, but there were only Damien's automatons in the mansion, so I ended up having number 2 prepare some tea. Perhaps she had no interest in my own personal tastes, as she put out a different tea than Monica. It was probably Damien's preference. Tanya-san sat on the sofa with proper posture. She hadn't touched the tea. Her tone was even more indifferent than usual. I used a skill. The sixths search displayed Tanya-san's reaction as yellow or red. Perhaps she had some hesitation. In that case, it meant she did know the specifics. Tanya-san was a person of the guild. As expected, she was to prioritize it. Lyle-kun, an urgent request has come up. Perhaps you've heard the rumors. About Kartafs? If you're aware, that makes matters fast. It's about that Kartafs. In recent times, there have been some turbulent movements. A request of one concerned in the country has reached its way to Bime, and we have determined it to be a request requiring ample urgency. So the guild has decided to request this matter to you. As a reward for success, we promise 50,000 in gold coins. The contents of the request are to rescue the captured queen. Just as an advance payment, several thousand gold coins were prepared. They never intended to pay the completion fee, so they wanted to show a request with considerably favorable conditions. From the jewel, the fifth let his voice. So a few thousand gold doesn't hurt them at all? Good going, Adventurers Guild. It isn't a bad sum to cover preparations. I looked over the document. That's quite an extravagant preparatory sum. But our party is nothing but women, as I'm sure you're aware. By the contents of the request, that's totally out, isn't it? Lark's skill was a powerful one against the opposite sex, or so it seems the report had been raised. And it seems it was a plan to separate me from my comrades. The seventh looked over it. As long as it separated you, they thought it'd work itself out. But this time around, the guild should be using its trump cards, underestimate them, and it'll be dangerous. In regards to the seventh's opinions, the third laughed. And isn't that why it's fine? Lark, was it? Quite a pitiful kid over there. I doubt he's aware of how he's being used by us in the guild, after all. Oh, right, Lyle, do it by the plan. Tanya-san had also considered the reasons I may pose for refusal. It has been determined that success is more than probable with you working alone. Also, nothing but women was a lie, wasn't it? Maxim, Damien, the two of them are also registered as adventurers. So they planned to thoroughly crush us? Even Maxim's name was coming up. I looked over the documents again. I also have a request for labyrinth subjugation. Can this come after I've completed it? In a troubled manner, Tanya-san spoke. It's an urgent one, so if possible, in the near future. Also, if it proves impossible, the guild will dispatch reinforcements. Hearing that, I smiled. It was a case I had considered. And the adventurers dispatched would likely be in the mine to attack us. That's a huge help. How about reinforcements for me? As expected, that much is, however, Bime has already sent adventurers over to that side of the seas. We can arrange for them to cooperate with you. Hearing that, I tilted my head. Is that so? How strange. All the famous parties should be off on other requests. Was it a dispatch from somewhere besides the East Branch? Besides the dispatch type East Branch, the only other adventurers to stray so far from Bime were the mercenaries of the South. As always, Tanya-san's expression looked like a constructed one. That is simply how hurried we are. We will send more reinforcements to the labyrinth. I nodded, and moved to sign the papers, but suddenly stopped my hand. Oh, right. There are a few miscellaneous tasks I need to do as well, so could I leave them to an acquaintance of the East Branch? I'd like to put in a request for them. Hearing that, Tanya-san thought a little, but eventually nodded with a smile. Go right ahead. However, sending it to one's too proficient will be troubling for us. And I doubt they'll accept it. You propose them a request for miscellaneous tasks. I signed the paper. Oh, it's all right. I've got a hunch on who's likely to accept. I looked down, as I thought. Tanya-san, you're being soft. Did you think it wouldn't matter if you discarded an adventurer who would take on odd jobs? After Tanya-san left, I called Damien and Maxim-san, who had been in the mansion, to the room, to discuss. It was about the Kartaf's request. And I also informed them of how horrid the present situation was. Damien took off his glasses, and wiped off the lenses. And so? You've something in mind, don't you, Lyle? Maxim looked nervous. The opposite of Damien. This isn't good. Not being able to receive financial support from BIME, no matter how you think of it, it will affect our objectives henceforth. It seems he thought I was going to keep receiving support from BIME, from the Trace House. And it was on that plan that Adelsan was moving. I gave an apology. Yeah, I should probably apologize beforehand. We'll have to vacate this place too. Probably, or rather, in the near future, the Trace House will make some moves, and we began building a foundation at the point we were going forward with Labyrinth subjugation, so I'll make that point our next base of operations. Damien sounded reluctant. AI had taken a liking to this place's underground laboratory. I'll build a building to your liking over there. And wait, I do think there'll be some full-blown moves. I spoke my mind to the two of them on the plan. Of the anticipated adventurer attack in Kartafs, and of how, through saving the Queen, we'd sell a favor, and have them glare at Bonsium from the north for us. Having heard that, Maxim. If all goes well, it truly is a good deal. But there's a high risk. And when we're exposing Milady to such danger, I can't even be by her side. As I thought, he didn't want to be taken off Adelsan's side. To Damien, it seemed to be a pain. 3 automatons. It's true I can prepare golems, but just how does that stand war potential-wise? Can we win? Adventurers that have polished their skill in the labyrinth, to be blunt, they be monsters. To Damien and Maxim-san, I held confidence as I declared. We'll win. If we lose here, then either way, we won't win against the monster that is Seals. And also, there are movements in BIME to drive the Trace House out. So I want to migrate them right to the land we're developing. Damien, can you persuade old Latarta? Damien put his glasses on, taking a cup from his maid automaton number 1, and sipping some tea. I think it's possible. For better or worse, he's a craftsman. As long as he has a place to be and work to do, isn't it feasible? It seems he doesn't hate the boisterousness of BIME, but he did come from the countryside, and he did say he missed it. Also, he was enjoying modifying the Valkyries, and it felt like he didn't want to abandon the work. So we could get old Latarta with us. In that case, perhaps I could call out to the craftsmen and merchants related to him, and give them an invite to the south. Malia-san spoke delightfully. Lyle, let's have Eva-chan spread some rumors. That the land to the south is blessed or something. This person really was having fun. There, Damien looked at me. You'll take in the merchants that VE lost their value here? If it were you, Lyle, then if all went well, I'm sure you'd be able to kick it off with the merchants remaining in BIME. I shook my head. I'm sorry, but even like this, I've a strong sense of duty. After they've saved me so, I won't betray them. There, Maxim-san turned me some eyes of doubt. That's a different definition of duty than the one I know. How rude. I'm going to save the merchants that aided me from the collapse of BIME. That's plenty dutiful, isn't it? Having dropped by the East Branch, I personally asked for Marianne-san's room on the 3rd floor. Normally, there wouldn't be a problem whoever the receptionist was, but this time alone, there was a need for me to get Marianne-san. The guild had a considerable amount of staff, and they couldn't help but require receptionists who wouldn't abandon their acquaintance adventurers. No, I won't say it was essential, but even so, I asked for her with the intent to use her. When she saw me waiting in the room, Marianne-san smiled as she brought in some paperwork. And she inspected my face. How rare for me to be called out like this. I feel I'm going to misunderstood, so if possible, could I hear the reason? While she was joking around, her face turned serious as she looked at my expression. It doesn't look like this is a matter to take in jest. Saying that, she laid the documents on the desk, poured a drink, and took a seat. After putting the drink to my mouth, I made my plea. It's been decided I'm going off to Kartafs. As for a boat, I'll be using one of the Trace Houses. While I was at it, I hired a party for odd jobs. Marianne-san's expression didn't change. Is that so? I do think you have it rough, but if it's you, then you'll definitely be able to complete the request. There, I made a smile. Making an exceptionally splendid smile, I grew to hate myself. This is the only thing I've really been improving in. So I'd like information on the adventurers who headed to Kartaf's. The detailed data safe kept by the guild, it exists, right? Marianne Sand's drooping eyes narrowed, as if glaring at me. Leakage of information is strictly prohibited. So what do you expect me to answer to that? Even when my info's going all over the place? A receptionist of your level should know what sort of situation I'm in, right? It seems you did take on newbie training as well, but you're relatively knowledgeable about work in the guild. Marianne Sand stood from her seat and moved to leave the room. I'll call another receptionist. And there's nothing I have to say to you. I kept my smile and informed her of the adventurer party I'd made a request to. This time, I sought help from Erhardt's party. They accepted it quite willingly. It was a large request, after all. Now that aside, Marianne Sand, you got angry for their sake, didn't you? Not letting them take a request where they might die, you caused a problem at the desk. I'm quite fond of kind people. Marianne Sand turned around and glared at me something awful. And she hung her head a while, which gave me enough answers in itself. She surely knew about my state and what Bime was to do. So you knew everything. Yet you'll still choose to go to Kartaf's, how stubborn you must be. From my point of view, it would be a huge help if you turned and fled. I shrugged. There's something important left in Bime. If it were to protect that, I thought an extent of my behavior would be permitted. Now then, there's no huge profit in it for you, but won't you listen to my request? Marianne Sand returned, sat in her chair, and turned her eyes to me. Not with her usual atmosphere, she had a sort of threat to her. She had gotten in various experience in her own way, and that had come to form this sort of air. Information on adventurers, was it? As you said, it truly is a talk with little merit to me. If I had to say, it's nothing but demerits. But I shall prepare the information of the adventurers who went to Kartaf's for you. The info on the ones attacking your remaining comrades as well. In exchange. What Marianne Sand sought in exchange? A guarantee for the lives of Erhardt Kuhn's party. No, return them to Bime unharmed. Once you enter Kartaf's, then everyone with you is supposed to be marked as a target. They won't overlook it just because they're there for odd jobs. I nodded, and confirmed how long it would take to get the info with her. It seemed she could get it relatively fast, and I was impressed. Her abilities as a receptionist were surely high. And after we'd gotten in order the means to accept the information, I asked her. You sure favor Erhardt's party quite a bit. Is it love? There, Marianne Sand gave a laugh, as if to mock me. And she looked at me in sorrow. You're half right. But to those boys, perhaps as cute younger brothers. Oblivious to the world, but earnest and hardworking, watching those sorts of children is the greatest joy of being a receptionist. Putting in steady work to mature, and happily reporting it all to us. Rather than a certain unlovable boy who perfectly pulls everything off from the start, I'd like to support those sorts of cute kids. There wasn't really a problem if Marianne Sand reported this matter to the guild. The mansion was already vacated, and preparations were underway. But having heard that, I confirmed that rather than Erhardt's party, I was definitely less interesting to the receptionists. On the contrary, you'll help me for something of that extent? Marianne Sand looked down, and let out her voice, bit by bit. He resembles the adventurer I used to like. When I was still a beginner, I was relatively popular, so I got stuck up. So I had an earnest adventurer who'd come out from the countryside push himself for me. Hearing that, I got the just. And Marianne Sand put the developments I'd expected to mouth. Because of that, he died. Even leaving his assets to me, he really was an idiot. From there on, I was the receptionist of the newbie desk. Though it turns out I really was better at training new recruits. Because it felt worth doing. I heard her story through from start to end, before standing. I'll definitely return Erhardt's party to Bime. I swear it. There, Marianne Sand glared at me. If you don't bring them back, I'll curse you for life. After going so far for you, if even one of them is injured. I'll teach you just what it means to make an enemy of a receptionist of the guild. Her threat really did frighten me, but so as not to let those thoughts come out, I laughed. And after leaving the room, I pat my chest. The East Branch. At the first floor desk, Rua accepted some documents from Erhardt. And Erhardt spoke to her. Sorry, it's about the next job, but I'm going to have to pass. Hearing that, Rua found it rare, as she confirmed it with him. What happened? You usually confirm your next requests, and plan them out while you're here. Did someone's health take a bad turn? Erhardt denied it as he shook his head. He had calmed down even further as an adventurer, fulfilling requests, while protecting Marianne's teachings. I'm going to help out in Kartafs from the request of an acquaintance. Well, it's just odd jobs, but the profits are nice, and it'll be a long-term request, so other requests won't be possible for a while. Hearing that, Rua looked over Erhardt. Even if it be from an acquaintance, being called out personally is a proof of your credibility. Looks like you guys are already splendid adventurers, right? I'll be expecting a souvenir when you get back. And I'd love to hear what sort of adventures you had. There, Erhardt let out a sigh. You were cuter when you were still asking for candy. Say the same thing to everyone, and you'll go through some pain down the line. Well, we see each other relatively often, so I'll at least buy a souvenir for you. Rua averted her eyes a little, and spoke in a quiet voice. I don't say it to everyone. Erhardt stood from his seat. What was that? It's nothing. I'm expecting something nice, Erhardt-san. Seeing Rua's smile, Erhardt made a bitter one. Perhaps thinking he had been fooled by Marianne, it seems he still had a trauma when it came to female receptionists. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 5, A Journey of Nothing But Manly Men. A Journey of Nothing But Manly Men. Inside the Jewel. Miranda and Shannon were taking Millie IA on. Out of breath, Miranda was wounded all over, while Shannon was sitting on the spot. Together, they weren't able to lay a hand or foot on Millie IA. Watching over them like that, Millie IA changed out the shell of the gun in her hands. Oh, you girls give sure up easily. Putting the two of you together, you haven't even died 30 times yet. It's something you can't experience regularly, so have some more fun with it. With Miranda's personality and appearance, alongside the power of Shannon's demon eyes, it was impossible to land an attack on Millie IA Walt. But harassing wasn't all she did. Letting out a sigh, she tucked away her gun and started talking. Now then, let's put in some break time. There's no time left until Lyle departs for Kartafs, but I have to at least pass down the bare minimum. As Miranda wiped her sweat, the wounds disappeared, and the sweat retracted as well. Minimum? This is? Millie IA nodded with a smile. Of course. I mean, if you carry the blood of the Walt house, you're far from the minimum bar. And you see, Shannon, if you get serious, you'll be able to do even more amazing things. Shannon grabbed onto Miranda to stand. Amazing things? Right. Of all else, if I could do it, there's no way you wouldn't be able to. Being able to see the flow of mana means being able to interfere with it. Oh, that's right. Are you properly studying how to read and write? On Malia's question, Shannon averted her eyes. That alone was enough for her to comprehend she had gone against her orders. In a moment, she closed in on Miranda and Shannon, grabbing Shannon's head. Shannon-chan. I said it, did I not? To learn how to write, did I not? As long as it's ink imbued with mana, you can see the lines outside of this space, can't you? Lifted up with one hand, Shannon wriggled around. It hurts. It hurts, great-grandmother. That's wrong. While I was learning letters, I tried doodling some pictures on the side, and that turned out to be more interesting is all. Seeing Shannon give an excuse that didn't improve her predicament, Miranda thought. The flow of mana, if she perfected its flow within her own body, is this what happens? In that alone, great-grandmother rivals seals. This alone, at least. Millie IA was also strong. But from the point of view of Miranda, who'd stood against seals, it was a fact it was still insufficient. And not being able to defeat that Millie IA, she wouldn't even reach Seal's feet. Ha, great-grandmother, could you fight me once more? On Miranda's words, Millie IA smiled as she released the hand grabbing Shannon's cranium. Falling onto the floor, Shannon landed on her bottom and began rubbing it. Very well. That sort of ambition. I don't hate it. Millie IA took a gun from her fluttery sleeves and took a stance. At the harbor where the Tracehouse's ship was docked, me, Maxim-san, and Damien's, party of 4, I guess. While I shed sweat from the sheer humidity, I looked at Monica, as she stared vexingly at Damien's 3 automatons. Why am I keeping house, as the mass-produced lot accompanies you? I'm the one who understands the chicken dickwad the most. I let out a sigh. Then try understanding my sentiment. You don't have to put on a play, just move by the plan. Is the mansion all right? Even though Monica had been biting down on her handkerchief, she suddenly made a serious face, corrected her posture, and courteously answered my query. Yes. The cleaning was perfect the moment we vacated. But when it came to sales, they drove quite a hard bargain. As we were hurriedly leaving to run away, there was no helping it. That's nice. We lived there for a while, so I've got some attachment. I don't want to make a battlefield of it. Preparations were underway, and the mansion had been sold off. A majority of our luggage was already transported to our new stronghold, and being set up there. Sitting on a crate, Maxim-san put his spear over his shoulder, and breathed out a sigh. Ha! I wonder how Milady's doing. Seeing his state, Damien pushed up his glasses with his fingertips. You just met her this morning, and you're already worried? Thinking of the journey to come, you won't be seeing her for a while. How about trusting in her some? Rather, I'm suddenly doubting whether this man will be useful or not. Lyle, will we really be alright? I had never thought Maxim-san would be this depressed, but I counted on the fact he would get out of it some when we got into battle, and nodded. We'll be fine, I think. Well, let's just watch the waters, and... As I was saying that, Vera approached. As usual, she was wearing red, but as I'd refused her accompanying this voyage, her skirt was on the longer side. I got the feeling her hair was glossier than usual. I'm sure she put quite some time into setting it. If the fourth were here, he'd definitely be loud on telling me to praise her. Lyle. While Vera delightedly waved her hand my way, Monica looked down a bit. KEH, angel wings, huh? Properly decide if you're making the twin tail commitment or not. What do you plan by taking all the good parts? Black-haired twin tails, damn, she's precisely aiming to gouge a man's heart, Or so she said, but I ignored her and headed for Vera. On my approach, she held out her arm and drew me close. It looked as if we were flirting on the pier, and that's precisely what we were doing, so surrounding eyes gathered. As I noticed it, I picked out Vera's younger sister Gina watching us from behind. Roland was by her side. But by my skill. Search, while Vera and Roland were displayed blue, Gina's indicator was red. Vera, thank you for seeing me off. Even so, your hair is exceptionally glossy today. And your atmosphere is somewhat different from usual. Hey. You normally wouldn't say something like that. And rather, haven't you gotten better with words as of late? Watching over her delight, I played it off with a laugh. There, Gina came and struck up a conversation with a smile. Vera, you should leave it at that. And Lyle-san? Something the matter? The smiling Gina was displayed bright red. While she held blatant hostility, it was surely difficult to discern that from her expression. I heard it was a request from the guild, but make sure you properly return. Or else my sister will grieve. Seriously, if it weren't for the skill, I doubt I'd be able to discern her intent. I guess all I have to say is, as expected, a daughter of the Trace House. I understand. Roland also spoke in regards to me. Originally, the head planned to come see you off as well, but these days, he's been busy with the port rights in Galleria and Russworth. Hearing those words, the third muttered a little sorrowfully in the jewel. Fidel Kuhn. I'm sure he's enjoying himself right around now. It's because he can say something like that knowing all the details, that I was certain he was a considerable villain. Embracing Vera as a greeting, I whispered into her ear. Vera, be wary of Gina. There, perhaps sensing my meaning, she showed me a smile and nodded. Since she didn't show any signs of an urge to press further, I assumed she sensed something as an elder sister. From a little away, Monica addressed us. When he's not even in a fever time, the chicken dickwad is handling a woman, so give me back my pure chicken. Give him back. Thinking she was a loud one as usual, I noticed a group observing us. It was Erhardt's party. A party of 5, their equipment was in order, and they carried all the tools that looked necessary. Seeing me embrace Vera, Erhardt smiled. Hey, looks like I do hate you after all. He said. Fidel heard the report from his men at the mansion. He was pleased to a degree, because the port construction was going favorably. But while Galleria was doing well, Russworth was a little behind. Even so, it was within the scope of the plan. Fidel-sama, in Galleria, the future Grand Duke Leold-sama has taken command, pressing development along favorably. The port and the maintenance of surrounding roads is all going smoothly, so it looked like the port will be in usable condition ahead of schedule. His other subordinate explained Russworth's situation with a little anxiety. Russworth is lacking someone to take command at the site. They have a sense of rivalry with Galleria, so there's a worry they'll push themselves to complete it, so, Fidel turned his face to his nervous subordinate. Did something happen? There, the man began voicing objection to this matter. Fidel-sama, even if you may be head of the house, the support to develop 2 ports, on top of preparing another state-of-the-art vessel, if something happens, the situation will incline. Galleria and Russworth, in this case, you should abandon the interests of one of the two, and work with the other merchants to make it a joint project, and split the profits. On that statement, Fidel flew into a rage. Just how much do you think the Trace House has invested in that whelp? Did the others invest in him? Hell no, they didn't. For those that invested, I'll let them use it at a fair rate, and I've prepared some collateral. But I've no need to offer salvation to those without any foresight. And also, recently, those folks have been earning too much off of war. If we don't revise it a bit, Bime will be rejected around as the city of death. It's because they don't understand that they're no good. If a 4-country alliance is formed, war will go down. But they're not even thinking how to profit in such a situation. His own house had sold weapons, and profited off of war, and yet Fidel let out a sigh. But it seems he understood that it would be bad for Bime at the rate things were going. For that sake, he dealt with goods apart from weaponry. Anyways, it isn't the time to keep looking inwards. Called the #1 city on the continent, our habit of turning our eyes to nothing but ourselves is something that calls for improvement. If we do not, then Bime will. After he said that much, the other subordinate opened his mouth. Fidel-sama, it's almost the appointed time. I see. Come to think of it, Vera went to see that kid off. Lend me your precious ship. Even after he had the gall to say something like that, but actually lending it, I guess Vera is Vera. It's true that's her personal property, but... Mumbling complaints as he stood, Fidel led his 2 subordinates, and left the room. Among them, in the anxious man's eyes towards Fidel there seemed to dwell a hardening light of resolution. Aboard the deck of the Vera Trace. We went out on deck to discuss the contents of this time's request. On the surface, defeating Lark and saving the Queen was our main objective. I hired Erhardt's party as support, but if they didn't have work to do, they'd suspect something. And protecting their lives was also a request I accepted. Marianne-san properly paid the request reward in information already, so I had to fulfill it no matter what. And despite this and that, I couldn't bear to abandon them. Erhardt pointed at us. Isn't it strange? Normally, it's be more, you know. Not fathoming what was going on, he turned his head to his 4 comrades, and they nodded as well. This all started when we were discussing, and talks came down to Lark's skill. A skill with an effect on women. Hearing that, he joked, if I had something like that, you think I'd be a bit more popular with the ladies? But hearing that joke, our reactions wasn't something he could forgive. In my case. No, don't need a skill for that. For Damien. I'm going to create the one and only woman for me, so to be honest, I've no interest. Maxim-san, with a cool expression. Adele-sama is the alpha and the omega. I've no interest in anyone else. He declared. While everyone had been sitting in a circle, Erhardt stood, and used all sorts of gestures and a wrung-out voice to make his point. Do none of you have any lust? What do you normally do? Lyle can stay out of this. Not like he's a virgin, after all. Hearing that statement, I couldn't stay silent, so I rose to my feet. There were sailors around as well, listening to our conversation. And if that matter was one Vera came to know of, it would become something terrible. Revise that. I'm a virgin, you hear. What's more, in my case, it's quite a delicate problem. I have to be a virgin no matter what. So revise it, damn it. When I grasped Erhardt, perhaps my seriousness got across, as he revised it at once. My apologies. And Damien looked at me with a fed-up expression. He boldly declared. That expression of his hadn't a single cloud across it. Good grief, I cannot understand it. You save your precious for the one and only existence for you. What's wrong with being a virgin? I'm a virgin by the way. What of it? Maxim-san also nodded. Right. Precisely my point. More so, than you guys aren't? If you had a lover, then that's all and well, but... On Maxim-san's doubtful eyes, Erhardt averted his own. What's wrong with that? It's the money we earned ourselves. We properly prepared it to play around. And we aren't in debt. So what's so wrong with going to the brothel? It does seem Erhardt's party had gone to the brothel to discard their virginities. By the goddesses, why didn't I think of that? I collapsed at the knees, and pressed both my hands into the ground. So such a method existed. If I did that, no one would bring up strange things like who got to my, when we get back, I'll be right off to the brothel to get rid of it, but... When I went with that as a joke, Erhardt's party looked at me with dubious faces. They didn't seem to be too impressed. Or rather, hearing it would be a journey of just men, I thought it would be sordid, but it was surprisingly fun. No, this was more liberating than I had anticipated. Damien spoke. Come to think of it, I've never observed a woman's form. I see, the brothels, huh, you think a small-breasted woman there will model for me? There, the automatons number 1, 2, and 3 on standby near him vexingly bit into their handkerchiefs. When you have us, the ultimate existence is by your side. It's breasts. These damn breasts are, for me to come to envy washboards. I think back to how I scoffed at Valkyrie Unit 1's brick wall of a body. Within all that, Maxim San alone was unshaken. Ha, Lyle Dono, it isn't a problem soft enough to be solved by something like that. And wait, they won't forgive it if you're alright with anyone. It'll just create a large list of new problems henceforth. Please cease and desist. Because the entanglements of blind love leading to a knife in the back is the worst end there is. Of course, I was well aware of that. From the jewel, I could hear the giggling voice of Malia-san. Fufufu, I heard it all. Wait till Miranda gets a load of this. Lyle's going to throw his first to some other woman nut. Oh right. There was that person in the jewel. Our fun journey of men, coming this far, I suddenly recalled I was under surveillance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 6, Lyle's Party Aboard. Lyle's Party Aboard. While Lyle had departed for Kartafs, Novum and the others had completely vacated the mansion, and headed off towards the base where they were carrying out labyrinth subjugation. Starting with Novum, Monica and Eva, and finally Clara with some guests boarded Porter. Miranda was off preparing at the base, and the Valkyries were also mobilized, carrying out development of the general area. At the stage where Lyle set for Kartafs, they already knew what would come of the movements of the merchants and adventurers. Novum turned a smile to the one riding on Porter's loading tray, Rano's partner, and a woman of small build due to her Nomian race, Ines. I'm sorry to drag you along like this, Ines-san. Ines shook her head, holding up her travel bag as if to embrace it. The bag of standard size looked exceptionally large when put beside her. It's all right. Rano-san told me to do so as well. And? As Novum tilted her head, Ines said it was nothing, and played the matter off with a vague smile. Seeing her like that, Novum grew a little wary, wondering what ulterior motive she and Rano may have in assisting Lyle. But unable to understand why the man would send her to be practically a hostage at the stronghold of potentially dangerous individuals, there wasn't a trace of information being leaked by some skill either. Wary as Novum was, the precision and accuracy of the information Rano gathered did convince her he was seriously aiding them for now. However, they didn't leave room for negligence. I'm sure there will be some inconveniences for you at our destination, but if anything happens, just give us a shout. If it's within a possible scope, we'll take care of it. On Novum's words, Ines nodded. Light streamed in from the window installed on Porter. The outside scenery she could see from it made Novum worry for Lyle. Is Lyle-sama getting by all right around now? It weighed on her mind how he didn't have anyone to look after him nearby, but this time's opponent was the adventurer Lark, who boasted a skill that displayed high abilities against women. If there was the possibility of being charmed, then regardless of the guild schemes, he should be taken out of the picture, or so Lyle said, so Novum abided by his judgment. But it's not like we couldn't have left just one person by his side. It wasn't a problem if that someone wasn't her. The optimal candidate was Monica, but Monica had a job in mobilizing the Valkyries. That would make Miranda and Eva the runner-ups, yet they also had much work to do at the base, so they couldn't be left at Lyle's side. The Valkyries would leave much to desire in looking after someone, while leaving Shannon, May, or Arya would be more a bother than assistance. Clara also had work, so regardless of how much she wanted to leave someone, from Novum's eyes, Lyle's decision wasn't mistaken. It wasn't, but it was true she was worried. Even if Professor Damien has his automatons, their priority list has Lyle ranked relatively low. I don't think they'll do anything to trouble him, but... Eva looked at Novum's worried face. Are you worrying about Lyle? It's all right. Even like that, he's surprisingly reliable. As Eva glanced over, Novum as well. That's right. Lyle-sama has been looking quite reliable these days, so I'm sure it'll be fine, she said with a smile. Comparing back to when they had started the journey with just the two of them, the current Lyle had matured enough. Or so Novum decided to believe. Around the time Novum's party set off. At Bimes Guild headquarters, in a small meeting room rarely used, a few officials of each branch sat around a table and conversed. The head of the South Branch spoke. It seems he's made his move. He's already headed for Kartaf's on a tracehouse ship. A sweeper confirmed it, so there's no doubt about it. There are also some movements in the labyrinth we overlooked, but I do believe the time to attack is now. Sweepers were a cleaning service. With a special role of cleaning up the adventurers, they were either former adventurers or specialists raised by the guild. The one standing behind the East Branch's top, Tanya. Tanya was also a sweeper. And behind each executive, various other sweepers stood. The South Branch's executive was all aboard the assault of Lyle's party. The North Branch was specialized to see requests, and not particularly interested. As he had to lend out personnel, on the contrary, he was in ill humor. Was there really a need to go so far? From what I heard, it isn't fighting power, but action and charisma that puts him a cut above the rest. You even dragged us into the mess. To the pouting North Branch head, the South Branch's head gave a slight thorny tone. If this time's attack succeeds, then the ones who benefit from the right to use Galleria and Russworth as ports are your people of the North Branch, are they not? How about you hear it from the merchants? The North Branch executive shut his mouth. There was a deal cut with Gina of the Tracehouse, and as long as Roland was recognized as head, she would abdicate the rights to use both ports. Such talks tied directly to the North Branch, so they couldn't say it was someone else's problem. They carried adventurers that specialized in maritime guard and sea monster extermination, having become passive to matters on the land. The West Branch's head ended up sending around loads of men from his own ranks, so he was also displeased. He stuck his glare on the South Branch. We had to send out 2 whole first-rate adventurer parties, on top of a number of our mains. And yet, isn't there a little too less from the South and East? The South Branch is only sending a single mercenary brigade, is it not? At the South Branch, the information that war would drastically decline had spread, and many mercenaries had already begun moving to change their home guild. For that sake, the number of brigades participating in this attack numbered only 1. They also had to deal with requests of their own, so taking up any more would influence the guild's credibility. Speaking to scale, it's a mercenary brigade carrying 100 capable of battle. It isn't a problem. Considering numbers, wouldn't that make us number 1? The West Branch executive slammed his fist down on the table. Cease this codswallop. I'm not talking about your scraped-up riffraff. Our conditions to classify a first-class adventurer are to breach the 60th floor. Just how many parties capable of that do you think exist in the world? Even those in our main body are all precious parties. Their value is different than your parties who die out in a few days, and those who fall short of second rate. It's value, I say. Don't group our valuable forces with your mercenaries, the West Branch declared in indignation. The East Branch had listened to that statement, and butted in from the side. Well, this time was a decision from headquarters. I truly apologize that an adventurer of the East Branch is troubling you also. As you can see. As the East Branch had lowered himself in apology, the others retracted their venom, and restarted their conference. Tanya returned to the East Branch's guild, and posed a question to her superior. The 2 were the only ones in the room brimming with the scent of the coffee her superior executive sipped. I cannot understand it. What could the guild headquarters be thinking? If they assassinate Lyle, who assisted in the formation of this 4-nation alliance, it is sure to put Bime at a disadvantage. On Tanya's question, the superior answered as he sipped. He wasn't behaving any different from usual, and spoke as if to test her. I don't have the authority to overturn that decision. From above the guilds, and the merchants above that, it's a verdict that's come all the way down. Well, if the mediator of the alliance dies, perhaps the talks of unions will flow away. Even if they suspect Bime, there isn't a country in the area that can live without it. That was simply how large the city of Bime was. Even if the alliance was completed, and they went to war, the city was confident that it wouldn't lose. It wasn't just numbers, the quality of equipment was also no comparison. What's more, for an alliance that had only just formed, how many years would be necessary for it to take power? Would there be any countries who wouldn't withdraw from it in that time? The 4-country alliance had various uneasy factors. Tanya, it isn't a bad thing to hold feelings, but in your profession, it becomes a problem. Though if it's feelings as a receptionist, an extent should be fine. Recalling her own job, Tanya focused herself. Her superior put Bime's movements to mouth. Bime holds a large power in this area. If it had the mind, it could destroy a whole country, and in truth, it's done so before. And maybe that's why. The higher-ups seem to think they can do something about the alliance, and Bonsium as well. Tanya decided to listen to his opinion. What is your personal opinion on the matter? There, her superior laughed as he spoke. Don't pick a fight with those sorts, keep a sense of distance, and persist on with some favorable relations. But from the time he came to Bime, there's been astounding growth all around. Perhaps there's a need for caution? It's my mistake. I should have been more wary from the start. He's got something decisively different from the other adventurers. He's definitely moving with some goal in mind. It may be the case that Bime's current state is dancing on the palm of his hand. Hearing that, Tanya tilted her head. Then shouldn't it have gone better for him? Lyle could surely have played it better, thought the woman who'd dealt with him as a receptionist. At the same time, because of the mismatched parts of him she'd witnessed at times, she thought he had perhaps made a mistake from his youth. If he had proceeded more steadily, it wouldn't have come to this. As she thought that, her superior looked up at the ceiling. I thought we had cut him off, but perhaps we were the ones being cut off. He said in a tone filled with implications. Aboard the ship headed for Kartaps, under the light of the moon, granted, using lanterns as well, we were engrossed in conversation. The experiences of the standard adventurers I didn't usually come in contact with Erhardt's party and Maxim Sand's night situation in Bonsium, on top of Damien's blazing passion for breasts, the bag of seeds for conversation never ran dry. And it came around to my turn. Eva's, her style, and showing off her body, it's all part of business, you see. So she seriously looks after her figure. I do think her form is amazing, but on the other hand, she's completely calm if you accidentally spy her naked. I'm wearing undergarments, so it's fine, gives off that sort of feeling. Clara isn't mindful of that sort of embarrassment either, and she's pretty defenseless, but even if you caution her, her reaction's just something like, so? Even if we're living together, it rarely gets my heart racing. On the contrary, for the ones with high guards like Novum and Miranda, when you occasionally see them when they've come out of the bath, that defenseless gap is more effective, you hear. Hearing that, Erhardt and party also nodded. Come to think of it, the adventurers we worked with before were the same. On the first day, I got excited when they loitered around with nothing on top, but after getting used to it, you just start wondering if they feel cold like that. I laughed. Then why not quit wearing nothing but that tank top up top? On those words, Erhardt shook his head to the side. The man constantly wore a tank top, and when it came to winter, he simply draped a coat over it. Even so, his lower half had sturdy metal protectors, and even now, his waist and knees were wrapped in metal. No way. This is what calms me most. But as his surrounding comrades looked at him, they spoke thoughtfully. No, I'll use this opportunity to say it, but... Erhardt, I get that you do wear a coat in winter, but when it comes to battle, you strip it off, right? And what of it? It feels cold just to look at, and seeing you get hurt there, it makes us hurt as well. I'd really like you to stop that. Let's harden your defenses on your upper half. It's scary to watch. Why you guys? Listen here, this is the style where I look my coolest. When I get famous, everyone's going to go around dressed like this someday. Listening to that, Maxim-san brought the conversation back to where it had derailed. No, it's best you prepare some proper armor for that. Rather, you're just like those topless female adventurers you were pitying. Erhardt said he couldn't agree to that opinion, and stood. Why's that? Look, I'm wearing a tank top, aren't I? Damien was being waited on by the automatons, having them pour into his teacup as he spoke. That is a single sheet of cloth. It's no different than nothing at all. As we exchanged such foolish talk, we enjoyed the passage of time. From the Jewel, the third let his voice. Well, that's about right for boys of your age. Silly as it may be, it's a time to have fun. After a little silence, the fifth spoke. Right. He said. But he didn't seem quite satisfied, or rather, it felt like he was hiding something. I was curious, but I couldn't ask at present, so I left it be. The seventh spoke, as if reminiscing. Back in my day, it was difficult to have these sorts of conversations. Malia-san sounded like she was having fun. Well, I guess I can pretend I didn't hear anything this time. Seems Lyle's having fun, after all. Even so. Lyle, it's best you be a bit more careful. About Miranda and the others showing a gap in their armor, I mean not. Her words seemed full of implication, but I was enjoying my talk with Erhardt and everyone else. Erhardt spoke. Come to think of it, what about that cute Shannon kid? I thought back to Shannon, and shook my head. Nope, nah. Perish the thought. That girl has that frail image outside, but in the mansion, she's extremely slovenly, and getting hit around by Miranda. More importantly, how about you? According to the rumors, you're getting along nicely with the newbie desk's receptionist. Erhardt waved his left hand, plainly declaring that wasn't happening. That's just a business smile, that sort of thing. I've stopped dreaming about guild receptionists. Right now, I want a staff member I'm on good terms with, but it seems I keep being circulated to her line. Even if I line up somewhere else, that counter over there is open, you know, they say. Strange, ain't it? Strange it is. I was sure he was still mindful of that matter with Mary Ansan. I worried a bit over whether I should tell him how she felt, or to keep quiet on the matter. Even so, why does everyone keep circulating Erhardt to that receptionist called Rua? I don't think he's an adventurer to get newbie treatment anymore. Maxim-san also found it strange. That sort of thing happens? Did you do something to be hated by the other receptionists? Erhardt crossed his arms and looked down. When I first got here, it's true I did some stupid things, so that possibility exists. Damn it, I want to punch the me of the past. A depressed Erhardt and company. Having become adventurers oblivious of many things, they had come to realize just how ignorant of the world they had been. Damien raised his glasses with his fingertips. If they keep pushing you onto a single person, it's possible that girl is being harassed. Back in my student days, something like that happened, and a few years later, someone told me it was bullying or harassment or something. Hearing that, I was surprised such a thing could be happening to that Rua receptionist. Looks like receptionists have it rough. Erhardt, you have to treat her well when we get back. Looks like he thought so as well. Taken to heart. Her souvenir can be a bit on the expensive side. I see, so she has her troubles too. I regretted how I'd witnessed an unpleasant side of the guild as I changed the topic. Malia-san sounded fed up. Wow, not a single one of them gets a dot. The fifth was perplexed. Gets what? After he said that, the jewel went silent. Perhaps the fifth couldn't understand why. What's all this? Why are all of you looking at me with those eyes? A bewildered fifth-generation head. I was also perplexed by the response of the jewel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 7, Bandelphia. Bandelphia. After arriving in Kartafs, we immediately got our baggage together and got on the move. The guild requested we meet up with the adventurers sent to the site beforehand, the meeting point being a shop not used by the local guild, and rarely used by adventurers. Even if they were wary of the local adventurers, it was a method I couldn't find in myself to praise. Anyways, if they came from Bime, it wouldn't be strange if they had information on Kartaf's queen. Lark had a skill to manipulate women to his will. No, a charm skill. Because of that, it would be best to simply consider women to be our enemy for now. Kartafs didn't look any different from when we last stopped by, but with the skills. Map and search. I could confirm a number of red responses around. Systematically walking down the streets, we went over today's plan. Today, we'll go right ahead and enter the designated shop. After receiving intel there, we'll think over how to deal with it thereon. After telling everyone, I walked ahead and took the lead. Behind me, Erhardt felt a sense of unease at the scarcity of our baggage, admiring the convenience of the box skill. You could use a skill like that? It's plainly hella convenient. You put away everyone's luggage and all. I spoke at a level audible to the surroundings. Ahaha, it's got a heavy mana expenditure, so I don't use it often. Because of it, I can't use magic as a main offensive when fighting in a party. I could sense a number of ears perking around. And it doesn't seem Lark's party was the only ones out information gathering. Erhardt looked at his comrades. Oi, wouldn't it be best we get someone to pick up a support class skill? When he said that, they shook their heads. If you could choose what you got, we wouldn't be going through such troubles. But its true support is nice. I'd be happy if I got a simple strengthening skill though. There, Damien walked up as he shrugged his shoulders. Leading along three maids, his figure drew quite some attention. How about you think of it as a party some more? Not just wanting a skill because you're jealous, you know. It's important to think over what you want, but it's also important to know what role you carry in the party. While I thought it was exceedingly rare for Damien to give advice, the maids were grinning. Looks like Master is having fun. We're getting so much more data on this trip. This scene shall certainly be preserved in our databanks for all eternity. As always, I couldn't say for sure what they were talking about. But there was no doubt Damien had enjoyed this boat trip as well. Maxim-san also addressed Erhardt's party. It's also been said skills are influenced by the desire at the depths of your heart. While I'm like this, what I manifested was a rearguard magic one. There was a time I yearned for simple strengthening, but now I'm glad I got what I did. Erhardt crossed his arms and thought. That in mind, I got mine way back, so I can't really say why. Damien looked at Erhardt as he leaned his staff over his shoulder. You find them here and there. Humans strangely adaptable to skills. Rather, humans overly compatible with their skills, I'd say. I also gave some advice pertaining to skills. Well, just imagine how you want to be, keep training as you have, and you'll get it eventually. Once you have a skill in your hands, you need only polish it. Erhardt's comrade looked at us enviously. All the guys with skills say something like that. I'd like something more specific here. Erhardt spoke to him. Isn't that what we're saying? I want to be strong. Make that wish, keep training, and you'll get it. Maxim-san touched his left hand to his forehead. If that was enough to comprehend it, we wouldn't have our troubles. I spoke. You could go to the guild's library or something, and research what sort of skills are out there before you imagine the one you want. It's quite effective, I hear. Having an image of it was important. Using a skill meant obtaining a body capable of using it. If you learned one, your body would have changed to use it. Getting rid of it, or changing it later was fundamentally impossible. As we were talking, we arrived at the plan shop. In it, loads of red responses were gathered together, and a little away, a few more were present. Stopping in front of the store, I took a deep breath. Shall we go in? Saying that, I hardened my resolve. The detached force stationed at the base near the labyrinth. There, having entered the surrounding woods, Miranda led Eva alone. Eva was knowledgeable when it came to forests, and when it came to setting traps, she could give nice advice. But among the adventurers planned for this attack, naturally enough, they had confirmed elves among them. That should do it. After Miranda set the trap, Eva looked over it and tilted her trap. A trap like that will be seen through in no time. Even a singer by profession like me would notice it, and if there's an elf who's lived by hunting through the forests, they'll see through it at a glance. Eva didn't hide that there were elves more knowledgeable on the woodlands than she. Her tribe was one who had abandoned the forest to travel civilization, after all. Compared to the elves who hailed from the woods themselves, she was aware of how clearly her abilities fell short. Hearing that, Miranda. That's fine. We're just trying to say, we have traps over here. More importantly, the problem is how this area's turned into a forest. It was a terrain the Valkyries couldn't fight well on. If they got in some experience, they would be able to deal with it to an extent, according to Damien. But compared to adventurers who'd piled up their experience up to now, they were evidently lacking. Eva looked around. There were lots of monsters here, so it was dreadful how preparations fell behind. Compared to Lyle right now, who do you think has it worse? There were less numbers with Lyle. But for her force with greater numbers, Miranda understood they would send their own in proportion. With greater numbers, it may be harsher over here. From the information they had received, scope-wise, there was one mercenary brigade of 500. And one labyrinth-specialized adventurer party of 100. Other than that, a number of parties, some tens in size. Among them, the one to be most cautious of was Marina. A strange one carrying out adventurer work solo, but that also meant she had enough power to do so. A seldom found monster of an adventurer, and for parties below her par, she had the strength to wipe them out by herself. Having the East Branch adventurer Marina become a person to keep watch for, Miranda let out a sigh. Good grief, Lyle sure gives some impossible orders. Lyle's order. It was one of extremely high difficulty. Eva looked at her. Did you say something? Just talking to myself. On to the next one. There are still some traps we have to set by the end of the day. Guided around by Eva, Miranda proceeded through the forest. Gathered were 710. And including the soloist Marina, 711. A majority were logistic support specialists, and the ones to truly attack Lyle's remnants challenging the labyrinth were 200 at most. As if they were starting a war, the mercenary brigade erected tents, and invited the other adventurers in. The labyrinth-specialized adventurers also gathered, truly giving off the feel of a small military force. What's more, they were capable adventurers of Bime. Even if their air was flippant, they exuded a somewhat sharp atmosphere. Within that gathering, Marina sat over a pile of crates. She was tall, and while her ruffled, black hair wasn't maintained, it retained an extent of gloss. Her trained arms could be seen under her rolled-up sleeves. Her hand held an ale flask, and she brought that to her mouth as she listened to the horseplay going on around. It wasn't that she loved being alone. Being in the midst of this sort of ruckus wasn't too bad either. But, good grief, too worked up today to know if I'll sleep tonight. She had worked in Bime from a young age. The place she first registered it was the East Branch, and after that, transferring was a pain, so she simply continued working there. Invited by parties a number of times, she had tried joining to test it out. But it hadn't been right for Marina. She loved battle. The skill passed down, generation to generation, had accustomed her bloodline to it, allowing them to transform into something peculiar. Perhaps because of that, she was naturally belligerent, and there wasn't an adventurer who could handle or use her well. If it was mere belligerence, that would work itself out, but she had a number of other problems. Her instincts, one might call feral, couldn't permit her to serve under any weaker than herself. She brought the drink to her mouth again. Some dripped down from her lips, but wiping it with her left hand, she didn't seem to mind it much. Picking up her ale side dish, some meat in her left hand, she took a bite. A voice called out to her. The head of the mercenary brigade, and an adventurer party leader. Yo, Marina! You're as lively as ever. Marina had a long history in Bime, and she had even participated in war as an adventurer. Because of that, she had these sorts of mercenary and adventurer acquaintances. If you were skilled enough, they'd talk to you as much as they wanted. So even one communication inept as Marina fared all right. The mercenary brigade chief was in high spirits. In contrast, the labyrinth specialist adventurer leader was low. He looked dark, and he let out few words. It's been a while. Did you think over that matter? Marina looked up at the darkening sky. That matter, eh? No matter how you invite me, it's pointless. I'm suited to being alone. While we're at it, want to try taking me down to get me to obey? On Marina's provocative eyes, the leader shook his head. He mercenary chief returned a joke for her jest. Oh, spare me. I only push down women if they're my type. Marina scoffed. Ha! Pretty words from a man who assaults women on the battlefield. The chief's grin turned to a vulgar one. That's how war is. It's a blast. If you do it once, you'll get addicted too. Having the attack left to them, while they did have the strength to set an example, the South Branch had chosen personnel that were sure to be thorough with it. That boy sure is hated. I thought he'd be the type to conduct himself better than that, but, well, I'll play. And the leader opened his mouth. Today, we'll look into our foe. You'll be launching an attack on the special target, so are you prepared? The guild had grasped information that Lyle had gotten a Kalin to obey. And as a possibility, could that unaccounted young girl change into one, or could she have changed from one? So it was summed up. That was May. That May was to clash with one of the prominent adventurer powerhouses, Marina. She's my prey. Don't steal her away. If you're to snatch, you're dead. Marina had a serious glint in her eyes, but the two didn't falter. It was proof of all they had experienced. But at the same time, Marina was anxious. These guys are sure it's a simple job. It would be nice if the rug isn't pulled from under their feet. The chief spoke. How scary. Well, I won't lay a hand on your prey. Though I'll take the others. Oi, you understand that too, right, leader? The leader didn't turn to look at the chief. I mind it not. What we have business with is the new labyrinth they found. If you keep operating in a managed labyrinth, you can't help but get the urge to challenge an innermost chamber. I'll only guarantee that as long as we get the treasure in the innermost chamber, we have no interest in anything else. Just by challenging a managed labyrinth, you would never lay hand on the treasure only found in the innermost chamber. It was a single cause of complaint for the adventurers. Hearing there was an opportunity to alleviate that curiosity and stress, they jumped onto this talk. The interests of both parties overlapped. And so they cooperated. Marina looked up at the sky. Now then, if it's coming soon, 3 days, perhaps? On those words, the chief laughed. A pity. 2 more days. The elves on recon saw through that they weren't used to the forest yet. They did set a purposely forced trap as well, but folks without a proper commander are frail. The absence of the commander Lyle largely chipped down the war potential of the party, thought the guild. They weren't wrong. It's going to get fun. There are plenty of beauties, so our young uns will give it their all. On the chief's smile, Marina averted her eyes. That's so. I do hope the rug isn't swept from under your feet. My job is to take out that girlie. I won't do anything more. A bar of Kartafs. The adventurers who ventured from Bime to Kartafs beforehand had made first contact with Lyle's party. Explaining they had a strong lead to the Queen's location, they had given them false information. And to do their jobs, it was an extremely convenient location to lead them to. A young adventurer spoke to the leader of the party. Hey, leader, after we take out that guy, are we just going to go back? From what we've found, the queen's in the castle dungeons. And it seems true that if you save her, she'll make you her groom. They sat at the bar. The mid-aged leader laughed at the young adventurer. You're seeing too many dreams, kid. That's because she just really wants to be saved, or it's some sort of joke. And you see, a noble's life is a boring one. Even more so for royalty. You should study society a bit. The young adventurer's mouth turned sour. The hell? What's wrong with dreaming a bit? The leader spoke. But saving her for the fame and reward sounds nice. Hey, if we get her, and she asks who's the groom, I'll nominate you. Hearing that, the young adventurer poured ale into the leader's empty cup. From a little away, a brown-haired unshaven man's ears perked up. He sparingly drank his ale as he inclined an ear to the surrounding conversations. After a while, he called the shopkeep, and after hearing the bill, he left some coins on the table, and departed. The leader felt something off about the man, using his eyes to send orders to his comrades. Two stood and left the shop, but the shopkeep didn't try to stop them. Because they had paid beforehand. And after a while, the two adventurers returned. One headed over to the bartender. The other approached the leader's seat, so the leader opened his mouth. How about it? He entered a normal civilian's house. I heard the conversations outside, and he was a husband who ran off after getting into a fight. Just in case, we're confirming it with the bartender. The adventurer who went off to the bartender returned. He's been seen here a number of times, it seems. Doesn't drink too much, but he's visited the store countless times from quite a long time ago. Hearing that, the leader felt relieved. I see. Then so be it. Good work. Saying that, the two adventurers moved over to seats a little bit away. Ronno patted his chest and gave his thanks to his childhood friend. Sorry about that, Dingo, but... Hey, if you were coming home, then you should have said something first. I've got my own business to take care of. Giving a bitter smile, Ronno sat in the chair of the private house and let out a sigh. Good grief, never thought I'd have to do a job like this in my hometown. There, Dingo, a man using an effeminate tone poured some tea for Ronno. From the depths of the room, his wife came out. She had been the one who had conversed to trick the adventurers. It really was shocking when Bandelphiusan suddenly barged in and made such a strange request. Seeing the laughing wife, Ronno gave a cynical grin. I threw away my family name. Just Ronno is fine. The wife shrugged her shoulders. Good grief, even so, when I don't even drink, why were you able to put up with that conversation so fluently? When Dingo said that, his wife put a hand to her mouth. I've been a woman from the moment I was born a woman. It's only natural for me to be able to do something like that. Seeing his childhood friend, the night Dingo so subservient to his wife, Ronno laughed. And he thought. Right, good grief. When I come back home after so long. What he remembered was his conversation with Innes. Ronno had accompanied Lyle's party on their journey to Kartafs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 8, Those Who Wait. Those Who Wait. The day after I met the adventurers who had arrived at the site beforehand. In the room next door of the inn we used, a two-man adventurer party pretending to be innocent bystanders had taken up lodging to watch us. I was impressed by the rigor of my own surveillance. Would you usually go that far? Maxim-san looked at me, and touched a hand to his chin. It just means that's how high the other side is evaluated. I heard they were a first-class adventurer party that surpassed the 60th floor, so I doubt they'll be negligent in preparations. Voices didn't carry out of the room. It looks like they didn't know which inn we would use, and the adventurers had marched in after we rented the inn, so they weren't able to fully prepare. If you call it soft, it may be soft, but they made sure not to take their eyes off of us. Damien sat in a chair, embraced his staff, and sat in a slouch. Perhaps he was tired, as he was yawning. But good on them to say the queen wasn't in the castle dungeons, but imprisoned in a cave a little bit out of town. It's the worst, feels like they'll try to bury us alive. The cave was in a forest, and it seems they were trying to entice us into it. As they arrived first, the adventurers said that it took some time to search it out, so they would be resting for a while without making a move. Or so they did well to make it look that way to us. As I thought, we were out of our field. Saying they would depend on an adventurer of the East Branch, they surrounded us and started up a merry banquet, so they truly were cunning. I took a memo in hand. Anyways, by the info from Ronno-san, the queen is in the dungeons beneath the castle. There's no doubt she's imprisoned there, but it looks like the guild and the women at the castle are all under the influence of Lark's skill. I get the feeling they're also keeping watch around town, but I'll bet they're looking out for outsiders." As I said that, Maxim-san smiled. "After rescuing the queen, and completing our first objective, I'd like to run. Looking at numbers alone, they're close to 100. The main force, and the reserves, their strength is considerable. That strength tempered in the labyrinth. Having fought on and repeated growths, the adventurers' plan to attack us were troublesome existences. There, the fifth offered some advice. Lyle, while they're definitely trouble, the enemy are labyrinth-specialized anti-monster pros. Not pros against humans. Hearing that, I rolled the jewel with my fingertip to indicate my denial. Within the labyrinth, there were many conflicts between adventurers. Having experienced a number of those fields, I thought I couldn't make light of these folk. But the third agreed with the fifth's opinion. To say it to the extremes, their experience is one-sided. You saw Marianchan's documents, didn't you? Labyrinth specialists that became first class a few years ago, but they've only been working in the labyrinth the whole way. I'll admit that it still makes them strong, though. The seventh gave advice. Think carefully, Lyle. It's true that it's important to pile up experience from defeating all sorts of monsters. But think of the present state, where the continent isn't being ruled by adventurers. A small group being strong doesn't have any meaning. There are any number of means. I took out Marianne-san's documents and looked through them again. This could become a trump card, and it was definitely necessary. Not just as information. It was information on adventurers kept by the guild. I couldn't mistake where to use it. Me, Damien and Maxim-san. Then 3 automatons, and one of Damien's golems makes 4 more. We have to guard Erhardt's party of 5. War potential-wise, it will be harsh. Looking at my forces alone, I determined it was clear that we fell short. It was certain we would lose if we faced them up front. I carefully put the documents away in a bag. Then let's count on Rano-san. Whatever the case, moving now won't help anything. Maxim-san lowered his shoulders. Just how long will it be until I can reunite with Milady? He said, and slumped. The stronghold prepared for labyrinth subjugation. At that base, Novum and the others had completed their preparations. Building walls like a simple fortress, and setting traps in the forest. Novum comparted the data Lyle obtained with the information Rano had collected. Nearby were Rano's colleague Ines, and Clara with her staff illuminating the area. Turning the pages, she discovered a number of disparities. There were Valkyries posted as guards around, with their lights on as they patrolled the base in the forest. While the atmosphere was heavy, Ines didn't seem disturbed. I've caught sight of a number of differences in how they've listed their skills. Perhaps there's a difference in how it seems looking from the outside, and from looking within. Or could a false report have purposely slipped in somewhere? Ines, in regards to that. There's no mistake in information Rano-san has collected. And the results the skills bring about are the same. Novum denied those thoughts. That's wrong. A small mistake can spell life or death. But as expected, there are a lot of skill holders. Perhaps the labyrinth specialist adventurers will be difficult. If that's how it is. Before Novum could say the rest, Ines opened her mouth. Is it all right if I ask something? Novum answered as she looked over the documents. She had looked over them a number of times before, but her hands were free, so she checked them again. The documents were carefully being kept by her, and as they were always close at hand, they were easy to check. Go ahead. Isn't the guild fearsome? In Bime, to the adventurers, the guild is a giant mass of authority. They normally offer kind support, but if you go against them, I've heard they'll use any means to crush you. In truth, even famed adventurers cannot defy the guild. I've heard the relation of adventurer and guild is different elsewhere, but are you not making light of Bime? The one to answer Ines' question was Clara, who had been reading a book under her light. Perhaps she had finished, as she closed the book, and left it atop the crate she was sitting on. It's true there are differences in other cities and towns. The place I was had a guild cold towards its adventurers. It was a city centered on its university. Hearing that, Ines made a guess at her hometown. That would be Arumses, right? I've heard their library is famous. It's true Arumses is also a large city, but Bime exceeds that. No, it's in a different league. I've been curious for a while, but do none of your party fear the guild? Novum neatly got the documents together, and after carefully storing them in a bag, she turned her body to Ines. But her expression felt even colder than usual. We know the guild is conspiring with the merchants, and we know how dreadful those merchants are as well. The guild has money, and their support is perfect, so I'm sure they've sweepers as well. But. Ines looked at Novum, and tilted her head. It's not as if we intend to win against Bime. Because we can't. Lyle Sama understands that as well. What's important is what's to come afterwards. Clara had extended her hand to her next book, and while Novum said there was no way to win, she seemed exceedingly calm. Cartaphs. Inside Dingo's house, Ronno recalled Ines' prediction. Her skill. Information was one to derive a prediction of the future from gathered information. If you used it in gambling, it didn't exhibit any useful effect. It is certain that Ronno will lose more than he wins. It gave a result that didn't even give room for dreams. But the higher the precision of gathered information, the more accurate the prediction of the future would be. Putting his chin against the back of the chair, he sat in it backwards, as he remembered Ines' words. This time, no matter what measures the guild uses against Lyle San's party, they will be crushed. Even if the attack fails, they will use the casualties that came from it as a reason to corner them. Lyle San's party will receive an exile verdict from Bime. For Bime to draw the interest of their next negotiation partner, Seals of Bonsium, however. Weighing Lyle and Seals on the scales, whatever hero he may be, it was only natural for Bime to choose Seals, the one with more to offer. To add on to that, Lyle was the individual moving behind the formation of the four-country alliance. If he disappeared, the probability that plans would fall through was high. Official talks hadn't even begun, and it's not like it was all profit for all sides. Naturally, if there were pros, there were cons as well. With such relations, for better or worse, by a single human called Lyle, the four-way alliance had come to reality. And if he was gone, mercenary work would increase with the skirmishes going on as they had before. To Bime, having a war nearby was an important thing. Keeping a moderate distance so as not to be dragged in, as the premise, that is. It's Ines' prediction. I doubt it'll be off by much. Even so, why does she always grow vague when it comes to Lyle's party? There was some decisive lack of information. Ronno felt it so. Even Ines' skill was troubled to decide. However, Lyle San has aimed for this matter, and brought it about. He has forecast the possibility of Bonsium invading Bime, and there is even a possibility he believes it isn't a problem if Bime and Bonsium link hands as a result. But there is no doubt the one to win in the end will be Bime. Despite his youth, Lyle who used dirty means through thick and thin. To Ronno, it was as if he were some sly old man. The possibility of him having memories from a past life, no. As he gave a bitter smile at that absurd thought, Dingo came over to him. Hey, did you hear? At the port, an excessively imposing group has. Ronno, are you laughing? With his laugh witnessed, Ronno cleared his throat, and decided to ask on that previous matter. No, it's nothing. More importantly, what happened at the port? That large mercantile house's ship returned after a relatively short period of time. When they got back, some sturdy men came down with weapons and the like. Even when the soldiers checked with them, they just declared their equipment was merchandise, so they had to go to the higher-ups with paperwork, and get it approved. Good grief, they'll always be stubborn, won't they? Ronno knew of that information, he himself having been the one to send the bribe to the one in charge, so he just gave a nod. Well, this country's always been inflexible. Its strange parts aren't changing anytime soon. Dingo looked at Ronno with a little loneliness. Ronno, you had a skill unworthy of a knight, so they always pushed the dirty jobs onto you, after all. Even when it would have come in handy with recon and intel gathering. So when you were driven away, you should have given more a protest. It's all in the past. And I've no intent to return to knighthood. I don't have to do dirty work, and spotting a person's weaknesses to wring money out of them is just right for my personality. Ronno was once a knight of Cartaphs. He had taken it with passion in his youth, but it had been determined the skill he manifested was unnecessary for a knight, and he had all the grunt work pushed onto him. Dingo let out a sigh. If that's all right with you, then fine. Even so, it's getting dangerous these days. Is it because they leaked that rumor of the Queen marrying whoever saved her? Or rather, just how did that rumor get out in the first place? Seeing Dingo sway back and forth, Ronno frantically contained his laughter at all he knew going on behind the scenes. Night, a few days later. I stood before the soldiers of Galleria that had arrived. Did you enjoy your trip by sea? Even so, Leold Sama sure is generous. So the ones he sent were Galleria's elites. Soldiers under Galleria's Grand Duke House. 500 members in all had boarded the Vera Trace. Maxim-san looked at that number with a dubious expression. Are they really fine with letting this many foreign troops onto their soil? If it were me, I'd definitely prevent it. And wait, I'm surprised they let it pass on pocket change. In regards to things that had been decided before, those of Kartafs would faithfully carry through. Hearing that reputation, Maxim-san's face stiffened. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, the sailors did make a bit of a clerical mistake. The truth of the matter is that they're treating it as 20-odd youths wishing to raise their names asking for entry to the country. Damien put his staff over his shoulder and looked at the castle nearby. But I do think it impossible to drop by a castle this sturdy with 500 men. You don't have any secret weapons, do you? I nodded at Damien's words, but it wasn't as if I didn't have any means. Well, we've got to take care of this first, or they won't get panicked for us. Rather, what small force would challenge a force several times their size lying in wait for them? If there was someone who'd do something like that, I'd like to see his face. Maxim-san looked at me and sighed. Lyle, the current situation is much worse than challenging the adventurer party. Challenging a castle with only 500, you just turned up the difficulty. Shall I prepare a mirror for you? I'd broken the ice considerably with Maxim-san as well. But it's not like a castle was always prepared for war. And precisely because it was a sturdy castle, there were methods that would work out. Well, we've various means to use. And I had Rano-san prepare a map of the castle, so we'll be alright. It's a straight line to the dungeons. Erhard's party, who'd been roused from their sleep, came out and looked around in surprise. Oi. Now then, I'll be leaving 300 troops to Maxim-san, and... Oi. Hey, I'm not sure what to think of questions while I'm in the middle explaining, but so be it. Yes, Erhard-kun. When I nominated him, Erhard pointed around. What's with this situation? And wait, what happened to rescuing the queen? Why did things turn towards attacking the castle? I shook my head. No, it's because the queen is in the castle dungeons. And Erhard-kun, numbers are important in battle. Erhard ruffled his hair with both his hands. As if that explains anything. I'm talking about how hard it is to gather those numbers. The fifth, quietly in the jewel. Well, for gathering numbers, us feudal lords are more skilled than adventurers. Though we just borrowed them this time. Knights and soldiers, while I tried to get him to understand we were commanding those elites, the seventh was buoyant. Fufufu, this brings me back to when I reclaimed the fort Fonbiax took down. That day was also a quiet night like this. Infiltrated the solid fort of those worn out from their merrymaking, and filled them with holes. I've taken down quite a few forts in my day. As the fifth was strong in defensive battles, the seventh was strong in sieges. Malia-san spoke. Broadkuin, don't get so worked up just because it's your field of expertise. Well, if you get as far as the dungeons, I'm sure the rest will be fine. Even so, when they learn of the queen's rescue, how will those adventurers move? I can't wait to see. I'm sure around now, those kids keeping lookout of you are hurriedly trying to escape those ropes. As always, a terrible personality. The two adventurers on watch were attacked and tied up. We did knock them unconscious, but it was possible they were already reporting to their leader by now. Well, by the time they get here, I'm sure it'll be over. With greater numbers, it's quite a trial to prepare. They were quite the cautious types, so it's thinkable they'd be rendered immobile by moving to information gathering. The third laughed. There's no way anyone go to the place they prepared a trap. And wait, rather than scurrying home, I hope they show enough guts to attack Lyle on the way out. I really can't wait. The fifth sighed, and acted as a proxy for my feelings. You lot really do have some good personalities on you. Malia-san laughed. Don't praise me so, father. The third also caught his sarcasm. Even like this, I think of myself as a diligent and honest human being. I thought at my heart. Yeah, no. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 9, Marina against May. Marina against May. The group proceeding through the forest had a number of elves at the lead, as they headed for their destination point. Mercenary Brigade. And from the adventurer parties, elves were selected to take the front in reconnaissance. The bow-wielding likely male elves looked amongst themselves, and nodded at times, as they moved on. They disarmed Miranda's traps on the way, so the main force behind them could move forward. What they saw was a fort-like base built for clearing the labyrinth. Arriving at it, one headed back to inform the rest of their forces of a safe route. The armed elves on standby confirmed the lookout Valkyries atop the walls. It's as if they're actually alive. Their appearance, at least. Looking closely, they make some unnatural movements. Don't let it confuse you, young one. While the elves looked young, it seems, there were ones of considerable age among them as well. And taking the main force along, their comrade elf returned. It's going smooth. One slipped and got a bone fracture, though. Hearing that, the elves shrugged their shoulders. From their point of view, it was simply impossible to lose your footing in a forest like that. It must have been a human or dwarf, or a gnome, or some other race. One spoke. Well done. You'll always find someone who falls out from the journey alone. When an elf belonging to the mercenary brigade said that, an adventurer party elf gave a, is that how it is? As he tilted his head. From behind came the mercenary brigade chief, and the adventurer party leader. How is it? Oh my, they sure are cautious. The cheerful chief looked up and admired the height of the walls. They even have lookouts. It's a bit too showy for monster slaying, wouldn't you say? It's possible they figured out that we would be attacking. As the leader gave that cautious opinion, and the chief nodded. He nodded, and immediately prepared a countermeasure for this sort of thing. Our mages come in handy at a time like this. They like it flashy, you see. The leader nodded to that. A few mages walked up from behind, talked with the chief and took the elves and some guards along, as they positioned themselves to surround the fort. After a while, an elf near the chief spoke. Chief, the signal came. Good job. Now, let's start with a bang. Right after, magic was fired from 3 points. Water akin to a flood came down on the fortress, to wash away its walls of earth. Cracks emerged in the walls, and after a portion crumbled, a number of rocks came flying at it. On collision with the wall, both object and impact point crumbled, the lookouts were blown away, and a perfect point for penetration was created. And finally, masses of flame came down on the enemy camp like rain. It blazed up, lighting the darkness so well, there was no need for any torches. Before the mages skilled in large-scale magic, the leader muttered. For us, the places we can use magic are limited. On the contrary, we prefer high-output ones that don't stand out much, but... I see, so you could use it like that. He admired the move of the mercenary brigade. For mages that fought in enclosed spaces, while it was called a specialized job, they required techniques to protect themselves. And rather than large-scale, they favored high outputs in a confined space. Accuracy was also important. Otherwise, they would be hitting their allies as well. The chief spoke. Now then, let's get right to the march. Whoa, dot. As he said that, he held up his hand to motion everyone to stop. From within the flames, a single young girl leapt out. Violet lightning raced around her body, and the glint in her eyes was sharp. The inferno to her back, she stood, and looked at they in the forest. The leader spoke. She was in the documents. That girl is May. Sending her out so soon, is that how cautious they were? The chief spoke. Marina, your prey is out. If it turns out her corpse is Aquilin's, I'm expecting a share. Appearing behind the chief, Marina wore a coat, handguards, and knee guards. Her hands were wrapped, and she smacked her left palm with her right hand's fist. Do what you will. I only have interest in that girlie alive. Saying that, Marina leapt out of the forest with incredible momentum, and May also kicked the ground, her fists thrust out towards Marina. As the two of them collided, Marina was ever so slightly pushed back. Seeing that, the chief gave orders. We can at least station 2 to watch Marina's fight. If it looks like she's going to lose, report to me. If she defeats the enemy, secure the body. Leader-san, wanna split it 50-50? Of course, the leader was privy to the high possibility May was a Kalin. After thinking a little, he decided to nod. I'll hand over the horns. But I won't compromise on the rest. Okay, we can decide on the specifics later. Listen up, boys. It's time for a joyous war. Adventurers emerged from the forest one by one, entering from the collapsed parts of the wall. May was being pushed back by Marina. If they fought she would win, but a troublesome foe, that had been May's internal evaluation of Marina. But it seems there was a need for her to revise that. She kicked, but Maria crossed her arms to take it. It should have had enough output to send her flying through the air, but after looking into Marina's eyes as she untangled her arms, May understood. It's just as Novum said. Looks like you're the opposite of me. Ma'am, while a human, you're approaching the territory of the beasts. On May's frank opinion, Marina swelled the muscle of her body, as her canines grew sharper. May noticed how her black hair was standing on end, but what had changed most was her eyes. Her pupils had vertically become long and narrow. A trivial matter, girlie, take off a human's mask, and you'll find a beast regardless. Marina's skill. Beast bestowed a muscle enhancement alongside an atmosphere like that of a wild animal's. It wasn't just muscle strengthening, it even increased the flexibility of her body. and made her even more belligerent. Kicking the ground, Marina got in all the way to May's chest, making May unleash a kick. Marina also kicked, purposely letting the forces contest. There, Marina, who had been losing in power until just before, had come all the way to being called equal. That was too blatant. May thrust her fist, while Marina caught it on her palm. The fist let off a grating sound, as Marina used it to hurl May into the air. The direction she was thrown was towards the forest, in the opposite direction of the base. Before she hit a tree, May corrected her posture and moved as if to land on the bark with both feet. The impact made it sway, but before May could raise her face, she instantly sensed that Marina was before her. Marina launched a kick, and when it was avoided, she hit the tree and snapped it whole. That tree that wasn't dead with scattered splinters and leaves as it fell. Amazing. What stage of your skill are you on? May asked what stage she was on, and Marina answered quite honestly. Still the first one. You're a Kalin, aren't you? I hope you'll let me get to the last one. Seeing Marina's grin and laugh, May thought. You get these sorts of irregulars from time to time. Truly troubling. Lightning raced around May's surroundings, in an attempt to knock Marina off her feet with magic. But Marina continued her offense without paying it any mind. The bolts burned her coat and scorched her skin. And yet, Marina was smiling. In regards to Marina's roundhouse, followed by a backspin kick, May retreated back and extended a horn from her right hand. May didn't have the intent to triumph in hand-to-hand combat, so she tried to cut down her foe at once. This will be going against Novum's orders, but you're dangerous, so I'll end this. On those words, Marina raised a delighted laugh of a voice. How interesting, girlie. If you're going to end it, I welcome it. May swiped with the blade like horn of a Kalin, but Marina took it with her arm guards. It had power behind it. And the edge was guaranteed. Her Kalin horn was her weapon, yet Marina had blocked it. As May opened her eyes wide in surprise, Marina struck her and sent her hurtling backwards. Her back struck a tree, and she fell onto the ground. In the labyrinth, I got my hands on some incredibly hard, but crazy heavy metal. These happen to be my favorite. Because they're sturdy, and they don't break. But as expected of a Kalin, you dented them. The guards that had never been damaged no matter how much use she put in, had been blessed with their first mark. With the repeated labyrinth subjugations over her life, Marina had prepared her own equipment. She wasn't an adventurer with nothing but skill. May stood, shook her head, and looked at Marina. Her burned skin is already healed? And looking closely, there aren't any holes in the clothing under her coat. There was no way normal clothing could withstand May's electric discharge. May revised her mental register again. The gold hair behind her ears parted, and horns grew in. They extended backwards. As her two golden horns emerged, Marina looked quite excited. Very nice. Let's both show off our trump cards. I can't wait to see how much you're hiding. Saying that, Marina spread her feet, and let off a groan as if enduring something. What May heard was something as if a beast was trying to intimidate her. Marina's muscle swelled, and the visible portions, her arms received a coat of fur, becoming like those of an actual beast. A lycanthrope. To sum it up in a word, that was her form. As her hair grew thicker, May spoke open-heartedly. You've gotten hairy, ma'am. Grrrrrrrk kill. Hearing May's joke, it didn't seem she had taken it well. At this point, it was already as if she had sacrificed her mental capacity to grow wilder. Marina rushed along the ground. In an instant, May also released her magic, and focused on strengthening her own body. They locked hands, and when it came to a contest of power, the small-built May looked like she was clearly at a disadvantage. And in truth, she was losing in strength. However, it's true your power increased, but it isn't good to get so excited you lose the ability to think. Your previous form was still more of a threat. Head-butting to make Marina falter, May sent a kick into her stomach. But as if she were kicking the trunk of a great tree, Marina didn't move. Her weight had also increased from before. What had seemed to be pure expansion had even gained density, it seems. May was shocked. Looking at Marina's state, she noticed the difference. In pure physical ability alone, you can rival mine. You're wonderful enough to warrant shock, ma'am. It was a world where every human, more or less, would use mana to enhance their bodies. In such a world, with just the power of pure muscle, fighting on equal terms with what was called a divine beast made for quite a threat. Grasping May's ankle, Marina slammed May right into the ground. The place she hit was gouged out, forming a crater. And blood gushed out of the Quilin's mouth. At the attacked base, the Valkyries were loaded onto a horse-drawn cart. There were swords and spears stuck into their bodies, and once rendered immobile, the adventurers stripped off their equipment, looking at their fleshy torsos, and laughing. Oi, they were made quite elaborately. Wouldn't these sell to those with those sorts of hobbies? Then don't soil them. You break it, you buy it. The guffawing adventurers of the mercenary brigade violently loaded another Valkyrie onto the cart. The mercenary brigade chief looked over his prided sword that had chipped while fighting them. Che, if you get through their flesh, it chips. Even when this baby could easily cut through bone. What troublesome ones. Kicking the Valkyrie lying in front of him, he flipped it over, so it faced upwards. It had a spear pierced into its body, and from it, a red liquid flowed. Its limbs were made of metal, so it had been defeated by blows aimed to the torso. While she had been wearing armor, the slightest gap had been enough for them. The adventurer party, on the other hand, had carefully taken off the armaments of the Valkyries they collected, and sorted the parts on their cart. The leader looked over the chief and his men. Make sure you handle the material you strip off with care. There, the chief broke into laughter. Sorry for that. Our rear support will cleanly do it later. Well, if there are this many, it doesn't matter if one or two is broken. But they're wearing quite the nice equipment. The Valkyrie's main body were one thing, but in regards to their equipment, thinking over how much he could make if he sold it off, the chief couldn't stop his laughter. He knew that Lyle's party had paid a fortune to get them made, and he knew there were merchants around who wanted to buy them off. It's a huge harvest this time. But they really are cautious, these folks. The attacked base was small in scale, and there was another base further down. All was well if he could earn there as well, said the mercenary brigade chief. All he did was divide our places for income, but I'll be damned, it looks like that kid really was skilled in war. He divided his forces, and minimized his losses here. But the leader's reaction was a little different. My thoughts exactly. But our weapon expenditure was harsh. There are some who have even used up their spares. The chief looked around, and spied his members taking the Valkyrie's weapons in hand, and testing their feel. Let's have them send some more then. Sending these guys to the back, and having them bring more weapons along on their return will be a huge help to all of us. The problem is, Marina is still weighing on my mind. You think she'll be alright? A report hadn't come in, so he was anxious, but the resistance was weaker than he had anticipated. And by collecting the mountain of treasure known as the Valkyries, neither the leader nor the chief had noticed it. That besides the Valkyries, there hadn't been any of those called the mains of Lyle's party. The leader spoke. I'll send some men to verify it. If it looks grim, then we'd best make haste. The chief agreed. Then send my men. You lot, quit playing around, and head off to the next hunting ground already. The men of the mercenary brigade, and the temporary hired adventurer party seemed to be in quite some festive spirits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 10, Warp. Warp. The middle of the night. The location was the forest near Kartaf's castle gate. Time-wise, we aimed for around 3 to 4, and carried out the plan. I'll be off for a bit. Wearing the Kartaf soldier equipment Rano-san had prepared over my body, I offered those words to the knights, soldiers, and party members, as I stood, and headed for the gate. The misappropriated equipment was dented, with some parts of it ripped. Maxim-san looked worried, but Damien waved his hand. Will you really be alright? I don't think much will come of you infiltrating alone. Won't he be fine? I mean, he has that, right? That was the letter I held in my hands. Rano-san had forged a decree for me. Its form was in order, even from the eyes of the ancestors, and it was well made to an extent you could even call it unnatural. I tried asking where he'd gotten such a thing, but he didn't answer. Probably meant he couldn't tell me. But even that Rano-san was wearing his equipment, as he mixed in with the hidden forces. I just have to have them let me in alone. And it's not like there's a need to wrench the gate open once I'm in. It seems in Lark's case, he had a woman on the inside make the paperwork, and he had actual official documents, though. When he asked for an audience, he was denied, so he charmed a woman in the castle, and gradually expanded his influence to infiltrate under the guise of official paperwork. Are you really okay with that, Kartafs? Or so I thought, but it would take time for the papers to be officially recognized, and as long as they were approved, carrying them out was the Kartafs' way. Sugarcoat it, and it was diligence, dip it in venom, and you could say it was a means to abandon responsibility and thought. A large reason Kartafs was able to torment Bonsium so, was also in that diligence. You could have people overdo it a bit, because it was orders, and they would put it to practice. These guys are strange in the head. With the skills, dimension and real spec, I got a three-dimensional grasp of the surrounding terrain, and details exceeding what I could get form spec flooded my head. Where the soldiers were, and what direction they were looking. Processing such information, I proceeded to the rampart that had become a blind spoke. And once I reached it, I used the seventh skill. From the jewel came his reminiscing voice. Right, like that, I often infiltrated the forts. From within, you load up gunpowder and blow open the gate. Even if they're strong from attack on the outside, it's quite often they're not so fortified within. In the cases where even that won't break them, just go in and lay gunpowder wherever the light touches. Placing bombs all over the fort, it seems he destroyed their equipment and facilities all over. In the panic, he would leisurely make his exit from the castle or fort, and assault it in its chaos, it seems. But the easiest method was to defeat the gatekeeper, open the gate, and let your comrades in, according to him. It was something I was surprisingly unaware of. It was the first I ever heard the seventh was a bomber. From his dealing with guns, he had quite a few routes to acquire gunpowder, apparently. Warp. Looking at the rampart, as I used the skill, a horrid feeling of fatigue hit me like a cart. Enduring it, the scenery before my eyes changed in an instant. I instantly hid myself and observed the movements of surrounding soldiers as I searched out the commanding officer. There. I didn't use any weapons. I raced over to the most likely commanding officer-ish person in a bit of a haste. Captain. It's terrible. I feigned panic and a shortness of breath. And it was true the skill had worn me out. If I used that warp consecutively, then 2 would be the limit for the current me. Even putting some rest in between, in battle, perhaps 3 to 5? Anyways, it was exhausting. That state was watched over by Millie-Ia-0-san in the jewel. Lyle, that acting was a little lacking. You have to at least look a little paler. Humans can do anything if they set their minds to it, you know. As I took that criticism, the somewhat suspicious captain spoke to me. You're not from my platoon, are you? Just where did you come f? It's intruders. An intruder has infiltrated the castle. My beat-up form. And on the information there was an intruder, the commanding officer sought that information over my identity. What is the meaning of this? To permit the entry of some bandit, this Kartaf's castle is. Malia-san giggled. Oh no. It happens to the best of castles, you see. Even so, after Lark infiltrated in front of everyone, that reaction is strange. And the members outside moved. Raising torches, they started appealing their existences from the forest. The area around the gate instantly grew noisy. Captain, there are at least 1,000 armed men outside. Hearing that, the leader chose to follow through just as he had been trained. Calm down. Rouse those asleep at once. Everyone else to your stations and you over there. Yes. Pointed at, I replied. Get back to your own platoon at once, and await order. Did you tell them about the intruders yet? Numbers? Clothing? I instantly spoke of the intruder I had prepared. His hair and clothing were masked, so details are uncertain. The intruder's upper wear was a tank top, and he had a large sword over his back. Driving him off took all my might, and I thought it best to inform others, so I have yet to give chase. It seems the officer imagined that description to be a bandit. Hearing he had a large sword to infiltrate, he muttered that it was impossible. You have made no mistake. If you were killed, we would never have noticed the intruder. I return at once. To your station. Just as we've practiced. In regards to what they practiced, they did seem used to their movements, and they swiftly took to their stations. They did seem nervous, but their movements alone were quite decent. The 5th looked over such soldiers of Kartaf's. They're an opponent that would give troubles in group warfare. Without any distractions, they move just as they're trained. They're inflexible, but I can see why the Northern Lords had so much trouble. I was able to see the surprisingly proficient side of Kartaf's. Granted, they did overlook the infiltrator in me. Now then, I should get moving as well. Racing through the chaotic castle halls, I aimed for the dungeons. Damien and the rest had fastened torches to wooden poles. In order to make their numbers seem great, they put the knights and soldiers up front, with nothing but torches in the back. Thinking that it would at least make their opponents see them a little bigger than they were. Now then, time's the problem. It's a fortress city, so played poorly, they could instantly gather soldiers from around. Rather, since they're looking at the numbers to see if they have to go out or not, it will be troublesome if information keeps moving around. If they knew there were only 500, they would leave the castle to subjugate them. But if they saw more than that, then from the number of soldiers stationed in the castle, they'll bide their time, Ronno explained. Damien pushed his glasses up with his fingertips. His lenses caught the light as Maxim put his spear over his shoulder and looked around. That's a lot of words, coming from such a riff-raff fortress. Sticking wheels on a board that couldn't even be called a golem, Damien had prepared a hastily made fortress to control. Its gaps were reinforced, and its make was one that could withstand just a bit. It's Lyle's plan. If magic comes flying over, we can only endure. But you think it's going well, dot. Lyle had gone in and put out information of an intruder to confuse them even further. Because by that, he determined it would make Lark go to the queen. If they knew of an intruder, then the one Lark was to protect at present would be the queen. He could get his hands on treasures afterwards, but for the status he wanted, the queen was essential. Ronno made a fed-up expression. With a face like that, the things he thinks up sure are dirty. Having the intruder spread info on the intruder, there's something wrong in his head. Taking him down when he's heading for the queen, it's true that makes the probability for his escape low, but if the enemy's in large numbers, it will be a huge problem. Erhardt, listening to that talk nearby, shook his head. He was the type to do something like that? I thought he was one to fight more stylishly, wasn't he? Erhardt's other comrades nodded to that. But to them, Damien spoke. What are you talking about? It's Lyle, right? There's no way that Lyle would put up a square fight. Right around now, I'm sure he's scattering false information to create mayhem in the castle. He's the type of guy to smile as he does all that. Maxim also nodded as he appraised Lyle. It's true, he's only Lyle Dono when he goes that far. Well, how about we just stay on standby over here? The real battle should come a little later. Erhardt cradled his head over what more was going to happen. With the decree in hand, I headed for the dungeon and showed it to the soldiers stationed in the passage. There is an order to eliminate the intruder at once. But the female soldiers charmed by Lark didn't take my opinion into consideration as they shook their heads. The only one who can order us is Lark-sama. We have no reason to listen to any other orders. Until Lark-sama's orders come, we shall not. I pointed to a part of the decree. Ronno-san had confirmed Lark's handwriting at the guild. He had reproduced it here for our use. It's an order from that very Lark-sama. Please hurry. My apologies. Oi, let's go. Yes. I'm sorry, but I have to inform those further in of these orders, so could you let me pass? The keys are over there. The 3 female soldiers ran off. Seeing off their backs, I retrieved the keys from a small table with iron bars hastily furnished around it. The third spoke. Yeah, how should I say this, love is blind. Well, it makes it easier for us. This is also Kartaf's character, perhaps. I opened the lock and proceeded down the corridor, confirming the surrounding deployment. Lark's presence I'd sensed a while ago wasn't around. He was able to hide his presence from the detection of my skills once before. It had disappeared quite unnaturally, but this time, that didn't seem to be the case. Has the info yet to reach him? While I felt Lark's movements were dull, I proceeded through the dungeon. On the way, I showed the same decree to the other female soldiers and knights stationed, and had them let me pass. While I was at it, I even ordered them to search for the intruder. I didn't forget to give each one of them different information. Proceeding onwards, I headed for a place I got a response from, and used the key to unlock the door. It was an audience with Kartaf's queen. Malaya-san spoke before I opened the wooden door. Lyle, you're dealing with a captive. Even if she's in a horrid state, you have to treat her kindly. The northern power of Kartaf's is one where you have to work hard to be recognized. Even if she's covered in dirt, embrace her. Even if she smells like garbage, your smile shan't die out. Now show your might. Just what do you think I'm supposed to be? I think I really have to confirm it with her properly one of these days. The 7th was a bit taken aback. Well, I doubt she's been tortured enough that she can't preserve her shape. How about we pray she's in prettier condition? She was an important woman to Lark. I doubt he did anything to harm her too badly, I prayed as I opened the door. Erhardt drew the large sword Grammar from his back to fight the enemy before his eyes. The group that jumped at the simple fortress hadn't infiltrated from the castle, but the town. Around, his comrades surrounded a swordsman with a great sword. There were other robed adventurers who had penetrated in. They were exuding a different atmosphere from those of Bime, and Erhardt could understand they were local adventurers of the city. The swordsman with a black sword, unlike Erhardt's sword with splendor in name alone, held a genuine magic tool. Erhardt's sword was considerably chipped. You all plan to get in my way, huh? I'll crush you here. When the knights and soldiers rushed to cut down the swordsmen, Maxim came in to stop them. As he forcefully pushed them back, everyone stepped down. Damien sent his golem at the swordsman, only to have that golem cut to shreds like a scrap of paper. Damien put his staff against his shoulder. "I never thought we'd meet you here." Who was it again? Mark? Clark? Something like that?" Damien's maid number 3 corrected him. "Master, it is Lark." Number 2 comforted him. "You were almost there this time, master." At that moment, Maxim was attacked by 2 female adventurers. He parried them with his spear, and shouted for all the knights and soldiers to step down. "The enemy is in small numbers. We shall take them on. Don't unskillfully stick your hands in." The equipment on him was littered here and there with magic tools. That alone was enough to tell him his opponent adventurer would be troublesome. He couldn't waste soldiers borrowed from Galleria, so he decided to deal with them himself. Erhard glared at the swordsman. Lark, and took a stance with his sword. Damien tried to confront him as well, but other adventurers held him back. "Good grief, we're supposed to be guarding you." Erhard let Damien's muttering slide, turning all nerves in his body towards the swordsman. Lark looked at him, and laughed. "What's with your equipment? That sword is a lump of iron, is it not? Your armor's unbalanced, and more than anything, that tank top? Are you trying to mock me?" Lark was laughing, but Erhard didn't undo his stance, and didn't respond. "This guy's stronger than me." With their large swords for weapons, their fighting styles were similar. From body build, and such factors, Erhard wasn't losing. But the quality of equipment was too far apart. The clothes he wore were high-class articles. The sword in his hand, a magic tool. At a glance you could tell he poured a fortune into his equipment. "You people. Until I save, the guy with the spear, don't croak on me," Damien said as he looked at the 3 female adventurers surrounding him. The guy with the spear, Maxim, was also taking on 2, and it didn't look like he'd be able to move anytime soon. Erhard's comrades called to him. "Erhard, it'll be harsh at this rate." "I know. But if we run here, it'll end with a blade in the back. If we don't fight someone stronger than ourselves, we'll never move forward." Fighting above yourself was a large experience. There wasn't a doubt that Erhard's party was earnestly working at the adventurer trade, but after experiencing growth to an extent, their growth had stagnated. Bide for time, or take the gamble. Erhard chose the latter. "You've all said you hate being made the fool, right? Then let's get back at that woman." That woman was Marianne, the guild receptionist who deceived them. When he said that, Lark gave a large laugh. "What's this? Could it be you're trying so hard to get a woman to look your way? You really are foolish. With woman, it works out one way or another, but..." Feeling irritation at that tone, Erhard clenched his sword grip again. There, Lark stepped in, and swung his sword with one hand. "Small fries shouldn't try to act tough. Those in my way should just up and die. Everyone, go and defeat the other already. Our allies should come out in no time. Just look at their numbers. The castle should send a force any minute." After he said that much, Erhard used his sword to hit Lark's aside. Where Erhard's sword made contact, sparks flew, and its shape changed as it was shaved away. And protected by his automatons, pushing back the 3 adventurers with a golem, Damien came before Lark. "Unfortunately for you, there won't be any soldiers coming from the castle. By your laws, the highest priority is to protect the royalty, right? What's more, if both sides have the same number, or the difference is slight, they won't come out." Using the shaft of his spear to utterly defeat the female adventurers, Maxim similarly came before Lark. His form of attacking women without mercy looked different than that of him missing his milady, Adele. As long as they learn weapons, women can be warriors. Or so I thought, but what ambitionless foes. Is this the strength of one that's been charmed? It's the opposite of Lyle Dono. Lyle Dono's lovers show so much motivation it scares me. As I thought, women ought to be like Adele Sama. Lark looked around. No allies coming from the castle. If it were only 500, then if the castle sent troops out, it was a number they would triumph over at once. But no one was coming. What's the meaning of this? And what are you all doing? Stand and fight. While the female adventurers didn't stand, Damien held up his staff and sighed. I'm disappointed. Disappointed in you. We were sure it would be a hard battle, and even spend our hours knitting up plans, but you didn't even give us the time to use them. Lyle's party had considered the troublesome action Lark was capable of. The reason the queen was captive was likely because she could fight against his charm skill. And so having him use other women as shields would be troublesome. The reason he caused so much chaos in the castle was a countermeasure for that. Even Damien and Maxim would hesitate to attack if an innocent maid stood before them. And thinking of the future, they wanted to keep casualties to a minimum. Wanting to end it already, Erhardt stepped up. "Let me do it. This man, he uses his comrades like tools. I can't forgive someone like that, because I was once the same." Maxim tried to stop him, but Damien put a stop to that. "I'm not particularly interested, but if you want personal satisfaction, then get it for all I care. However, if we think it won't work out, then we'll step in and defeat Lark." Surrounded, Lark was thinking to cut down knights and soldiers in his way to flee. However, with Maxim circling behind him, he had no choice but to fight Erhardt before him. Damien had the automatons prepare a crate, which he took a seat on. Good grief, this is what you call a killjoy. I wanted to go into the castle too. I'm sure Lyle would have kept me entertained. Saying that, he casually gave a, yeah, get fighting already to put Erhardt and Lark to battle. His hand was firmly grasped on his staff, ready to take Lark's life at any time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 11, Trap. Trap. I wonder what this means. Just now, I had opened the door and ended up face to face with a surprising scene. Oh, a guest? Seeing as how you're not Lark, a messenger, you don't look the part. That guy doesn't keep any men by his side. In that case, did you come here to rescue me? A woman sat boldly before me. And around her, two maids stood back. Her aubergine hair covered one of her eyes, and a bit of it was stuck to her face. It seemed she was sweating a bit, but the interior of the room didn't have any particular smell or anything. There were torture implements lined around the three women, and seeing one of them, the third. "Ah, we had one of those back home, not." Or so he said, while the fifth kept his mouth shut. The seventh didn't seem to know what to say as he looked at the woman. At Ludmila Kartafs. She really is pulling that off. I can see what I see, but what's with this situation? Even I didn't imagine something like this. The seventh's surprise wasn't unjustified. Of all else, Ludmila San's limbs were tied, and she wore black restraining garments that made the lines of her body oh so evident. Over the clothes stuck fast to her body, there were an excessive amount of belts stretching over her. The problem wasn't just with the clothing. That appearance is, When I pointed it out, Ludmila San gave a light laugh. "Oh, my apologies. This isn't my fetish, mind you. That Lark guy dressed me quite obscenely. Oi, it's not necessary anymore, so could you be a dear and take these off?" The two maids unfastened her from her restraints. Having been put in embarrassing clothing and pose, Ludmila San spoke to me without the slightest hint of shame. Perhaps her body was sore, as she turned her head and lightly stretched around. Every time she moved, her clothes let off a grating sound. If you could take it off just like that, why did you stay bound?" I went right up and asked what was on my mind. The other party held no hostility. On the contrary, the skills showed her in the amiable color of blue. Because it's that guy's fetish. He sometimes drops by as if he suddenly remembers I'm here. If he came at fixed intervals, then I'd only have to be in that pose at that time, but if it's so irregular, I've no idea when he's coming, you see. Not embarrassed at all, she leaned herself against the obscene utensils, looked at me, and began her appraisal. It was a little, no, I'll just say I don't think it's my fault for being slouched over. When I averted my eyes from her grinning face, she gave a laugh. "Don't be so angry. From what I can see, you're not a soldier of my country. Though I don't think it would be bad for a soldier of this land of rules to break those rules and save me alone. Now then, could I have the honor of hearing your name?" Without correcting my posture, I introduced myself to Ludmila San. "Adventurer of Bime. Lyle Walt. A request for your rescue made it to Bime, so here I am." Hearing that, Ludmila opened her eyes wide and laughed. Had she heard my name before? It was as I thought that. Come to think of it, when I defeated Tressie, I became relatively famous in these parts. I see. So that was you. I heard there was an adventurer who defeated the Trident Serpent and wanted to meet him. Though I never thought that adventurer would come to my aid. I see, so you're not might alone. You had the insight to slip into the soldiers and maneuver around them. Nice. You're really nice. Those eyes I'd equate to a raptor eyeing its prey were violet and imbued with a dubious light. She was licking her lips, and when I had come to save her, I saw an illusion of myself being taken captive. One of the maids spoke to the somewhat excited Ludmila-san. Your Majesty, you have already accomplished your objective. I do not believe there be any more reason for you to stay here. Nodding, Ludmila walked right out of the room. But taking a sidelong glance at me, she smiled. You, Lyle, follow close. I'm curious about the state of the castle. Where is my weapon? She grabbed my arm and pulled me, leading me away from the torture chamber. One of the maids answered. It's being kept nearby. Saying that, the maid went into a nearby room and came out with some clothes and a sword. The sword was slender, but long. It looked quite difficult to use. Ludmila-san drew it and inspected its edge. The blade was red, and I could understand from looking at it that it was a form of magic tool. You even kept it maintained. Good work. Now then, even for me, these clothes are a bit much. I guess I'll change. Saying that, still pulling me by the hand, Ludmila and the maid entered a storehouse-like room. I freed my arm, while the two maids removed the clothes Ludmila was wearing. After preparing a bucket, they filled it with water and heated it to bathwater. From how they used magic, they were surely the girls of noble houses. And after wiping down Ludmila-san's now-naked body, they dressed her in the outfit they'd prepared. I was averting my eyes, but the seventh had seen it all, and... That's not any different than before. He yelled. Taking a glance, it was a black garb snugly fit specifically made to show her body's lines. While it did take the hips and an overcoat into consideration with its design, it was still practically the same as what she had been wearing before. And Ludmila-san stroked her hair. How boring. You know, I was intentionally showing you, do you hate women? When I shook my head, Ludmila-san laughed. Compared to me, I got the feeling our ages couldn't be further than 4 years apart. As I thought over whether it was alright for a girl of that age to expose her skin so boldly. You're surprisingly innocent? But that's nice in itself. I like you. Become my groom. The two maids also nodded. Very well. With conduct and wisdom, there isn't a problem with his strength either. What's left is the problem of where he'll get if he trains, but if Her Majesty supports him, there shouldn't be a problem. They said something. Malia-san looked over Ludmila-san's state. How could it be? When we came to save her, it seems we've wandered right into her trap, for her to use Lark to trap us. There's the complex web of power struggles and schemes, and that's fine and all, but I hate how we wandered into a trap. It seems I fell for a trap. What sort of trap would that be? The third was also vexed. Gatinder Damarung. It's true it's a nice development, but it's frustrating how it feels like we were deceived. Lyle, aim for the turnabout. What turnabout? Since it's the third, it may just be one off his usual jokes. Surrounded by enemies, in a situation where the castle wouldn't send out soldiers or knights. Facing Erhardt, Lark was in a panic, and from that, he felt fear. There wasn't a single woman around, and his comrades had been bound in an instant. He never thought his hand would fall short at this point, and as long as he got into the castle, his foes would have a hard time laying hands on him. Why you all, how about you wait a second? Okay? Opening his left hand, and holding it up front, Lark smiled at Erhardt, but his face was stiff, and perhaps from the fear, he had broken into a cold sweat. I'm sorry. No, I really just wanted to defeat a few to get some achievements and build up status. I didn't have any intent to kill. So can you let me off? If you want, I'll give you women. How about those women over there? They're useful as adventurers, and their appearances are pretty, so... There wasn't anyone lending an ear to his negotiations. At the time he attacked, there was not doubt he did it with an intent to kill. Erhardt held his large, chipped sword straight ahead, to show there wasn't any change in his sentiment. He truly meant to fight Lark. Lark looked at the magician Damien, sitting atop a wooden crate. How about you? Women, and money as well. I'm close with some rich girls. So I can prepare whatever amount you wish, On those words, Damien wasn't lured in. He even scoffed. Say that again after you nab the daughter of the leading merchant on the continent. Can you put out several million in gold? I doubt it. You see, the more I hear from you, the more disappointed I feel. At the start I thought, this guy's amazing, but I guess this is reality knocking on the door. In truth, he had become an upstart with a single skill, and having heard he was trying to get his hands on the country, Damien had been wary. But after opening the box, he couldn't help but shatter his previous impression. Lark turned his eyes to Maxim, but... Sorry, uninterested. And you have a bounty on your head. You've played around too much with that skill of yours. For Maxim, who seriously had no interest in any woman besides Adele, negotiations were impossible. Lark held up his large sword in both hands. Damn it, making fun of me. I'm going to be king, waited on by beauties, and the continent will, damn it all. Holding the large black sword aloft, he cut at Erhardt before him. Maybe due to the magic tool part of the sword's effect, black flames emerged and wrapped around the blade. Lark's movements grew sharper and his muscles swelled. With such a large movement, if lowered on Erhardt, the momentum looked as if it would cleave him in two. On that strike, Erhardt turned his sword diagonally to avert it. His blade let off sparks as it was greatly chipped and melted away. He had lost almost all the blade, making his sword much lighter. Gripping the hilt, Erhardt struck Lark in the face. Lightly taking to the air, Lark was shocked by the pain. Up to now, in his body enhanced by skill, he had never felt pain of this extent before. Inspecting the cause, he saw the Erhardt's muscles had swelled, and he was letting off heat. Steam was building up around him, and there was no doubt it was a body enhancement skill. Why you third rate? But even so, Erhardt's sword was in no state to use. And because of that, Lark thought he could win. Cutting Erhardt down, he would make a straight cut through the knights and soldiers, fleeing from this sight. At that moment, Damien sitting on the box didn't show any signs of movements. But he muttered. Okay, you're surprisingly good. Looks like you're a better man than I thought. There, Lark made a horizontal slash with his blade, but it looked as if Erhardt had disappeared from his eyes. Also owing to how he had looked away, he was late to notice Erhardt stooping over. Damn. I hate to admit it, but it's just as he said. Erhardt pulled a dagger from his belt and stabbed it into Lark's chest. As blood flowed out, he lost the ability to use his skills. His power rapidly declined, and his sword fell to the floor. When Erhardt pulled out the dagger pierced in, he crouched and frantically pressed his hand to stop the blood flowing out. Ask someone. Save me. I'm begging you. Looking around, he saw his comrades were back on their feet and approaching. Noticing the one among them capable of healing magic, he felt relieved. He was saved, he ended up thinking. Without paying any mind to why their restraints had been undone. And the woman he looked up at smiled. Go die already. She said. Lark tried to use his own skill in surprise. But having lost too much blood, he couldn't tap into his mana. Save. Surrounded by the cold eyes of women, Lark remained crouched, lowering his head as if to apologize. He drew his last breath. Night was coming to its close. Within all that, the adventurer party that had come to Kartaf's in order to attack Lyle's group couldn't hide their surprise when a report came from their comrade. Lyle's party took over Kartaf's castle? They have at least 500 troops, you say? What is the meaning of this? They're supposed to have left a majority of their forces at the labyrinth. The leader man stood and grasped the lapels of the adventurer who had come to report. The one who brought the info was of the two-man party set to watch over them. When night came, Lyle's party made a move and attacked them, bound them, and abandoned them. And when they headed to the castle because of the ruckus, they found Lark's corpse hoisted. They really did have those numbers. They were hanging their flag from the castle ramparts, and letting the adventurer who answered through the pane fall to the floor, the leader held his head and sat back in his chair. He entered the castle? He took control of it? With only 500? How? The information on him, did the information dealer betray us? There's no way Bime's information dealers would sell info to Lyle, who was set to be cut off from the city. With the small numbers Lyle had come to Kartaf's inn, that had made him certain of it. Yet the result was that he had perfectly completed the surface requested. We're fleeing Kartaf's at once. When the leader said that, the gathered adventurers nodded and immediately started preparing to flee. They bragged they had enough force to win against Lyle. But after the foe had gotten the better of them and taken Lark down, that was a different matter. Was there a traitor among them? Didn't the enemy know of them from the start? Or perhaps he got his hands on information and came to doubt them? There was much to think about, but for now, it was dangerous to stay where they were. Everyone immediately went into pulling out, and a few were sent to the harbor to secure a boat beforehand. Money was no object. They merely wanted to get to Bime as soon as possible. With that on their minds, the adventurer party headed to the port, and there was Lyle lying in wait. Surely enough, the knights and soldiers surrounding them were perfectly equipped, and the ship was off in the distance, preventing them from making a break for it. Shuffling around, they were surrounded by those well-armed men, and when his count of them exceeded 2,000, the leader gave up on counting the enemy. And Lyle was smiling. He smiled, and pulled a bundle of papers from the bag in his hands. The mood in the jewel was the worst. The third even. What's with running is the only option, come at us for Christ's sake. Become food for Lyle's growth. The fifth sounded bored. Does it really matter if we crush them? We chipped away at Bime's forces. With those sorts of numbers, I doubt we'd have too many casualties. Well, we can just have their main members fight Lyle. The seventh laughed as he praised the adventurers. No, he seemed to praise them as he slandered them. Wonderful, is it not? They learned their place, and ran away like rats. Well, let's just put them to good use, for Lyle. Malia-san also sounded bored. This time, I had brought things in a boring direction for the ancestors, and I really couldn't feel any motivation from them. Ha! Lyle, show me a trump card or two. I looked at the adventurer party surrounded at the port, and took a bundle of papers from my bag. It was bound with a string, and quite a stack. I confirmed it, put it back in the bag, and tossed it over to the leader of the party. As he didn't move to collect it, I spoke with a smile. Pick it up. I didn't set a trap or anything. I'm a man to fight fair and square. I mixed in some sarcasm as I said that, while the leader turned his eyes to a comrade. It seems he was motioning for him to check it. And after confirming its contents. Leader. The depressed adventurer handed the stack of papers to the leader. The leader accepted it in shock. His hands were shaking, and he looked at me a number of times. What is the meaning of this? These are guild documents. Guild documents obtained through Marianne-san, to be precise. They really were useful. They knew full well the unique characteristics of the official forms of the guild. It wasn't strange for any adventurer to know them. Their applications and other forms bore a resemblance, and the contents were filled in. Information only the guild could ever know was filled in. You still don't get it? The one sold out wasn't me, it was you. Hearing those words, the leader shook. Bull. We never went against the guild. We were ordered to kill you, and even made considerable preparations for. In a calm expression, I spoke to him. And so? How did that go for you? It seems you still don't get it, so I'll spell it out. You guys are already over. The knights and soldiers made a path, and from there, the official requester, some nobles of Kartafs, came with bitter expressions. They had put out the requests, and the ones who were dispatched for it were the adventurer party. It was merely a surface request, so they had taken it too lightly. This labyrinth-specialized adventurer party rarely took this sort of request to go outside. If they were adventurers of the East Branch, they'd at least pretend they were working a bit. It was a clear failure in personnel selection. They had turned their minds too much towards defeating us. The nobles spoke. Not only did you fail, you hadn't even the mind to do the work. What cowards you must be to run away. It seems that Bime is making light of us. You forgot something. Take it. In accordance with procedure, I'll be exercising the right given to me. What was tossed over was a document in an envelope. On it was the lowest E rank evaluation, and a form demanding money from Bime for a breach of contract. What's more, it was quite a large penalty. The conduct of the adventurers was listed in detail, and the part of them getting in my way alone was carefully omitted. They waited for us at a bar, and moved around a place Queen Ludmila was nowhere to be found. Without even searching, they hadn't even moved. Overtaken by we, who came much later, and when everything was over, they ran to leave the country. Even if it was the best decision they could have made for me, seen from the outside, they were the worst adventurers you'd ever find. The woman nearby me, Her Majesty, laughed, and looked down over them. So they sent me adventurers who never seriously thought to rescue me. I see, this is a matter more than worth a protest. But in that case, the world will officially know of my own incompetence. No, that's fine as well. I've grown tired of the Queen's seat. I'll use this disgrace to take up a husband. So anyways, Lyle. I averted my eyes from her, cleared my throat, and continued on. Damien was giving a broad grin. This is it. This is the Lyle I know. Maxim was fed up, on the contrary. Lyle Dono, when everyone was fighting, you're the worst. And please don't get anywhere near Adelsama. Erhardt's party seemed unable to understand what was going on as they fidgeted. I looked at the adventurers. You're over as adventurers. It isn't just the worst evaluation. You've made the country of Kartafs hostile to Bime. Well, the result doesn't really matter though, does it? Because you were sold out from the start. When I waved my left hand, the surrounding soldiers and knights held up their weapons. Thinking it was a signal to attack, the leader tossed his own weapon aside. He raised both his hands. Please wait. We were only sent in on the guild's orders. The request had a contract under the surface one, and we did plan to accomplish the main request once we had completed that. Believe me. We were only requested to do it. On those words, I shot back. I'm sorry. I'm working under request right now as well. So there's no helping it, it's a request and all. No, my heart sure aches. But it's a request, so there's no helping it. Isn't that how it is? I won't say any names. But perhaps it was my ancestors, or maybe not. Anyways, there were certain someones who wanted me to get back at the adventurers set to attack us. And they were going to unleash that discontentment on Bime. The seventh sounded delighted in the jewel. Very nice, Lyle. There are still some rough spots, but your skill in riling isn't bad at all. So more. Give these adventurers even more despair. And from there on is the real game. In a situation where they couldn't run away, the adventurers dropped to their knees and started pleading for their lives. Seeing that, I lowered my hand. When we get to the guild, speak about everything honestly. You don't know who's an ally, or who's an enemy, right? If you do that, at the very least, I guarantee your lives. Well, before that, I do have one job for you. Who is an enemy, and who an ally? Bime may have become my enemy, but I'm sure I should have at least one ally out there. Or so they'd want to believe. The leader listened to my words, and looked at one of his comrades. That individual nodded. He had used his skill to see through whether my words were lies or not. And he nodded. Understood. We shall report everything honestly. So, I beg you. Help us. If you do, we will never go against you. We'll even write a contract. We'll present you all the weapons we have on hand. If they returned to Bime, I'm sure they at least had their spares, and they were a party with enough power to instantly get their equipment together. Doing something like that wasn't really meaningful. Then I'll start you on that contract. As a fellow adventurer, I understand the importance of equipment. All I want is for you to speak honestly in Bime. Well, I'll be having them use those weapons, so it'll be troublesome if they don't have them. Everyone was relieved. And as I threatened the adventurer party like that, Ludmila-san watched over me all smiles. What could it be? I feel I've been caught in a trap this time around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 12, Those Who Move. TL, you won't be getting another chapter today, just to let you know. Those Who Move. A large crater was made in the ground, and in it, with her two golden horns with split tips out, May lay without moving. Her mouth spat up blood, and her eyes were empty. The perpetrator who'd made that crater, Marina, breathed roughly as she leaped all the way over to May. She landed, and to lay the final blow, she raised her hairy arm, and extended her claws. Jumped back, and took some distance from her. Narrowing her eyes, she raised a growl. Crew-or-roo. Extended canines, the lycanthropic form of a beast walking on two legs. The instinct of Marina, in her skill's second form, was the wild itself. May let her golden horns glow, as she leisurely stood. She spat blood, and after wiping her mouth, she patted her clothing to remove the grime. You've got good instinct, ma'am. You'd make it out in the wild. Of course. A single red line appeared across Marina's face. A Kalin horn protruded from the ground. May had extended her horn from her right hand, and stuck it in the ground, waiting for Marina to approach before commencing her attack. Even I have a trump card or two. Fredericks taught me. Last resorts are to be saved away. Putting her horn away, she did a somersault on the spot, and changed to her Kalin form. From a girl of small build, to a large-bodied scaled horse. A golden mane, with sharp horns extending from her forehead. At the same time, she grew her golden backwards-growing split-tip horns as well. Not on the ground, she created a foothold in the air, and landed on it, charging electricity even more than ever before. Now, let's get this started. Kicking the air, May charged at Marina. Unable to dodge in time, Marina crossed her arm protectors, and tried to block the attack. But in impact, she was lifted into the air, crashing into a tree, and then another, mowing a few down in her path, and when she finally came to a stop, her beaten body was embedded in the trunk of a great tree. You sure are sturdy. Normally, you'd be mincemeat. Fed up as she was at that durability, May was also impressed. In her original unhumanoid form, this was the power she could exhibit. And still stuck in the tree, Marina let a laugh towards the sky. Aha, aha ha ha. Did she lose it? When May thought that and looked, Marina's body had started to change once more. Onto the third form? That's fine, I don't mind keeping you company. May watched Marina. Her overcoat flew off, and her muscles swelled to such an extent her shirt's stitching began to snap. Her injured parts, and even her broken bones had rapidly begun to regenerate. Her boots were blown off, and her arm guards and knee guards fell off as well. Perhaps they were heavier than they looked, as they embedded deeply into the ground. Phew! Her body hair grew, and when she finally thought she had taken her final monstrous form, that body was immediately swallowed by flames, and set alight. What emerged from the blaze wasn't that monstrous form from before. Just a little taller than the usual Marina, a well-balanced beast woman. Rationality could be felt from her eyes, and on top of that, her body had been enhanced with mana. She touched a hand to her neck, and made a creaking sound, as she twisted it back and forth. Wearing nothing but pants and shirt. Now you're finally looking the part. On May's words, Marina laughed. I know, right? I can't help but have to pass through the second stage to get her. And when I go that far, most opponents are already dead, and it's over. But if that form realizes it can't win, I finally get back my rationale. It's quite nice, this skill lets me enjoy battle. Make sure the opponent isn't one where it's over before I realize it. Jumping up, Marina closed in on May in an instant. But May lowered her body, and tried to pierce her through with her horns. The moment she thought she'd stick in. Hey, you're wide open. Twisting her body in midair, her sharp claws grazed May's flank, and left a mark. They broke through her scales, skimmed the meat, and released the flow of red blood. Skillfully jumping among the trees, Marina started into hit-and-run tactics to chip May away, leading her to believe she was lacking in a decisive blow. Shay! May raced into the sky. Marina narrowly passed her by, falling, and hitting the ground feet first, making a large crater form around her. Perhaps she had even more power than her reasonless state, as the way she gouged out the ground below her was strange. A large indent had been made for Marina alone. And from that crater 10 meters across, Marina looked up at the sky as she rose through it, approaching May. Moving her body freely through the air, she landed in a fist and a kick. Unthinkable for a human. May was sent a distance, making a foothold in air to recover her posture. Falling to the ground, Marina looked at May's form and laughed. Girlie, you're nothing special. If that's all you are, then you're still weaker than a dragon. Among the monsters, the race of dragons held a meaning. They were counted as the strongest point of monsters, and those that defeated dragons were the heroes admired by children everywhere. What's more, Marina was alone, a solo adventurer. To exterminate a dragon alone, she really was a human you could call a monster. May spoke. So you're a dragon killer? But do you think I've never fought a human like that? May's body let out light again. It was the station of the rear forces of the mercenary brigade. There were tents prepared, and around, the adventurers looked excitedly at the Valkyrie equipment being brought in. The smiths and other workers were extremely busy with the broken weapons. In one of the tents, the Valkyries stripped of equipment were loaded. The Valkyries the mercenary brigade had collected were thrown and piled like a mountain. The ones collected by the adventurer party were tidily lined up. Even if they were adventurers all the same, these differences of handling came out. And in that tent, a two-man adventurer party entered. Neither had any decent equipment. They were working at the bottom of the brigade, and they had diverted the surrounding eyes to enter the tent. Oi, if we take their parts in return, they'll sell for a lot, right? From what I've heard, they were made by a famous blacksmith. So it wouldn't be strange if they sold for a fortune. You couldn't call the two particularly smart. As they looked upon the mountain of Valkyries stripped of all but their undergarments, they swallowed their spit. Hey. Yeah, that's right. It's not like anyone'll know if they've been used. Taking out one in good condition, and having some fun isn't. The two with a minimal salary didn't have the funds to commute to the brothel. And besides their arms and legs, the Valkyries of beautiful flesh were existences the two couldn't resist. Not taken seriously among their comrades, and mocked by female adventurers, the two of them took out a Valkyrie. Is this one fine? Then I'll just... Saying that, and extending his hand, his arm was grasped by the Valkyrie that suddenly sprung to motion. The eyes of the piled Valkyries opened, and their red pupils glowed as they began shuffling about the dim tent. Those with their heads bent at impossible angles. Those with swords and spears stuck through their beaten bodies. The adventurers had no idea how to unfasten their arms and legs, so with them still attached, the Valkyries stood with unsettling movements, and came down on the two adventurers before their eyes. Attacked by many, they lost their lives without being able to utter a sound. It is time. This body's movements are, as expected, our internal flu, ID. Professor Damien and Boss Latarda will repair. Making metallic groans and unnatural movements to carry out the scheduled actions, took out the metal cylinders hidden within their arms. After which they took some cylinders filled with gunpowder. The East brought NCH, Sir Vives. A portion, ES, Cape. Clink clank, whir, entangled in the tent, from the mountainous pile of Valkyries, one and then another stood to go outside. It was night. Right on time, the Valkyries moved. Setting the bombs in their hands alight, they blew up wherever the important materials were kept, and attacked the men. In that place of gathered mercenaries and adventurers, it had instantly become hell. Even if they were pierced through with weapons, or burned by magic, the Valkyries that continued moving started causing the adventurers to flee out of fear. Sensing an irregularity, the chief turned around. He had the feeling he heard a strange sound. His subordinate nearby looked over the magicians firing magic with the same pattern to conquer the third fort they'd encountered. Oh look, seems they've put up some countermeasures. I guess you get used to it after a few days. Hearing his smiling subordinate's words, the chief put a hand to his chin. A few days. In these past few days, Marina had continued fighting the Kalin. If you were too close, you'd get dragged in, but he had put people to observe them from afar, so there was no doubt about it. From how that Kalin didn't flee, there was no doubt she had some sort of relation with Lyle's party. And after making the first fortress fall, they got their preparations sufficiently together before conquering the second. By the third fort, the enemy had seen through the mercenary brigade's tactics and had put up countermeasures. Even so, they hold out well. It wasn't just a magic barrier, they dealt with each individual magic summing at them. For the water, they deployed ice to kill the momentum, and with the ice strengthened by the water, it would stop the rocks. The flames had no effect either, and no matter how many times they tried it, it was blocked. With a repetition of such actions, only time was going by. The chief planned to wait for his foes to exhaust themselves. Of all else, in numbers, his was the greater. Having them endure and wear out, he need only overrun them, he thought. But the leader was the one not able to endure it anymore. Isn't it strange? It's true it's been smooth sailing up to now, but come this far, we've suddenly stagnated. Is this how it usually is? For they, who specialized in labyrinth work, and never went out for mercenary jobs, rather than placing importance on the site, they stressed information and the method. Even if it looked futile at a glance, if it were a necessary action, he didn't like how inefficient it seemed. In that case, do you lot have any good ideas? Our offense is too monotone. How about we try something more effective? If ice is coming out, then melt it away? The adventurer party, having obtained some Valkyries, thought they had earned an amount they were satisfied with. But the chief was different. To maintain a force on a large scale, a small profit wasn't enough. Burning everything away with fire may have him lose his precious treasures. Rejected. Like this, we'll wait for the enemy to wear themselves out. The leader shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that, the chief was irritated. An adventurer oblivious to the battlefield shouldn't open his mouth on it, he thought. And irritatingly enough, Lyle's party's resistance had grown to heights he had rarely seen before. Damn, it's as if we're attacking a fortified castle. Are there really just a few dozen of them? On the chief's words, his subordinate laughed. Well, however they go about it, their limit will come. It's about right time they slump over, isn't it? There was no sign of such a thing, so the chief couldn't help but feel something was very, very wrong. A humanoid form. Covered from the arms to the thighs in blue scales, the form of an adult woman. It was May. Her long golden hair swayed, and that form with golden horns looked like the assimilation of man and beast. Ironically enough, she had arrived at the same point as Marina's skill. They exchanged punches and kicks, sending one flying, being sent flying. It was practically a fight of those beyond humanity. Unlike Marina's wild ecstasy, May was level-headed to the end. Splendid, girly. That form of yours is just like mine. Power, speed, with all those limiters removed, the two of them clashed, bringing atrocity to the surrounding forest. But when night fell, and May looked at the blazing point a distance away, she let out a sigh. Now then, is it about time I end this? While she spoke the same, her form more curvaceous than usual boasted a high stature. Her usual attire had gone from cute to sexy on that body. Looking at Marina, May spoke. It was fun. But it wasn't enough, ma'am. At the very least, I've fought a human like you 4 times so far. You're just the 5th. Marina kicked the ground, and May kicked the air, the two of them meeting in the middle. Twisting her body, Marina launched a kick. That kick that seemed it would slice even the air away came from May's human form in a straightforward attack. The impact shook the surrounding air, and Marina was slammed on the ground. Marina's elbow she intended to pierce through hadn't hit anything. That was my best, so I'll praise you for surviving. Her body slowly shrunk and once back in human form, Marina looked at May and laughed. Kill me. She looked completely satisfied. Saying she had no regrets left behind, she was a self-centered warrior to the very end. May released a shimmed light to her surroundings, as she steadily took on her smaller human form. Returning to the usual May, she gave a yawn. I'm sorry. You're of the East Branch, so I can't kill you. I was fighting with the intent to kill, but as I thought, you were strong. When May said that with a smile, Marina's expression showed she didn't know what was going on as she closed her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 13, A Tiger at the Front Gate, A Wolf at the Back. A tiger at the front gate, a wolf at the back. By the time they noticed it, it was already too late. The annihilation of their forces in the rear. On top of that, the fort in front was full of individuals they hadn't planned for, and the enemies within it easily surpassed 1,000. How is Marina faring? The chief raised a yell, seeking out verification from those around, but no one had a grasp of the situation. It had gone too well, they had grown negligent. By the time the chief had noticed he had become negligent himself, it was too late. He looked up at the fort walls. On it, the area in front of the center gate was built a bit higher. Interrupted by that, on the left stood a sea blue-haired level-headed looking woman in white clothing. When they put up a ladder and tried to climb up, his climbing subordinates were frozen over. On the other side, the adventurers of the adventurer party, who'd done much the same, were burned by a woman of snow-white hair. A few days. This fort was taking way too much time. They had arrived on the site 3 days after Lyle had set off. And 2 days after that, they attacked. In the next 2 days, they took 2 forts. They entered the depths of the forest, and the 2 we posted weren't able to catch up, according to the report. When did I get that report? The chief lifted his subordinate up by the lapels. It seems he knew it was unreasonable himself, but before the current situation, he couldn't bear to keep his composure. 3 days ago. Back then you said to let Marina San do as she pleased. Throwing his subordinate aside, the chief thought. If Marina lost, the Kalin should have come at us by now. They'd have been able to pincer us. Decided not to? What does it mean? Even if a single Kalin attacked him, while it would definitely take casualties, they could win, for what it was worth. It was impossible for the mercenaries, but they had adventurers that had fostered each of their individuals' powers in the labyrinth. Drawing the short straw, and after Marina was defeated, taking on a worn-out Kalin wasn't bad either, or so the chief thought. But his beaten comrades at the rear had notified him the back forces had been annihilated. And once they launched an offense on the weakening fortress, the ones to come out were. Cut the crap. Why are those gals here? Even like that, they're the representatives of entire countries. The chief looked atop the wall. There were the forms of Elsa and Gracia looking down over them. The flags of both countries had been hoisted around, and their knights and soldiers had even joined the fray. He didn't know the precise numbers, but he could see they weren't scarce enough to lose to his forces. If he fired magic, it was all blocked, and with little trouble, his side had started to be pushed back. Novum looked down over the enemy from atop the wall. It's around the right time. The Valkyries did their job well. Dispersal of forces. It was a poor move, but what Novum had accomplished through it was buying time. May had returned a few days prior, and perhaps she was tired, as she had stuffed her stomach with wagons of food, and fallen asleep. Defeating Marina, the trump card-like talent of the East Branch, the achievement of keeping her alive, and bringing her along was a large one. And for that sake, no one requested any more from her. Of course, May's job was over, and after that, she only had to watch over Marina. The Valkyries bought time, and expended the equipment at the enemy camp, buying 2 whole days in 2 fortresses, and instilling negligence in the enemy side. After that, they only needed to endure at their main stronghold. Defending against the magic attacks, and acting as if they were wearing out bought a few days on top of that. Standing near Novum, Monica spoke with a motivation-less expression. Lately, I've been doing nothing but look after the knights and soldiers in the labyrinth. Not taking care of the chicken dickwad, just what am I doing with my life? They had them hide in the labyrinth, and had Monica and the remaining Valkyries look after them. It seems the enemy had adventurers capable of recon, so they had a good grasp of the movements within the fort. But they didn't go as far as to check the labyrinth, it seems. Novum thought. Well, I was worried over what means they'd used to scout us, but it's a good thing they didn't notice. Unrest had formed on the opposing side, and there weren't any signs of further attack. Having some scores of attackers frozen and burned was enough to drop one's motivation. The ones who had attacked were, to them, their elites. But those elites were torn down by Elsa and Gracia. Clara, I leave the light to you. As Novum said that, Clara, at the base of the wall, let light from her staff. And after taking a large swing with it, she flung that light into the sky. That light spun in the air, dispersed, and lit the surroundings. And like that fort in the forest secured some vision. It was easy to see the scene around. The fleeing mercenaries and adventurers. Novum looked at the forest, and spoke. That decision isn't mistaken, but your mistake was abiding the guild's orders, and going against Lyle-sama. Did you seriously believe we would let you get away? No, I'm sure they do. In the city of Bime that could be thought the center of the world, when attached to such a large organization, there were some things one couldn't see. Precisely because of their authority, they offered blind trust towards the guild. When Novum was about to start moving, Elsa and Gracia wandered over to her. I'm sorry, but about that matter. Gracia looked a little embarrassed, as she lightly fiddled her finger through her hair, and sought confirmation from Novum. Novum responded with a smile. Yes, it's all right. You've helped out greatly with these reinforcements, and the port, so I'll put in a good word to Lyle-sama. Seeing Gracia's relief, Elsa panicked. What about me? I understand. A little longer, and some free time will open up for Lyle-sama, so at that point, he'll be going around the Four-Country Alliance. I'll extend his stay in Galleria and Russworth. Though he'll lose time in Lorphe's in kind. Only Lorphe's treatment was terrible, but there were circumstances behind it. That the royal princess had yet to give up on Lyle, and that those around, seeing the four-way alliance, were moving to remove some obstacles. To Novum, she definitely couldn't recognize the marriage of Lyle, and the princess who didn't clear the Walt house precepts. I see. Then that matter will go as promised, but, are you really alright with that? To your side, I can't think it'll give a very good result at all. When Elsa said that, Novum nodded and spoke. Monica let out a sigh, as she descended the wall to move. Mumbling complaints of, I want to see my chicken. Lately, I've only ever been getting this sort of treatment, under her breath. There is no problem about it. More so, what's important is the trace house under Fideldano, after all. Saying that, Novum walked off. Inside the forest. The mercenaries and adventurers that fled were bound in Miranda's sticky thread. Eva and Aria were accompanying her, and Eva had a few dozen elves following her. Before the mercenary men trying to flee at all costs, Miranda felt a tug on a string from her right hand. Another one got caught. Do they still think the path they came by is safe? She had laid traps on the path they used in their invasion, and waited for an opportunity. Sure, they would run away, but she had set other ones as well. However, a majority returned by that same path, so the other ones weren't getting much love. Eva stroked her hair. I think it'll be hard not to for the non-elves, you know? Can't help it in this lighting. The reason she obtained the cooperation of the elves was to oppose the other elves. They were the elves living in the forest, and Eva had negotiated to make them allies. To add on to that, all of them boasted skin of brown complexion. A young-looking elf spoke to Eva in what sounded like a well-aged voice. Daughter of Nihil. As promised, our young ones have captured their elves. East Branch, was it? None of them were part of it, so we dealt with them. Miranda asked that elf, that dark elf. I thought you got along better as a race. Weren't elves supposed to have a strong sense of camaraderie? Eva stifled a laugh. We lose to humans in that regard. The elder dark elf was the same. If assistance is necessary, then help at once. But if they're enemies, then kill. Simple, isn't it? We're not good at complex dealings like humans, but elves and dwarves will war if it's necessary. True as it may be, it's much less when compared to humans. Hearing the elder's tale, Aria let out a sigh. You're destroying my image here. I really thought you got along better, you know? The Singer elves look like they get along fine. The elder smiled. You can't make a living in human society by snarling at one another, right? Precisely the sort of necessity I was talking about. Miranda looked satisfied with that answer, as she reconfirmed. Kill as few humans of the East Branch as possible. and purposely let some the others slip away. Also, on Miranda's words, interrupted. Make sure you show them a scene where only the East Branch adventurers are forgiven before they flee, right? I know. It's to keep ownership of our own forest. We'll honor the promise. But if you're to break your side. It wasn't Miranda, but Eva who swore to him. By the name of Nihil, I'll make Lyle honor the promise. A portion of the forest shall be recognized and offered as the village of Dark Elves. But our current base will expand some, so it will be a portion further away. The elder nodded. That is fine. For us as well, it's best to take distance when dealing with humans. We'll respect each other's rules. The elves living in the forests. But even if they managed their forests, there were tribes that had lost it all in the labyrinth rampage. Such tribes had floated about, and as they were searching for a new way of life, Eva had come to know them. In that labyrinth out of control in a neighboring land, they had lost their own forest. And to take them in, Lyle had cut an empty promise. He proclaimed he would offer a land that didn't even belong to him. Miranda was aware of that, but she didn't open her mouth. Then let's go and search for others. Ah, those people are. Before Miranda could give any orders, the Dark Elves had seized the breath of some mercenaries. Having lost their place to live, seeing them so desperate, Miranda thought. Lyle, this really is fine, right? If it doesn't work out, we'll have to prepare them some other land, or else, but in most cases, the good places are all already taken up by elves. It's also been said that they were good places because the elves were there. Because the elves were a race that looked after their forests. Miranda felt a little anxious as she hastened onwards. Nearby the base for labyrinth subjugation, there was a spot suitable for a port. So not to bime, I had the ship steered there, but what's with this armada? Turning back, I saw a number of ships beyond the Vera Trace, almost like a full fleet. In truth, there were some warships equipped with cannons among them, so that wasn't a mistake. The Vera Trace also had cannons loaded, so it's not like you couldn't call it a state-of-the-art battleship. When I turned my eyes back to the number of men using dinghies to head for land, Ludmila-san wearing a white coat put an arm over my shoulders. You sure are talented. Even if it was support class, looking at the effect, you're a talent I'd kill to get on my staff. Hey, once you're done with work, come over to Kartaf's. I'll raise a ceremony at once to give you the throne. I averted my eyes, and endured the sensation of her breasts. I'm from the Walt house of your country's hated enemy, Bonsium, and what's more, I've been driven out, so I doubt it will work out. When she came on so assertively, I was troubled to counteract. From the jewel came some customer complaints. It was the third. Why are you pulling back? That's where you go on the counter-offense. It may just be that she's just putting up a strong front. But Malia-san instantly denied it. No, if you push this girl, she'll devour him up before he knows what's going on. She's a wild beast, an animal. I want to give Lyle's precious first to Miranda. So Lyle, keep it vague, get home, and hold Miranda tight. The fifth was taken aback. You were that sort of person? I mean, up to now, per se, weren't you a little more graceful in your life? Malia-san laughed. Ha! When dear brother isn't here, what need have I to act? Well, before that man, I felt too guilty to put out my base. This sort of, how he tried so hard in his fruitless efforts, that part of him was adorable. But from the seventh's point of view, it seems a marriage of me and Ludmila-san was well balanced. I assented fine? I mean, she's queen of the large northern country of Kartafs. Worthy of Lyle, who carries royal blood, is she not? Rather, speaking to status, she's number one. She's the leading candidate for legal wife anyways. From the jewel. I heard the sound of gunpowder igniting, and all was silent. I've come to notice it these days, but the exchanges between the 7th and Millie were almost a form of intimacy, or, no, I'm reading too far into it. The waltz of Bonsium, right? Isn't that fine? Kartaf's arch-nemesis of Bonsium. Even within it, the Walt house is a famed name. What's more, we've never directly fought. Being driven out intrigues me a little, but if you hadn't been, then I'd never have met you. If you think of it as fate, there's nothing wrong about it. While we're at it, having you as king to trample Bonsium is fine too. It's not like I'm fighting Bonsium for revenge, but it's true I needed Kartaf's support. As that was happening, a voice called over from behind. Hey, I understand you've been through a lot, but could you explain it to me? Turning around, I saw Erhardt with a black sword over his back. Behind him, his comrades. Plus, the female adventurers that had been larks. No, I explained it, didn't I? That sword is a special reward. I never thought Lark would be out and about at that time of night, so it's an apology. And as for the women, it'll be difficult to get them an acquittal in Cartafs, but since Bime has the margin to take extenuating circumstance into consideration, we'll have them take charge of it." Erhardt screamed atop the ship. "Then why did you stick them in our party? Just have them go independent." I shook my head. Perhaps Ludmila-san thought she would be in the way of this conversation, as she parted from me. "We have to keep them under surveillance as well, and since you become a competent party, what better candidate?" They said they were all right with that as well. The reason that female battlement chose Erhardt was because he freed them from Lark, apparently. And the women who saw the battle were charmed by a stoic side of Erhardt never seen in Lark. Apparently. So when I asked them if they wanted to join Erhardt's party, they were relatively on board. To give my true motives, augmenting Erhardt's party's war potential was also necessary for preparations to come. I'm not sure if this would be a success, but it held a possibility. So I put it to practice. It's not because I didn't want to look after them or anything, okay? Definitely not. I have no idea what to do. Having women in the party, you've raised the difficulty way too high. Hearing Erhardt's honest feelings, I put a hand on his shoulder. When he was once so desperate to get a girl in the party, learning the truth, and getting it all together, I decided to support him. I smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. Good luck with that. I've always wanted an adventurer friend who shared the same troubles as me. When I said that, Erhardt grabbed me. He grabbed me by the neck, around, and shook me violently back and forth, while no one around stepped in to stop it, looking on with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 14, Who was being chased again? Who was being chased again? The leader who'd run into the forest managed to reach the exit with a few of his reliable comrades. A break in the trees. Once they breached it, what they witnessed was the blazing sight of the camp without a hint of any moving men remaining. After one confirmed the surroundings with their skill. Leader, there are 3 survivors. In a place where there had been more than 500 names, there were only 3 who survived. If they took flight, then that was fine, but looking at the situation, he couldn't tell how many were able to get away. Black charred corpses littered the ground, and in that place where the stench was so harsh it made everyone drape clothes over their faces, the adventurers walked on. They knew there were no enemy presences left around, as they had a member with such a skill. Those reliable comrades had known the leader for many a year. Heading for a survivor, they found a young man leaning on a crate that had yet to catch flame. A man who had been doing odd jobs under the mercenaries. "Oi, get a hold of yourself." After one of the adventurers fed him water, the odd jobs man opened his eyes. What happened? On the leader's question, the man held his head, and wept as he spoke. Those things woke up. They burned everything, and recovered their equipment. The guys who tried wearing women's armor as a joke were. He had seen quite a terrible scene, and his breathing was all over the place. And he left the leader an important fact. They asked everyone. "Are you a member of the East Branch?" And after we showed our guild cards, only the East Branch adventurers were left to flee. Hearing that, the leader guessed those things meant the Valkyries. When he thought he had defeated them, they had only let themselves be defeated. Thinking over how terrible a means they'd used, he felt anxiety at how the East Branch was spared. His comrades were of the same opinion. One spoke up. "Leader, this is a troublesome one. It's possible this was all a faction war within the guild." I knew it was strange. When they said to go teach the hero of Fort Red Ant who saved us all a lesson. You don't have to say it so late in the game, thought the leader, as he looked at his few surviving comrades. Not having made it through for nothing, they were all skilled members. But thinking to the ones he had lost, it was unbearable. How many years will it take to get back on our feet from here? We'd finally breached the 60th floor, and been recognized as first rate, yet 3 years? No. 5 years at the very least. If things don't work out, 10, even if I use my life to revive the party, I'll be retiring first. Age-wise, he was a little past his golden years. Even if he could fight without problem for the next few years, it wouldn't go that way any further than that. Reviving his party as first rate was a hopeless prospect. We're returning to Bime. What of the dolls? As the leader stood, the odd-jobs man's eyes pleaded to him. But the leader ignored it. Now wasn't a time to save another. A reliable adventurer looked around before shaking his head. There aren't any nearby. Let's go. Running right off with their few, the leader headed for Bime. Inside the forest. The mercenary chief captured by dark elves had an arrow through his leg. By the time he was dragged before Novum, the survivors had already reached an easily countable number. The mercenaries bound by Miranda's threads. Novum sent a glance to the back of a tree a little ways away, and perhaps the dark elves understood something from that, as they surrounded the immobile men. The chief was kicked over, and collapsed in front of Novum. Looking up at her, he gave a wide grin. "How about you show a bit more charm, girlie? You could at least show me the insides of your skirt before I go." "Well, I'm not expecting much from a woman who's made it as an adventurer. Though if you were a harlot, I assure you'd be popular." Hearing that vulgar laugh and provocation, she understood her opponent had resolved himself for death. You could also say his senses had dulled towards that called the end. To such a chief, Novum produced a bundle of papers from her bag, and left them on the ground so they'd be clearly visible. At first wondering what sort of papers they were, and hoping for the prospect of survival. But upon inspecting them, a wrinkle descended on his brow. Who was it? Who betrayed us? The chief glared at Novum, and yelled out. What was written were the details on the mercenary brigade, the information maintained by the guild. With the format, and the information on them from other guilds as well, it didn't look like anything any information dealer could have gathered and written up. The chief instantly suspected a traitor, but Novum spoke expressionlessly. No one betrayed anyone from the start. That it would come to this was but an inevitability. Novum hadn't spoken a lie. The guild had no intent to betray the adventurers they'd chosen as attackers, and from the start, it was only that Lyle's party had information from the start, and prepared for their victory. The chief was mortified. I beg of you. Take me back to Bime. There's no way I can forgive it. No way in hell I forgive the bastard who set me up. If it's money, I've some hidden in the city. So let's join hands. We'll teach that guild how scary we. He had been dragged into a factional war of the guild. It seems that's how the chief felt. Right after he said that, by the 3 Valkyries. Units 1, 2, and 3, he was stuck through with spears. Novum looked over the scene. There is no need. We will be having you all disappear here. I won't let a single one return alive. And it seems you've been mistaken. Novum leaned over for him, and smiled. The verdict on Bime is unanimous. That is all. Upon hearing those words, the chief's face twisted in despair, as he retired his breath. Around him, the mercenaries who'd witnessed the scene began pleading for their lives at once, but you've run amok as much as you pleased. You should have understood what would happen if you ever lost, right? And over those that beg for their lives, I prefer those that fight on to the end. How unfortunate for you. The Valkyries held weapons in their hands, ending all the adventurers who'd survived. At that moment, an unnatural sound came from a tree a little away. But no one tried to turn towards it. After Novum said to clear away the bodies, she gave an order to retreat from the site. At the end, after sending a glance to the adventurer hiding in the tree. The adventurer party that said they would help in Kartafs. On top of 500 Galerian soldiers. And 500 soldiers of Kartafs. Using that many spare hands, we took a break on the road leading to Bime's territory. We had split into a number of units, to lay in wait. There, one of the fleeing adventurer parties headed over to us. Please help us. We're being chased. I was wearing a hood, and on those words, I removed it. Would the ones chasing you happen to be my comrades? I mean, you're the ones who launched the attack, right? When I said that with a smile, the adventurers' faces froze. But one among them was an adventurer of the East Branch. I'd seen his face a number of times around the guild, and I nodded. Ah, that person can pass. Good work over there. When I said that, the adventurer's eyes gathered on one. Huh? He seemed to be confused, so I issued orders with a smile. Please give him a share of water and food. There's a distance to Bime, so would it be best we at least give him a dagger? Would you like some rest first? When the East Branch adventurer nodded awkwardly, he was led further in. And to the other adventurers. Now the rest of you are over. Good work to you as well. One of them gave a protest. Don't screw with me. Why is he to survive, and we, could it be that from the start? I looked over the adventurers from some other branches, and spoke. And so? When you're attacking someone's comrades, you better not have thought you'd be left alive if you lost, right? Don't you think that sounds just a little strange? There, the adventurer put a hand on his weapon, and faced me. I put a hand to my katana hilt, but the one to move first was Ludmila-san. Drawing her long sword, its red blade worked like a whip and expanded. It moved as if it had a will, and carved into the adventurers in an instant. The adventurers collapsed, and Lumilisan walked a little away. The sword had already returned to its original form. You sure do some terrible things. Or should I say, well thought out. While I thought she would a bit unnerved, Ludmila-san looked like she was having fun. Rather, this person was definitely wealthy in battle experience. Even when cutting down humans, she wasn't perturbed in the slightest. It's to win. When I said that, Ludmila-san laughed. Does it weigh on your mind? If you can carry out such a plan regardless, I'll rate you highly. You're a man who carries through when the time comes for it. I don't think myself kind. But it's true that here I was, weighed down by it. I wonder if my heart is weak. As I thought that, Malia-san let her voice from the jewel. Lyle, regret it after you've done what you must. You can have your regrets once it's over. And delightedly spoke the seventh. Nice. Strong, and a queen who doesn't just spit pretty words, her bloodline's also the best. Lyle, make Ludmila the legal wife. There, the third gave a protest. Hold it right there. I won't say it has to be Clara-chan. But back when Lyle was helpless, Novum-chan is the one who sold her dowry to make money. Not making her the legal wife. I definitely won't permit it. Within a jewel heating up. As the third and seventh exchanged intense argument, the fifth alone was doing things at his own pace. The ocean, you know. It would have been nice if that divine beast whale was a bit smaller, you know. Then it should have been more fun. I don't care about legal wives, but I think a small whale is a yes. I ignored the conversations of the jewel, as I used the skill search to detect the next approaching group. I immediately raised its stage to spec and real spec to view information on the other party. They were adventurers who were central members of Labyrinth Subjugation. The Trace House's manor. There, the ones who had jumped on board Gina's thoughts were surrounding Fidel. Vera and Fidel surrounded together, and those sympathetic to Fidel were surrounded as well. Those called the military force of the Trace House had sided with Gina as well. To Gina's side, wearing a specially given suit, Roland was sweating profusely with the collar of his shirt loosened. He looked nervous. Vera glared at Gina as she spoke. Gina, you understand what you're doing, do you? The younger sister Gina looked at her sister Vera, and made just a bit of a regretful expression. Lately, she'd been trying her best to talk her and Fidel out of it. But even when it had come down to brute force, she never thought a majority of the staff would side with her. Fidel looked at his subordinates, feigning a calm composure, but inside, he was surely feeling indignation. Roland was quite the same. Fidel spoke. I was expecting great things from you, but for you to aim for the Trace House head seat like this. You aren't enough to fill it. Gina, it isn't too late. Please rethink this. Gina shook her head. The one who doesn't understand is you, father. In the Bime of today, there are plenty of houses who aren't too pleased with the Trace House's newly gained rights. It's because you monopolize them while understanding all of that there are those coming out to destroy the house. Within Bime, there were movements against the Trace House, whose power had suddenly expanded. But to Vera and to Fidel, there was no way they didn't know that already. And so we give up our interest? Don't be stupid. The ones who invested in Lyle were only a small portion of merchants, starting with the Trace House. If we yield to the folks demanding a share after the pie's been cut, it's plainly visible we'll only be taken from again and again henceforth. Vera, who'd rowed ships around the world, and watched the work. But Gina's opinion was different. So the Trace House grows bigger, and you plan to be the substantial rulers of Bime? To support a house so big, just who will you ask to be your sacrifice? You have it nice, Vera. Supporting that man, and succeeding in sales. Even father, if he makes it big enough, surely father will recognize your marriage. But what about me? For the sake of the Trace House, will I be marrying a man I don't even love? Will I be pushed into the crowd? Fidel didn't deny that. The reason being, Lila sighed, when even now Roland wasn't a match with her present status. If the Trace House grew larger, if the house grew any larger, there was no way the other merchants would keep quiet about Gina's marriage. It wasn't possible to push a marriage with Lila aside, but what about Gina? There were many folks who thought that, and Fidel was also a merchant. There's no way he would choose Roland. Gina, it's not as if I haven't recognized Roland. He's proficient and diligent. But he's too straightforward to lead a merchant house. He isn't of a caliber to hold up the Trace House. You understand how it's not all about pretty words, don't you? Fidel had given an eye to Roland as well. Earnest and devoted to his work. So he had lived his life close to the house, and he had plenty of chances to come into contact with Vera and Gina. But he was a talent not suited for head. Gina seemed to understand that as well. So she spoke. Then I need only make it a weight he can support. We'll pull our hand from a number of enterprises. I've always thought our weapons industry was unnecessary. And I've already had a talk with the other merchant houses. Vera, upon hearing that. Do you understand the meaning of that? It isn't just a problem of the house. What of the craftsmen and customers who've known us all these years? Fidel, within all of that. She says. Now if you're done with that little talk. Roland, you bastard. Roland lowered his head towards Fidel. I deeply apologize. But Bime intends to crush Lyle-san. To set an example for the house. Anymore, and a violent faction war really will go on in Bime. I can't stand to see blood flow. Hearing that, Fidel looked at his subordinates. So you intentionally withheld that information from me? No wonder it felt so quiet. Even the ones I sent to reaffirm it, you plan to watch your employer fall to ruin, but those you could call the dark side of the Trace House were assisting Gina. To both Vera and Fidel, that was simply strange. If their employer's scale grew smaller, their treatment was sure to change. Roland, you don't get it. What's wrong if blood flows in Bime alone? The way things are going, Bime will light the surrounding sparks once more, and raise the flames of war. In the worst case, they'll rile up Bonsium. Do you think it fine if only Bime is at peace? As Vera was disappointed in Roland's narrow field of vision, Fidel spoke to Gina. Gina, stop this. You can still make it in time. Bime is more dangerous than you could ever have imagined. It's relied too much on war. Why can't you understand it's finally the time for Bime to get itself in order? There, a man in black clothing opened his mouth. But that'll be troubling, Fidel-sama. That former adventurer man was wearing a hood, and his face wasn't visible. I've got some connections of my own. There are folks out there who can only live in war. After selling so many weapons, you're not putting on a good guy mask, are you? Moderate war is a necessity. Moderate war. Hearing that, Fidel spoke. You lot really aren't seeing the situation. Or have you lost your nerve? Gina looked at Fidel, and spoke sorrowfully. The ones without eyes are my father and sister. So the Trace House doesn't shed blood in a factional dispute, so blood doesn't flow through the streets of Bime. I'm certain it is fine if the Trace House shrinks in scale. In a sense, Gina's opinion was correct. Thinking of the residents living in Bime, they were the ones who would be tangled up and devoured in a war of merchant and guild. But outside Bime was different. Vera turned a tired look to Gina. You think the world is all in Bime? And you're just throwing on a reason to make the scale smaller for Roland's sake, aren't you? Gina didn't say anything. Vera had hit the mark. But it was a fact she was thinking of Bime. Fidel spoke to persuade her. Gina, the situation has already changed. The surrounding countries have gotten together, and a power beyond our means now borders us. The means that passed up to now won't work anymore. Putting out money and goods, leaving the rest to the mercenaries isn't enough anymore. Have you ever thought of how the outsiders see Bime? But Gina's will was solid. I shall deprive father of his status as head. I've gone through the talks at the merchant conference, so Roland shall immediately be instated as the next head. His marriage to me, or at least the formalities, could even take place tomorrow. Father, sister, you'll be taking a leave from Bime. I don't mind if you take your ship that's close to completion, or Vera's ship either. I won't be able to manage them myself. Fidel crumbled at the knees. He was remaining wary of his surroundings, but he never thought his daughter would betray him. And Vera muttered. Lyle, your prediction hit the mark. Making an enemy of Gina, Bime had seriously come in to crush them. Vera, who had been informed of all that beforehand, hadn't imagined Gina would go that far. I took her lightly. Vera supported up her falling father, and spoke to the subordinates. It is as you see. Those who will stay with us, follow along. You'll likely be driven from Bime, but if you're all right with that, we'll take you along. Come on, you two, father. Hitting Fidel's back, she knocked some life into him. Vera, do you understand? She's already turned the entirety of Bime against us. If the Trace House is driven out, going against them is. Before the frustrated subordinates, and her depressed father, Vera pulled her gun from her holster, and discharged it at the ceiling. Everyone looked at her. 2 state-of-the-art ships. And the sailors will follow me. With that much, we'll be able to make it anywhere. As long as we have a port, the trace house can stand up once more. We don't have the time to cry or complain. Now get to your feet. Let's go make some earnings. The world isn't by Malone. Fidel looked at Vera and nodded. That's right. Right. 2 ships, the seaman. If she's left that much to us, then I've no time for depression. I'll recover it all in no time. By Gina's tone, Bime's gotten to cleaning its closet. I doubt it'll end with just us driven out. So let's gather those sorts and move. I'll call out to the craftsmen as well. Get to securing funds at once. Bime shall regret the day they made an enemy of this Fidel trace. Fidel stood, while the subordinates sympathizing with him nodded, and moved on his orders. And Vera spoke. Also, I've an idea where we could move to. Let's rely on Lyle. Hearing Lyle's name, Fidel made a blatantly reluctant face. But Ishem, after using us as he pleased. It seems the guild's done something, but that damn gigolo won't roll over so easily. Okay, how about we use and abuse him this time? Just you wait, whelp. I'll wring you out to the marrow of your bones. Seeing Fidel's motivation, Vera gave a bitter smile. Because up to now, everything had gone as Lyle anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 15, Arrival. Arrival. A majority of adventurers called first-rate, through their own skills, and ones brought about by magic tools. It was only natural to be a master of a number of skills. There were those that only polished a single powerful skill, but they were a specialized profession, and a special exception. The adventurers on the run. For including the leader, they made sure to avoid the group lying in wait for them, as they headed for Bime. Starting with the leader, through their own, or magic tool skills, they were all using some form of body enhancement. The 4 held their weapons, and had discarded any other unnecessary baggage. By their strengthened body, their speed was much greater than any average man's sprint. They were all central members of the party. Leader, recon, frontline, and magician, it was sheer luck they had all the bases covered. With good balance, if they pushed themselves, they'd be able to cut their way through a group to an extent. So thought the leader. Hurry! If we get past this. The recon specialized adventurer running by his side clicked his tongue. Che, leader, we're being chased. They've got a perfect grasp of our position. One pursuer. Informed that their pursuer had a precise grasp of their position, and a speed exceeding theirs, the leader was to make a decision on the spot. Are there any other on our trail? None. He's moving individually. Perhaps he's confident in his ability. It would be nice if he's just a fool, but, whatever the case, he's no ally. The frontliner, a man with an iron lump of a sword, reached his hand to its hilt. Oi, then before he catches up, shouldn't we try to defeat him? It beats being attacked once we're overtaken. He was a wild and rude man, but the words he said were right. It was hard to imagine their foe could exceed them in combat so easily. In the labyrinth, for every monster several times the size of a human, there was a monster several times faster. The adventurers who fought against countless such foes. It was only natural they were confident in their own abilities. The magician man gave the frontliner's opinion a push from the back. Rather than receiving a blast of magic from behind, waiting to intercept or defend is a safer option. We can put up countermeasures as we run, but that will bring out casualties. The leader spoke. Everyone stop. Ready your weapons. Choosing to lie in wait, everyone stopped, and took their weapons in hand. The leader, his 2 prided swords, he took one in each hand, displaying a dual-wielding stance. The recon specialist muttered, this is out of my expertise, as he confirmed their formation, took a crossbow off his back, and took a stance. The frontline man stood a little ahead of the leader, drawing his sword to lean it against his shoulder. The magician held up his staff, and started preparing magic. Everyone secured their own space, and showed movements to watch for the one coming towards him. The recon man informed everyone of the situation. He's coming. On a knoll a little further in. 5, 4, 3, 2, he's here. As if leaping from the knoll, seeing the single adventurer rush in, the recon specialist pulled the trigger of his crossbow. That expensive crossbow had a contraption to instantly load the next arrow. Once the arrow was fired, the next one filled its slot. The magician shouted out. Lightning! A pale blue flash was fired at the enemy. It wasn't focused on a single point, but a magic over a large area, swallowing up the swift enemy, and raising a dust cloud as it hit the ground. The 4 heard the explosion, and felt the tremor, but they didn't let their guard down. The recon man called out. Not yet. Here he comes. Firing another bolt, the four looked at the man who burst out of the smoke. Taking off his hood, before them was a blue-haired youth with blue eyes. So our foe is the general. The muscles of the large sword-toting frontliner swelled, and with that sword in one hand, he leapt forward. The leader also stepped in to the front. But there, the unarmed youth grasped the blue gemstone at his chest with both his hands. Avoiding the fired magic, I leapt out of the fumes, and found the adventurers I'd been chasing out there, waiting for me. Gripping the jewel as if to wrap both hands around it, I heard the fifth's voice from within it. It's his first time showing off that one dot. After it let off a blue light, I was gripping a silver dagger in each hand. The fourth's daggers had revived in silver light. The reason I went out of my way to follow them alone, it was to fight first-rate adventurers. The ancestors approved that I had enough skill for it. Generally, no matter how strong a human foe, if you surrounded them, it would work out one way or another. Even if they were strengthened through skills, once surrounded, it was difficult to get out unscathed. So how would one get through an encirclement unharmed? I had a number of skills for the occasion. Among them, the one the fourth had left. Full drive. Whispering the skill name, the surrounding movements grew slower. It was a skill I experienced within the jewel, but using it here, it carved away at my mana. I thought over how I wouldn't be able to use it for prolonged periods, as I avoided the attack of the man with the large sword who charged at me. It looked too showy, but even so, that swift blow lowered from above sucked in even the surrounding airspace with it, as it took a large bite out of the ground. I moved to the side to avoid, but the sword instantly emerged from the ground, brushed towards me to send the dirt flying at me. He was surely prepared for when he was avoided. With simple enhancements, and other skills to compensate for that, he was a considerably proficient vanguard, it seems. When I was moving so swiftly, it was amazing he was even able to react. In the labyrinth, he'd surely been a reliable adventurer who cut into the enemy on the front lines. 1. But the two daggers I tossed in that timespace stuck into that adventurer's head and chest. From the adventurer who didn't seem to know what had happened, I moved my eyes to the adventurers positioned behind him. 3 remaining. A dual-wielding man I presumed to be the leader, and behind him, an adventurer with a crossbow fired an arrow my way. But the most troublesome would be the magician. When among allies, I doubt he would let out a spell with too large a scope, but even so, I had to crush him first. I rushed forward, opened my hands, and manifested daggers in them. Twin daggers, that was the fourth style, but it's not as if he only carried around 2 of them. A number of daggers appeared behind my back, drawing a circle as they each floated in space. If I willed them, they'd come to my hands. As I passed by the presumed leader's left, he swung the sword in his left hand. His reaction was fast, and I'm sure they were all adventurers above a set level. Parrying it with a dagger, I went all the way to the magician, and pierced his chest, through the armor he was wearing. 2. The man with the crossbow to my side fired another arrow. I slowly dodged the arrow that passed beside me, as I came at him with a dagger. When I got close enough, he turned his left hand to me. It appeared he had a hidden weapon on his arm. I lopped his arm off, contraption and all, piercing his heart through right after. 3. But at that point, the sluggish surrounding time began returning to normal. The leader looked around at the surrounding situation in confusion. The man with the large sword had collapsed face up, the magician and bowman's chest pierced, as they spat blood and collapsed on the ground, unsure of what had happened to them. The leader with a sword in each hand looked at me. What did you do? The daggers stabbed into the adventurers returned to the line of blades, drawing a circle behind my back. The third emitted his voice from within the jewel. If you pushed yourself, you probably could have kept it up to the end, but, well, I guess that's how it is. Lyle, you can't let your guard down just because it's come to one-on-one dot. Yes. Saying that, I gripped a dagger in each hand, and ran off towards the leader man. He likely didn't think he would be able to get away, so he ran at me in kind. The form of him freely manipulating his blades, unlike the fourth style, where one side was kept on defense, was a style where both sides could switch back and forth between attack and guard. Closer to mine. As I approached, a flash ran down his sword. Blocking the shockwave, I felt a numbness in my arms, so I tossed the daggers aside, and took some distance. Like I'd let you get away. As long as I can keep you close. The enemy's skill, or the effect of a magic tool. Lightning was running down his 2 blades, forcing me to concentrate on avoiding the shockwaves he fired. If I blocked them I'd go numb, so I took a dagger in hand and tossed it. But? Is that all you've got? Oil? It was supposed to pierce into him. Using the second skill. Select. I had definitely set my aim on his vitals. But without stabbing into anything, it was as if the dagger slid off. He had moved his body a little to the side to redirect it down his full plate armor. But when the dagger slid, I saw some liquid like something under it. Using his swords to send electric discharges around, the leader closed the distance to get me in his range. The grass growing from the ground was scorched, and a portion of lush grass caught flame. I tossed the daggers in both my hands, and when he swung his sword to knock them aside, his head was left wide open. From my back holster, I drew my gun, and after putting a pause on my other skills, I fired it. That magic tool of a gun fired a powerful round that barreled towards him. But all 6 bullets stopped after sinking into the surface of his armor. The output of the gun when used as a magic tool could even pierce monsters renowned for their tough skin. No, it had enough force to blow them off. But it looked as if that force was sucked away. So you even have projectiles, but the leader man stepped in, so I promptly leapt back. The lightning's output had gradually been increasing, and the swords began to shine. Even if I dodged, the discharges scorched the surface of my clothes and let off a burnt scent. It's your fault that I've lost so many comrades and equipments, it's you. It half looked as if he made a suicidal attack to slam his rage into me. As the surroundings baked and the ground blackened, I threw one dagger after the next. He repelled them and slid them and sent them all flying elsewhere. It's futile. No matter how many times you repeat such attacks. Unfortunately, those daggers are a bit special, but all of my daggers had stuck in somewhere around, and holding up my right hand, they rose and turned their points towards the leader. And as they flew at the leader one after another, he looked around at all the attacks coming at him and discerned them. But avoid them as he may, they rise again and attack. He was beginning to panic in the consecutive stream of attacks without an end in sight. I prepared magic. I turned my right hand to my foe, bought time to activate it, and used my highest level spell. Flame burst. With the leader man at the center, a large pillar of flame manifested, and drawing into the wind, it became a torrent of flame. The flames burst out, sending everything around them flying. The daggers span around as a shield to protect me. I also used a shield of magic to endure the force, as a crater formed around me. It had a high output, but it needed just as much preparations, so I needed to seal off my enemy's movements. At the center of the ground blown away, the leader man was on his knees. It looked as if he'd endured it, but his entire body was scalded. Half his face was in a horrid state. So you endured that? Coup. Unable to stand it anymore, he collapsed. There wasn't any liquid on his surface. Whether it had burned away from the flames, or whether it was all an effect from a skill, I hadn't been able to discern it to the end. But out of breath as he was, he spoke. Why? When you have so much power, why did the guild target you? If they knew of you, they'd surely have chosen another means. It's true, from an adventurer's point of view, it would have been better if I'd been assassinated. In truth, that's pretty much what it was. But from the guild wasn't able to assassinate me within Bime. My fame, and the circumstances wouldn't permit it. The leader before my eyes didn't seem to understand that. After attacking someone's comrades, are you giving an excuse once the tables turned? There, he burst into laughter. Keku cuckoo, right. That's right. The tables turned, that's all. An end fitting of me. When they got around to calling me first rate, I'd forgotten it. I was trash from the ground up. No matter how high I climb, I can't change what makes me. What will you do with our corpses? We'll present your heads. Setting an example. Hearing that, the adventurer laughed a little. Then you should have kept me prettier. With burns this bad, that's plain embarrassing. He even began to joke. Hey. His eyes had lost their light, and perhaps he couldn't move anymore, as his voice had grown faint. What is it? There's no helping if you strip off our possessions. We lost after all. Take the magic tools as well. I've done the same. But, this. He indicated a dagger mismatched for the hands of a first-rate adventurer. The man with the crossbow has one too. Please take his as well. It's garbage that won't net you any money, but it was precious to us. Bury them. Anywhere is fine, there are 5 in all. He retired his breath. I took the dagger in hand, and found there wasn't any trick or contraption to it. Drawing it from the hilt, I saw letters carved across. It was old, but well maintained, the letters spelling out the party's name. The third looked at it. A memory with his comrades from when he first started out, is what it looks like. Good grief, he requests quite some bothersome things from an enemy. What will you do, Lyle? I looked around. The adventurer's blown about by my magic. The man with the large sword was blackened quite badly, but while the adventurer whose arm I'd cut off had been blown off a distance, he wasn't burnt. I'll collect them. 5 in all? We'll just have to look through the belongings the Valkyries collected a bit. They won't make for any money regardless, and once we find them, I'll bury them together. Malia-san on my conduct. I don't think you have to, you know? Well, it's a problem of feelings, so just do what you want. Things are proceeding as anticipated, so a little whimsy won't be a problem, but it seems my actions were needless. But if it wouldn't get in the way of anything, it should be fine. Take it the other way, and she was telling me not to do anything that got in the way of the plan. The seventh muttered reluctantly. When they polished their technique so far, it's because they remained adventurers forever that it came to this. If they took a military post at some house, there was surely another road. I shared that opinion. But it's not like everyone could choose the clever way of life. And I personally hadn't chosen a clever one. It wouldn't be strange when I reached the same end as the adventurers collapsed around me. Lyle ran off, so Ludmila uninterestedly sat herself down on a simple chair and issued orders around. If there were mercenaries or adventurers that made it out, they would warmly welcome the East Branch and take care of the others. At times, they'd purposely let them get away and head for Bime. Lyle had left command to her, but when the course of action was so set in stone, it was time for the commanders to feel bored. He could have taken me along. I wanted to see Lyle's aptitude with these eyes of mine. The one looking at the queen as she said that inside was Erhardt. Damien and Maxim were accompanying other units, but to keep Erhardt close at hand, he was assisting Lyle. He thought he should at least work off the worth of the magic tool he received. From the start, by his contract to accompany them, he had accepted a considerable amount of money. Magic tool collection fell under Lyle's right, so it was something he felt a little awkward about. In gaining wisdom as an adventurer, one came to have quite a grasp on the value of magic tools. And this one clearly had a value surpassing 1,000 in gold. But Erhardt wasn't ignorant enough to simply honestly rejoice having received it. Using this as a reason, would he request something outrageous from me? He was thinking. No, he said he'd be fine alone, so won't he be fine alone? Rather, is it really alright for a queen like you to be here? On Erhardt's question, the surrounding knights and soldiers gave small nods of agreement. There, Ludmila drew her sword, and pointed its tip at the base of his throat. Oi, even like this, I'm a queen. Given a bit of time, I'll lose that status, but I'm royalty here. Pay mind to your tone. If we were anywhere official, I'd have just cut through your neck. Why yes. My apologies. When Erhardt apologized, the extended longsword shrunk to its original length. And Ludmila looked quite unamused as she returned it to its scabbard. That was a joke, you know. She muttered. Not a single word of that sounded like one. I can't find any fun in the jokes of the guys in power. As Erhardt felt irritated inside, a single knight approached. Ludmila-sama, a group we presume to be allies are coming from the forest. It seems they are forces of Galleria and Russworth, and they are headed our way. The representative of those countries are there as well, and it seems they've said that they have business here. Ludmila stood, and walked off with the sword over her shoulder. Galleria and Russworth. The two maidens of war? I heard they'd be coming, and I'd quite like to meet them. I'm curious what women of valor they may be. Hearing that, Erhardt thought those women of valor may end up getting along with one another. But one of his comrades grabbed his arm, as if remembering something. What? Oi, this is bad. If I recall correctly, the representatives of Galleria and Russworth are. Erhardt suddenly recalled. It's true there were rumors spreading of Lyle seducing both of them on the battlefield. Breaking into a cold sweat, Erhardt. Hey, do you think the catfight of national leaders will be scary? Erhardt and his comrades were thinking of how they had to flee this site by all means. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 16, Poison that Rends Bime. Poison that rends Bime. At the point Lyle had run off from, Erhardt was brimming with an urge to run away. Around, the knights and soldiers of Kartafs held up their weapons, while beyond the queen, who carried her longsword over her shoulder, 2 more women had come with their own forces. The queen of Kartafs was standing quite boldly. A woman with sea blue hair, and a woman with silver hair, all 3 of them held violet eyes. I'll say it as many times as I must. I will be taking Lyle. That man isn't a caliber fit to be held at the side of a small country. My land of Kartafs is the one worthy of him. Piercing the spear as tall as herself into the ground, the woman shakily letting off flames. Gracia shot back at those words. If you'll let me have my say. I've already obtained approval. and Lyle is the holder of a considerable harem. I've obtained all its members' permission before you. Be it of large lands or Kartafs, a country taken over by a single skillholder is worthy? You'd best keep those fantasies for your dreams. Her staff upright in the ground, standing as if to use both her hands to push it in, Elsa's atmosphere was one to freeze the surrounding air. And in truth, around her alone, the breaths exhaled by troops were white. You come around later, and you'll take him as groom? We had already proceeded talks with 4 nations. There's no place left on the stage for Kartafs. If you'll cooperate quietly, then that's fine in itself. The opinions of the two, the knights and soldiers holding weapons behind them, had serious eyes. Erhardt was backed into a huddle with his comrades, shaking. What's this? Hey, someone tell me. I can't recognize this thing as a harem. The harem of my dreams definitely wasn't this dangerous sort of thing. Ludmila looked down a bit, laughed, and spoke as she flipped her hair with her left hand. Small countries that amount to nothing lest you gather 4 of them, sure know how to sound high and mighty. I'll throw this out there, but just by those of your level gathering together, you've yet to reach the national power of Kartafs. Triple your forces. Then I'll hear out your opinion. It was true that Kartafs boasted more than double the national power of the alliance. The country of the north possessed that much territory and resources. But as the princess of a foreign land, I'll recognize you as Lyle's mistress. Erhardt timidly remarked. That guy already had more than 10 women, right? They're all to be mistresses? Even if you didn't count the Valkyries, Erhardt knew Lyle's had at least that many women. By rumor, there were talks of Zayn's holy maiden and former holy maiden as well. Hearing that, Ludmila and the others turned their eyes to Erhardt. And what of it? Taking on an extra mere 10 holds no problem to me. I have the national power to spare. If they fulfill their roles, I'll recognize them. Of course, number 1 will be me. To Ludmila's overflowing confidence, Gracia's flames burned higher, and Elsa's chill grew colder. Within all that, Erhardt saw it. That woman's laughing behind this scene of carnage. At the end his eyes, leaning her body against the horse she rode, Miranda was delightedly looking upon the dispute of the 3. And to Erhardt, it was as if he could hear her voice. Now crush each other. Her expression was one to say it. Gracia lifted her spear from the ground, and yelled. Don't speak so highly, O Queen of Kartafs. I'll crush you here. You're an enemy as well. Her sentiment was emphasized on the as well part. It's a good opportunity. Let's put Lyle's harem in order as we stand. And you're first, Ludmila. Gripping her staff, and forming a blade of ice, Elsa took a stance. The soldiers behind her wrung out their voices, and gripped their weapons, looking as if they'd attack at any moment. Before the 2 of them, Ludmila smiled, but that instantly turned to an expression of scorn. How unfortunate. And I was even compromising here. Then I'll see out your ability. As she pulled her long sword, and its red blade let off a dubious light, Erhardt frantically looked around to try and do something. And he spied Lyle in the distance, looking on the scene from afar. Oi. Come back. Hurry and do something. Before he could hear those words from Erhardt, Lyle turned the other way, and ran off. Lyle had ran away. And seeing his back, Miranda urged on her horse to chase him. Until Miranda could catch him and bring him back, there were considerable casualties to the surroundings. When everything was over, I led the 3 country representatives into Bime, as I smeared some medicine over my face. Perhaps it looked like we were returning from a hard-fought war, as on Bime's main street, the rubberneckers stood on both sides looking at the 3 nationalities of knights as they made sure not to block our paths. It wasn't rare for a knight brigade to enter Bime, and it was considered a sort of exhibition. As Eva had already entered Bime to spread rumors, we were welcomed by the city quite warmly. By the residents, that was. If it were for the merchants and guild executives, that would be a different story. Within the Legion close to 2,000, there were some of the adventurer parties who were supposed to have attacked us as well. With all the cheers, the adventurers stepped back, and were welcomed as the heroes who saved the Queen of Kartafs. Inside the jewel, the 7th put a cold opinion to mouth. They sure are carefree. If they knew of what Lyle was going to do, there's no way they'd be able to laugh. In Bime, I had already knew adventurers had returned to their various branches. It was around the time where the guilds would be in a scramble to collect information. I had chosen that time at my own discretion to return. The 3rd spoke as if to soothe the 7th. I assented fine? There's no doubt it's the triumphant return of a hero. A hero for whom, though, is a separate issue. Now then, it would be nice if the poison we set in Bime was spreading nicely. What I sent in were the favorably treated East Branch adventurers, and the fact the guild had given us information. That wasn't all. The fact the adventurers who were sent to attack us were now accompanying us was surely something they couldn't understand. The fifth thought over what was to come, as he put it to mouth. With this, we've fulfilled our minimum goal. After that, it's on to confirm the seeds we sowed are budding. By our estimate, there's a high probability they'll take a strong action in regards to Lyle. That's why we riled them up after all. To put on airs, I rode at the lead on horseback, the guild's headquarters coming into sight. Once the Bime takes some strong countermeasure, it's the end. East Branch, Tracehouse, it also depends on how they move, but with this, Bime will split. The city called Bime was a giant lump of authority. It held an authority more troublesome than a single country, and it had grown into a land that turned its surroundings into a sea of blood to siphon off the gold. Its system completed over the ages, changing it from the inside would be difficult, and I didn't have the time. I wanted the support of Bime. In order to fight seals, I definitely wanted it. But I couldn't let myself be supported conditionlessly. If Bime did come to support me without conditions, then even if I beat seals, a large problem would remain on the continent. Bime would use me to become an even bigger, and even more troublesome city. Even if I defeated seals, and laid hands on the country, I wouldn't be able to cut off Bime after they aided me. If I did, they would make me their next enemy. So, I'll have the city of merchants and mercs sink into their own sea of blood once. For my sake, I'd have them sin to hell. Even if there were irrelevant virtuous people in it, for the future, for me. Guild headquarters. The gathered executives had rough voices without their usual composure. There were complaints coming from the merchants too. That they didn't slay Lyle was a problem, but what the merchants emphasized was Kartaf's protest. That the adventurers sent by the guild didn't work, and Lyle who came afterwards completed the request was a problem. But their biggest failure was trying to run away. It raised the issue of a large injury to Bime's credibility. At the same time, there was the issue of Bime's East Branch suffering so little casualty. The mercenary brigade sent by the South Branch was practically annihilated, one first-rate party the West Branch sent was wiped out, while the other was assisting Lyle. Barely any of the ones the North Branch sent had returned. According to what the ones who'd returned had said, Lyle had overlooked only the East Branch adventurers, did he not? Hearing that, they couldn't stay silent. You turned coat. You betrayed the other branches, and leaked information. How will you take responsibility for that? The South Branch's executive slammed his fist on the table, and glared at the East Branch executive. Before his bloodshot eyes, Tanya determined that no matter what was said, it wouldn't get through. Her superior executive was the same. We didn't betray. We've identified the one who sold the info. It was one of our receptionists. I'm sure she had some sort of circumstance, but it isn't something to be forgiven. The North Branch's executive stare was also stiff. It's a protest straight from the Queen of Kartaf's. That's a vital port to the merchants. And we've even made an enemy of Galleria and Russworth, or we're to gain the rights to construct a port. Do you plan to push this time's responsibility onto a single receptionist? The West Branch's expression was pale and senseless. The labyrinth managed by Bime had a depth exceeding 100 floor. To that extent, its management demanded considerably delicate interaction. Adventurers capable of exceeding the 60th floor were extremely essential existences. They weren't something that could be replenished so easily once lost. The surviving party held suspicious the guild had sold them out. And that the guild had told Lyle they were going to attack, was evidence enough. And of all things, they were quite wickedly broadcasting that fact all over town. If the West Branch cut off a first-class adventurer party, it would raise even more suspicions. It was difficult to wipe them out, but in truth, one such party had already disappeared. Rumors spread, and the adventurers thought they had been dragged into a Bime factional war. And because that wasn't mistaken, it was worse all the more. Lyle truly was vicious towards the guild. Nonsense, that's nonsense. Do you understand what trials the West Branch will face because of your betrayal? What's that receptionist's name? Give me a name. Tanya's expression didn't crumble as she clenched her fist. The one who sold the info was Marianne. She had obtained guild documents, and they investigated it well enough to be sure she handed them to Lyle. The East Branch's executive let out a sigh. Marianne of the private receptionist desks. The South Branch executive turned an eye to the sweeper behind him. That sweeper, who was also a sort of guard, lowered his head, and left the room. The guards of the other branches were the same. The East Branch executive spoke. Tanya, you should be off too. I'm fine here alone. If you're the one to get to her, make it painless. Tanya lowered her head. Yes. Tanya left the room, moving alongside the other sweepers to clean up Marianne. Before I could hear the explanation of this matter from guild headquarters, I went to the Tracehouse's mansion. Arya came along as a sort of guard. The mood's somewhat strange here. It was as she said. The employees were busily moving around, getting luggage in order. The subordinates were taking a strange sense of distance from one another, and it felt as if they were feuding within the same mansion. I waited in a waiting room, and without calling me to the parlor, Vera and Fidelsan came in. Fidelsan had removed his overcoat and rolled up his sleeves. He didn't have his usual refreshing air, but the sharp glint in his eyes was even greater than before. From the jewel came a delighted voice. It was Millie Ia. Oh? Is he the type that exhibits his best when cornered? When I thought of how we were the ones who cornered him, I couldn't find it in me to laugh. Vera and Fidel sat on the sofa, Fidelsan being the first to break the ice. It seems Bime decided to cut you off. And while it looks like you've returned safely, there will be no change in that verdict. At best, an exile from the city. And we who supported you have been dragged in as well. Do you have any excuses? He was saying it was my fault, but in most cases my position would be one where that would be a false charge. In this specific case, I had aimed for it and brought it about, so I had nothing to return. I have no words to return. It is just as you say. Fidelsan's eyebrow twitched. I see. Then I'll have you work back our support in kind. Our expulsion from Bime will be set in stone next merchant conference. You seduced the Queen of Kartafs, did you? Have her allow our use of her port. And prepare a point for us to set up base. Anywhere is fine. Russworth, or Galleria, or anywhere else. If a stranger heard it, they'd be irrational requests. But I had thought over them. No, I had intended to do at least that much. Understood. In regards to the base, my current stronghold has a suitable plot of land. I'll prepare it there. Of course, I'll hire workers, and get this and that in order. I'll also get permission for the port's use. Fidelsan's eyebrows were twitching up and down. Since I had taken all of his conditions, on the contrary, he was suspicious. And when I accepted all his requests, he was making an expression as if it wasn't enough. Fidelsan closed his mouth, and Vera's turn came. But her expression wasn't the best. Lyle, I can't give you any satisfactory support from here on. I understand my own worth. So if you're going to cut me off, then I'd like your decision soon. I don't want to be a burden. All she could do ended here. Saying that, Vera tried to back out. There, Maliasan's atmosphere made me feel she was nodding as she spoke. She does understand her value. And it's a good thing she knows when to opt out. But that's no good. We'll be taking you along to the end. Lyle, make a cool decision. If you throw away a woman you've gotten hands on to rise higher, I'll curse you. Rather than the ancestors cursing me, Maliasan cursing me was several times worse. It felt like that person's curse really would work. It felt like she would do any and all forms of harassment. I sat deeply into the sofa, and looked at Vera. I see. Then I'll take all you have left, and bring an end to it. Vera smiled. But Fidelsan's face was bright red, and he was making a fist. Yes, that's a load off my mind. I stood, approached Vera, grabbed her arm, and stood her to her feet. I put both my hands around her back, and embraced her, to rest my chin on her shoulder. Arya's face went red. So he really has grown in this sort of thing. Or so she said, as she averted her eyes. Fidelsan made a conflicted expression. I said I'd take everything. You're mine. You don't need to have anything, just stay by my side. I'll always accept you. Lyle. Vera wrapped her arms around my back as well. Fidelsan spoke in an expression I couldn't tell was happy or irritated. Damn it, should I rejoice at how you won't throw my daughter away after using her, or feel embarrassed as a parent that I have to overlook this damn gigolo taking her? Why is it, when he isn't like this, it's like he's not the damn gigolo I know? There, the third seemed intrigued. Doesn't it feel like Fidelkuan was waiting for you to rile him up? I'm sure he was lonely because Lyle didn't come to contest or rile him. There, Maliasan had some fun. Quite right. Now, Lyle, rile Fidelkuan up. I'm sure he'll be delighted. I'll grade how well you've gotten at adding fuel to the flames. The fifth, quietly. You guys really have some nice personalities there. I thought a little, before whispering into Vera's ear. She had been on the verge of tears, but upon hearing that, she nodded. And touching a hand to her stomach, she looked at her father Fidel. I turned a smile to him. Well, quite a bit happened, but let's get along from now on, father-in-law. When I said that as I wrapped a hand around Vera's waist, Vera touched both hands to her stomach and looked down. Having seen that, Arya took a step back and froze. Lyle, you couldn't have. Fidelsen fell from the sofa and struck the floor. So you'll even take my Vera from me, you damn gigolo. Damn it. As I thought, you're my enemy. To the end of the end, I'll drop you to the bottom of the sea. For some reason, Fidelsen writhing on the floor looked just a little happy, but I'd like to think the light was playing a trick on my eyes. When I thought I had succeeded, some cold voices came from the jewel. The third let out a sigh. Lyle, that riling was no good. A complete failure. The fifth seemed to sense something. It was interesting. That Fidel was really shining his best. But no, go die. The seventh seemed worried for me. Lyle, that sort of riling will cut down your lifespan. Malia-san rejected it as well. Just riling isn't enough. I can't accept anything that will waste you away. You've still a long way to go. I don't really get what she was trying to say. To me, the third spoke. Lyle, this time, you get a 0. I'm sure this will bring you some pain to come, so resolve yourself. Well, those sorts of experiences are important as well, and it'll be fun, so we're watching over you. My first 0 in a while. And with a bit of a red face, Vera spoke as if recalling something. Oh right, Lyle. It seems the guild is searching for the traitor, but are they related to you? If you aren't quick, they may send a sweeper or something. It seems my work in BIME had yet to end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 17, Broken Heart. Broken Heart. After requesting Fidel to negotiate at the merchant conference, I moved through BIME alongside Arya. She looked like she wanted to say something, but for now, she held it in. Touching my right hand to my ear, I used skills to search around the area. The skills. Dimension and Real Spec, they gave me info of the people moving around the giant metropolis of BIME. To process the intense load of information, I relied on Monica staying at the inn. Monica, who moved by my energy, was generally connected to me through a line. It was like I was constantly using connection with her. As I swiftly walked alongside Arya, I whispered. Monica, how is it? After a little while, a response came. It meant Monica had computed out the designated individual. Time-wise, she should be returning home from the guild. And right on time, the target is leaving the East Branch. Enemies showing strange movements around her, number 8. Their movements are in accordance with our information, and I therefore conclude them to be sweepers. So 8 existences showing different movements. While skillfully blending in with the crowds, it seems they were aiming for the target Marianne-san's life. Arya spoke beside me. Marianne-san will be alright, right? Not sure I should say it after we used her, but if she's killed, it'll be harder to sleep at night. That person's. I didn't need to be told that. While a receptionist, she was a person who'd push herself to save the adventurers on the very bottom. In the past, the one she liked was an adventurer, and he lost his life, or so I heard. Perhaps that had become a trauma, as when we took her heart's party hostage, she assisted us. I know. I had Monica call out to our other comrades as well. Relief will come at once. We just need to buy time for that. I led Arya into a shortcut to Marianne-san's location, a back alley. Unlike the main road, there were few passers-by. Arya. What? I drove her against the wall, and kissed her. Pushing my hands to the wall around her, I made it so she couldn't run, and stuck in the tongue. For the surprisingly innocent Arya, it took quite some time to explain these circumstances. Without such time to spare, I forced a kiss, and parted my mouth. My skill. Connection formed a line between us. Arya wiped her mouth as she spoke. Say something before you do it. There's no time. I'm using the skill, but don't peer in too deeply. It's hard for even Novum and Miranda. Make sure you just pick out the minimum necessary information you can. We're going. The jewel began letting off a faint light. Activating the 4th skill. Speed, we raced down the alley. I felt it was raising our speed more than it had been before, but I wasn't sure if that was due to my growth, or because I had gotten more skillful at using it. But without the time to think over that, I headed for Marianne-san's location. On the map floating within my head, her movements had undergone a change. It seems Arya had noticed it as well. Why is she heading for an unpopular spot of her own accord? That's definitely a tad strange. I spoke to Arya. They probably looked into it beforehand. It's easy to block off a road, right? Just sticking up a danger poster can easily lead someone on. I ran and hurried alongside her. There, from a shop in the alley, an adventurer with a black sword over his back emerged with his comrades. Miranda ran across a roof of Bime. Eva was accompanying as well, but the one running at the lead was Monica. It was the time for Bime to be dyed in the twilight, and a period where it would start getting darker all at once. Lyle had informed them of Marianne's crisis, and to come to her rescue, they had left Valkyries to guard Clara and Shannon at the inn, and rushed out. As she ran across the roof, Eva. We're definitely getting a complaint about this later. The roof was in horrid condition, and as the three ran across it, a portion fell through. Miranda leapt across the gap to the next building as she spoke to Eva. We didn't see anything. And it was going to collapse eventually. Eva also jumped the gap and chased Monica. Running at the lead, Monica made a sudden change of direction. The target isn't passing through the expected point. I'll predict her new route. Please follow close. While she was wearing a frilly made uniform that looked hard to move in, Monica's movements were extremely nimble. Having experienced a number of growths, Miranda and Eva had to put all their might to following her. What's more, it didn't seem she was giving it her all. To take the girls to the scene, she was likely regulating her speed. She changed her path? You sure it wasn't changed for her? That may be the case. Bime is practically the backyard of those sweepers. Miranda thought a troublesome existence had begun to move. The adventurer killers, eh? It's quite certain they'll be skill holders. Good grief, what do they mean to accomplish by killing a receptionist colleague? Disposing of intolerable adventurers was their role, and Miranda had heard rumor that they were usually working normally within the guild. It could be the case a target adventurer would happen upon a face they had become acquainted with, and they couldn't fight back too strongly against a receptionist. It was thought they made use of that mentality, and now that they'd made a move, Miranda thought it was the perfect opportunity to confirm it. Eva sounded worried. We'll make it, won't we? And even if we do, with Lyle, Arya and us, we have 5. That isn't enough to have our foes retreat, is it? The three leapt onto a slightly higher building, and from there, onto a lower one. Monica spoke. The way things are going, the chicken dickwad will be the first one on the scene. If they did have the mind to run, then that's the point they'd do it. Well, if we fought, I can't think we'd lose. Dealing with everything apart from Lyle with relative level-headedness, Monica disinterestedly answered Eva's questions. Marianne had found a board propped up, notifying her of a closed road on her usual path home, so she took a bit of a detour. The sign politely outlined which roads to take to get around construction, even having an orderly map written on it. Having never used those streets since she was born in Bime, she felt it a bit of a curiosity. Her work at the guild ended, so she changed her clothes in the dressing room, and left through the guild's back door as she always did. There were times when she'd be accompanied on her way, but this time, the other girls had been called out by her superior, so she left before them. She carried a bag, and tilted her head as she passed through the dim streets. Did I take a wrong turn? But there weren't any forks on the way here. She was sure she had walked as the map had detailed, but she was at a dead end. A place where the narrow gaps between the lines of buildings were the only way ahead. But for an end of a road, it was strangely wide. Turning to retrace her steps, she found a white-masked black-clothed woman standing behind her. Marianne took a step back from surprise, and looked up. The design differed a bit, but a black-clothed figure group wearing uniform white masks were peering in from the tops of the buildings. Marianne was a receptionist of the guild. She had turned ear to a number of rumors, and she had heard the rumors of the sweepers. As a deterrent to adventurers, mixing their rumors with a slab of truth and leaking them was the way of the guild. And seeing their outfits, Marianne understood they were sweepers. She dropped her bag and hung her head. I don't think we've met, or so I'd like to say. With Erhard taken hostage, Marianne had handed Lyle's party the info on the adventurer who would be attacking them. That was a clear act of betrayal against the guild. She did it knowing full well. Perhaps she wouldn't be found out, it's not like she had harbored such naive thoughts. And it seems her foe was a proficient one. Marianne looked at the sweeper before her eyes. From the eye-holes of the white mask, a pair of red eyes looked back. Marianne instantly understood who she was. With that body build, and atmosphere, and those red eyes. Right, it was you. I always had that feeling. There were plenty of things that couldn't be explained away just by you being our boss's favorite. The white-masked sweeper took a knife in hand, and let out her voice. It was definitely Tanya. Tanya's voice, Marianne thought. As she was wearing a mask, she heard a different voice than usual, but she knew it was still Tanya's. "It's unfortunate, Marianne. I didn't hate you at all. But a betrayal against the guild, this matter cannot be overlooked." The other sweepers around were probably from the other branches. They were watching to make sure Tanya properly did her job. "Was that signboard your work?" Thinking of how the sweepers had drafted up that signboard to lure her here, Marianne found it a little amusing. Seeing Marianne smiling a little, Tanya nodded. "It will be that you were raped here. We've already prepared a culprit. One adventurer violent by nature will be a scapegoat." As if to embrace herself, Marianne grasped her own arms, and managed to keep her shaking body on her feet. "I see. Then be quick with it. End it before I show an embarrassing side from fear." Running away from the sweepers was impossible for her. So she closed her eyes, and waited for the moment of Tanya's blade ending her life. "But what are you doing?" A rough voice called out, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the form of Erhard cutting at the sweeper. Behind him, his comrades came with weapons in hand, passing by Erhard and Tanya to surround Marianne. At the backs of the adventurers she'd once looked after, Marianne cried out. "What are you doing? Run away. These people are." There, Erhard was kicked to the side, but he caught Tanya's next attack with his large black sword, and relied on brute force to send her into the air. Tanya agilely spun, and touched her feet to the wall. And as if that wall were the ground, she stood up on it. On that scene of her ignoring the laws of gravity, Erhard seemed perplexed. But he spoke to Marianne. "I know. They're sweepers, right? And what of it? We haven't given you our thanks yet." Marianne, hearing those words, imagined that Lyle had surely told him something. "So you heard? But even so, you're mistaken. There's no way a normal adventurer could oppose the guild and win." And it was at the moment Tanya started to move. Rushing it at an amazing speed, a red-haired woman held up her spear, and thrust at the empty wall behind Marianne. It was Arya. Arya leapt forward, and stuck her spear through that empty space. There, in what was nothing, one black-garbed man appeared, scattering blood into his surroundings. In his hand was a knife, and he had been on the verge of killing Marianne. In that space surrounded by buildings, an individual leisurely walked in. He was a youth of blue hair, the talk of Bime. He was Lyle. "About Marianne's rescue, it looks like we made it in time." An invisible enemy detected through the second skill was sewed into the wall by Arya's spear. Pulling his sword from her hip, Arya remained wary of the sweepers standing sideways on the wall. "I had a guess as to who it was. Tanya-san, that's quite the dangerous attire you're wearing there. But a skill to stand on walls? That looks surprisingly convenient." There, without giving a reply, Tanya-san leaned down on the wall to cut at me. But a sweeper fell down from above. While those around were surprised, me and Arya were not. How about you worry more about why they haven't come down yet? Battle had started above, and I could hear the clatter of breaking roofs alongside the sound of strife. The fallen sweeper had an arrow stuck through his head. Eva had taken him out. At times, the buildings gave a terrible sway, and scattered loads of sand and dust, with fragments falling around. Because Monica was lowering her hammer. Seeing the situation, Tanya-san began to retreat. She ran straight across the wall, and ran right away. Within that, I gave an order to Monica. Monica, overlook the sweeper who just ran away. She's of the East Branch. That will make them twice as sure. There, continuing her battle, Monica replied. Understood. By the way, I've kind of been stabbed by a poison knife here, but won't you ask if I'm alright? Poison doesn't even work on you. You're getting to understand how it works. Well, whether you worry or retort, whatever you do, I'll be delighted. I understood that what worked best on that triumphant attitude of hers was ignoring her. Above, Miranda captured two in her sticky threads, before using her wire to take their heads. They all possessed troublesome skills, it seems, but while Monica had taken the enemy's attacks, Miranda and Eva reduced their numbers, apparently. Arya let out a sigh. Lyle, to an outsider, it would look like you're just talking to yourself. My mind had been taken by the situation upstairs, and looked around. I gave a bitter smile. Looked it from the side, I was definitely talking to myself. Giving a reason for Erhardt's dubious expression. Marianne-san sat on the spot. I'm the worst. Dragging them all into it. She glared at me. I could understand why. When she wanted to protect Erhardt's party, the conclusion speaks that I dragged them in past the point of no return. Erhardt sheathed away his black sword, and spoke to Marianne. That's wrong. I said it. That I wanted to save you. No, we haven't said thank you yet. We didn't know the sorts of dangerous things you were doing to save us. So, with those words, everyone began thanking her, but Mary Ansan shook her head to the side. I don't need your thanks. I only did it out of self-satisfaction. So you were all fine as you were. Sitting, and cradling her knees. I looked up at the sky. I couldn't hear any sounds anymore, so it seems the battle was over. And on the spot, Erhardt spoke. Mary Ansan, I loved you. You thoughtfully and carefully taught so much to idiots like us. You encouraged us. So I. Mary Ansan stood, and directed a smile to Erhardt. But it was a little sorrowful, and she shook her head once more. Thank you. I'm glad you all grew up so splendidly. But I've already decided. I won't let myself love an adventurer. So you should find someone new. Perhaps her conclusion from loving an adventurer and losing him was that she couldn't love an adventurer at all. His comrades moved to tears. Erhardt wept as he laughed. I see. Then there's no helping it. There's no helping it, right? Seeing the scene from within the jewel, Malia-san sounded delighted. Oh my, they sure are living out their youth there. A pure relationship you won't get from Lyle. The main reason I become like this is due to the ancestors in the jewel, and it's mainly your fault, I thought, as I rolled the jewel with my fingertip. As Arya came to my side, I nodded and spoke. Let's collect the sweeper masks. We can use them to call out the guild. Arya looked at me and sighed. You really are. I'm starting to feel sorry for the guild that made an enemy out of you, but. As Erhardt was experiencing youth, we got our hands on a card to challenge the guild to some dark and money negotiations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 18, Who Was Abandoned Again? Who was abandoned again? After rescuing Mary Ansan, and witnessing the moment Erhardt's love came to a close, I headed for the inn. There's no way we could just return Mary Ansan to her house, so we led her to the inn, and would be keeping her close for a while to ensure her safety. Leaving her guards, I returned to my own room I'd rented, took the white mask in hand, and gazed at it. It was a sweeper mask, and it seems they had different characteristics by branch. Preparing a drink for me in the room, Monica looked at the mask, and offered a line. They've got sense. For it to be white as snow. I chastised it. They just had to hide their faces and intimidate their enemies, right? If you saw this mask in the dark, anyone would feel fear. More importantly, are you all right? What with the poison and all? The poisoned knife of an attacking sweeper. Having taken it, Monica was composed. Her body and the tears on her clothes had already returned to normal, and once more I experienced firsthand she was an existence outside the norm. Since I only ever saw that unfortunate side of hers on a daily basis, I sometimes felt I would forget it, but Monica was an automaton. It's come. The chicken dickwad's dear has finally come. Acting like you didn't care at the start, when we're alone, you show your anxiety. Ah, what a wonderful tsundere. This Monica is so happy it feels she's going to send annotated footage to all those other scraps to brag about my triumph. She was the usual Monica, so I felt relieved. Oh, I see. So what sort of poison did he use? Pouring tea into a cup, Monica brought it over to me. After I took it and put it to my mouth, Monica began explaining the poison. It's a quick-acting one that doesn't leave any residue in the body, so it would be difficult to discover. On top of that, it would be difficult to identify the cause of death. I'm surprised they were able to produce something like that. In regards to the poison, Monica praised the sweeper. So would it be dangerous if it were Miranda and Eva alone? I won't say they'd lose. But a majority would get away. They would only have been able to take out 1, 2 at most. And there's a possibility one of the girls would have died. Even having repeated so many growths in a short period of time, there was a high probability casualties would come out. As expected, the sweepers were a dangerous existence. That they were aiming for Mary Ansan without paying too much mind to us was a saving grace. Because we'd used that opportunity to launch a surprise attack, we were able to achieve a complete victory. If they had been serious and sent sweepers from the start, it would have been dangerous. Why didn't they send them to start with? If they wanted to reliably take me out, I got the feeling that way held the higher probability. If it were assassination and taking care of the body, the sweepers should be more used to it than adventurers. The one to answer the question was the 7th. Lyle, it's not certain the other party has many talents capable of becoming sweepers. It isn't just ability, there's also a need to investigate if they can make use of that individual's personality and such. If you're just strong, you wouldn't be chosen as one. Understand? You've just crushed 7 of the enemy's hard-to-get pieces. On top of the small table, 6 white masks were stacked. 1 was in my hands, and of the 8 attackers, only 1 had gotten away. I never thought Tanya-san was a sweeper, but come to think of it, I get the feeling she was the only one whose position in the guild waved back and forth. In hindsight, that would explain a lot. Monica asked me. Chicken dickhead, in tomorrow's merchant conference, what did you request from Fidel? I looked at her face. To have them recognize our stronghold as their next area of operations. I had him carry out the negotiations for that. Well, if he says he wants to head to that empty land, I'm sure they'd permit it. Ludmila-san is also supporting that direction. Elsa-san and Gracia-san are developing their ports on schedule. Right. While I'm at it, I should have the guild dispatch some personnel. With the management of the labyrinth there, and such, we'll need the guild's know-how from here on. I decided to take the guild know-how from Bime as well. The next day, heading to guild headquarters, I spotted Fidel-san walking with Ludmila-san. Surrounded by knights, Ludmila-san was in good humor. Fidel-san alone made a complicated expression as he looked at me. After that, I had pleaded for Vera to explain it was a joke. And yet, he didn't look too happy about that. As I found myself a little unable to understand Fidel-san, the 7th spoke. I'm sure he wanted to see his grandson. Lyle, you have to clean up your own problems. Vera told Fidel it was a joke, but Arya doesn't know that yet. You've mistaken your choices. Malia-san's tone was more serious than usual. Lyle, you'll be paying the compensation for your failure. Learn that if you don't extinguish the flame while it's small, it will be hell to take care of once it blazes up, but I do want to see the blaze as well. That last part was the usual Malia-san. Ludmila-san approached me. Lyle, I did as you said. So you'll pay up my compensation for that, won't you? With those eyes that saw me as a carnivorous beast saw its prey, Ludmila-san sought out her compensation. Compensation, is it? Hey, I saved you from Lark, didn't I? Seeing my exchange with Ludmila-san, Fidel-san muttered. As I thought, you're an enemy. Laying hands on women besides Vera. As the father of his daughter, I'm sure he had much to think in regards to me. But he also had his merchant face in stock, so I've proceeded that matter as you requested. In the talk of guild executives that's to come, the request for labyrinth subjugation will be abolished, and alongside that, the flow will go towards establishing another guild branch of Bime. With that, I've fulfilled my promise. For the labyrinth south of Bime, it does seem they're just going to put it under Bime management. It was relatively easy to advance through, and it was evaluated highly as monsters you couldn't find in Bime's labyrinth came out. But the revocation of your party's rights as adventurers has been decided. You're considerably hated by a portion of the merchants and guild executives. Thinking of their future relations with Bonsium, your banishment from Bime is certain. Hearing that talk, I nodded. The 5th let his voice from the jewel. Meaning they'll be joining hands with seals. Now then, how will things go from here? Will they become Rapawns, or will they attack Bonsium? Whatever the case, Bime is going to be destroyed once. Ludmila-san looked at me with intrigue. You're quite unperturbed. As if you knew it was coming. Of course, it would be troubling if you stayed with your adventurer status forever. How about it? Want to come to Kartafs and take the throne? I gave a bitter smile as I spoke to her. I'll stop by in the near future. Because I have business there as well. And I headed towards the conference room at guild headquarters I'd been called out to. In that conference room with the seats lined with guild executives, I swung around a fervent speech. I risked my life and fought at Fort Red Ant. And not that alone, to this point, I've made massive contributions to the guild. What is the meaning of this exile? And in that matter with Kartafs, while I was away, my comrades were attacked, were they not? Was that also the guild's doing? The seated guild executives looked at my face in resentment. It's true I worked hard for the sake of Bime. But to them, I was the big bad who created such an unappealing situation, and when Mariansan was attacked, their valuable sweepers were defeated by me. Their talk with the merchants was already over, so I'm sure my verdict was already set in stone. Right, the guild executives had no right to decide. And I decided to use that fact well, to appeal just how hard I worked. Well, to put it simply. You'll cut off the hero who risked his life for you? What's more, you attacked and tried to erase him, didn't you? I haven't forgotten, you know. I'll definitely remember this. That sort of thing. The third gave a truly delightful explanation. It wasn't just the executives. There were guild personnel here to make records, and there were a considerable number of those concerned. The South Branch head's glare on me seemed as if it could kill. The West Branch's executive's expression was pale as he hung his head. The North Branch's executive was looking at the East Branch's head in Tanya-san. The staff led around by the other executives were likely sweepers. But I couldn't help but feel they fell short when compared to Tanya-san. The East Branch executive spoke to me. I'm sure it happened however you imagine it did. Giving a statement that could be taken however anyone wanted, the East Branch executive looked at me with a serious expression. From the guild, all of my party's adventurer rights were revoked, and the labyrinth subjugation we were tasked with was annulled. They planned to use that labyrinth here on, so I was taken off of clearing it. And I was to take a forceful departure from BIME. I cannot accept it. Won't you at least explain your reasons? Oh, right, the truth is, it's about what happened yesterday, but an acquaintance was being attacked, so I saved her, you see. A receptionist who looked after me. And while one of the attackers got away, they were wearing quite the characteristic mask. There, I took out the 7 white masks. When I placed them on the table before me, I felt malice fill the room. It was from the sweepers behind the executives. The South Branch executive stood. Bastard! At each and every turn as I thought, you're working with the East Branch. This time as well, the East Branches. When he had said that much, the North Branch executive cleared his throat. If a receptionist was attacked, we cannot let this matter slide. I understand. We shall take charge of the investigation into those masks. If you'll kindly leave them with us. But this is a decision of BIME. There is no change on the verdict handed to your party. The South Branch executive mumbled vexed. What a shameless act. The 7th was glad. As I thought, his adventurer hatred was considerable. You lot thought you could cut us off to embrace seals, but that is a misunderstanding. We're the ones who cut you off, and bringing seals to your side is a mistake. She isn't that sort of human. Monster. By the words of our founder, the fairy-tale-esque individuals that entered the stage on the turning points of history. Pulling the blood of the monster Agrissa, and carrying a jewel that held her will, seals had become the new vixen of Bonsium, scattering death in her wake. BIME didn't have an accurate grasp of that. A common tale was the extent to which they recognized her. As she rampaged, they thought her scale would always stay as it was. But that one wouldn't be satisfied with something on this level. And even if I told them to understand that, it was probably impossible. Only one who'd seen her could understand. And upon seeing her, an average human would be charmed. I received a verdict from the guild, and left. Bonsium. In the audience chamber, the royal line was lined around. Today, Lyle and Seal's father Maisel was absent, but the royal prince was laden with a tray of fruit he held up for Seals to eat as she sat on the throne. Crossing her legs, the girl about to turn 15 moved with a charm one wouldn't think to come from such a young body, as she held a small fruit in her mouth. The ministers lined up around, and her imperial guards were taken by her in fascination. It was a peculiar sight. But the greatest peculiarity was the girl curling her back under Seal's feet. Her name was Remus Zayan, a former holy maiden. While now, she was simply Remus, she still had the attire of a holy maiden clad over her body, as she acted as Seal's footrest. Even so, her expression was one of delight. Ah, Seal-sama's body heat is spreading across my back. My goddess. Seal smiled at Remus. Oh? The holy maiden who was once the aspiration of all is satisfied with being my footrest? You don't have any pride, do you? Remus spoke with a flushed face. Yes. I'm satisfied. I'm a woman worthy to be Seal-sama's footrest. Driven out of Zayan, and having flowed into Bonsium, Remus didn't give off the feel of a prideful girl as she had before. The one watching over such a display was the merchant who'd come from BIME. What's this? No, the atmosphere is just a bit strange. I was surprised to find the former holy maiden of Zayan here, but, more importantly, what's that over there? Near Seals, were some monsters chained and chokered. But the merchant had never seen such ominous-looking monsters before. What's more, it looked as if Seals had domesticated them. There, Seals noticed the merchant's line of vision. She stuck an elbow into her armrest, and put her face on her hand. As her pretty blonde hair swayed silkily, it looked to the merchant as if it were glittering in the air. Are you curious about them? There, you see, former High Priest of Zayan and his merry friends. They were carrying quite an interesting thing with them, so I asked them to experiment it on themselves. It was amazing. An experiment from long, long ago to obtain the power of monsters. They never had any success in it before, but they were hiding it and carrying it along. Seeing the monster that was once human, the merchant was shocked. As such a thing is possible. Seals laughed. Well, I don't see why not. I saw them drink the vial myself. Right, Bert? The red-haired young man standing back by Seal's side had blue eyes. He was wearing a tailcoat, and he spoke in a rude tone towards his master. The one who forced it down their throats was you. Though they looked quite delighted at the end. Nearby, a girl with long, black hair sat on the floor, her hair hiding away her eyes. In that state, she absent-mindedly stared into space. It was ominous. That girl looked incredibly ominous. On the peculiar sight, the merchant was sure something was off somewhere. But the toxin Bime had already gotten together around approaching Seals. Seals tilted her head. Anyways, so? What does a merchant from Bime want with me? I won't forgive any boring requests. The merchant man spoke. Yes. Our Bime is a city of trade. We have always lived as a free city-state without a presiding lord. For Bonsam, who became our neighbor, we would like to offer our greetings and goodwill. There isn't a product in the world we don't deal with. And we'd like to see Bonsium as a regular customer. I am here for those greetings. Seals looked at the merchant and grinned. I looked through the goods you brought. You had quite some interesting things, and there may come a time for me to make a purchase. But even so, Bime, Remus, that's where the trash who drove you out lives, right? Lightly raising her foot and lowering it on her, Remus felt some pain. But her expression instantly turned to drooling in joy. Yes. The hated enemy who drove us out. But now I don't care about that man anymore. Because I have Seals-sama with me. Seals looked delighted. I see. You're adorable, Remus. I'll keep you around as my footrest for a while more. The merchant thought. So she does have something against that brother of hers? She did call him trash, after all. The merchant happily informed her. Then please rejoice. The adventurer called Lyle, as Bime treasures its bond with you, has been set to be driven out. For Seal-sama's sake, Bime is. After the merchant said that much, Seal stood, carefully stepped over Remus, moved in front of him in an instant, and kicked him off his feet. The audience chamber, he was kicked all the way to the entrance, and the man didn't seem to understand what had gone on. But Seal spoke. You compared me with that trash? You to put me next to him, and chose me? I won't forgive it. I'll never forgive it. I declare war on Bime. I'll pound it into the dust. Just who in the world said to compare me to that garbage? It's unpleasant. Seal's expression was loathsome. It was an expression as if she had just remembered something repulsive. Without any room for compromise, and without the slightest attempt to conceal her scorn. For her to kick the messenger and declare war? Just where did I go wrong? The ministers around and the knights raised their voices. No one went against her. Seal-sama, leave that duty to me. No, I shall burn Bime to the ground for you. Judgment on Bime that laid such a discourtesy on Seal-sama. And as blood spewed from the merchant's mouth. I haven't fed you yet today, have I? With those words, Seals looked at her dear pets, the formerly human monsters who had yet to eat a scrap the entire day. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13 Epilogue. Epilogue. The East Branch. There, a personnel change was announced. The labyrinth that manifested south of Bime was designated as a managed labyrinth. The reason being it contained some well-used materials, and despite its low difficulty level, you could find materials you couldn't get in Bime's managed labyrinth. The personnel change poster only had a single receptionist's name written in. And it welcomed volunteers. Seeing her own name filled in, Marianne was a little shocked. And to her, Tanya's voice called out from behind. It's been a while, Marianne. May I have a bit of your time? Don't be so wary. I've lost the need to lay a hand on you. Turning around, Marianne subconsciously put herself on guard. Giving a self-deriding smile, Tanya beckoned her towards an unused conference room on the second floor. The two entered the room to find that it hasn't even been prepared for the early morning newbie explanatory meeting. Marianne-san looked at Tanya and spoke. Lost the need to lay a hand, meaning. Before she could say it to the end, Tanya crossed her arms and lowered herself onto a table. It was Lyle Kuhn. In yesterday's announcement from the guild, he brought the sweeper masks along. saying you were being attacked, and that he saved you. Do it again, and you'll meet the same fate, is likely the message he wanted to get across. Lyle hadn't just taken out the masks in front of the executives to rile them up. He was indicating that sending sweepers was pointless. And the conclusion the guild came out with was to dispatch a receptionist to the new branch in the south. The receptionist name that rose up was Mary Ann. Close to Lyle's party, and they didn't want to keep her anywhere near the internal workings of the guild. But as they couldn't dispose of her, they were sending her away. From Mary Ann's point of view, it was to save Erhardt's party. She had raised up a number of parties, but perhaps she found something lovable in them, as Erhardt's party was her favorite. I'm not against a move to the south. So did you have some business with me? Tanya nodded, and stated her business. The other branches don't have the leisure to dispatch adventurers south. The sea-based North branch has circumstances too far removed. Of the West branch, one first-rate party was completely wiped out, while another has already been determined to transfer south. It seems the Queen of Kartafs told them to take it up. She really has us by the throats. The South branch. As it was mercenary specialized, it was unable to send adventurers. And many mercenary brigades had already left Bime. The only one left was the East branch that suffered little casualty. Erhardt Kuhn's party will be heading south. He's too close to Lyle Kuhn to keep. I believe you'll be the one getting the guild together on that side. The labyrinth's scale wasn't large. Even if it were to be managed from here, it would remain small time, or so Tanya informed her. We'll take around 2 more personnel from the guild. Please hire the rest at the site. Well, in essence, it's an exile, really. Bime has no interest in its south. For the magic stones and materials, it seems some merchants are migrating as well, so please go have a talk with them. Hearing that, Marianne questioned it a little. It was as if Bime was being divided up. The merchants with the trace house at the center. And the guild personnel, adventurers. It's as if he's just cleanly picking away only what he needs. It couldn't be. Marianne felt it was as if a small Bime was being born in the south. Tanya, could it be? She confirmed her own anxiety with Tanya. Tanya spoke without changing her expression. He got us. After investigating, it seems many craftsmen will be moving via the merchants. He's really completed a mini-Bime for himself. Lyle Kuhn. I really don't want to think this was all by his expectations. Marianne didn't think Lyle had been moving about at random. Sucking up funds from Bime, then the favorably faction merchants and the craftsmen, and it felt as if he's stolen the adventurers and the relevant know-how from the guild. That sensation as if they were dancing on the palm of his hands made the two of them fear him. Rano had come to the southern base set up for labyrinth subjugation. Whenever a labyrinth was to be cleared, everyone would set up a base outside, but it was only natural for Bime to establish it to the level of a small town. But those organized districts held a skillfulness as if there was a plan for a town to be there from the start. Leading small Ines alone, Rano matched her pace as they walked the streets. What a lonely land. If you call it a base for labyrinth subjugation, it should be more a place for the squalid singer, and the invitation of harlots. If it doesn't have a crude feel to it, it's not interesting at all. If you walked the town, you'd take in the smell of food from the stalls, and in the bars, the adventurers who'd pulled out of the labyrinth made merry regardless of night or day. Harlots would try to draw in customers, and adventurers making lewd glances at them was a standard sight. But there was none of that here. There was nothing. Grasping Rano's hand, Ines spoke. How was your homeland? Rano scratched his head with his spare right. My last boss wasn't there. Seems he retired. He wasn't one to be loyal to Her Majesty, he was of the old king's time after all. There weren't many left who I recognized. Taking care of the dirty work, Rano had pretty much been driven out of Kartafs. And he had come to hate his job. He had a skill to infiltrate anywhere. So jobs unbefitting a knight were pushed on him, and he was looked down on by his surroundings. For him to continue fulfilling his duty was only loyalty to his country. But the words the previous king had bestowed upon him. The shame of Kartaf's knights. They were. It seems that Queen's different from her straight-laced predecessor, but... I wonder. Ines strongly gripped his hand. Rano-san, you want to go back to being a knight, don't you? He gave a bitter smile. Does it look that way? No, if you're the one saying it, I'm sure I do. That may be it. Maybe I want to be recognized as a knight. There was a time even I held on to immature ideals, or so I've come to think these days. Those naive ideals were still somewhere in him, he noticed as he told it to Ines. Anyways, Ines, did you get the information? On Rano's serious voice, Ines nodded. And what was the result? Innes spoke in a low voice so only Rano could hear. Lyle-san plans on using BIME. In the end, he will be exiled, and the world will treat it as if he lost. But the Four-Country Alliance and Kartafs, they have a piece in it all. They're sure his exile was a skillful means to escape the city. Escape from what? From seals of Bonsium? Innes shook her head. Various things. If he stayed in BIME as a hero, Lyle-san's movements would be heavily restricted. I'm sure it will be easier for him to travel lighter from now on. It seems Lyle-san was against receiving full support from BIME. And what split BIME in two was? At that moment, a voice called over to the two of them. It was Novum, doing her shopping. Innes-san, and Rano-san as well. So you made it here? With a voice calling from behind, Rano answered with an indifferent attitude. Yeah, that's right. Because I can earn more if I stick with my valued customer over here. You'll continue using our services, right? I want to set up an office, but would there happen to be an open space anywhere? The reason he had come south was to chase after Lyle. It wasn't because he was a customer. It was because Innes had foreseen the ruin of BIME. Novum brought her left hand to her mouth, and giggled. That's a huge help. I'll prepare one at once. If you have any specific wishes, I'll dispatch someone to assist, so please say it at the time. Fare thee well. As Novum parted from the two of them, Innes gripped Rano's hand even stronger. Rano looked at her, and found she was a little frightened. What's wrong? It's just a probability, but Novum-san was keeping an eye on us. Innes was wary of Novum. To that great an extent? She didn't have that sort of. Innes spoke. That person will do anything if it's for Lyle-san's sake. That's the sort of person she is. And I'm scared. When I look at that person, it's as if I feel something nostalgic. I'm sorry, please pay it no mind. Rano scratched his head, before leading Innes back to the inn. Roland entered the developing port on a tracehouse ship. To meet the one taking command, future Grand Duke of Galeria, Lyle. Making way for Lyle's room at the most splendid building of the port, Roland took out the arbitrarily sent notification. Since he wasn't in public, Lyle wore a casual short and trouser, as he worked through paperwork. When Roland entered the room, some tea was prepared for a break. Once an employee brought the tea, Lyle wrapped up his work, and kept Roland company. But his bearing was rude. Roland wondered if he was being belittled as he politely started into talks. I have dropped by in regards to the letter delivered to BIME. The Grand Duke proxy stated you were the one with the right to decide, and would say no further, so I've directly come to pay a visit. Please tell me. Why have you one-sidedly decided to break off all dealings with the Tracehouse? You haven't forgotten how much aid we've given you in this endeavor, have you? Lyle looked at Roland as he took the cup to his mouth, and sipped a bit of tea. And after parting it from his mouth, he held the cup in both hands. We're honoring the contents of the contract. The one we contracted was the settlement south of BIME, was it? With Fidel Dano there in the Tracehouse, he served acting as representative. We definitely did not contract the taken-over Tracehouse. Which means to say, we do not recognize your claim. Showing a bit of fatigue, Lyle's shirt sleeves were stained with ink from all the paperwork. His hands were a little darkened as well. There were bags under his eyes. BIME has officially recognized the Tracehouse as having been inherited. If you don't call this a breach of the contract, I've no words to return. Lyle Kuan replied nonchalantly. Whether BIME recognized it or not, it doesn't really matter. The Four-Country Alliance is formally planning to protest BIME after all. Brother-in. I mean, Lyle Dano was handed in exile from practically nothing but false charges, causing us to doubt their credibility. And more than anything, you who exiled your relatives to take over the house lacks credibility as well. Roland stood from the sofa, and spoke in a face of surprise. Are you thinking to make an enemy of BIME? It's true you've joined Four Hands, and I've heard you've built a cooperative relation, but even so, every year. Yes, every year, we purchased goods at BIME. Well, they were mainly weapons and the like, but magic stones as well. However, our situation has already changed. War is on a sharp decline. What we need isn't tools of war, but tools to make our lives abundant. We'll need a fixed amount of weapons, but we can produce that much ourselves. Did you know? By driving out several merchant houses, you forced a number of craftsmen who'd lost their place to flow to the Alliance. Lyle Dano has voiced a desire to offer them a warm welcome, and we for one will answer to our benefactor. Roland hung his head. He was regretting the Tracehouse's loss of credibility at his hands. But by the time Roland had learned of Gina's plan, it was too late to turn back. And living while glared at by Bime's conference of merchants, to the Bime-raised Roland, it wasn't something he could imagine. Can you give us rights to use your port? Lyle spoke. I've no such intentions. The four-country alliance shall support south of Bime. Our future dealings will be centered around there. Roland, in regards to those words. It seems you are underestimating the power of Bime. How many years do you think it will take for a small port town to develop in the south? You say you can make a living without any trade in that time frame? Lyle spoke. You're the one making underestimations. It's a fact that Bime is a prominent metropolis of the continent. I doubt there's a product you can't obtain in that city. But by looking down on its surroundings like that, it should learn how hatred builds up. Roland looked at Lyle's eyes, and faltered a little. He had worked a majority of his time within Bime, and he had few chances to venture out to other lands. And the first look directed straight at him from the outside world made him swallow his breath. Lyle instantly reverted his expression, and spoke to Roland. Go home. We have no need to follow the decisions of Bime out here, and we don't have such plans. Roland left the room, and mulled over how he would explain it at the next conference of merchants. Only on the prerequisites of handing over interest in the port, had Roland been recognized as the Tracehouse's head. Once that was lost, he hadn't the slightest idea what they would say. Roland decided to swiftly return, and set up countermeasures with Gina. On the land that had become the frontmost line with Bime, Blois spat out a sigh. What he was to pass on from Bonsium was, no matter how you looked at it, Pandora's box. There was no doubt some portion of that merchant's body was in the box, and the situation had come down to him delivering it to Bime alongside a declaration of war. Confirming the letter in his office, he found it contained orders to prepare to invade Bime. His adjutant knight looked at him and spoke. General, I can understand why you may not be on board, but we must abide royal orders. Before the earnest knight, Blois sat deeply into his seat, and lifted up the papers in one hand. It's impossible. Impossible, I say. A Bime invasion. I don't feel we'll lose, but how many troops and goods do you think that would require? On top of them having built the troublesome fortress, the final objective is attacking that metropolis of Bime. You'll need a legion of 1 to 200,000, I tell you. Prepare all by ourselves? That isn't happening. Now I have to go crying to someone. Blois couldn't decide whether it was good or bad that the merchant of Bime hadn't returned alive. Well, rather than returning with their hearts stolen, maybe it's a better result for the poor man. Better than laying low in Bime, and betraying his friends and family, at least. The merchant who's gone to see seals, brimming with confidence, had returned in a different shape entirely. Whatever remained of his well-rounded body fit in a box he could hold in one hand. The knight spoke in worry. If you ignore orders, you can't avoid execution. Blois gave a sigh. I know that. But the practical problem here is how the area's rule has divided people, and we're lacking in hands. I can only explain the present situation, and seek help. The knight looked at Blois. If it's you, General, wouldn't you be able to conquer it? You did say there wasn't much of a need to fear Bime before, didn't you? Hearing that knight's words, Blois offered a revision. Dude, you'd do well to remember a bit of the details. It's as if you're saying Bime is nothing special. I'm wrong, You're wrong. If we're going to war as the premise. And Bime has never even thought to expand its territory, so there's no way they'll be invading from their side. Well, firing people up and causing wars is the extent they go for. Then worming their way in with commerce and such, they're skilled in seduction, and using the back door, and that sort of thing. They're more formidable of an enemy in times of peace. But if you fight them, you can definitely win. Saying that, Blois showed the knight a certain document. It was the mercenary brigade he had hired to compensate his lack of hands. Even upon seeing that, the knight didn't seem to understand it. Something about them? Formerly a mercenary brigade enrolled at Bime's South Guild branch. During Bime's defensive, it seems they were tasked with protecting the important points. Their scale large, and their quality isn't bad. But they're mercenaries. If hired, they'd join either side. And you could even say they had full knowledge of Bime. They knew how much treasure was in the city, and to them, it was a place easy to fight in. The city of merchants and mercs, it's going to fall. With those words, Blois prepared a letter addressed to the royal palace at the center. An explanation of the present situation, and a request for reinforcements. Within the jewel. Lyle, who'd come from my room of memories, was talking with the ancestors. If it isn't garters, I'd have to say stockings. Hearing that, the third compared me and Lyle with a serious face. I see, so Lyle had a foot fetish all this time? I happen to prefer behinds. I to him. Please don't start up on your sexual preferences. Are you not embarrassed? The third laughed. When I'm already dead? Rather, this sort of thing is vital. It's important to know yourself. Isn't it fine? Being a foot fetishist? Don't arbitrarily label me a foot fetishist. When I cried out, the seventh followed through. That's right. Considering Lyle's eye level up to now, I've already concluded him a lover of large breasts. He keeps taking glances at them, so there's no doubt about it. So if you call him a foot fetishist, even Lyle will get angry. Third generation head. Come so far, I just realized the jewel displayed things from my point of view, felt embarrassed, and sat on the spot. Lyle didn't stand up for me. But I like Vera's Chan's chest that seems to be non-existent, but surely exists. I want to rub my face against the part of her thighs you can see between her skirt and socks. You really are the worst. As I said that, the fifth looked at me. Lyle, I can only see it as you shouting complaints at a mirror. Just accept it. That's the first step. I didn't want to recognize this pervy brat as myself. When I thought that, Malia-san gently placed a hand on my shoulder. She held up her thumb. Fret not, Lyle. I had Miranda buy some clothes besides garters as well. Just like me, that girl has a nice body on her. Before I could deny it, the seventh opened his mouth. Ha, though your chest size couldn't be any more different. Auntie's dubious sizing can't, ow. From her fluttery sleeve, she swiftly pulled out a one-shot gun and shot him. Since we were in the jewel, it ended with nothing but an ow. In real life, it was an exceedingly outrageous scene. Broadkuin, did I teach you it was alright to say such things to a woman? Good grief, you haven't changed a bit. I had some interest in the seventh's past, but to change the topic, I turned talks to Bime. More importantly, with this, Bime has divided as planned. Even if one is crushed, we have a spare, but will I really go off on a journey just like that? Before we could show Bonsium our movements, I was to go through the four-country alliance, and Bonsium through Kartafs, finally heading to Fondbu's from there. The third shrugged his shoulders as he sat on the table. There's no helping it. We need the power of Fondbiax and the other surrounding countries at all costs. If you give them a letter form the alliance in Kartafs, it will add to your persuasive power, so don't worry. Well, the problem is how Fondbus is a huge Walt hater, I guess. The seventh had revived, clearing his throat, and ignoring the third's gaze. The kingdom of Fondbus, they had fought with Bonsium a number of times, and had suffered a crushing defeat and lost much land twice by Walt hands. Right now, they held land of around two-thirds their golden age. The one who shaved off the extra third was the Walt house. What's more, the seventh was heavily involved. When an army of Fondbiax was rejoicing over a victory, he had beaten them and driven them back, nabbing some land while he was at it. So when it came to the house there, we were nothing but enemies. Within that, the fifth stood from his seat. He looked at the silver weapons floating above the round table. The first's giant sword. The second's bow. The fourth's dagger. The sixth's halberd. Those four glowing weapons were suspended in air, and after a light breath, the fifth spoke. Lyle, before your journey, I'll teach you my last skill. Map, dimension. And finally, real map. It can show the surrounding terrain as a three-dimensional map, and you can read off the finest of movements. It's a skill where you can shift the viewpoint to any place you'd like to see. Well, it's convenient for travel, so it's just right. The fifth said that with a resolved face, so I felt a little sorrowful at how he was finally going to entrust me his skills. An animal lover, and with many children, he was always cold to them, a man who left a large problem for the house. Differing from the image handed down, he was a person who always looked somewhat unmotivated. Of smaller build within the house, and a person that giant sixth generation wasn't able to beat to the end. Understood. Let's move to your room of memories. Saying that, I stood. The third looked down, while the seventh watched me and the fifth with a serious face. And yet, why are you arbitrarily pushing things along over there? I'll just throw this out, but as the guide, I hold a higher authority in this jewel than father, you know? I won't let him disappear just like that. As I turned to Malia-san, Lyle folded his hands behind his head. Right, I knew I should have told Lyle about that earlier. The fifth pointed at Malia-san. You lot. What are you saying? I don't have anything left to hand down to Lyle. There, Malia-san corrected her posture with a serious face and turned back to him. Sure you do. Don't you, father? Lyle should know what you had to endure. It's a fact he has no choice but to know if he's going to aim for emperor, and for Lyle to learn of you, I do not recognize the inheritance of your skill. The fifth skill inheritance was prevented by Malia-san. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Prologue. TL, Happy International Translation Day. Prologue. The labyrinth subjugation base south of Bime had gotten around to simply be called South Bime. That small town that was said to have been made by those exiled from the city had gained some vitality in less than a month. That's how it was supposed to be, and a number of merchant houses had flooded in. The port was, at the very least, able to moor 3 ships, so ships were moving back and forth. The craftsmen brought in by the merchants and other relevant parties instantly increased the town's population. In that energetic South Bime, with Monica and Clara, the 3 of us looked at Porter in the warehouse. Having been worn through by constant use, Porter had been serviced by Monica for the long journey ahead, but... Porter, you've grown up splendidly. Touching both hands to my mouth, I looked at Porter. On its cylinder of a head, 2 large, round eyes. That part hadn't changed. But its body had undergone heavy modifications. It was almost a lump of iron. There stood Porter's gallant figure. From the jewel, the ancestors' hearts were also moved. Porter is our comrade. Looks like he's become somewhat splendid while we weren't looking. I seem to be feeling attachment towards this mass of iron and clockwork. This density, this dignity. While being even more refined than before, that astoundingly charming body, the perfect assimilation of pointlessness and male romance. Porter, you're the best. It was just as the 7th said. This Porter had become 1 size larger. Monica had looked at Damien's large-scale Porter, and took it as a challenge, I'm sure. Its greatest showpiece was the pair of arms folded on top. The parts it used were externally reinforced much like the armor of the armored giant monster we once defeated in Arumsas, and carefully manufactured. Monica spoke, brimming with pride. It would be troubling if that was enough to amaze you. This Monica is fundamentally greater than those 3 units at Professor Damien's place. Fundamentally. Porter, show everyone your true form. Clara-san, as we discussed, please. Monica assumed a pose, but when Clara didn't show any reaction, she took a few glances and sent a request. Clara quietly nodded and held up her staff. Slowly coming alive, Porter's front portion lifted up and became a torso. The arms on its back were deployed, and its leg portion was supported up by an increased 8 tires with a reinforced frame. Waha. When I showed my excitement, Monica excitedly looked at me. Amazing, isn't it? Monica is different from those scrap metals around the place. My base specs are different than those garbage that would rejoice at some version upgrade, or a small modification. Now bear witness, my chicken dickwad. Holding both hands towards the ceiling, her yell sounded as if it came straight from her soul. Inside the jewel, the ancestors as well. Amazing. You're amazing, Porter. You did your best. What a form. This boorish form, it's perfect, is it not? But there was a single one to give a cold opinion. It was Malia-san. Having joined along the way, Malia-san didn't have any affection for Porter. Let alone that, she was a person who said his head was unnecessary. And she offered her 50 copper. Are these functions really necessary? They aren't, right? Rather, how much space is taken to stow those unnecessary parts? I don't know what to think about adding on strange features and doing nothing to make your trip more comfortable. I wanted to tell her how she just didn't get it, but it's true, it was an important point. Monica, I understand that Porter has been reborn. So how are its specs compared to before? As in usable space and comfort. Monica stuck out her index finger and bent it left and right. Chicken dickwad, you'd do best not to underestimate me. I've sacrificed a bit of space, but I put the craftsman to work. To her, Clara quietly. You overworked them, is what you mean. If Monica-san ever approaches them with a smile, the dwarves and gnomes will now run away at full force. I looked at Monica. What exactly did you do? She shrugged her shoulders and shook her head tiredly. They're craftsmen. They shine best when they're desperately trying to surmount an impossible order. On the contrary, I'd like you to praise me. Because this Monica has passed down various lost crafts. For the sake of South Bime's future, no, for the sake of my chicken. I circled around to Porter's back and opened the door. It's gotten a little narrower? Well, there are sofas, or rather benches attached on both sides, so perhaps that's why it looks that way. The massive metal Porter, when transporting goods or people, that reliable and central member of our party had been reborn. As I returned to Monica's side, Clara reverted Porter to its original form. She tilted her head. Its weight has gone up considerably. Yet even so, I get the feeling the mana expenditure to drive it has lowered. And whenever I move it, something feels off. Monica walked up to Porter, opened up its front portion, and showed it off. In it, the 3 stones of the peridot we'd found in the labyrinth had been embedded. There were strange mechanisms furnished around them. Ah, my gemstones. That's right. This is Porter's energy source. By it, Porter will surely move more powerfully than before. It's truly Porter's heart. With only 3 gemstones, we've achieved a suitable means of operation. As Monica took some glances at me, I'd like to believe she did feel at least a bit of guilt at taking them. And I put a hand to Porter, and muttered. Porter, good for you. Clara, in regards to me. If Lyle sounds fine with that, then so be it. More so, you're just going to ignore how she arbitrarily used the gemstones? You neglected to report that to the party, Monica-san. On Clara's words, Monica flipped each of her twin tails. That was the chicken dickwad's personal possession. And I am the chicken dickwad's personal possession. Ergo, everything of the chicken dickwads belongs to me. And all of me belongs to the chicken dickwad. So there's no problem to speak of. When she checked to see if I was mad, she had given quite an outrageous statement, so I chopped her head from behind. Of course it's no good. Say you're going to use them beforehand. But everyone was so busy these days, and whenever you got back, you'd all collapse asleep, so I was trying to be tactful in my own way. Right, we were busy. It wasn't just South Bime, we had a necessity to act for what was to come. Porter's modifications were a part of that. Eva was negotiating with the tribe of elves that had dropped by South Bime. They were on the main street, where a stage had been prepared for the minstrels and traveling performers. In that space with heavy pedestrian traffic, Eva made a certain request to the tribe. And this is the song and story I'd like you to spread. It can just be in rumors, so can't you circulate it? The collateral is your lodging fee in South Bime. We'll make it dirt cheap. For a traveling troupe, cheap lodging was an appreciated gesture. Hearing that, the young man-like head elf touched a hand to his chin. It's a request from a daughter of the Nihil. We'll listen to it. By the way, there are a number of things I'd like to ask about. Fort Red Ant, or perhaps Fortress, I'd like to know the particular details of it. The story of the hero who fought back an army of monsters is in fashion these days. We just flowed into Bime ourselves, so we've no clue of it. Eva, upon hearing that. Where did you come from? Not Zayen or Lorphes, right? Galleria? Russworth? Doesn't look it. I doubt it's Kartaf's, N. The head elf let out a sigh. Bonsium. We ran away from there. It's in a terrible state right not. Eva nodded at the head, and inquired with a serious face. Bonsium, huh? If you'll exchange it for info on Bonsium, then I'll oblige. I was there before, but has it really gotten that bad? The head looked at the sky. War, or rather trampling down. It was the first time I ever witnessed an army that didn't fear death. The authority grasped by the future queen of Bonsium, it reeks of abnormality. It could be the case she'll leave her name in history. In a bad sense. Eva knew of Seal's abnormality. If you hadn't seen it up close, if passed by lip, it was only the cruel queen-to-be of Bonsium, end of story. That was how Bime was. Even when info on Seals came in, it was a common tale. Or perhaps an atrocious woman, is how they summed it up. Some part of the city was convinced it was fire on the opposite shore. Eva listened to the head's words of Bonsium. I got the feeling ruin was coming closer by the day. The men were rounded up for war, and not villages alone, even the larger towns were only women and children. Seeing an old one was a rare sight. Refugees turned bandit are increasing. We were attacked a number of times on the way. Abandon food supplies and run, or fight amongst each other to keep it. Hearing that story, Eva was sure it was truly a terrible situation. Hey, aren't there any nobles rebelling against the throne? Feudal lords are fine too. On her question, the head shook his head. There are none. To rephrase, there were. Past tense. Many feudal lords have been crushed. Central's army was one thing, but the Walt house was also involved. It just goes to show their title of Bonsium's strongest wasn't for show. Lyle's home, the Walt house, was cooperating in crushing the country's opposing powers. At that, Eva felt a hint of irony. May was counting the increasing food stands in South Bime. Oh. There are 3 more today. Is that one sweets? The next smells of meat. Ha, 3 whole new comrades on my food walking course. She looked over the stands with an expression of bliss, as she happily thought over what she would eat today. Yesterday was deep fried, so meat for today. No, it's hard to dismiss fresh sweets. But I don't have the war funds to eat all of them. What a tragedy. May generally only ever used her money on food, and she had received some from Novum so she could walk the stands and eat. She didn't have the intent to go as far as to manage her own money, and she was sure she was fine that way. Because of that, she received payment as a daily allowance from Novum. Okay, it all starts with some juice to wet the throat. Let's go with some refreshing citrus, why not? There, the small-built May stopped her feet's course to the stand, and turned around. With long, unkempt black hair, and a coat that wasn't yet a match for the season, a woman of high stature stood. If you're going to rampage here, then stop. This happens to be one of my favorites. Her opponent was Marina. Marina tossed the paper bag in her hands towards May. Taking it, May found the bag was warm, and her eyes sparkled as she unearthed the skewer meat within. Enduring the drool creeping its way to the surface. What are you planning? She took some fleeting glances between Marina and the bag as she asked. Nothing. It's been a while since I got to go that wild. It was fun, so I'm thanking you. And I'd like to meet your leader. He did quite a dirty thing. It's gotten hard for me to live in Bime. May observed Marina's state, and noticed that was a lie. She took a skewer from the bag, brought it to her mouth, and bit in. Introduction fee, was it? Very well, I'll arrange it for you. Thanks for that. With failure, and a few other reasons tacked on, they ran off with all the money I'd been saving up, so now I'm broke. That one did not look like a lie. May bit further into the meat on the stick, and ate it heartily as she looked at Marina. And so? What's your real objective? For someone of your level, ma'am, I'm sure any guild would accept you. Marina laughed. When you've lived much longer than I, ma'am? Girlie, you'll get on well in the world. With her own form, May knew Marina would feel uncomfortable if treated as a little girl. It was something she learned to blend in with the world of humans. But even so, looked on from around, it's true it looked uncomfortable. May quietly continued on into the meat. Marina muttered something like, fine, you win, and began speaking. I don't really care about only the East Branch escaping, and being isolated as a result. But you see, I have an interest in the leader one like you would serve. Is that boy also strong? Lyle had Marina's eyes set on him. Within the jewel. In Lyle's room of memories, the room he had once lived his life. The form of his youth. Lyle quietly Saturday. He crossed his legs on top of the bed, left his elbows against his lap, and placed his jaw on his hands. His form was a child, but he had a bit of presence to him. The fifth will have stay a while. I want Lyle to know him. Though he may feel something after knowing him. But before that, Lyle looked up at the ceiling. Even if you don't want to see who you really are, you're abandoning me too much. I'm going to develop abandonment issues. This form is your own. It's the form of your younger years, and yet. Lyle's room in the jewel had become a room filled with what he didn't want to see. The jewel had interfered. Seals had interfered. And it was a rune born as the result. And the young boy Lyle was the form of the current Lyle himself. Lyle was sealed away, and the Lyle that was born was just a small child's heart in a large body. He had matured under the watch of the ancestors, and had grown mentally stable, but there was an insecure existence to him. If Lyle's memory returned, that balance would crumble. Then who am I? It was clear he would come to be haunted by such worries. Lyle, just face me. I know you're scared of the potential you lost. But even so, you can only erase me and move on, not. In an expression unthinkable from a child, Lyle muttered sorrowfully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 1, Setting Off from Bime. Setting off from Bime. Within the jewel. On the area extending across the round table room, Miranda was blown off and rolled across the ground. She caught herself and stood, before her eyes, Millie expressionlessly pointing her gun and pulling the trigger. Bending her body to avoid the bullet, she wrapped threads around Malia's arm and used brute force to throw her against the wall. But flying through the air, Millie used the bayonet on her gun to sever the thread, and in her dress, she touched her feet to the wall and ran down it. Pulling a gun from her frilly sleeve, she fired a round at Miranda and discarded the handgun. Those guns that required a shell exchange after every shot all had bayonets attached, making her capable of close-quarter combat. Miranda ran forward and tried avoiding the shot, but her thigh was pierced, and she fell flat on the spot. Stooping over in fear, Shannon tried to use her demon eyes to see a weakness in Millie Ia, but with the gunpoint turned to her. Eek! She cried, and averted her eyes. When Malia's bullet embedded itself near her feet, Shannon fell back onto her bottom. Miranda's injuries recovered, and trying to stand, she made a golem with magic. That doll of mud blocked the way between her and Millie Ia. Millie Ia reloaded shells into her guns as she walked forward, heading straight for the large golem whose height exceeded 3 meters. Coo! The golem looked to be at an overwhelming advantage, but even so, Miranda knew it was nothing more than a means to buy time. From Miranda's point of view, she saw the large golem's back as it slammed its large fist into Millie Ia. Right after, it was violently torn up, the golem crumbling away, and returning to the soil. Beyond the crumbling golem, stood Millie Ia with 2 guns. Her grinning feature was accompanied by a sweat across Miranda's face. It really is unbelievable. Her opponent was her own ancestor, and someone related to the Walt house, she was told, but this was definitely out of the norm. To Miranda, Millie Ia spoke. What's with you, looking at someone as if they're some sort of monster? That's downright rude. Putting away her guns, Millie Ia stroked her hair, and looked around. Seeing Shannon still curled up on the ground, she let out a sigh. Shannon! Your eyes are capable of at least this much. Good grief, fixating on nothing but interfering with others' minds. Look at the mana flow a bit, and try searching for where you have to prick to break them. While Miranda wiped her sweat, Shannon was on the verge of tears. It's impossible. In a situation like that, I can't see that much. Tears pooling in her eyes as she shook her head. Millie Ia looked at Shannon, and dropped her shoulders. Lately, they had been entering the jewel to receive instruction from Millie Ia. But not a single one of the Walt house ancestors would pop their faces out. Among them, only Millie Ia was assertively involved with the sisters. You really are uselessly cute, Shannon. Fed up, Millie Ia headed for Shannon, and lent her a hand to stand her up. And she used a hand to brush away the dirt on her clothing. If left alone, that dirt would fade away, so Miranda thought it a pointless act. Shannon, help out a bit more. Fighting her alone is difficult. When Miranda complained, Millie Ia touched a hand to her mouth. If you can't beat me alone, then I can't imagine how you'll fare in what's to come, Miranda. You must properly understand what it means to be a woman of the Walt house. Among the house heads' wives and daughters, there are a number of them stronger than me. Hearing that, Miranda felt her head was starting to hurt. She didn't think herself weak, but she was reminded there was always someone stronger. And it felt she was being shown a lesson by the out-of-the-norm clan called the Walt house. You mean to say the current me is not worthy? On Miranda's words, Millie Ia made an intrigued expression. Whether you're worthy or not, in the end, the one to decide is Lyle, Miranda. Millie Ia brought the 2 of them close, and slowly began to speak. I'm counting on the 2 of you. That you'll support Lyle up. But you see, at the same time, I want you both to be happy. Miranda, who resembles me, and Shannon, who inherited my eyes. You're both my cute descendants. Millie Ia embraced them, and spoke. Miranda was a little embarrassed, while Shannon timidly gripped Malia's clothing before returning the embrace. Shannon didn't remember much about her mother, so the shadow of her sister and mother likely overlapped with Millie Ia for her. Once upon a time. When I was young, I mean. My eyes wouldn't see. A physical disability was a heavy burden on a noble. A failure, a disgrace, my brothers and sisters said it too. Among the retainers were those prejudiced against me as well. Just by being there, I was a drawback to the Walt house, they said. Millie Ia continued reciting the tale. But you see. The eldest brother was kind. He was awkward, but as he rebelled at the ways of the Walt house, and always opposed my father. Perhaps I was the cause of that, but he really treasured me. And my father would treat me the same as he would my brothers and sisters. He wouldn't permit my lack of sight being used as an excuse. Everyone called him a cold person, but being treated normally was an extremely joyous thing to me. There are plenty of awkward people out there. Weak, and getting lonely easily. The Walt house is shouldered by nothing but those sorts, so you have to support it up. Millie Ia turned a smile to Miranda and Shannon. And with that smile. And you see. Men of the Walt house are quite good at rolling around on their women's palms. Shannon was dumbfounded. I thought it would turn into a nice story along the way. She looked severely disappointed. As she thought, Millie Ia was Miranda. Miranda reaffirmed it as well. But Millie Ia spoke. You don't look so pleased. Good grief, this is why children are, you listening? Now I'm going to teach you something extremely important. You could even call it the trick to get a Walt man dancing on the palm of your hand. Miranda reacted a bit and raised her head. Trick? Shannon looked at her. Sis, you don't have to bite on so hard. Millie embraced the two of them again and whispered in their ears. The trick is South Bime. Inside the prepared horse-drawn wagon, Metal Lump Porter was letting off some conspicuous colors. It was early in the morning, around, the working Valkyries briskly pushing along preparations. Within all that, I took out the list I'd gotten from Novum. Lyle-sama, all the preparations are in order. For Fortress Red Ant, Adele-san and Maxim-san led along the Valkyries that finished up work first and entered Bonsium. We will be entering other countries by sea, before heading in the direction of Bonsium. Nodding, I looked at Porter. Loaded with cargo, and after everything was in order, Monica carried out a final check. Clara accompanied her, similarly checking off packages. I looked at the list. I get Aria and Clara. I'm thankful you were able to send Monica around to this side. But why is Shannon with me too? We're heading through Kartafs to Bonsium and Fonbus, right? While we had the fourth skill. Speed, our distance to travel was extremely long. And we were relatively short on time, so we needed to get Fonbus's agreement on assistance. But the members assigned to me were Aria, Clara, and Monica and Shannon. I got Aria. She was a valuable war potential. Clara was needed to operate Porter. Monica asserted she would stick with me, and it's more that we approved it. But couldn't Shannon just hold down the fort? Or so I thought. Novum sat on a wooden crate and kicked her legs up and down as she sent a glance to Shannon. The reason Shannon was just staring at the busily moving Valkyries was because she knew she would get in the way if she tried to help. Shannon-chan volunteered. Miranda-san also acknowledged it. My side has me, Miranda-san, Eva-san, and Mei-chan. We're taking along Marina-san on top of that. I was reluctant to leave South Bime wide open, but Fidelsen had already come in to take command. The guild personnel from Bime had already started their work, and the adventurers were collecting magic stones and materials in the labyrinth. Novum spoke. Rano-san and Ines-san migrated to South Bime as well. It seems Rano-san will be heading for Kartafs alongside you. It's already been explained to Vera-san, so he only has to board the ship. It's your first boat trip in a while. She said first in a while, but what she meant was first trip with Vera in a while. I averted my eyes from Novum's words. That was a joke. It really was a joke to rile him up. Novum laughed a bit. Fidelsen really was looking forward to it, it seems. When he heard it was a joke after the fact, he was making an extremely conflicted face. But, if it really was your firstborn, that would be a little troublesome. If male, there comes the possibility he would be your successor, and the Trace House would achieve the position of having the legitimate heir. The Trace House has its current standing, and if possible, it would be best if the firstborn be with the legal wife. All things considered, the ones who must be excluded from candidacy are Eva-san, Mei-chan, and Clara-san, perhaps? Because it's easier for one of noble lineage to be recognized as successor. Novum was all smiles. Her tone was gentle. And yet, the fact I felt so cornered must be because it was my responsibility. In order to rile Fidelsan, I had Vera play out a lie of pregnancy. As a result, Aria, who was there at the time. I kissed Aria to form a line, and from it, Monica was also informed. By the time I returned, Monica had prepared the goods to raise a child, and I was promptly surrounded by the female camp. I was unlucky. From Galleria, Russworth, and Kartafs, Gracia-san, Elsa-san, and Ludmila-san were present as well. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I don't want to recall the events of that day anymore. I apologized to Novum, and she as well. I humbly apologize. I just found myself a little jealous. It's your problem as well, and I will abide your decision. But if you could take my words as a single opinion on the matter. I didn't want to remember. I pushed the happenings of that day back to the past, and heard Novum's apology, as I watched preparations go on. I want to end it before Bonsium floods into Bime. After Bonsium issued a declaration of war, Bime had become quite panicked. I stowed Porter away into the 7th box, and taking Aria, Clara, Monica, Shannon, and Rano-san along, I boarded the Trace House vessel, the Vera Trace. My comrades had come to see us off from the port. Novum, Miranda, Eva, May. Beside her, the one who'd gotten to working alongside her, Marina-san also saw us off. Without his overcoat, in a dress shirt, Fidelsen boarded the ship. Atop the deck, Vera talked to him. We'll be off, father. Yeah, you must be careful. Since it's you, I've little to worry, but this time, you have that god of misfortune on board. When your chastity is in danger, make sure to aim straight and pull the trigger. Didn't he sound relatively serious there? As I thought that, Fidelsen directed hostility at me. Vera sighed and spoke. Good grief, give it up already. I've no intent to find a man besides Lyle. If Lyle's gone, you'll never get to see the cute face of your grandchildren. There's no saying you'll ever get to meet Gina's. Fidelsen held his head. Damn it. Jokes about grandchildren are just going too far, each and every one of them, they're snatching my daughters away. I hate every man who'll lay a hand on my girls. They should just leave a grandchild behind, and disappear. While I watched Fidelsen's distress, the third laughed in the jewel. Fidelkuin is in peak condition today. The seventh sounded satisfied. He's quite a talent. The more you work him up, the brighter he shines. When Fidelsen disembarked, he was glaring at me. And when he was down, the gangplank was unfastened, and Vera came to my side. Lyle, we'll be heading straight for Galleria and Russworth. We'll be set for Cartaphs right after, but after that, you'll be taking a land route, right? Do you have everything you need together? To her worry, I spoke. Don't worry. Clara and Monica confirmed it. And if we don't have enough, we can buy along the way. I had ceased being an adventurer, but the guilds across the lands would still buy off monster materials from me. If we couldn't avoid monster battles, defeating them, and collecting their drops, selling them off was a possible way to procure funds. Monica spoke to Vera. This Monica is beside him, so your worries are unfounded. And just when I thought I could look after this liar, chicken dickwads dear chicks. Vera gave a bitter smile. Monica was relatively delighted when she heard I had a child, it seems. Arya sighed. You know as well as I that Lyle's doomed a virgin, right? Then how do you misunderstand him having children? Are you sure you aren't broken after all? On Arya's words, Monica shook up her twin tails. But the chicken took flight in the wars of Galleria and Russworth, did he not? There's the surprisingly high possibility he was getting busy. Arya's gaze pierced into me. So you really think I'm that skillful? There, Arya nodded satisfactorily. That's right. It's Lyle after all, so that isn't happening. I mean, he's a virgin. Laughed it by Arya, as I was coming to terms with it, Clara quietly. Though Arya-san isn't any better. The air turned awkward, and Clara alone produced a book from her bag and began reading through it. Shannon watched as the ship began to move. I'm quite nervous with these members, she said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 2, Various Journeys. Various Journeys. The skill. Speed's effect. It was a skill to elevate movement speed. It was a simple speed increase, but the proportion it rose by changed largely by my abilities. Compared to the 20%, 30 at most it was at the beginning, now it was possible to achieve a boost close to double that. Though doing so raised a problem of intense mana consumption. But even so, managing somehow with my increased mana pool, we reached Galleria's port. Lyle Dono. Younger than me, and once unreliable and untrusted by the knights, right now the boy had piled up his own achievements, and got his surroundings to follow him. The real rule-ignoring fight between Galleria and Russworth that suddenly broke out. After earning achievements there, small as they were, he was able to perform on a domestic front. The responsibility for developing the port had also come under Leoldkuin's name. It's been a while. A few months perhaps? No, around a month, right? When I recalled the last time we'd met, Leoldkuin gave a wry smile. Less than 2 months, at least. My sister was unable to make time in her schedule, so she can't come out to greet you this time. Gracia-san. Galleria's Grand Duke Proxy had talks with the envoy from the Four-Country Alliance, it seems, and she couldn't move. From Lorfies? I guess the country that sent the envoy, and Leoldkuin nodded. The strong salty breeze made the port feel a little cold. We were guided by him to our arranged lodging facility. There were many buildings under development, and it was an environment where you could hear the working voices of workers around. It felt quite energetic. Leoldkuin spoke to me. The new Tracehouse head from Bime came by. I sent him back, but I felt a little bit sorry for him. Seeing Leoldkuin a little anxious, the third in the jewel spoke with a lower-toned voice than usual. Yep, he's a good kid. But making that face is troubling. Fidelkuin worked hard, and he's going to keep working hard, so this much is a reward, or rather, we have to honor our promises. He was used for our sake, But the ancestors left in the jewel couldn't help but see Lyle as a radiant existence. If I said something similar, they'd go, naive, or survival of the fittest, kid, yet they were soft on Lyle. I'm sure it felt as if the innocence they lost was being shown off to them. And for all practical purposes, Lyle had a straightforward personality. But I also have circumstance of my own. For now, I'd prefer leaving some distance from the current Bime. It seems Bonsium has declared war on them, and their move will likely come when autumn turns to winter. But even for a country on Bonsium's level, a large force would be needed to drop Bime. And a majority of their military force came from their populace. Autumn was the harvest period, and precisely because the country was so large, there was a delicate deviation in harvest time across it. To move a large force, of course, food supplies and manpower were necessary. They couldn't move in a busy time. Or even if they did, they wouldn't be able to take Bime, so we surmised. If perhaps seals did move, it was most convenient we weren't in Bime. I told Vera to distance herself if seals showed signs of movement as well. Lyle crossed his arms and spoke his thoughts aloud. Will Bonsium move, I wonder? Speaking only to scale, they should have less numbers than the army of monsters that flowed into Bime at present, so will they be held down at Fortress Red Ant? The Jewel. The fifth denied Lyle estimates. Monsters and humans are different, after all. It's true the force to break through a monster army is fearsome, but I think humans are the scarier bunch. They'll probably get past the fortress at an early stage. I conveyed that opinion to Lyle. It was a fortress we prepared for Bime's war with Bonsium, but we didn't build it thinking it would be able to hold them off. No, Fortress Red Ant will be breached relatively quickly. But it's a fortress that stopped a flock of several 100,000 monsters. And I heard you held it down with less than 20,000 men. There was a large difference between me and other people. It was the ancestors' wisdom and the skills they left. The Walt house manifested nothing but support class skills, leading the body they developed over the ages to be a body excelling in support. By the skill succession starting with our founder, it was surely a blessing there were no duplicate skills. I was gripping the jewel before I knew it. That was because the skills I inherited were proficient ones. Night. Dropping by the jewel, I saw the jewel sitting irate atop the round table. With a refreshing expression, sitting in the fifth chair, Malia-san was being glared at. Oi. Let me pass my skill onto Lyle already. I said what I wanted to say, and more than anything, the third stage of my skill will be useful here on. Malia-san looked at that fifth, and let out a sigh. You sure aren't honest. You haven't imparted the important things. From the founder to the third, if you had to say, the Walt house were feudal nobles of the countryside. Among them were some who stressed their households. Then why did my father, the fifth, make such a sudden upheaval? You didn't properly tell him. The fifth's eyebrow twitched, and he looked over Malia-san. Then why don't you? Does me teaching him such a thing hold any real meaning? Within that tense air, the third and seventh were shrugging their shoulders. I sighed at their exchange, and stuck a word in to change the topic. Could I have a moment? Tomorrow, we'll depart from Galleria, and head for Russworth. After that, we'll set out for Cartafs, and our sea routes will be over. Since things are going smoothly for now, could I get some sparring in? The reason I brought my feet to the jewel was to spar with the ancestors. I had been too busy, and I didn't have that leisure for a while. I thought there was a necessity to train while I had the time. And the fifth was thinking of ending his role and disappearing. Malia-san had denied it, but I couldn't say when he was going to go. The seventh couldn't stand the air anymore, as he stood from his seat. Then I'll take you on. Lyle, follow me. With those words, he tried to head for his room, when one of the doors was violently slammed open. It was my room. With a grinning face identical to mine, stood Lyle. Heard you were bored, so here I am. Everyone's adorable Lyle. Now, Lyle. Have a match with me. If you win, I'll return your memories. Seeing my younger years set himself in a cool pose, my head started to hurt. I would definitely never do such a thing. When I thought that, and tried to say something, Malia-san opened her mouth. Good goddess. You're way too stubborn, father. There's no helping it then. Lyle's room of memories is, in a sense, the jewel's room as well. I'm going to go through it to peek into your memories. On such words, Lyle made a reluctant face. What about me? Malia-san, that's tyranny. And does he really need any more skills? With as many as he has, Lyle has plenty, and I think there's more value in an advisor role. On Lyle's words, Malia-san shook her head to the side. And what does relying on dead men forever accomplish? To defeat seals, there are plenty of things Lyle will have to know. Lyle folded both hands behind his head. And he looked at Malia-san and spoke. My thoughts differ from yours, Malia-san, and the will of the jewel. I plan on saving my family. Saving? I looked at him and thought over the meaning of his words. Did he mean just as he said, or was he implying something else? Thinking a bit, it sounded as if he wanted me to free them from Seal's curse. But if it meant just as he said it. The seventh looked at Lyle and made a clenched fist. Lyle, what do you mean by save? Don't you know? It's already impossible to atone for the things Maisel and Claire have done. Even if Seals was the source, would the surroundings accept it just like that? Seals was bad. So no one else has any sin. If such a thing worked, then I wouldn't even have to aim for Emperor. Defeat Seals with a few elites, and everything would solve itself. But reality was different. Abnormal. The worst. Lyle looked up at the ceiling. Even so, I'll save them. That's my wish as well. I know not of the jewel's will, or the ancestors of Malia-san's thoughts on the matter. It's my personal intention. The silent third kept his head down. The fifth didn't try to open his mouth. The seventh was the same. But he was looking at Lyle with a conflicted expression. Malia-san spoke. I get it. Then get your business over with first. Father's matter can wait till later. The fifth spoke unpleasantly. Yuri's still bringing that up. The jewel's atmosphere was worse than ever before. I opened my eyes in the Galerian lodging house. The cold of nights and mornings had come out. I felt it was a little brisk, but there was another blanket draped over mine, and that felt pleasantly warm. It seems Monica had prepared the other one. The individual herself wasn't in the room, and it seems she was out. I raised my upper half, and surely enough, felt the cold on my skin. It's getting troublesome. Even when we're about to go on a full-blown trip. Rushworth, and then Cartaf's. We would enter Bonsium from Cartaf's, and head for Fonbu's. It was a considerable distance, and we would be traversing it with this horrid air in the jewel. And I was forcibly sent to deal with Lyle, and even roped into his competition. At present, I had experienced growth 6 times. It was definitely on the high side. But if you asked if I could win against him, that wasn't the case. The movement technique Seals used. Malia-san could do it too. I wouldn't say that alone was enough for him to match Seals, but the me that existed before Seals stole everything away, he was plenty a threat. Was I that amazing before? Could it be I'd just forgotten? No, I did hear this and that was taken from me. Could mere stealing really create that much a difference? With that on my mind, I left the bed, and stretched. Monica entered the room with a bucket in hand. It seemed she had prepared hot water. Oh, you were awake? When I thought I was finally going to crawl under your blankets, and induce a misunderstanding into the next person that stopped by. You've got to read the mood more. When you're doing morning preparations, even if you say that, you've not a fragment of persuasive power. You can quit with the usual jokes, get ready soon. Because we have to reach Rushworth's port within the day. Where are Arya, Shannon, and Clara? When I said that, Monica set down the bucket on the floor, and brought over a chair. She looked at my face, and tilted her head. Why do I have to look after the chickens' women as well? If you ask me to do it, I will, but putting this Monica, to look after other women. As she began to shed crocodile tears, I hit her head, and her golden twin tails softly swayed. Ow. 'Twas a joke, was it not? Arya-san and the others are still asleep. They're tired out from the boat trip. Our sea voyage would continue for a few more days, so I thought over what was to come. We have to rest when we can. Clara is one thing, but please look after Shannon. She doesn't have any stamina. I thought Shannon would be the first to suffer seasickness on this trip. Monica seemed to be mindful as well. The nutritional balance of our meals is perfect. But if our movement continues, it will expend our health, so I can't say much to that. But Shannon has shown a relative rise in physical fitness as of late. Hearing that, I touched a hand to my chin. She was so bad to start with, that even living normally built up her stamina, huh? Exactly. Monica agreed. Atop a ship. Moving separate from Lyle's party, Miranda watched the sailors working on deck. It wasn't a tracehouse ship. They had made south, and had chosen a route through a foreign country into Bonsium. Perhaps because they had gone south, the wind was warm. Miranda grasped the handrail, and looked at the sky. A blue sky spread out, and she could see land in the distance. Shannon, are you getting by all right? Worrying for her sister Shannon, Miranda stroked her hair shaking in the wind with her fingertips. Shannon had said herself that she would stick with Lyle. Originally, she would have accompanied Miranda, or wait for them back at South Byme. It was certain her physical state was better than before, but compared to the others, there was a horrible gap. Thinking Shannon was thinking over things her own way, Miranda respected her will. Miranda was worried for Shannon, but she was also thinking of the southern lands. We have a letter from the Alliance and Cartaphs, but how much will they trust us? To the south, there was a single country bordering Bonsium. Its land was too vast to call a small country, but its scale was dubious to call large. It was one of the countries carrying out dealings with Byme, but starting with Miranda, it was a country not a single one of them had any familiarity with. They had letters of introduction from the merchant companies the country did business with, so they would probably be able to meet the king. Well, let's just do our best. If it doesn't work out, we'll still enter Bonsium and search for info there. This time, the lord of the southern country was male. Even if they were female, Miranda's party would have been sent regardless. But even if the number of rivals increased, if they didn't win, there'd be no future. And it was a fact their power was still insufficient to defeat Seals. If he gets Fonbuse's assistance, the way things are going, we'll be at 50% of Bonsium, if not a little less. We have to increase the number of cooperating countries a bit more. And even if he obtained their cooperation, he eventually planned to rule above them as an empire. Miranda found it awkward. So submission to Seals, or governance by Lyle. When you think of how both sides are Walt's, the future of the continent lies in Walthouse hands regardless. What a troublesome family. Saying that, Miranda laughed a bit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 3, Faction. Faction. Heading to Bonsium through route of Fortress Red Ant, Adele and Maxim poked their heads out of the specially prepared wagon's tent stuck over its loading tray. The horses were chokered, and those were magic tools. They raised their stamina and movement speed, having a sort of enhancement skill carved into them. For the wagon as well, the blacksmith and Monica had put some work into it, so the ride wasn't bad. Around, robed Valkyries Saturday. Silently, in the loading tray, Maxim looked forward. The coachwoman was also a Valkyrie, so he didn't have anything to do. Adele-sama, it sure is quiet. Maxim called over to Adele, as she checked the map. Without taking her eyes off of it, Adele answered. They're just staying silent, and they actually are capable of conversation, it seems. Going through Lyle-san, Monica-san is the one getting the group together. It's become quite a strange transitive. Strange didn't just mean embarrassing. On the occasion that Adele's party caused a problem, it meant Lyle would be informed of it. It was an important time, and if they did fail, then Lyle's party may cut them off. If they took any traitorous actions, their powerful allies, the Valkyries, would be pointing their blades their ways, she noticed. Lyle usually felt somewhat out of it, but he had a strange severe side to him. Young as he wasn't an upfront foe, he had a tendency for the back door. Adele and Maxim both appraised him highly for that. I'll be careful. But with war declared by Bonsium, Byme is quite lacking in tension, or how should I put it? Maxim touched a hand to his jaw, as he thought back to Fortress Red Ant. Naturally enough, there were loads of merchants who took routes through it. Because of that, there weren't even any commute regulations on it. A merchant-like policy. And while Bonsium had declared war, it wasn't a season for them to move. From those circumstances, they couldn't help but lack tension. Does Byme intend to win? Adele let out a sigh. They've got a lot of countries dancing on their palms, after all. Perhaps they're making light of the situation. And they have many with high individual power. The aptitude of the adventurers who trained up in the labyrinth are the real deal. With that in their eyes, perhaps the merchants are making light of Bonsium. Maxim crossed his arms and looked down a bit. While formerly something of a vassal in Bonsium, he was still once a knight. And he was called one of the greater knights of Bonsium. The others knights like him who'd persisted on with their beliefs had been defeated by Seals, so he knew how far his abilities fell short of hers to a detestable extent. And as he wasn't in a position to get revenge, Maxim relied on Lyle and Byme. But the time had finally come to move from the city of merchants. Irritated at Byme's underestimation of Seal's ability, as everything was going according to plan, Maxim was filled with inexplicable sentiment. Monsters and humans are different. I do hope they don't group battles with monsters together with war. Adele raised her face from the map and looked at Maxim's face. By the moment they notice that, it'll be too late. What the two of them set off for was the anti-Walt house. Now with seals, it had composed itself as the anti-royals feudal lord territories of Bonsium. A number of houses crushed, it felt as if the entire country had gotten a clean sweep. But in actuality, Central's army, and the royal factions centered around the Walt house were still going around crushing opposing powers one after the next. In all of that, Adele had to look into the territories that weren't showing any movements. Let's also gather info within Bonsium. We'll head for the territories resisting. Based on how it goes, aid may be necessary. If all goes well in the south, we'll be able to send support packages from north and south. The northern Cartafs isn't a problem, but it would be nice if the souths Janpir would cooperate with us. Adele prayed Novum's group in the south would be successful in getting the country's assistance. Maxim spoke. And let's also hope there are feudal lords who will assist us. If possible, some info on Central as well. I hope we can get as far as Dalian. The territory he named was Dalian, where Lyle and Novum had first become adventurers. Departing Galleria, and heading for Russworth. But because of an envoy from Lorphes, I was unable to meet Elzasan either. So we set right off for Cartafs, and descending from the ship at Cartafs port, we made for the castle. This was where we'd part with Vera. Lyle, make sure you properly return alive. Without letting anyone die. There's no point if you don't survive victory. Hearing that from Vera, I scratched my face with a finger and nodded. I know. From the start, I didn't intend to kill seals even if it was the death of me. Winning and living on was my promise to my ancestors. Rather than a dead hero, I'll aim for the grand villain who survived. When I said that, she laughed a bit. Very well. As long as you're alive, then grand villain it is. I'll accompany you down to hell. As I felt bashful on those words, the third spoke up. She's a good kid. He said. Behind me, my comrades with the minimum luggage were waiting. Arya put away her spear, with a sword hanging at her hip. She wasn't laden with anything, in a state she could fight at any time. Lyle, hurry up with it. The knights are waiting. At the end of her sights, the knights at station were waiting. Seeing that, Clara held her large staff against her shoulder, and lightly pushed up her glasses with her left hand. They're restless. Perhaps they're worried about the time. There, Vera spoke to me. I can't let you keep the queen waiting. It'll be trouble to you. Then it'll be goodbye for a while. You're definitely coming back. With those words, closing one eye in a wink, Vera headed for the ship. She raised her right hand to wave, and while she wasn't looking my way, I waved as well. And as I headed for the carriage, Monica spoke tiredly. Chicken dickwad. We're down one. Just look at her, how terrible. The one with a pale face was Shannon. Perhaps she had been unable to sleep at night, but she had been up the whole way, coupled with seasickness, resulting in a horrible condition. Treat me better. I'm a patient right now. I covered my face with my left hand. I've suddenly grown anxious about this trip. Shannon, when we go to the castle, you have to get some rest at once. Monica, please keep close to her, and look after her. There, Monica made a reluctant face. If it's an order, I'll do it. Though I seriously don't want to. Since it's the chicken's orders. Watching my exchange with Monica, Arya walked ahead. Now hurry on. Lyle, carry Shannon. Arya had to stay light in case anything happened, and leaving it to small-built Clara would draw eyes. Monica was carrying baggage, so of course, the job went to me. Do you want me to carry you over a shoulder? Or a piggyback? When I joked around, Shannon grinned through her pale face. Just you try it. If it feels I'm going to barf, I'll throw it all up on you. It felt she really would do it, so I decided for a princess cradle where I could see it coming. A little away, Rano-san looked at us as he shook his head. So this is the party of Bime's hero. How laid back. I laughed. Isn't it fine? If we felt nervous here, we'd never hold up. There, Rano-san laughed. Why, of course. I'm not going to the castle, so I'll be off in town. We'll meet up at the gate on departure day. Understood. As I nodded, Rano-san split off. Walking down the castle town, Rano erased his presence. There were knights around who knew his face, and he didn't want to show them the current him. As a knight, he was called a disgrace by the previous king, and basically chased from the country. To avoid any trouble, he erased his presence with a skill, and walked. At that moment, he heard a loud voice from the bar. Cut the crap. To hell with, save me, and become king. Is Her Majesty all right in the head? Offer our loyalty to that brat? Don't take us for fools. It hadn't been officially announced that Lyle would be taken as a groom. But at the castle, Her Majesty Ludmila was quite open about it. The rumors instantly spread, and it felt as if it was purposely spread. Their complaints are natural. How Lyle's party will move. I should tell them. In order to precisely convey info, Ronno hid his body and listened in. Come to think of it, did you know Ronno was in his party that day? When one of the 3 Mandrunk knights said that, another's eyebrow moved. Perhaps one of them was young, as they didn't know about Ronno. Who's that? The knight's disgrace. He uses a skill that's pretty much peeping, and calmly does the dirtiest things. Last king said he wasn't worthy to be a knight, and drove him out. Coulda executed him too. Hearing the opinion of a standard knight wasn't enough to agitate Ronno. Dirty work was left as his responsibility. And when that came to light, he was exiled. Many knights recognized him as an atrocious knight. He'll use a guy like that. No doubt that Lyle guy's a dirty one. Bime's hero? If he were Cartafsborn, even if he were a knight, he'd be lucky to get the menial labor. Getting a bloated ego from his drink, the 3 knights let out their complaints. Seeing them, Ronno let out a sigh. And in that, one of them spoke. Ah, if only I'd have saved the queen, then I'd be king by now. Ronno wanted to give a bitter smile. Without a single action taken to save her, or the slightest bit of info gathered, on top of letting Lark do as he pleased. Remembering all that made him want to burst into laughter. Sarcastic laughter. And after hearing a few more complaints, and seeing their conversation go full circle, he walked off. Thinking them the words of drunks, he couldn't help but be somewhat mindful of it, as he felt his homeland grow cold to him. It's colder than Bime. We're north, so I guess there's no helping it. And feeling that cold, Ronno disappeared into a crowd. In a room of the castle, Arya and Clara sat to Lyle's sides. Splendid food lined the table, and an orchestra was performing to welcome them. Around were maids, and knights for guarding, while before Lyle's eyes, Ludmila sat in a conspicuously extravagant chair and folded her legs. She put her lips to a glass of wine, and after sipping only a little, she parted it. That action was fascinating. Arya looked at Ludmila, and felt just a little jealous. Since she was called the Princess Knight, I thought she'd be cruder. Compared with herself, it looked as if every one of her opponents exceeded her. Ludmila opened her mouth. Is the food to your tastes? Lyle smiled. Yes, it's extremely delicious. Being treated to such a welcome, on the contrary, it actually makes me feel apologetic. Ludmila smiled a bit. It's for my future husband. We'll at least do this much. She boldly declared Lyle her future husband, and she didn't seem perturbed at all. Arya looked at Lyle. He was smiling, but that she felt his smile was mildly strained was because of all the time she'd spent with him. All the way from Dalian. Excluding Novum, Arya had been with Lyle the longest. We've been together for more than a year. It went by in the blink of an eye. When winter passed, and spring came, it would already be 2 years. She was a year older than Lyle, and about to turn 18. She hadn't slackened in maintaining her red hair, but even so she was an adventurer. There couldn't help but be times where she was unable to, and from the start, her personality wasn't one to care for it so thoroughly. Her skin was also more tan than before, and she was giving off the feel of an adventurer. She had gained more wounds that wouldn't fade, and when compared to Ludmila, Arya couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. There, Ludmila looked at her. A bath has been prepared. Today, take it easy, and heal the fatigue from your trip. Anne? I have something I'd like to talk about with the 2 of you over there. The ones Ludmila designated were Arya and Clara. Clara answered Ludmila's invitation, and accompanied Arya to the bath. In that large bathing area, a bath that looked like it had been carved out of solid stone was bestowed with sculptures, with gold ornaments adorning them. It was a huge bathing, but the only one who usually used it was Ludmila. There were female knights standing keeping quiet around, acting as guards. The surrounding scenery, with much to steal one's eyes away, Clara and Arya's eyes were directed at Ludmila's body. She had been wearing an outfit with a low degree of exposure, so they hadn't noticed it. But Ludmila's body also had many scars, and it was quite a painful figure. You're prettier than I thought. That Lyle averted his eyes when he saw my body, so I thought he had some unconventional preferences, but that doesn't look to be the case. Seems I can hold some expectations. Laughing, Ludmila submerged herself in the tub, and stretched out her legs. She had lowered herself onto the stone steps leading into it, so it looked as if she was sitting in a seat. Seeing her painful form, both Clara and Arya swallowed their breath. As she'd fought as a knight, those wounds were surely all over her body. No, perhaps it was only natural for them to be there. You've got quite a few scars. When Clara said that, Ludmila smiled. I used to be quite strong-willed, you see. Like hell I'd lost to any man, I'd say as I went out front and troubled my subordinates. Finding yourself on the brink of death a number of times makes you notice a few things. Back then, I never even thought I would end up as queen. Wearing black clothing stuck so close to her skin, not showing much of her bare skin seemed to be to hide the wounds. And Ludmila spoke a little embarrassed. I think I've said it before, but I approve of mistresses. That's the extent of a man he is. I want to monopolize, but with the size of his goal, I'm sure that's impossible. And so, will the two of you lend me your power? On the call to action, Clara was confused. By that, do you mean? When Arya nervously asked, Ludmila made a dark smile as she spoke. That's right. A faction. More than 10 members, and there are going to be more henceforth, right? Then it's only natural for me to hold a faction of my own. Clara thought over what she should do. Build a faction able to oppose Novum-san and Miranda-san? What a pain. Seeing their silence, Ludmila spoke. Well, just think over it. I'll offer better conditions than the others. Because Kartafs is a large country, after all. And I've bad affinity with those women of Russworth and Galleria. If our countries are entangled, it is inevitable we shan't get along. Arya was troubled. Naturally, Clara was as well. From how boldly she declared it, they were scared at not knowing the standards for which they were chosen. Clara asked. You don't think we could already be of another faction? Ludmila spoke as if seeing through it. I think you are. But you don't have a clear allegiance yet, right? If you made such a thing at the present stage, that party of yours would crumble at once. Arya stood, showing off her trained body, and letting her large breasts sway. Then why bring it out with this timing? Ludmila spoke with a serious expression. It's not like I've any intentions to get in the way. But the witches of Russworth and Galleria. They're bad news. On top of not being accustomed to men, they don't understand men in their essence. Their desire to monopolize instantly comes out. In that case, they'll definitely drag his feet. In all actuality, if Lorphys hadn't moved to get in the way, they may have laid hands on Lyle. And if it ended like that, it wouldn't have been interesting for you, right? It seems Ludmila was involved in the conveniently timed envoys from Lorphys. Clara thought back to the words Novum handed down. Please protect Lyle-sama's chastity. I don't mind if you use Arya-san and Monica-san. She had said. Novum was wary of it, and Ludmila was as well. Ludmila looked at Clara's face. So you knew as well? Well, it matters not. It seems the balance has barely been preserved up to now, but can you say that about it forever? Personally, I don't want such a grand plan twisted by women problems. I won't force you to join a faction. But I'd be happy if you'd cooperate without getting in the way. Seeing Ludmila's smile, Arya was dumbfounded. Clara knew she didn't have enough strength to hold the female camp down, and it's not as if she had full trust towards Novum. After looking down a bit. Understood. I will assist. Ludmila laughed, while Arya looked at Clara with a surprised face. I'm thankful. I looked into you, and from the moment I did, I wanted to have you by my side. It seems Ludmila had looked into Clara. That would mean she called out to her knowing full well. Arya looked at Clara with an unsatisfied expression. Clara, you. In the bath devoid of Lyle, the women were gradually increasing the scale of the strife to come. TL, RIP Arya's breasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 4, What Did I Want? What did I want? Room of Memories. It was a space where the ancestor in Jewel could recreate scenes of the past. Mansions, yards, battlefields, reproducing a number of things, the ancestors showed me their memories. Like the Walt house's unexpected start, and what they were thinking as they acted, it was all recorded by the Jewel. As it continued doing. In such a room of records, I was running about the mansion yard. With the skills. Speed, map, search, field, limit burst, various skills simultaneously active, I ran from place to place to avoid the magic raining down. What carved out the tidy lawn was a rain of lightning showers from above. There had always been a statue of a lady in that yard, and sitting on her shoulder, a younger me. Lyle kicked his feet up and down as he used magic. How in the... Rolling across the ground, I got to my feet, and burst off again. Whenever magic hit the ground, it would raise an explosion, preventing me from running properly. And the reason I was running was because, even if I attacked, my attacks were all dealt with. Hey, we've only just begun here. Yet you've already been fatally wounded thrice, as I thought. You really should give that body back. Seeing that grinning childish face of mine, even if it was my own, I was irritated. I spread my left hand, and created flames to activate magic. From top to bottom, I swung my hand as if to throw it, and the ball of flame headed for him. Fire bullet. My magic that was only on the level of harassment, with the second skill select, I had fine-tuned for it to definitely hit Lyle. Seeing that, Lyle let out a sigh, as he swung the saber in his hand to cut the fireball apart. You're too honest in going straight for the vitals. If you really want to do that, you have to hit them faster. Or otherwise. Select. On Lyle's mutterings, lightning came down towards me from the sky. I immediately checked where it would impact, and as I ran a route to avoid it. Oh, damn. He baited me. You're slow on the uptake. Though if you tried to endure the other one, you'd be in tatters regardless. If this were reality, it'd have been fatal. Having moved to where I turned to run, Lyle thrust his saber out at me. I parried it with a katana, and went straight into a kick. Lightly landing on top of my foot, he looked at me, grinned, and kicked up as well. By that young boy's foot to my chin, my field of vision was sent to the sky, and I collapsed on the ground. Why can you use skills? I unsteadily tried to rise, but my head was spinning, and I couldn't stand. A fighting style different from the ancestors, and the ability to use the skills up to their last levels. Because you and me are the same. I'm you, and you're me. So the jewel will let me use the skills as well. I'll just throw this out there, but I'm undoubtedly worse at using the skills than their respective ancestors. I'm just making clever use of them. Lyle looked over my incapacitated state, and laughed as he leaned down. When you have such amazing skills on you, you haven't mastered them. I'm not talking about training the skills. It's only natural to fall short of the individuals who manifested them. But you've got to time them better, and use them more craftily. When I forced myself to stand, Lyle tripped me up, and had me roll. That's all for today. Next, go to the fifth's room. I looked up at the familiar sky of the memories, vexed that I couldn't even beat this child. The round table room. When I dropped in, the third was looking at Malia-san with a grin. So even your prided eyes can't see through my illusions. You're such a scatterbrain, Malia-chan. Seeing him chuckle as he put a hand to his mouth, Malia-san made a displeased expression. Her hand was gripping a handgun, and the room smelled faintly of gunpowder. I looked at the fifth sitting on the table. What happened? The fifth looked uninterested, but it seems he had properly been observing everything that transpired. He gave me a courteous explanation. The third riled Millie up. Well, since she suddenly started giving us orders, maybe that irritated him. Or perhaps he just wanted to tease her. She pointed her gun at him, but what she beautifully shot through happened to be an illusion. Hearing the third had riled her up, I mused over how rare it was for birds of a feather to feud as I looked over the two. I ignored the seventh, who looked a little disappointed in his chair. The third continued chuckling. Malia-chan. You kept bragging about those demon eyes, so could it have been on purpose? Did you miss on purpose? You don't have to be so thoughtful just because I'm your great-grandfather. Looky, I'm over here. Try and hit me. To the third with his arms spread wide, Malia-san turned her empty left hand. There, while I didn't see her pull one out, she was gripping a gun, and she pulled the trigger. Coo! The third, from the space he was shot, made a crooked smile as he faded away. Ahaha, I'm over here. You don't have to be so angry. The righteous general who spread the Walt house's name through Bonsium, and far across foreign lands. The hero of Remelrant was leading Malia-san about by the nose. Malia-san shot again and again. And as she tossed aside one gun after the next, the laughs of the third echoed around the room. A stray shot hit the seventh. Ow! The fifth looked at that, let out a sigh, leapt from the table, and beckoned to me. Lyle, it's noisy out here, so come over for a bit. Invited by the fifth, I headed for his room of memories. In the past. In his room, I had seen the events surrounding May, and the family's problems. With a philosophical look on his face, the fifth sighed, snapped his fingers, and changed the surrounding scenery. The gray images projected the inside of the Walt house, gradually gaining their color. In it all, there was a woman of small build, preciously holding a baby. Distanced in age, the fourth. Max looked on with a smile. Max, it's a boy. A boy. Happy that she had a boy, the woman gave a full smile. What I had seen of her standing dauntingly towards the fourth and criticizing him left so strong an impression, I found it surprising. Yeah, with this, the Walt house is secure. Max looked delighted, but the woman. Max's wife's expression changed. What are you talking about? There's no telling what will happen in the world. This child needs some brothers and sisters. Hey, Fredericks. When you get brothers and sisters who'll support you, you've got to treasure them. Max gave a bitter smile. So in the end, you went with my suggestion of Fredericks, huh? Makes a man happy. The woman's face turned red. That's because I'm going to name the next one. Fredericks, what name do you think sounds good for your younger brother and sister? His wife held the baby's cheek to her own. Max watched over it with a smile. Right. Father did die young. Originally, I was supposed to have some younger siblings of my own. The third was the sole war casualty of the Walt house. He had overturned a hopeless situation, but what he lost in exchange was his life. The fifth looked upon the scene. I haven't the slightest idea what Millie IA wants me to show you. There are plenty of things I don't want to show, but if I say that, then I'll be staying here forever. I'm happy I got to see how May's grown, but having things as they are for ages to come is, Saying that, the fifth explained the scene. It was either the fourth's memory, or a record from the jewel, but it was without a doubt, the moment of his birth. And at the point, it didn't seem likely he would end up an only child. Both Max and his wife were already thinking about the next one. The couple's relationship, from how scared the fourth was, I thought it would be terrible, but that didn't seem to be the case. In that case, the cause had to be that accident the fourth spoke of. The fifth looked over the warm family scene as he spoke. Around, the maids looked upon the rejoicing woman with gentle smiles. Outside the door, the knights clenched their fists for joy. Watching that scene. Lyle. How does this scenery look to you? Is it strange? Or is it normal? Having heard those words, isn't it normal? Everyone looks happy, and the fourth and his wife look extremely delighted as well. The fifth, a little tiredly. That's right. By your time, the house had the leisure to think of it that way. We were a barren house at the time. Climbing by the third's achievements, we had only just become true nobles. The Walt house was an upstart backed with momentum. And that's surely why. This scene was a rare one. What he explained was the life form that was nobles. Did you know? The marriages of nobles are the links between houses. I know. No, I was going to learn. Hearing my response, the fifth smiled a little sorrowfully. Should I think it a good thing, or get angry at the fact you don't know? Perhaps that's my fault. I tried seeking a warm household for fines, and failed. Because I had shoved family love, and the obligations of nobles into it. It seems Broad went all right, and the Walt house shouldered the whole burden of it. The sixth married the women he loved. But at the same time, he took on mistresses like the fifth. The legal wife was quite angry about that. The fifth taught me the side of the sixth I didn't know about. That guy didn't have to try and imitate me. No matter what you do, if there are merits, there will be demerits as well. I had increased the family, so he didn't have to worry about that anymore, but after taking a wife, he instantly went right out to get mistresses. I was extremely anxious. But despite how worried I was over what his wife he met through marriage interview thought, he put it to practice as if he thought it was only natural. Seeing the fifth cradle his head, I thought it was surely troubling at the time. It seems the fifth held some dissatisfaction at the sixth as well. If you'll let me have my say, isn't it because he was looking at you? The third once said you come to resemble the one you hate. The scene changed, now a fidgeting young sixth. Fine's figure. He looked greatly perplexed before a high-class woman of blonde hair and blue eyes. An aged Fredericks was also holding his head. The fifth looked at the woman, with disheveled hair, throwing and breaking anything that she could lay her hands on. Just looking at that, it looked as if the woman was the worse. But that girl was the daughter of an imperial noble. She married into the provincial Walt house, but that's because the sixth gave her a passionate confession. And so she came to the mansion, and tried her best in her own way. There were times she wanted to cry in this unfamiliar environment, but she endured through. Then you see, that guy boldly. The surrounding scene sprung to action. Fines avoided a thrown vase. What's wrong with mistresses? With the Walt house's scale, that much is. The woman cried out. You said you'd only love me alone. I believed in you. And yet. A thrown decorative plate hit Fines on the mark, but I couldn't sympathize with him. The fifth sighed. To have her calm down, I heard out her story after that. It seems she was resolved from the moment she was born into a noble house. To marry a man she didn't love, and have children, a man wouldn't understand, but I'm sure it's harsh. But being confessed love to, and married was something out of her dreams. The difference in environment was something she wanted to overcome for the sake of the love finds offered her, it seems. What was natural here was plenty strange in Central. And what Fines did to answer her hard work was introduce her to other women. The fact he surprisingly followed through for his son left me contrarily shocked. And the fifth looked at the crying blonde-haired woman. Lyle. Just as this girl said, the marriages of nobles are the links between houses. Even if there's no love in it, children are born, and houses are succeeded. That is normal. Within that, it isn't rare to find a couple where both sides take on a lover once a child is born. The Walt house was a newcomer to that field, so for better or worse, we were unaware. It's true, Mama, my mother was a bit of a dreamer. So perhaps she held a yearning for a warm household. While he called his mother Mama, he never called the fourth Papa. I'm pretty sure his mother forced it on him. Does that mean the Walt house is abnormal? When I said that, the fifth smiled. It isn't normal. That alone is for certain. Those precepts from the first were a joke at a bar, for God's sake. I also gave a wry smile. That's right. And his smile turned sorrowful. And I did too. With one wife, I wanted a warm house. And yet, Fines had thrown that all away. I even told him only to prepare mistresses if his wife couldn't have children. It seems the fifth was actually jealous of the sixth. And the surrounding scenery turned gray and disappeared. A new scene laid out. Lyle Omega Fifth. Please teach me the trick to maintaining a harem. What do you do when they start forming factions? Fifth generation head Sigma, don't carelessly intervene. Think of them as bombs with the fuses lit. If you touch them wrong, they'll explode in your face. You listening? Treat every day as a bomb on the verge of explosion, and cope. Always pay mind to everything. Act oblivious as you calmly deal with it. But fifth generation head. It'll still explode anyways. So you're not trying to prevent the explosion. You're trying to explode them skillfully. Harems, think of them as bombs where it isn't strange if they explode at any moment. And keep in mind they will always blow up eventually. Without fail. For me, at least 2 times in public. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 5, Young Fredericks. Young Fredericks. In Bonsium, true nobles was a term to denote baron and above. Knight and baronet were positions that existed below that. But they weren't despised or anything, considering territory scale and responsibility. It wasn't a mistake that true nobility started from the baron house. The population under their charge, and the size of the land to manage. They had an obligation to protect it all, and from it, the vassal knight and baronet positions came to be. But they hadn't spent long years to obtain that title. The surroundings held dissatisfaction towards the upstart Walt house. The third was a hero, and the fourth got on well with the king, he thought. Those times were good ones. But then came the fifth Sarah. From that time, the country of Bonsium started growing stormy. Because invasions from outside powers were on a decline. As goes without saying, they had recovered the national power they expended in the third's time, and it was a time where their leftover complaints, and the problems within the country were coming to the surface. In the fifth's room of memories. The scene projected there was something I couldn't believe. It was an unfamiliar mansion, not the Walt houses. With verdure hair, the fifth of his childhood. Fredericks had his best clothes stained with dirt, surrounded by boys and girls at an unpopular corner. Fredericks was crying. I didn't do any. He was small-built from a young age, and he didn't have the removed atmosphere he had now. And seeing the he of the past, the fifth covered his face with his right hand. I thought you didn't have to see. But if Millie IA isn't satisfied, then I'll never be able to entrust my skill to you. The gathered girls and boys kicked him. Shut it, damn upstart. Because of your house, ours is going through hell. When you're just a low-class house, getting so stuck up because they call you a hero. The giggling girls seemed to truly enjoy the sight of Fredericks being kicked. Unable to endure it, I extended a hand to the leg coming at him, but without being able to touch it, I passed right through. It was a projection of a memory, and Fredericks was slammed against the wall. The fifth explained. It's because the throne had already been succeeded. The king who felt a debt to the Walt house, or rather, the one who feared the third, was already an old man of a generation gone by. The situation had changed. Could it be these kids felt something in their childish view of the world? What was the Walt house's fault? It was that. The fourth's ability in domestic affairs really was high, it goes to show. He invited craftsmen to a place devoid of anything, and raised them to be great. According to Mama, he was managing the territory through trial and error, and sticking his hands into a number of things, but the results came out. The results came out. As they started coming out, the Walt house began standing out from the surroundings, it seemed. While the tax was the same, if you helped out in projects, you could get an exemption, or reward, and that brought out people's motivation. As a result, it made a situation where there was less tax in the Walt house than anywhere around. I understand their hatred, you know. If the tax is extremely lower somewhere, the people will flow there. Both who they run to and who they run from are troubled, right? So after a few of those talks we got things together to an extent. Though the fourth tried recommending it to the others as well, it seems. But no one can get motivated if it means lowering their prospects. Even if there's a large success next door. Even if they knew it would succeed, there are many people out there who wouldn't want to change the way things have always been, said the fifth. And it was there that the Walt house shouldered a large problem. The Walt house that had always been thought of as low class suddenly held the largest power. But if everyone worked together, it was possible to suppress the house. We were standing on a dubious power balance words can't describe. The children on the bullying side had probably been raised watching their parents' fear and hatred towards the house. Thinking back now, they were probably scared of the Walt house that continued to grow. As the fifth said that, the children began to leave. With teary eyes, Fredericks wiped his face with his sleeve, stood, and patted the dirt off of his clothing. And his retainers were brought over by the mansion's servants. The servants were in on it? Those servants' expression ranged from conflicted to holding in laughter. Perhaps they were talked into conspiracy by the house's heir, but they'd probably kept his retainers busy. Fredericks sama. What happened to you? This is. Before he could say anything, a servant of the mansion spoke. Did you fall over? That's terrible. We'll prepare a change of clothing for you at once. He said, and led him off. Having seen that, I didn't know what to say. I didn't think the fifth would have that sort of past. The fifth spoke. Lyle, let's leave it here today. It's quite hard on me too. On his words, I nodded, and left for the round table room. In the room, Malia-san was raising and lowering her shoulders in deep breaths, with a hand to the floor. Her form was watched by the third, who was sitting in his own seat. Lyle, were you able to learn anything? He was yawning, and it didn't look as if he'd moved a step from there. I looked over Malia-san and the third as I spoke. Could it be you purposely pulled Malia-san away? The third chuckled. Everyone has a past they don't want others to see. I thought the sly father con Malia-chan might voice a desire to tag along. She's also a brother con to boot. What a troublesome great-grandchild I have. Malia-san stood and looked at me. Lyle, did you see the fifth's past? Whether you learn something from it or not is all up to you. I shook my head to the side. Malia-san, please don't throw out that sort of line, as if none of that ever happened. When I said that, the gunpoint was turned on me, so I fled to the world of reality. The morning we would depart from Kartaf's. I looked at the strange atmosphere surrounding my comrades. Shannon was the same as always. She sat at the end of the cool newly reborn porter's loading tray, flapping her legs as she took in the outside scenery. But Clara was acting a little strange. She was talking with Ludmila-san, who came to see us off, but by her attitude it was as if their conversation was one of sworn friends. Ludmil-san spoke. Here is the item in question. It's a good thing that we had them in Kartaf's, but they're relatively rare. Please treat them with care. What Clara nodded and accepted looked to be a sort of bullet. It's a huge help. Bullets are valuable. Ludmila-san handed those valuable bullets to her en masse. It's fine. That you're safe is vital to me. And it will also be necessary to protect Lyle. Saying that, Ludmila-san laughed. It's true, it would be a huge help if Clara had the means to fight. For monsters, or for bandits, attacks by handguns had an extent of effect. But watching over the two of them, Arya alone made a conflicted expression. And there was a strange distance between them. No, it looked like she was taking distance from Shannon as well. Monica near me looked at that sense of distance. Oh. It does seem to me that a new faction has made its move. Now go and crush each other. I, Monica, am more than plenty for the chicken dickwad. Seeing her come out with factions, I scoffed. What factions? You make it sound so grandiose. Quite a bit happened last time, but I doubt it's gone to that level. Good grief, even so, I thought Arya would be the one to get along with Ludmila-san. As similar female fighters, I thought Arya and Ludmila-san would surely have plenty to sympathize over. But after going off to the bath together, the one who made friends with her was Clara, it seems. The strange pairing made me want to tilt my head, but accepting those sorts of things happened, I decided to depart. From the jewel, Malia-san, who'd been silent for her sullenness, opened her mouth. A powerful foe has appeared. I never thought the child would go to that side. The third's voice was a little lower than usual. If anyone lays a hand on my favorite Clara-chan, I will get angry. Listening to their conversation, I wanted to tilt my head once more, when the seventh spoke. How unexpected. I thought Ludmila and Arya would have much to talk about, like repel, was it? Within all that, the fifth alone addressed me. Lyle, call out to Arya. You can just strike a conversation while on the move. And you need to hold a little more tension. We were heading for Bonsium from here, so that's what I thought it was about, but it seems I was off. This is bad. A wife who knows of factions. She may be more troublesome than Novum. He seemed to be worrying about it in earnest. The journey on the reborn porter was pleasant. On most roads, it could move with little sway. As we were traveling in a lump of steel, bandits and monsters didn't know what it was, and were too wary to come out. Watching from afar, they saw how our movement speed was even greater than it had ever been, and gave up on chasing us. I sat on the loading tray's bench-like sofa as I spoke to Arya beside me. It's become quite comfortable. Though it's a problem how the strange added features have made it a little narrower. Arya shared the opinion. It doesn't shake as much as before, and it's become more comfortable, but it's narrow. It would have been nice if we had a larger one. Like the one at Damien's place. Arya was smiling. But when Damien's name came out, Monica, who was knitting, reacted. She stood and spread out her arms. You mean to say you prefer that fake porter with nothing but its size to it? You make light of this massive romance I even added transformation functions to, and the proof of me and the chickens love. Ow. I borrowed Arya's spear to lightly tap the hilt against her head. A teary-eyed Monica sat on the spot, with both hands pressed to the hit portion. Her twin tails gracefully fell across the floor. She was calculating, and purposely making herself look cute, Valkyrie Unit 1 had informed me recently, so it felt quite crafty to me. Monica, quiet down a bit. You'll wake up the girl drooling asleep right next to you. Seeing Shannon happily asleep, Monica took out a cloth, and wiped off the drool. Please don't sully me and the chicken dickwad's porter. And after saying that, she sat down again, and resumed her knitting. It was almost time for winter. It seemed she was doing various things to prepare for it. Last winter, she had stuffed way too much love into a heavy sweater and muffler, and gloves. I was a little curious as to what she would come out with this year. I let out a sigh, as I returned Arya's spear. Thinking back to the start, we've got quite a few more people. When I used to make Zelfi-san angry in Dalian as I tried to become an adventurer. Yet now, we've been driven out of the guild. Zelfi-san was the adventurer who advised us right when we had just become adventurers. In a town full of newbie adventurers, she was a veteran. She used to be of a family in service to Arya's house, and something of a big sister to her, it seems. If she looked at the current me, what would Zelfi say? If its appearance alone, I become a splendid adventurer, have I? It's true Arya held the presence of a female adventurer. On top of the equipment she'd grown accustomed to, her fighting style would make men feel ashamed. But even so, from my point of view, having seen her various failures in her novice days. You've grown wilder, but you haven't changed too much. Lively, with surprisingly maiden-esque hobbies. Arya spoke awkwardly. Yeah, I'm crude after all. She said, but it didn't look like she was too mindful of it herself. She laughed a bit. But her expression immediately turned dark. Lyle, there's something I'd like to ask you. Yes? She looked up at the ceiling, and confirmed that Clara driving up top couldn't hear, before speaking in a smaller voice. As I thought. I'm, as you can see, and I'll still help you, but I think I'll give up on becoming your wife. What Arya put to mouth were words that she'd assist but not marry me. But it looks like some part of her was seeking for me to approve of it. In any case, I wanted Arya to find happiness, and if that was her choice, then. But there, the one to put out an opposing opinion came from the jewel. Surprisingly enough, it was the fifth. Lyle, no matter what you have to do, detain this child. I'll say it. She'll definitely be necessary for you. The fifth was seriously telling me to stop Arya. In my confusion, Arya looked a little nervous as she awaited my answer. I opened my mouth. May I ask the reason? It's I'm, not as strong as the others, and I can't put out money like Vera, and I can't lend manpower like the others can. I'm not smart like Novum or Miranda, even in magic, while I can use it, I'm no good at it. I'm aware I'm nothing but a hindrance. Hearing Arya's words, the fifth let out a stronger tone than usual from the jewel. Lyle, don't let Arya get away. This child holds something you'll definitely need in times to come. Something neither Novum nor Miranda holds. Difference from Vera or Ludmila, she's an absolute necessity for you. I half listened to the fifth's opinion, as I thought over what to say to Arya. But in my heart, I thought it. If she remained by my side, would Arya ever truly be happy? That question. Could I really just follow his words and pursue happiness for myself alone? I thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 6, Arya's Prophet. TL, we're 5/7 of the way there. Arya's Prophet. Night. As everyone was sound asleep, I had Monica take up watch. Everyone lay around Porter's loading tray, but I was called by the fifth, so I faced him in the jewel. The third, seventh, and Maliasan were watching over us from a little away. Or rather, they were making a game of it. Is it that? As expected, was the fifth troubled by harem matters? No, I'm glad I only had one wife. Quite right. It's a trial we wouldn't understand. If I had to say, I reached marriage by passing through love. Well, Zemwar's status did technically exceed the post of house head, so I do admit it was a marriage on favorable circumstance. He got the harem together relatively well, though. What problems did he see from his point of view, I wonder? If it were me, I'd have left for my hometown the moment my husband prepared mistresses, mind you. Love marriage as it may be, my brother's wife sure did a good job enduring it out. I ignored the faces taking intrigued glances at the fifth, listening to his explanation on Arya. The one who advocated her was the first, while the second hated her. The other ancestors didn't have any particular opinions on regards to her. But come so far, when Arya said she wouldn't marry me, the fifth changed his hand. Listen well, Lyle. That Arya Lockwood is an extremely important girl for you. No, did you ever say anything remotely like that up to now? And if Arya wishes for that, I can't. The fifth was in the jewel. In the round table room, he manifested his weapon, his Galient blade, turned its blade sideways, and hit the metal part against my head. Seeing that, Maliasan was shocked. Oh my, father got mad at a child. Now that's a rare scene. I held the hit part with a hand. He hadn't hit me particularly hard, so I went right into hearing him out. Listen and learn, Lyle. Women will occasionally tell lies if it is for their benefit. They'll present their bodies for your money. There are times you won't be able to understand what they're thinking beneath their smile. How many times have I thought they should learn from the purity of animals, but let's put animals aside for now. Anyways, women spit lies easier than men. Well, I'm sure there's some truth to it. I was an adventurer, and I've heard a bit, and that one came up quite often. Women are skilled at lying. I was aware, but I couldn't understand why the fifth was bringing that up with me. As I was unable to understand it, I heard the third's loud whisper. Ha! That Lyle really doesn't get it. Maliasan also looked fed up. My recommendations are Miranda and Shannon, and while I don't care about the rest, I'm really not sure what to think of that. The seventh alone was as incomprehensive as me. He was tilting his head, and looking between the third and Maliasan. The fifth looked at me, looked down, and perhaps his head hurt, as he held a hand to his forehead, and thought a bit. And lifting his face, he spoke in regards to me. Lyle, Arya lied. For her profit. Do you understand what profit that may be? Hearing Arya's profit, I instantly thought it was for herself. Rather than marrying me, I'm sure she would find more happiness with another man. It wasn't just Arya. It was a plausible statement for the others of the female camp as well. How much happiness could be found having the one they loved not being their own in it? But the fact the fifth was asking it meant the answer was likely something else. So Arya's profit isn't her own? The fifth looked at my face, and spoke. Arya's is pulling out for your sake. That child is terrible at lying. Her body moves before her head, and she says whatever comes to mind. Did a girl like that hate it when you kissed her? I shook my head, and the fifth held his. He still doesn't get it, he said, and I could hear some more whispers. It was Malia-san. Lyle's that. He's dropped every woman he's aimed for, so he doesn't really understand the concept of being hated. Hearing that, the fifth raised his face as if remembering something, and snapped his fingers. Right. How were you treated at the Walt mansion? Remember their faces. Whenever you said something, how did people respond? I recalled. When I had begun to be hated at the mansion, when I said something to those around, they would complain. But they gradually began to treat me as a nuisance. The worst was when they treated me as if I wasn't there at all. Their eyes were really cold. As if it would be better off someone like me weren't. I'm sure. I can understand that feeling. If Arya hates something, she'll outright say she hates it. Yet that girl followed you all the way to Bime. She decided she'd fight seals with you. Why do you think? Do you think it was all for her own future? Just how many people out there believe you'll actually get the continent in your hands? Even now, it's a goal that will warrant bursts laughter if put to mouth. Now how about Arya when you told her before Bime? I'm sure she needed a considerable resolve. Perhaps she was even resolved for death. When I heard that, I lost sight of what her profit could be. And what her happiness was. Fifth, I hold Arya dear. I want her to be happy. Having followed someone like me so far, whether she can find happiness or not, the others are the same. The fifth hit his sword against my head again. This time, it hurt considerably. I held my head with both hands, my eyes growing teary. Lyle, you needed the female camp's power to fight seals. You decided you'd accept them, right? Now listen, I'll just say it right out. Will she be happy? That isn't it. You'll make her happy. It isn't just your wives, among the humans you'll kill from here on, there will be plenty without sin. You've thought over what would happen to Bime, right? For what sake do you kill? For what sake do you trample to move forward? It was never just to grasp your own happiness, was it? The fifth tossed his Galian blade into the air. Watching it disappear into grains of light, I listened to his words. I couldn't do it. So I've no qualifications to say it. And while I know that well, I'll say it anyways. The others won't have a problem if Arya slips out. No, as long as she continues lending you her power, they may even tell you to look out for her to an extent. But I definitely won't accept it. It was something important, so I wanted you to notice for yourself, but if you still don't get it, I'll tell you. Unlike the fifth, as long as we still had Arya's cooperation, the other ancestors would definitely say it wouldn't matter if she became my wife or not afterwards. But they would give thanks for her cooperation. If that was what Arya wanted, if that was her choice, I wanted to respect it. But the fifth told me with confidence. Arya's profit is, you, Lyle. It's your happiness. Morning. Exiting Porter, I saw Arya swinging her spear around. The cold morning air. The grass on the ground was moist, and as I walked, they wet my boots. I could hear the cries of insects around. The sun had yet to rise. Everything looked a shade of blue. Within that, Arya was sweating as she swung her spear. It seemed she noticed I was there, but without turning her face, she spoke. What? You're distracting, so if you want to move your body around, could you go somewhere else? Her blunt, cold attitude felt a little different than usual. Was she really thinking of me when she decided to pull out? Could it be the fifth's misunderstanding? Various thoughts floated through my head, as I extended my left hand to the side. A magic circle manifested, and from it, a wooden treasure chest popped out. It was the seventh skill box. What emerged from it as if bursting out, was one of my remaining saber. One of the mass-produced ones. A few of them were still in the box. I grasped the saber's scabbard with my left hand, took the hilt in my right, and unsheathed it. With the scabbard still in my left, I pointed the blade's tip towards Arya. Let's have the condition of the other day. Last time was my complete victory. The both of us have grown since then. Don't you think we should test and see who's stronger now? Arya's body stopped, she stabbed her spear into the ground, and turned to me. Confused, yet resolved, a complex expression. What? No need for women who don't swoon for you? Then you should have driven me out from the start. I didn't know how to respond to her. I didn't know, so I didn't speak. There, the fifth's voice came from the jewel. Lyle, don't think your worries are yours alone. You shouldn't make the same mistakes as me. Letting out a light breath, I stepped in, and thrust the saber towards her. That she stopped it with the spear hilt likely meant the spear was a superior one of good quality and robust shaft. If it were one of the katanas I had him make, it may have been different. You react fast. Arya's eyes turned sharp. It seems her mind had changed gears. The normal Arya, and Arya in battle. Underestimate me too much and you won't come out unscathed. Her power rose in an instant, forcefully blowing me back. One of the skills recorded in her red gem activated, it seems. I lightly leapt back, and landed, only for my feet to slip on the damp grass. Arya before my eyes leaned forward a bit, before disappearing from my sight. Quick! No, a second stage. Arya's own skill. To allow her to move swiftly for an instant, it had more explosive power than the fourth speed. But its active time was extremely short. Having mastered its use, Arya instantly showed herself to my right. A feint. Left. Even using the second and sixth skills to ascertain her position, she was too fast that identifying her was a trial in itself. With the scabbard in my left hand, I took the spear she lowered at me. My body enhanced with the firsts. Full over, wasn't able to endure the force, so I parried it. But she had instantly moved again, she was behind me. I promptly rolled to the side, the ground I was at before hollowed out, with grass flying through the air. I heard the fifth's voice. Don't hold back. Give her an honest answer. Things can't go as they've gone before. I took a deep breath, and took to using every skill in my possession. Arya noticed a change in my atmosphere, and approached. The grass she swiftly raced through with quick parted as if to make a path. I crossed over the saber and scabbard to stop her attack. With her weapon hardened, her power amplified, and her speed boosted, enduring her blow was dreadful. So you used quick and slash together. That was quite dangerous. Arya's face was close. And she smiled a bit. You're the one who started this match, Lyle. She disappeared from my eyes. To take in the surrounding terrain as a three-dimensional map, I used the fifth skill. Dimension, and the sixths. Real spec, to gather even more information. Even using the seconds. Select. I turned magic towards her. As a number of fireballs pursued, I muttered. Full burst, leading into full drive. Using both the firsts and fourths third stage skills at the same time, I quickly approached her. What surprised me was that even in that situation, Arya seemed to have a firm grasp of me. In the slowly moving scenery, Arya alone was moving a little faster than everything else. Her lips moved. What I read off of them was boost. She mouthed. Right after, from Arya, a small, truly small grain of light appeared, and Arya had stepped into the fourth's world. She had caught up to his skill. There. Arya swung her spear, and unable to take it, my scabbard was destroyed. She was moving even faster than me, and her strength had exceeded mine. I think I've said it before. Vanguard skills are unfair. A Vanguard skill's characteristic was its offense-specialized explosive power. Even for body enhancement, they were more aggressive than the first skill. Due to the burden on the body, they couldn't be used for long periods of time, but even so their instantaneous force was different. As Arya slashed a shockwave at me, I raced across the ground to avoid it. Gouged earth. Because of the mud dancing through the airs, the two of us were muddy and soaked all over. Seeing her seriousness, I spoke. You've grown strong. You're really strong, Arya. When I lowered a saber at her, her vulcanized spear broke the mass-produced blade. Watching the fragments slowly scatter about, I extended a hand towards her. Grabbed around the collar of her clothes, and leapt close into a range she couldn't swing her spear. And keeping my legs running forward, I pinned her down. The surrounding flow of time returned to normal, and I felt the blow of the wind. The cold wind felt comfortable on my sweaty body. It's my win. Right. I lost again. So why did you? Why did I do something like that? Before she could finish, I spoke. It's my answer for yesterday. You lost, so you have to obey me. Stay by my side. I need you. Arya looked as if she was going to cry as she looked at my face. No, she really was crying, but she hid her face with a hand. I'm not as amazing as everyone. I'm weaker than you, and I don't have any money. I can't offer any manpower. I'm not needed anymore. There are plenty of girls prettier than me. I don't want to become your burden. I got the feeling I heard a voice from her heart. It was true, Arya had lied. Even so, stay by my side. Watching over Lyle and Arya, the fifth pat his chest in relief. Good grief, I'm not saying he should understand everything about her from being together so long, but He really is a handful. Looking at the fifth's relief as he sat on the table, Millie spoke. You could have at least done that much when it came to us, couldn't you? The fifth looked down and spoke sorrowfully. Like hell I could. I'm the worst sort of man, you know. I put my family and the territory on the scales. I increased my family for the territory and brought misfortune to my children. I knew it. It was wrong. But even so, it's all I could choose. So There were plenty of problems in the fifth's time. That was because the surroundings were wary of the Walt house. To Baron status in 4 generations. It was impossible by normal means. What's more, the fourth succeeded in his rule. He made it succeed. So those around felt fear. The hero Slay Walt was a man of valor who attacked an army of 10,000 with some dozen men, and a righteous general. There was no guarantee that blood wouldn't revive. They feared the Walts. Millie spoke a little sadly. You could have talked with us more. Even simple conversation would have been enough. Even I had times when I wanted a word from you. Malia's demon eyes allowed her to see through the mental state of another party. She could determine it by the flow of their mana. She knew the expressionless fifth, always uninterested towards his children, was always in sorrow. His dependence on animals was because his psyche wouldn't hold up otherwise. Millie spoke to the fifth, correcting her posture and showing off a graceful curtsy. Please teach Lyle everything. I'm begging you, father. That child is in need of your teachings. The memories you thought unnecessary are needed in the Walt house. Isn't it fine? Being bullied or taken the fool. That the Walt house could creep up from there and rise to count status was without a doubt because of your achievements. The fifth continued looking down, without giving an answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 7, Jules Parswall. Jules Parswall. On the move in Porter. Arya was in a bit of a good mood. As she brought a drink to Clara, the driver, Clara looked at her as she accepted the canteen, and spoke. You're in high spirits today. Ah, yep. Clara felt Arya taking a bit of distance from her. She presumed it was unconscious, but perhaps she couldn't forgive that Clara had taken up Ludmila's proposal and joined the faction. Clara put her mouth to the canteen, and noticed at once it was tea brewed by Monica. The scent, and the easy-to-gulp-down temperature and flavor, Monica was able to prepare tea with a level of perfection unthinkable from a machine. But her hospitality to anything besides Lyle was lacking, and as long as you didn't specifically specify what tea you wanted, she would only ever ready Lyle's preferences. Traveling down a path with no road, Porter could proceed down any terrain with its large wheels. On a little of a sway, Arya grasped a nearby handrail. Clara was sitting in a seat Monica prepared, wearing what she called a seatbelt, so there wasn't a problem. It was fine as long as she had her staff in hand. But a spot of hot tea spilled from the canister and fell onto her lips. As she wiped her mouth, Arya posed a question. Could I ask something? Clara responded as she operated Porter. If it's about Ludmila's faction, that is a conclusion I came to after thinking it out. It's not like she's trying to pull you in no matter what. And it would be better if you didn't join a faction, Arya-san. Or perhaps you could raise up a faction of your own. Perish the thought. Being told to start her own faction, Arya opposed. But Clara's response to the exact reaction she expected from Arya was a little bit strange. Why are you smiling? I'm sorry. But you're misunderstanding something, Arya-san. If you've got 3 friends together, that's already a faction. And I have a complete lack of trust in Novum-san. Miranda-san will be taking Shannon-chan into her faction. Then that leaves Gracia-san, Elsa-san, and Vera-san, to a greater or lesser extent, all of them are backed by house or country. Arya didn't seem to understand what Clara was getting at. It's true that my family is, I'm pretty much the same. But even if you lent a hand to one of the others, considering character and sponsorship, the options are limited. Gracia-san and Elsa-san won't serve under another. They have their own country's interests in mind. Miranda-san is weak as a sponsor. She's in a state close to isolation. So I chose Ludmila-san. Arya looked like she couldn't accept that. Clara saw her as an honest person and felt a little jealous. They two of them were almost polar opposites. Something not to your liking? To be perfectly honest, I don't think you have to serve under a woman who's trying to make a faction. Doing something like that at an important time, it just kind of feels wrong to me. Clara capped the canteen and looked a bit up. It's precisely because it's an important time. To oppose Novum-san and Miranda-san, I think I need Ludmila-san. And at the same time, I can keep watch of her from up close. You couldn't be. Clara pushed up her glasses, let them catch the light, and smiled a bit. The one with the greatest power right now is Ludmila-san. Not as an individual, she can support Lyle-san with aid on a national level. I thought it best someone keep watch over her. Arya looked at Clara, and covered her face with her right hand. You're surprisingly wicked. Clara chuckled. Oh, I'm sure. Perhaps this is all I'm able to do. But, no, it's nothing. What Clara was going to say at the end. But I can't think Novum-san hasn't taken Ludmila-san's movements into account. And this deployment. I get the feeling Miranda-san sent Shannon-chan over to keep watch. When you think of it like that, the faction war has already begun. So you got through it without losing Arya-chan. Good for you. If you lost her, it's certain your future would be bleak. Dude, if you plan on talking to me, then get off of my back. Within the jewel. In my room of memories, as if to pin down the fall on me, Lyle was sitting on my back. He had a child's body, but it felt as if I was being pressed down by a massive boulder. How gallant. It looked like poor Lyle was in trouble, so she compared herself with the others, and found she had nothing, so she wanted to lessen the burden. Well, after leaving the mansion, she's the longest relation you have next to Novum. She really is necessary. I put power into my body to try and stand, but Lyle looked on my efforts with a grin. And he continued on. You both need each other, really. That's how it is. Even so, if you've decided something once, it's no good if you don't push it through to the end. After kissing her so many times, not stopping a woman who's trying to pull out is just terrible. Gee goddammit. I somehow got power into my arms, and raised my body just a bit. There, Lyle flapped his legs, and shifted his body. My power application shifted, and I fell onto the ground again. Fuga. Ha, when we're almost back home in Bonsium, are you sure you're okay like that? Hey, do your best. You can't train your body in the jewel. Try to do something with your mana. Mana, come to think of it, you called mana poison a little while back, didn't you? I got my breath in order, as I wrung out my knowledge to find a way to stand up. If he said to do something with mana, the easiest way would be to make an explosion nearby, and use the blast to remove him. And when I thought it, I remembered his words. In the past, he had said mana was poison. So you remembered. Well, it's not poison for now. Or rather, poison and medicine's the same shtick. Long as you know how to use it, it can become medicine, is how it is. Of course, it was first thought of as medicine, so when it was mistakenly used as one, it caused quite a stir. I gathered magic on my palm, and tried to hit it against the ground to use the explosion to rise. But a saber stuck through my hand as if to nail it to the dirt. Yep, no good. Self-destruction acts can't be put to practice at a moment's notice. Now think over it again. Why you damn brat. Within the jewel, I continued my days of not being able to defeat the child me. Entering Bonsium from Kartaf's, we put Porter away in the box skill, draped over robes, and traveled acting as an adventurer party of 5. Entering a town close to the border, we found a number of mercenaries and soldiers gathered. We were about the only ones who knew Kartaf's wouldn't take any action due to Ludmila-san's orders, so the town was filled with a tingling tension. Shannon walking beside me grabbed my robe with her right hand, and looked around. Scary-faced mercenaries and adventurers. On top of the soldiers, it was an imposing town. Shannon was frightened. Why does it look so dangerous? There were folks carrying around weapons in Bime, but it never felt this bad. The reason for Shannon's fear lay in the fights breaking out wherever you looked. And with the sun high in the sky, there were drinks being served, and numerous harlots again, an ill-natured town. I'm sure it's rough because it's so close to the border. And those here have experienced war a number of times, so they can't help but look rough. It was an occupation where you never knew when you'd die. For now, they were just desperate to live. And as we traveled like that with the 5 of us, a reaction came up on the skills. A group aware of us changed their signals from yellow to red, and tried to approach. From the feet visible beneath the robes, they likely discerned we were mostly women, and tried to call out. I spoke to everyone. A group diagonally behind. 6 in total. They're on our tail. I'd like to avoid trouble, so let's hurry on, and enter an inn. When we swiftly left the area, the other party sped up to catch us. With the 4th skill. Up and down. I lowered their speed, and disappeared into an inn, successfully shaking off the 6 pursuers. Jean-Pierre. Arriving in the southern country, Novum's party used the merchants as intermediaries to arrange a meeting with the king at his palace. Maybe because it was south, the country's windows were large, and the palace's construction comfortably let wind pass through it. Many of the foods and plants were ones they had never seen before, and May looked like she wanted to drop by the castle town as soon as possible. Eva had set up a talk with her brethren of the southern land, and she seemed excited as well. Of all else, instruments unknown to her ears, and a unique brand of music. Because of that, she wanted to hear their tales ASAP. Sitting in a large chair, with 2 officers stationed to his sides, the King Jules Parswal was a man of pink hair and brown skin. They had heard he was in his early 30s, but he looked younger than that. His facial features were firm and well carved into his face, coherent with the rumors he had played around in his youth. He was quite a looker. His blue eyes looked as if they were evaluating Novum and party. His arms and ears were adorned with golden ornaments, and he gave off an atmosphere similar to the lake nation of Selva, but his were not as showy. "Welcome to Janpir, shall I say?" On Jules' words, Novum and the others lowered their heads. "It is an honor to be in your presence, your majesty. We are here in regards to the matter we've exchanged word on beforehand. Could we hear out your response?" Jules touched a hand to his mouth, as he leaned his back into his throne. He crossed his legs, his pose indicating him to be deep in thought. "It was only recently that word of the 4-country alliance reached us. What's more, if even the northern land of Kartafs is cooperating, you truly do hold an air of validity. However, my frank opinion, it is troubling if you ask for a response all of a sudden. My apologies, but I'll be having you take up a stay in the palace a while. I don't plan on inconveniencing you. For I don't want to make an enemy of Kartafs or the alliance, after all." Jules laughed as he said it, but Janpir held a navy. It was powerful, and well reputed for exterminating pirates. Novum could see that he didn't have any particular intent to bring harm to them. They truly were troublesome existences. He likely didn't want to cause a problem. But at the same time, there was a distance between Janpir and the alliance. And Kartafs as well. Even if a problem did arise, it wouldn't be so easy for them to invade, and Jules surely understood that. "Yes. Understood. Then we will be in your care for the time being, Dot." Novum said that as a representative of the rest, so Jules answered with a smile. "I'll try to come out with an answer as quick as I can. And I'm happy to have so many beautiful guests. I think we'll have a banquet tonight. Take part in it at your leisure." The girl smiled, and took up his offer. In Janpir's palace conference room, the authorities sat atop a rug. Jules sat on a space a little higher than the rest, the documents on the alliance and Kartafs in front of him as he crossed his arms. "Now then, what shall we make of it, gentlemen? An alliance of countries large and small. Both sides are larger in scale than us. But picking a fight with Bonsium is close to gambling." The authorities each spread out their opinions. "Why not hand them over to Bonsium, and gradually build a friendly relation? You'll pick a fight with so many countries? The current Bonsium has no credibility. We cannot trust them. They've been especially strange as of late. It's best not to poke them. Is it not best to offer them a polite refusal? From their words, they are heading into Bonsinian territory after this. They are searching for feudal lords who will be their allies. Just courteously send them off?" With those opinions on the floor, Jules put them together. "So to summarize your opinions, handing over the envoys is out of the question. Give them a polite refusal, and have them on their way. It's true that is the safest measure. But can we overlook Bonsium's recent movements? I think them a threat. How about you?" The authorities closed their mouths, and thought. From their border with Bonsium, news of the country did come in. For them to maintain a distance with one another, they weren't negligent in information gathering. Because they never knew when the large nation of Bonsium would rush into their own soil. And for that sake, they had accurate information on seals. Their opinions coincided. The current Bonsium was abnormal. But even if their opinions overlapped, their countermeasures did not. Many thought they could continue taking distance as they had, and the majority vote was not to assertively stick their heads into the flame. But come so far, the countries around Bonsium were showing movements. I thought it would take more time. With the threat of Bonsium growing by the day, when there was nothing left for them to do, that was the moment I thought the surrounding nations would act. And for that moment, I augmented our military, yet someone made the first move. It was Lyle. Jules knew if he passed precise information of Bonsium's abnormality to the surrounding lands, they would show some sort of movement. So he pushed for a reinforcement of the military. And yet there was a man moving those countries himself. Mildly vexed that he was overtaken, Jules found it a little intriguing. I thought the time would come for Janpier's name to be known across the continent, but quite an interesting man popped up. Now then, gentlemen, we were planning to become the center and make our move, but shall we let this chance slip by? Please keep that in your field of vision as you discuss. The authorities folded their arms, and one proposed. Now is the only time we will be able to sell our services for a high price. There is no meaning in jumping in later. And in a state where we cannot lay hands on Bonsium, if the surrounding countries lose without us lending a hand, all that awaits us is ruin. Jules massaged his chin and spoke in regards to that. The four-country alliance and Cartafs of the north are trying to make their move. If the countries to the west centered on Fondbu's move, then they'll be able to hold around half Bonsium's might. How about we sell ourselves when that moment comes? One authority opened a heavy tone. If we measure that timing wrong, we'll be destroyed. The risk is too high. Whichever the case, if we aren't going to fight, then the only other option is surrender. Your Majesty's opinion? Jules stood and boldly declared. Sorry, but I've no intent to share a woman with any other men. If we surrender and I'm to be charmed by seals, I'd rather be dead. So my ego has cut off the route of surrender. Carry on. The authorities sighed and opened their mouths. Please put out a more proper reason. In the first place, even if we surrender, the probability we'll be on the same terms with Bonsium as before is quite low. Is that girl called Seals really human? That's the beautiful siren of fairy tale herself right there. Bewitching humans, and that brutal nature. The poor treatment of the country's opposing faction, just listening and sends a shiver down my spine. And at the end, one of the authorities addressed Jules. I think our best bet is to assertively support them. But the representative man, we should send one of our own to that Lyle Walt. Jules looked amused. My daughters are too young. The eldest is 10. An authority spoke. That's enough. But it will be troublesome if she can't have a child in the near future. How about your Majesty's younger sister? Jules sat down and shook his head. You think she'll move for me? We're not even of the same mother, and I'm the one who killed her full brothers to get where I am, you know? One of the authorities put a hand on his face. Anyhow, so it's been decided we will cooperate. We'll figure something out with the concubine. If all goes well, it may be possible to take legal wife. But your Majesty, please don't lay a hand on the envoys. It seems there that man Lyle's women or something. Jules smiled a little. Perhaps the authority felt a bad premonition as his expression stiffened. And seeing that, Jules smiled even wider. Trust me. Even I'll draw back if the woman is too dangerous. And my instincts are screaming at me. Don't even think about it. Gathering nothing but women like that around him, I've grown interested in this Lyle fellow. I'd like to have a drink with him. As Jules laughed aloud, the authorities lowered their shoulders in relief. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 8, The Kingdom of Bonsium. The Kingdom of Bonsium. Stationed at the center of the continent, it held the greatest landmass within it. The Centrus Kingdom. Bonsium's origin point was the capital of the kingdom that once unified the continent, and by continually waging war on the parts of the empire that fell apart, it built up its current prosperity. From the merits of defeating Agrissa of Centrus, the Bonsium house took power as a new monarchy, their lineage carrying on to this day. And our party having returned to that kingdom of Bonsium, we had decided to avoid the capital of Central. It was inconvenient, but we would be avoiding Central as we headed west, and aimed for the kingdom of Fondbus. That's how it was, but the country of Bonsium was vast. Unlike the places where the roads were looked after, there were places where you'd have to tilt your head at whether they could really be called roads at all. Proceeding down painstaking roads like that, we stopped by one of our waypoints, a village. Disembarking from Porter, we stopped by the village's head's house to exchange the materials of the monsters we had defeated along the way. It seems a governor had been dispatched, but perhaps he thought we were adventurers, as after handing over money, he permitted our stay for only a night. Evening. As the village children watched Porter from afar, I stretched. It's more comfortable than traveling in a horse-drawn carriage, but just sitting the whole way is a bit painful. At the head's house, we were allowed to park Porter in a portion of the yard, and Monica was carrying out maintenance. She was checking every part, and requested Clara to do tasks like moving the wheels. The daughter of the house came out to the yard, and informed us a room had been readied. The brown-haired girl that gave off a simple air looked a little surprised as she looked at Porter. A carriage of steel that needs no horse. So it really did exist. I had been convinced the peddler was lying. In Arumsas, through the use of golem magic, the baggage carrier Porter was spreading. Because of that, there were a considerable number of people who knew of Porter in Bonsium. In regards to the girl, Arya gave a kind smile. It's our special model. They're probably producing loads of them in Arumsas. Hearing the name of Arumsas. Ah, he did say that. In Arumsas, there are lots of human-shaped dolls moving around, and people driving horseless carts of steel, he said. Mr. Peddler had only heard the rumors himself, but it looks like they were true. Arumsas was a city of scholars. In the past, we had stopped by to gather comrades, and there, we had met Miranda, Shannon, Clara, and Damien. Arya spoke a little happily. I wonder if Lyrasan's alright. Oh, that's right. Have you heard any other strange rumors? We've only just returned to Bonsium. There, the girl thought a bit. In Central, the crown prince got married. But there are plenty of strange rumors about that, and to be honest, I've no idea which story is true. I mean, Seal Sama who he married, it seems she's gathered many men to wait on her. But there's no way the future queen would be allowed to do such a thing, and the marriage was supposed to be to Fonduse's princess, so I really haven't the slightest what's going on. A Seals-esque action. The rumors were so absurd, then perhaps those around thought there was no way they were true. I handed a few large coppers over to the girl. Anything else? Taking them, she counted them, and tried her best to recall. Truly a testament to the grand power of money. Ah. There's Bime. We've officially declared war on them. It seems they won't be recruiting from this village, but even so, the governor said we should at least prepare for it. When Arya heard that, she nodded lightly. So are they dealing with it just in the east? I'm sure it would be hard to send people from the opposite side of the country for it. Bonsium had Central at its center, separated from there into north, south, east and west. Each district could deal with its own wars. When we requested the aid of various feudal lords from the south, that would be the southern district. When invading in the east, they would put out troops from the divisions on the east side. I tried asking her. Do you know how many will march? I don't know that much, but Bime is a strong enemy, so they'll surely put out some 100,000s, the adults were saying. The relations with Fondus in the west have grown worse, so I think that's why we were told to prepare. Hearing that, I gave her my thanks. I see, thank you. We were planning to earn some change through the war, but, with those numbers, we'll have no space on the stage. Let's give up. When I sent a look to Arya, she shrugged her shoulders and nodded. Right. If there are so many in it, there's no profit left. It's best to go at it steadily. We smoothly lied, and smiled off the situation. Adele's unit dropped by a feudal lord she was acquainted with. A baronet house not too large in scale, but it was a house they were familiar with, so they couldn't help but want to stop by. When they stopped by, the baronet courteously welcomed Adele and Maxim. Holding only a town, and some villages around it, the baronet could put out 200 troops at most. That definitely wasn't big, but as he could be trusted, he was the first house Adele stopped by in Bonsium. The feudal lord's mansion. In the parlor, Adele inquired. How is Bonsium's present state? The lord shook his head. It feels it's getting worse by the day. Our food stock has dwindled greatly by the war, and there are many places the fields have been ravaged, as if they're just rampaging about as they please. If you oppose, Central's standing army in the Walt house will move. It's a nightmare. The Walt house. In Bonsium, that name was the name of the strongest. Saving the country from crisis time and again, and growing larger with every generation. The Walt's eldest son in Bime. Have rumors of Lyle Walt's movements reached this land? He nodded. The matter of Fort Red Ant has reached. But whether the information beyond that is truth or lie, a four-nation alliance, and something of ensnaring the Queen of Kartafs? They really are siblings. Maxim holding himself behind Adele's face cramped up. It's true the information wasn't wrong, but he felt some malice had been put into it. Adele felt her headache at the rumor, as she offered a correction. Seen from the outside, I'm sure that's the case. But the truth is different. I've actually met with Lylesan. He built up power in Bime, aiming to take Seals down. There's no way he would ensnare women as the rumors go. Concerning the result, it did come to that, or how should I put it, he wants to do something by himself, or rather. Anyways, he isn't as dangerous as Seals. The Lord looked not at Adele, but at Maxim, who was looking at Adele with some slightly worried eyes. Maxim spoke. It's all right. Milady has not been ensnared, I assure you. If he had made use of such vile means, then I would have personally defeated Lyle. Maxim was a famed knight. The Lord trusted his words and continued on. Understood. I'll believe it. So from your eyes, what are his prospects of victory? The other party was a feudal lord. And baronet-class scale was the hardest feudal lord to handle, as Adele was aware. Their scale was more abundant than a night house. But they didn't have the size of a baron. Still, they had a level of ability, and it was an exceedingly troublesome position to do anything to. The source of so many doing well in the world was that dubious standing. So Adele said this. Just barely. He may just barely win, is the current situation. He has already gained the cooperation of the Four-Nation Alliance and Cartafs. In Bime, he received the backing of the Trace House and merchants of their faction. The Lord nodded. The Trace House of Bime, is it? Quite the famous names. There are many lords of the East who know of their house. I see, so they are backing him. Adele thought in her head. I didn't lie. Right, she didn't lie. In Bime, the Trace House was divided into two, and the one driven out was the one supporting him. Based on how you put it, it sounded like a famed merchant house of Bime was behind him, so it was as if saying the city of Bime was on his side. If he was more knowledgeable on the inner dealings of Bime, then his response should have been different. Baronet, please lend your power. Lyle San. Lyle Dono has mind to reward the lords who will assist him for their services. The other party crossed his arms upon hearing that. Continue to play blind to Seal's violence, or risk cooperating with Lyle. He opened his mouth. Guarantee the safety of my territory. And I'll have you prepare a reward. Adele thought it a bit strange. Baronet, you shall assist me in persuading other lords from here. Will the fee be so great? Don't you think it a chance to expand your territory? The lord shook his head. Adele Dono, you understand not the sentiment of a feudal lord. It's true that expanding territory is important. But there are many who don't think to do it. If your scale increases, so too does your responsibility. A majority of those watching and waiting do so because they are satisfied with the current situation. Therefore they do not move. Adele thought, I see, and nodded. And if you're handed a change of territory, it becomes a pain. For me, it would be better I just take a monetary reward. I'd like proof my house is assisting Lyle Dono as well. Within that, maxim to the Lord. May I ask something? What is it? Please state the reason you believed in us. It will influence how we go about things here on. The talks were going so smoothly, Maxim was mindful of that. No matter how good acquaintances they may be, it felt as if he was trusting their take way too much. The Lord spoke. If we leave Seals as she is, we won't get anything decent out of it. But my power isn't enough to do anything. If it was an envoy of Cartafs, or the Four-Nation Alliance, then I wouldn't have lent a hand. Not to Bime either. But, the truth is, there are various rumors spreading within Bonsium. Adele recalled something, and pressed the Lord. About Dalian and Arumsas? Or perhaps the slaying of the griffin at Central? The feudal lord spoke. All of it. Within the country of Bonsium, when rumor of Lyle Dono flowed in from Bime, we put up our expectations just a bit. When Adele learned her opponent had an extent of information from the beginning, she felt she had been played around with. But the Lord spoke. Leave persuading this area's feudal lords to me. What I seek is the peace of my territory, and a reward. I'm sure there will be some requesting different things among them, so what shall I do with that field? Adele corrected her seating, and answered the Lord. I have been granted an extent of authority. I shall deal with it. And if it is lords above baronet status, do you know where might assist us? The Lord crossed his arms. Looking down silently, after a while, he stared at the ceiling. Will it be difficult? He spoke. A little while back, all feudal lords above baronet status were ordered to present a hostage to Central. Not only heirs, but wives and fiancés, anything they could lay their hands on. I've heard talks of even lovers being carted off, and in the current panic, I cannot say any specific where. Adele thought Seal's actions had grown quite troublesome. Departing from the village, we drove Porter towards our next waypoint. There was a place we wanted to reach within the day, and to hurry on, I operated Porter on rotation with Clara. Monica, Clara, and Aria were lying down in rest, while Shannon was sitting on my lap. You're heavy. When I said that, Malia-san in the jewel. Lyle, aren't you too cold to Shannon? Treat her kindly. Hearing that, I looked at Shannon on my lap again. You're heavy. I said. Shannon turned, and stuck her tongue out. They've taken up all the seats, so you'll just have to put up with it. She said. Down in the loading tray, not only Clara and Arya, even Monica was lying down, so the space was quite narrow. Malia-san sounded lonely. Oh Lyle, where has the meek Lyle gone? The seventh laughed. I assent that's your fault? And besides, I'm sure you're heavy too. I heard a gunshot, and silence. It was really just the same as usual, so I ignored it. Shannon was facing forward on my lap. A scenery expanded before her, but what she was looking at was a book Monica had prepared. It had letters written in, a picture book geared at children. Can you see it? Shannon sounded delighted. I can. But there's only this one and two more, so it's gotten boring. I did learn a bit from Clara, thought. The specially made picture book was colored, and extremely easy to understand. Having Shannon learn lettering was an extremely important thing to us. Porter rolled over a bit of a large rock, and as its body swayed, I held Shannon's body in place. Drive properly. Seeing her pouting in anger, I pulled her cheeks, and made her teary. It's quite difficult. There's no way I could do it like Clara. She didn't stand out among my comrades as support, but she was truly proficient in that support. Operating Porter, and assistance by magic. Her knowledge was abundant, and she was reliable in various fields. There, Shannon returned her eyes to the picture book, and spoke. Why don't you tell her that? You'll forget it before you know it. That's called not feeding a fish you've already reeled in. Where did you learn that phrase? Well, I'll tell her in the near future. More importantly, why did you come on this side? I was sure you'd go with Miranda. There, Shannon closed her book, and turned to me. I'm here so make sure you don't stick your hands into strange games overseas. Rejoice, your cute Shannon has an eye on, ow. That hurts. Grinding a fist against her, and seeing Shannon tell me to stop, I smiled. There, with her teary eyes, Shannon looked at me. You should really smile more. These days, almost all your smiles have been forced ones. And she opened the book again, and restarted her studies. Hearing of forced smiles, I tried to respond, but I got the feeling there really were a lot of them these days. Perhaps she was paying mine to me. Right. Maybe you're right. I looked at the unending scenery, as I held Shannon to make sure she didn't fall from my lap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 9, Revenge. Revenge. Perhaps it had been revenge. That's what the Walt house's fifth generation had said to me. The scenery projected around was a horrid one. A fallen carriage. Within a heavy downpour cold enough to bring pain to the skin on contact, a single woman covered Frederick's. Blood flowed from the woman, and she seemed worried about her slightly swelled stomach. I knew what this flow led to. Mama, Mama. In the carriage that had fallen from a cliff, Fredericks clung to the fourth's wife, his mother. It's alright. Fredericks, it going to be alright. The ones who attacked the carriage were those dressed as bandits. But from what I could see from his memory, they carried it out skillfully. Hindering the guards, and attacking only the carriage, causing it to fall. I couldn't think it the offense of a robber. Watching the scene alongside me, the fifth opened his mouth. Back then, Mama was laden with a child. She lost it protecting me. After that, she'd give all sorts of reasons as to why she wouldn't have another. She'd go on, but even I could tell it was because of the accident. I knew. The guards that raced over quickly kept watch as they destroyed the carriage, made a roof of it, and started a fire. They carried out emergency measures, and a single knight was dispatched on horse through the downpour to the Walt house at once. The images went gray there and stopped. It looked as if the raindrops were frozen in air. They weren't just bandits. We were merciless to our bandits, so I thought we maybe bought their resentment. But even looking back on, they were too skilled. And the neighboring lord's son who invited us out in the first place called out to me with a smile afterwards. Was the fifth thinking too deeply, or was it all devised? The images changed, and this time, Fredericks was listening in from a doorway. Inside the room, the knights were speaking with the fourth. Making a fist, the fourth was short of breath. Max Sama. I thought I had seen that worried knight before. He had grown weathered, but it was the knight punched off by the third, who informed the fourth of his crisis. I know. Both my wife and Fredericks are safe. Asking for any more would truly be, but like hell I'll forgive it. Conduct a complete search. Flush them out. Use whatever means possible to get information out of whatever bandits you catch. I'll also use this too. Gripping the blue gem hung at his neck, the fourth likely planned on using the third skill mine recorded in it. But that wouldn't constitute evidence. Information forced out by a skill is often written off as something implanted by the skill itself. Even if we identified a culprit, we wouldn't have been able to lay a hand on them. It's laughable. If we weren't such a large house, we'd easily have been rendered immobile. When I listened in on his words, the scene changed again. In his early teens, Fredericks was once more in a mansion, not the Walt's. Surrounded by children his age, punched and kicked. "Shorty, just when is your place going to start listening to us?" A large-built boy hit the fifth. Colliding with the wall, Fredericks didn't say a word as he tried to stand. He was kicked. Around, some noble girls of the same ages were laughing as they watched. Upstarts are just the worst. I definitely won't want to marry into the Walt house. And he's a shorty, after all. His mother's also a shorty, and an imperial noble at that. What's more, she can't have children anymore. Worst as a woman as well. Fredericks looked down as he grit his teeth and bore it. The large boy grasped up Fredericks' lapels and lifted him up. "Try saying something back, shorty." "Well, since it's all true, guess you can't." "That day, the carriage fell, and she was injured, right?" Fredericks endured. He clenched his fist hard enough for blood to drip from it, but he endured. "Fifth, why didn't you say anything back?" The fifth looked at the image. Because they all had their story straight. They'd clearly discussed it beforehand. If I did anything back, they'd make me the bad guy. Naturally, that would become a problem in the talks between our parents. I said it, didn't I? The Walt house of the time was in a dubious standing. We couldn't even trust our own vassals. Oh, there were some houses on our side, though. The Forks' house, for instance. The scene changed to the Walt house manor. His mother spoke to Fredericks. "Fredericks, you aren't hiding anything?" "And not at all. Max carried on. "The truth is, a neighboring lord brought up talks of marriage between you and his daughter. I declined it. The Forks' house's head and previous head were strongly against it as well. She wasn't worthy, it seems. Okay. Max seemed to notice something. But Fredericks didn't say much in regards to the matter. He merely turned a smile to his parents. And the scene switched to a village where cultivation had begun. Fredericks was surrounded by knights, looking over the village and studying. "Is this a good land?" One of the knights courteously explained to him. "I can't say it's very good, but if the work is put it can become plentiful. If it succeeds, it will become your achievement, Fredericks sama. But I'm just watching the work as a part of my studies?" The fifth looked at the young knight and muttered. "Old Randberg. That's his grandson. Hearing Randberg, I looked at the young man. Thinking I'd definitely seen him somewhere before, I saw he resembled the one I'd started to admire as a knight. The fifth continued. Served as a knight from the third's time. He was a good guy. And a small girl crashed into Fredericks. It seems she had ran around a corner and collided. Hey. Separate from Fredericks sama at once. The knight extended a hand to the girl, but Fredericks laughed and shook his head. It's fine. You'd better be careful from here on. The girl looked at Fredericks with a face that showed she didn't really get what was going on. There, a young girl who was probably her sister raced over with a pale face. She lowered her head and gave an apology. I deeply apologize. Bowing a number of times, she held her presumed sister close and pleaded for her forgiveness. Fredericks looked quite confused at seeing her like that. So looking at the elder sister, Fredericks' face was a little flushed. It's fine. We'll overlook it this time. Now return to your work. His voice was a little raised, and the two young girls looked relieved, as they lowered their heads with smiled. Watching their backs as they ran off, Fredericks hesitated. And seeing that, the knight. Shall I send them around to your room tonight? There, Fredericks' face went bright red. Why, you fool? I didn't. Those around looked at him and smiled. He walked off with a large stride, shook off the knights, and proceeded on. The fifth looked at the scene. We plan to increase our number of cultivated villages from there on. So the fourth determined there was a need for me to learn the site. Because the area rugged as can be. The fifth reminisced. But his eyes looked on sorrowfully. And after that, a few more scenes of Fredericks conversing with the sisters flowed past. Little by little, they were getting along with one another. It was then. Fredericks was called back to the Walt house manor for a temporary return. At the entrance to the village, the Randberg house heir and the villagers saw him off. Fredericks got on his horse and spoke to the two girls he'd gotten along with. "I'll be back soon." At that time. Those around looked upon his reddened face with smiles. The elder sister nodded. "We'll be waiting for you, Frederick-sama." Frederick smiled. But the next scene projected was the remnants of a village burnt down. Stock still, Fredericks was led along by his guard knights through the burnt site towards the tree in its center. A few survivors remained, raining jeers on the box. "Why couldn't you have come sooner?" My daughter." A couple I'd seen before. It was the couple that had appeared in the runaway sixth's memory. Walking slowly, Fredericks set his feet towards the tree in the village center. There were villagers hung up on it. The young man of the Randburg house was stripped of his belongings and put up in a terrible state. It looked like he'd resisted to the end. And in a position standing out at the very front, the sisters that Fredericks befriended were hung. Methodically, calling it that would be strange, but they were definitely put up in a way to make a mark on Fredericks. Falling at the knees, he looked at the letters carved into the trunk. "Shorty," they spelled out. Fredericks looked down, and I could see the look in his eyes change. Sharp and muddied, those eyes made me swallow my breath. The fifth turned. There was no proof. But there were limited humans who knew the internal affairs of the village. I wanted to take troops at once and raid them. I wanted to do the same to them. No, I wanted to go eradicate them. Without changing his expression, the fifth went on indifferently. Someone had to have leaked the information I was close to those sisters. I had a general idea. Someone tied to our vassals. They'd gone off with a smile and sold our information. I looked up at the tree of the village and turned away my eyes. Could man really do something so terrible, and was there a need to go so far? This is too terrible. This is. Don't call it impossible. Listen here, Lyle. The ones who did this were the same as us. The same feudal lords, the same nobles. One step off the path, and we do such things too. As a matter of fact, I'm sure even worse things were done to the territories that tried to invade fines. If someone invades your land, it's necessary to give retribution. Because if you let them make light of you, then they'll keep repeating something like this. I understood you couldn't let yourself be made lightly of. And the fifth spoke. About the feudal lord who'd invaded us this time. Once upon a time, they got along well with the third, you know. But with a single generation built up, this is what it came to. There were lords, and there were citizens. The one to decide the territory's policies was the lord, and while if he were proficient, he'd bring glory to the territory, if he were incompetent, he could ruin the land. There were many instances where a change of hands made for incompetence, and the reverse was also true. You see, Lyle. I swore it there. I would definitely have my vengeance. No matter how many years, how many decades it took, I would eradicate them. I looked at the fifth hanging his head. But in the fifth's period, the Walt house continued enduring, and in the end, they didn't invade any surrounding territories. What happened to change your plan? On my words, the fifth looked up at the sky and laughed. He laughed, and in the end, in a small voice. My own child. The first time I looked at fines, I was truly lost. When I truly hated them. When I truly wanted them all dead. I didn't want them, my own children, to have to go through the same. It was too late. I already had the mistresses, and the plan all together, and yet, by the time I noticed it, I couldn't stop it anymore. The fifth said that, and quietly drove me out of his room of memories. Inside of Porter. Under the light of the lantern, what Monica informed me of was the hostages being taken throughout Bonsium. From any large-scale house above baron status, Central had given orders through the country for hostages to be presented. Putting together the information obtained from Adelsan, it meant that by that mandate, there were many feudal lords who couldn't move even if they wanted to. On that information passed through the Valkyries, I thought to myself. But what crossed through my head was the fifth. In Porter's loading tray, Clara spoke to me. Lyle-san, are you all right? I think it best you get some rest. After lightly rubbing the corners of my eyes with a fingertip, I shook my head to the side. My bad, please continue. Monica looked over me as she conveyed the information. For those without hostages, it seems those baronet and below will move for the peace of their territories. If we take them into our forces, we will be able to prepare troops from within Bonsium. There, the third spoke up. That's wrong. It's true there are feudal lords who want peaceful reign. But there's no guarantee they're all like that. There will be some who want more land, and others who will think to use the opportunity to settle disputes with their surroundings. As expected, we'll need the assistance of lords above baronet, who have vassals under them. It's best to keep troubles to a minimum. Or rather, if you've nothing but small-time lords, there's no way to get them together. It will be hard to lead them in a large-scale army, I'm sure. According to the third, it would be difficult to get all the small-scale lords' opinions to align. A lord capable of that sort of fine-tuning, we need to get some lords on a baron or higher. And as commanders, they wouldn't be able to take charge of such large forces. Monica, tell Adelsan's unit. It's important to start small, but we need to get one larger lord on our side. Lest it be impossible to get them together ourselves. Monica had prepared tea for me. Herb tea, it seems. She believes it difficult. Taking hostages is one thing, but the problem is those hostages. Do you think they'll be safe when put under seals? Even if you promise their rescue, in the end, there is a possibility they have changed to her side from the depths of their hearts. The possibility they are already no longer of this world. It will be difficult to take back the relations of the lords taken off. If it came to those negotiations, we were in a situation where we couldn't say we'd definitely save them. Clara spoke to me. As expected, is there no choice but to start from the bottom? Even if we defeat seals, if the hostages aren't safe, the root of their problem will remain. Arya was negative. If it was possible to infiltrate Central and rescue them, it wouldn't be strange if someone had assassinated seals by now. Having faced seals and experienced her irrationality, Arya's opinion was on the mark. But we didn't have time. What about the Western Front? What's become of the lords near Fonbuse's border? We're currently headed their way. If they're still safe, there are still ways to go about it. Lifting her face, Monica shook her head. She does not have that information. As Adelsan is in the east. Notham's party was south. If their task finished safely, they would enter Bonsium from there. Thinking a bit, I came to a conclusion. Gather information. If it's not too late, rescue or recovery is thinkable. If they're already in Central, that's impossible. If not, then we can do what is possible with our numbers. I sent a look around, and everyone nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 10, Margrave. Margrave. The Margrave of Resno. The feudal lord left to the border with Fonbuse, and a single feudal lord who had grown quite busy alongside the worsening relations with Fonbuse. The lord had the border left to him, but it's not as if he was protecting it alone. He had the cooperation of surrounding lords in defending the border, but at present, he was isolated. Central had sent a demand for hostages. The current head, Various Resno, had his long, grey hair tied to the back. He didn't usually tie it, but reading the letter from the surrounding lords, and from his son sent to Central, Belfelt Resno, he was making a sour face as if he wanted to chew that letter to bits. That girlie of the Walt house. She deceived my son. With status high as Margrave, it wouldn't be strange to hold an estate in Central. He had sent a representative to manage it, and naturally enough, Various sent his heir Belfelt. Then the Walt house's seals got engaged to the crown prince, and the gears began turning strange. No, they had been strange before that. Belfelt had stated it wasn't a good plan to have Various leave the territory, and gone to the mansion in Central of his own will. And when the hostage matter came up, he volunteered as one gleefully. Up to that point, a part of Various had thought there was no helping it. But from Belfelt, he received word he wanted to offer up his wife and son to Various. That would mean sending off his grandson. The surrounding lords also voiced their desire for him to send them over. Is the Resno house charged with Fonbuse's border really that untrustworthy? As he crushed the letter in his hands, the knight behind him in service to the house opened his mouth. Various Sama, at this rate, will be surrounded by Fonbuse and the other lords. I do think it painful, but you have to take some measures. Various was aware of the abnormalities of Central. But most barons and viscounts without the level of power as Margrave had sent hostages to Central as a means of securing their safety. Central's army was one thing, but it was mainly an act in fear of the Walt house's army. With Central going strange, the feudal lords didn't keep still. They marched to Central to remonstrate them, and many lords had ended up charmed. At present, Various had a number of choices. If I send my daughter-in-law and grandson to Central, they'll only become that little girl's toys. But if I change sides to Fonbuse, the knight carried on his words, then this land will become the battlefield of Bonsium and Fonbuse. The safest option available is to send the hostages, and adopt an heir from a relative. With that, you can match the pace of the lords around you, and stand against Fonbuse. Various lowered his fist onto his table. The letter it clenched was crumpled and torn by the impact. A relative? Oh, as if there's a decent one of the lot. Each and every one of them is after the position of Margrave. And besides them, there are only the ones who come asking to borrow money. If they were decent, I wouldn't be so troubled. I've no intent to concede my status to any besides my grandson. The knight's eyes narrowed. I understand you dote on your grandson. But now is not the time to say such a thing. It won't be a direct line, but at least the blood of the Resno shall remain. Varius was soft on his grandson, and had decided he would only ever hand his status over to him. But looking around, it was also true there were no kin worthy of being Margrave. The knight seemed to believe as long as you trained them a few years, they'd be at least useful enough to succeed. Let me think about it. They've already taken my precious son away. This matter is to be put on hold. Varius sunk deeply into his seat, and covered his face with both hands. So besides the eldest son, all the Margrave's children married into other houses? En route to Fondbu's, the 5 of us dropped by the marketplace of a passing town to gather information. Those of the surrounding towns and villages made the trek to sell goods at the market, and as we purchased food, we spoke with a talkative auntie. When I refused the change for the meal, her tongue began sliding quite jovially. The well-built auntie left the store to a man, perhaps her husband? And told us various things. Our lord over here has some business relations with him. See, the Margrave's place is the border, right? A little while back, they sent away the princess, so he had his work cut out for him, but his sons were also proficient. They were on favorable terms before things got hectic, so he had sent his sons off to be married. According to her, when they were on favorable terms with Fondbu's, his second and third son were sent in as grooms. But when the situation changed, his heir, his son had entered Central, it seems. Our lord over here sent his wife and kid off at once, though. Not much to say about that. Well, he surrounded himself with lovers soon after, so I guess that's all they were to him, but the Margrave declined sending any additional hostages, I heard. Because of that, there's a tense air going on in the country. Quite troublesome. After having his son taken hostage, he was requested to offer that son's wife and child. That must have been hell. So among this area's feudal lords, have all the others besides the Margrave sent their hostages? The auntie looked up a bit. Let's see. Yeah, a few months back. No reason not to. That Margrave really ought to consider others' feelings a bit. If he gets Central's eyes on him, then even the Walt house will make its way here. Before Central runs out of patience and sends a force to meet them, they should just send themselves to Central. The Walt house, no longer a famed name of Bonsium, it was a symbol of fear. From the jewel, I heard Maliasan's voice. Well, to the people, the feelings of lords aren't quite relevant. Personally, I think the form of one hesitating to send hostages regardless the cost is quite favorable, you know. The third laughed. What's favorable for me is how we're Bonsium's enemy, and he's in a convenient position. But if he were a little smaller in scale, and it was a territory where the people had more chances to meet the lord, perhaps they would be more sympathetic of him. The fifth spoke listlessly. Only if he was a good lord to the people, right? Even if they sympathize, they'll still tell him to send them in the end. Because everyone values themselves. The seventh listened to the fifth's opinion. How cold. But I won't deny it. Now then, let's leave our personal impressions at that. Lyle, looks like you've something to do before entering Fondbu's. I gripped the jewel, and after signaling my affirmation, I smiled and gave the auntie my thanks. While I was at it, I handed over more change. Thank you, I've heard quite an interesting tale. Here's thanks. There, the auntie spoke. Shop with us again. I'll throw in a discount. As we stood and left, she saw us off with a smile. Entering an inn of the town, we washed off the fatigue of our travels. Gathering in my room, Monica prepared herb tea and snacks for everyone, and got the preparations together. As Shannon reached a hand to the sweets, Monica. If you eat that, you'll have to brush your teeth again. Shannon puffed her cheeks. But I just did it after I got out of the bath, so isn't it fine? Monica scoffed. Of course it isn't. If you're fine with getting a cavity, and having your beloved sister lecture you, then go right ahead. Clara took a treat in hand. Is it really an issue? Just brush again. Arya, on the other hand. I do it before I go to bed, so there's no problem for me. Ah, this is good. Monica lifted a twin tail up with one hand, as she put her opposite hand on her hip. I, Monica, personally prepared those sweets. There's no way they'd be bad. Matching the chicken Dickwood's tastes, they're the ultimate. The explanation was getting long, so I took one in my hand and brought it to my mouth. A crisp texture, and a cream and jam with some acidity to it. Bite-sized and tasty. Perfect affinity with herbal tea. But I preferred the one from last time. When I said that, she immediately left the room, so I hurriedly called to stop her. Oi, what about the meeting? Don't stop me. Preparing the sweets you desire is my duty. If you say the sweet you ate before was better, then this Monica need only borrow the inn's kitchen and cook it up. Reaching a hand for her third sweet, Shannon lay on the sofa stomach first and kicked her legs. Didn't you bring cooking tools along? Why not just do it here? Clara refuted Shannon's words. I'd rather you not. The smell will just make me needlessly hungrier. There were various problems that came with cooking in the same room, and with a grasp on all that, Monica was trying to head for the kitchen. Aria chewed on a sweet in her mouth as she spoke. More importantly, let's get to the talks already. This time we're requesting the Margrave's assistance, right? Will we negotiate so he doesn't have to hand over the hostages? Aria was right. If we wanted to get him on our side, it was true we had to do something about the hostages. But we didn't know what was on his mind yet. When I called Monica back to my side, she delightedly approached. Standing behind and to the side of the sofa behind me, with a solid, imposing expression. I do think we must get into contact. But one wrong step, and we'll be restrained and bound for Central. So it all starts with rumors. And from there, we start our move. Clara looked at me with an expression that seemed to ask, again? Lyle-san, you plan on fooling our negotiation partners again? Within the jewel, inaudible as he was, the third tried to unravel the misunderstanding. He surely hated his favorite Clara sending such eyes of doubt my way. That's wrong. That's wrong, Clara-chan. We'll only spread and publicize the truth of what happens to the hostages sent. Sent off to that seals, there's no way they're unharmed. Aria was the same. She looked at me. You always turn to those sorts of means. The one wounded by those words was the fifth. And no. This is just a fundamental, and manipulating information is a vital point. It isn't a bad means. These guys are hopeless. The moment their favorite girls chastise them, they grow weak at the knees. I'm sure the first would have said not to think of anything, just march in and negotiate, drafting up a plan much more to Aria's tastes. Then what of the second? I'm sure he'd proceed with caution. The fourth would, and the sixth. Malia-san spoke. This is why kids who don't appreciate it are no good. Just look at Shannon, she's not even trying to understand the situation, and she hasn't given the slightest objection to Lyle's plan. Is that really something to brag about? As I thought that, Shannon nodded. You're always so petty, she said. Within the jewel, the seventh burst into laughter, but after several volleys of fire, it went quiet. I'm sorry, but I've no plans to change our course. Let's gather information and think up his character as we decide a detailed plan. If possible, it would help if some are sent from Central to collect the hostages. It sounded plenty possible Central would send a squadron for them. It would be most convenient if he was dealing with them when we came in. Aria looked at me, put an elbow on the sofa's armrest, and put her face on her hand. What are you planning this time? Even if you win against the squad that comes for them, there's no meaning in that. On the contrary, they may start sending actual forces. Or could it be another dirty scheme of yours? Because I did this and that regularly, it seems she believed I favored dirty schemes. But that wasn't quite right. We would lose if we fought up front, so we can only rely on such tricks. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the all-too-great war potential difference between we and Bonsium. No, this time isn't that dirty. It's actually quite honest. Clara showed some interest. How rare. So what's this honest plan of yours? I spoke full of confidence. Yeah, the truth is I think I'm going to go off and kidnap the Margrave's son's wife and child. And then comes the negotiations. Besides the sleepy Shannon, Aria and Clara were staring at me. Monica said something like, "You're too vile, damn chicken. But I'll still follow you. For that is my aesthetic." From behind me. I mean. Wouldn't that make it much easier to negotiate with the Margrave? As things are, we won't even be able to properly meet him, and it's dubious whether or not they'll listen to what we have to, huh? What's with everyone? The third reacted to their reactions. Ha! I thought it was quite nice. The fifth agreed. Not bad for something Lyle came up with? The revived seventh. Did he phrase it wrong? We're saving the blood relatives being carted off from those dogs of Central. See, doesn't that have a nice ring to it? Malia-san giggled. Even if it sounds decent, he'd be doing the same. But Lyle sure has grown. Kid, rescuing the Margrave's grandson, and using the favor to negotiate. I stood and explained, but those two pairs of eyes only grew colder. What's so bad about it? Shannon looked at me. It's so wrong, they don't know exactly what part of it to scold you about. Or rather, you're definitely threatening him, aren't you? How should I put it, cowardly? Being called a coward, the words that came up in my head were, coward is a compliment where I come from. It seems I've been dyed in the ancestors' colors in various bad ways. Mainly the third, and the fifth, and the seventh, quite a thick lot, and what's more, only the relatively scheming ones are left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 11, Various. Various sat hunched in the seat of his office in the castle. By the rumors spreading through town, the hostages headed to Central weren't unharmed. Such info had flowed even to the populace, and knowing by his own intel network, he knew nothing good would come of it. So Various felt cornered. Within the room, his retainer knight stood. Various-sama, we are unable to deny any more of Central's demands. If you continue putting in on hold, the capital will send the Imperial Guards. If it comes to that. On the knight's words, Various lowered his fist onto the table. A little while later, he opened his mouth. I know. But thinking of my grandson and daughter-in-law, sending the two of them to Central is akin to sending them off to hell. My son is in Seal's cage. Any more is. The knight understood his sentiment. So he put to mouth the second and third son, who'd married to other houses. Shall we call back the boys you sent off for marriage? Various shook his head. As if I could do that. If I did it, I'd have to go through due process, and take in their second or third son as heir. If I act too strongly after marrying them off, it'll become hell. His sons had been married into houses of lower status, but even so, if he used his power to call them back, it would come out with problems. To add to that, his eldest son was alive. He even had a grandson. Officially, there wasn't a reason to call them back. The knight spoke with a resolved expression. Will you protect them even if it means war? Various couldn't make a decision. He loved his grandson. His son was already Seal's slave. At the very least, he wanted to protect his grandson. However, for the sake of my grandson alone, I cannot sacrifice the territory. But, just a little longer. I beg of you. Hearing Various' conclusion, the knight nodded. Let us wait until the Imperial Guard arrives. With how tense our situation remains, we could not spare forces, tell them something like that. On the knight's words, Various powerlessly nodded. Within the jewel. Surrounding the round table, we heard out the seventh's opinion. I know Various-kun. I remember it. He was standing beside the previous Margrave of Resno. Never talked with him before, though. Investigating around Margrave Various and leaking rumors, we spent a few days. At that time, the seventh recalled something, but it doesn't seem he knew the man himself. The third sounded bored. You know any embarrassing stories about his youth? You got the Margrave of Resno his territory back, didn't you? The seventh shook his head. I did regain it, or rather, it was scattered landholdings, so the Walt house wasn't able to manage them. I handed them back. However, I got the demarcation of the other disputed to proceed favorably. In the seventh's era, the Walt house's standing was that of counsel to the throne. It was proof of just how large the house's power had grown. But because of that, they had some trouble shoved onto them. The fifth sighed. You sure work hard when there's so little to be gained. If it were me, I wouldn't want to get involved. The seventh seemed to be of the same opinion, but there was a bit going on for the Walt house of the time. Even I generally hated it. The one charged with it all was the Walt house. But it's true I wanted a new leaf at the time. I took over quite a few bad rumor from the sixth, so the head standing was a dubious one. Malia-san touched a hand to her face, and tilted her head a bit. About the Margrave of Resno. The previous generation was quite incompetent, or even if that wasn't the case, he wasn't overly skilled, to say the least. His son's means, from what I can see of the territory, aren't bad. The city, and surrounding villages, from what I saw, he could be called a benevolent lord to the people. To protect the border with Fonbus, it was clear he was putting his effort. I put together the rumors I'd gathered today. By the rumors, he's soft on his grandson, and his grandson is proficient as well. Giving the reason that he was too busy preparing the border, he said he couldn't spare men to send the hostages, it seems. But he hasn't explicitly stated he won't send them. The fifth lightly tapped his finger on the table with a fixed tempo. Meaning he does have plans to send them? Or will he oppose to the end? A Margrave alone won't pick a fight with Bonsium. Even if he changes sides to Fonbuse, this area used to be an important land of Fonbuse to begin with. They'll just take it from him and call it quits, or perhaps they'll use him and have him crushed in the war with Bonsium. The third looked interested. He folded his hands on his lap and grinned. Nice. One son in Central. The other two married off, and he can't easily lay hands on them. He doesn't want to part with his precious grandson, is what I'm feeling. The seventh, delightedly. I've gained a bit of a favorable impression of various Kuan. Let's lay off a bit in negotiations. I hid my mouth with a hand, and thought of what was to come. We'll be expending a bit of time before Fonbuse. It's true they're on the border, so we'll be able to hear rumor of Fonbuse as well, but should we wait until the Imperial Guard shows up? It's thinkable the Margrave could prepare his own guards to send them to Central. The third closed his eyes. If that's what it comes to, then pitiable as they may be, you'll have to injure a few. Take care not to kill them. He's your important negotiations partner. There's nothing to be lost in refraining from angering him. We were attacking them after all. I made my resolve, and thought up a plan to give as few casualties as possible. On another front, Adele's unit took the Baronet along to break up the East. This time's opponent was of Baronet status as well, and he was making a conflicted expression. In his estate, they were surrounded by his soldiers throughout negotiations. Adele was troubled by his demands. A rise in rank just from cooperating? My apologies, but with the scale of your territory, it is my belief Baron would be impossible. Carrying that extent if responsibility isn't quite. On Adele's words, he pinched his prided beard with his fingertips to get it together. If I am to cooperate with your cause, I can put out 300 soldiers. Is that insufficient? And if that's the problem, I need only receive a territory large enough to fulfill my obligations. Fret not, I'll do something of the knight-class houses around. If you'll prepare a level of reward for them. Adele glared at the good Baronet sitting beside her. The Baronet made a not-my-problem face. But he couldn't remain silent. Aren't you biting too much with no achievement to back it? If you want a territory of Baron scale, you'll need to hold at least twice your current land slash. The other party gave an undaunted laugh. Then I'll accept a territory change. Right. I'd like a territory close to Central. I've grown tired of these sticks of the Far East. Adele felt a bit like smacking him, but while this Baronet house was a pain, the knight houses around him were also a pain. With scale from settlement to village, there were various knight houses in Bonsium. They all had different demands, and there were many unsatisfied with just the piece of their territories. As Lyle had said, without someone larger to get them in order, it would be difficult, she had begun to believe. Adele looked at her opponent. If we give preferential treatment to one, the others will seek out the same level of returns. I cannot approve of it. He made a leisurely expression. Then I'll leak your info to Central. That Lyle Walt's party is secretly moving around. Adele glared at him, but perhaps he only saw her as a little girl, as his expression didn't crumble. However, the Baronet beside Adele lowered his voice. Then would that mean making a foe of me, and the others who've already promised our cooperation? That sounds rough. I'll have to return and draft up countermeasures at once. Their foe's expression turned somber. The same position of Baronet. Speaking to scale, there wasn't much a difference in power. Making an enemy of the surrounding lords as well, however, was painful. There is a land being disputed with the neighboring lord. That land has belonged to us from times immemorial. If you will cooperate in taking it back, I shall cooperate with your cause. Seeing him suddenly fold like that, Adele realized he had still made quite a large request. She didn't quite like these sorts of negotiations. And that neighboring lord would be? A baron. Fret not, if you take our side, he is but an easy foe. And could you dispatch at least 500 soldiers? On his request, Adele's head started to hurt. This is, just as Lyle-san said. If we don't take them down from the top, we won't be able to handle it. She had made light of small-scale lords, but here, she was facing a severe loss of time. There was a squad dispatched from Central. Led by Seal's Imperial Guard Knights, 300 soldiers of the capital's standing army. The reason for their departure to the land of the Margrave of Resno was because he wouldn't send a hostage to Central no matter how much time passed. The unit leaving the castle was spied by a certain Seals, moving down the corridor, riding on the back of a woman. She stood up straight on that woman's back, to watch the group set out.
Huh? Did I tell them to dispatch a unit anywhere?
The woman seemed to be in pain, and she didn't show any adoration to Seals. That was precisely why she was receiving such terrible treatment in the first place. Tattered clothing and a choker, she was being treated as if she was a dog. The reason was simple: she didn't bend to Seals. To Seals, people like that were simply interesting toys. She simply adored the Defiant, and played most delightfully with them. Nearby, the captain of the Imperial Guard, Braid Vampire, answered her smile. Seal-sama, that is a unit setting out for the Margrave of Resno, who won't dispatch a hostage. A foolish frontier feudal lord, who won't obey your will. Seals gave an intrigued smile, as she licked her lips. Come to think of it, I did ask him to get hostages. Oh Rufus, so he actually carried it out so earnestly. It had totally slipped my mind. Wearing a tailcoat, and toting red hair, the butler, automaton, spoke indifferently. But that woman you're treating as a horse was sent as one of those very hostages.
How many does that make it?
You should really fix that habit of losing interest in no time and breaking them. The girl walking behind Seals, dragging her long, black hair as she walked, the surrounding people took care not to step on it.
Seals looked at Rummel and smiled.
It's all right. Rummel properly cleans up.
Right, Rummel?
The girl called Rummel opened her small mouth. But that mouth gradually expanded, as she showed off sharp fangs and a large tongue to affirm Seals' opinion.
You're adorable, Rummel.
When you opposed me and I killed you, I thought you were nothing but a stupid Kalin, but once revived, you've grown so honest and cute.
But I'm sorry I couldn't use the skill well enough to give you much in the ways of speech.
Rummel, the divine beast who had once met Seals and fought, the Kalin girl was brought back from a husk to be Seals' marionette. Seals ground her foot into the fearful woman.
If you've had enough, just say it.
I'll free you at once.
Aha!
You should see yourself shake.
You're an interesting one.
Finding the woman's quivers interesting enough, Seals lowered herself onto her back. And she pulled at the thread attached to the collar.
Then we must be off.
Let's take a round of the castle today.
We're going exploring.
The sweet sound of Seals' laughter. The humans obeying her were all fascinated by her. Only the automaton could watch her with such cold eyes. In a city held by the Margrave of Resno, we collected information as we spent our days. I was taking an afternoon nap in my room. No, I was sending my consciousness to the jewel.
The location was my own room of memories. The one I faced was Lyle, and in my hand, I held a katana.
Whether I cut, or used magic, Lyle dodged everything, as he hit his attacks into me.
No good. Absolutely terrible. Your attacks are too honest.
You're putting in too much power. He cautioned me, as he cut my shoulder, and then the back of my hand. Making me drop the katana, he leapt at me, and executed a kick. I was hit off my feet, and as I rolled, Lyle circled ahead of me, and stopped my rotation with his foot.
Yeah, you may not be at a level where you can manage something against me on your own. Out of breath, I looked up at Lyle. There, he showed me his arm. Rolling up his sleeve, I saw a clear blue line running down it. What's that?
Lyle lightly continued. A part of it felt courteous.
The flow of mana, perhaps I should call it?
In short, it's pretty much a blood vessel. But what flows through it is mana. The Walt house has polished support skills over the generations, so you should be seeing a blue line. And the ones who have these stretching all around their bodies are humans. There, Lyle took my arm in his hand. Reacting to his light, I was able to see a line on my arm as well. But its shape was different from Lyle's. To put it simply, it definitely connected somewhere, but it was ragged. From what I could see, it was in a horrible state. Lyle looked at that. That Seals, after stealing them, she ripped yours to shreds.
No wonder your efficiency is so terrible.
He put away his saber, and traced the line on my arm with a finger. That line of light, but Lyle's face turned grim. She's destroyed it extremely carefully. She must have been considerably scared of me.
I stood, and asked him. So what happens if that line is fixed?
It'll improve the efficiency with which you can use the mana in your body, but she's perfectly torn them up, so even I can't fully repair them. How should I put it? Even if you output a 10, I can't even guarantee you'll get a 2 or 3. Even if you're successfully treated, you may reach a 6 or 7, perhaps? Hearing those words. Then if I get this fixed, I could fight against. That's not happening. I mean, you can't even win against the current me, so there's no way you can win against Seals, who pretty much has my power added on top of her own. Her side has Septem Agrissa as an ally. If you're alone, it won't even be a contest. When I lowered my shoulders in disappointment, Lyle laughed. But I think you're fine just like that. Not being able to fight without the aid of others, it means, you need others, is what I'm saying. I looked at Lyle. Are you calling me unreliable? Perish the thought. There are some things it's better to have lost, is all I thought. This is just a hypothetical. But if I tried to stop Seals, I'd surely be alone, or with a few. And perhaps I'd have been able to do something about it. But that wouldn't be any good at all. When I tilted my head, Lyle looked at me, and smiled. Lyle, I think you're a single different completed form than Seals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 12, Mother. Mother. Leaving the city for the forest, we had Porter transform and raise its upper body. Covering it with a cloth, and putting netting over that, we used mud and branches to get its outward appearance in order. Its head was closer to its left side, so we tried attaching on another head for balance, and it truly became something sinister. With the needlessly handy Monica directing its appearance, and Clara who'd gotten even better than me at operating in the driver's seat, we had put together a monster in no time. Seeing Porter raise both its arms, me, Arya and Shannon applauded. Shannon probably just read the mood and applauded, and to be more precise, she could only see that we had covered Porter with something. Monica put away her tools in the gap between her skirt and apron, sticking out her chest. How about that? No matter how you look at it, it resembles those strange lifeforms you call monsters. No, it's more perfect than any of those lowly beasts. Arya stopped clapping. And so? We'll attack Central's forces using this road, and rescue the Margraves family, right? Then what? Arya emphasized the word rescue. It's true that it sounded more decent than using words like kidnap or abduct. Though we'd be doing the same thing. I patted off the dirt that had stuck to my clothes during the work. My apologies, but we will be using them as negotiation pieces. We'll be sending them right off to Fonbuse. Shannon tilted her head. What about negotiating with the Margrave? I looked up a Porter monster version before turning a smile to Shannon. Of course we'll do that. But on favorable conditions, that is. We've a need to have some talks with Fonbuse as well, so I'll be leaving them on hand for the time being. To obtain Fonbuse's cooperation, we would need to prepare merit for the other side. And I could anticipate what they would ask for, to a certain extent. I thought that plan would require more time to adjust, but I had gathered surrounding information, so I was able to finalize our policy. Arya hesitated a little. Shouldn't you return the hostages to the Margrave from the start to show your sincerity? From there, getting his cooperation isn't. I shook my head. Sorry, but the Margrave will have to compromise. Otherwise Fonbuse won't move. And the land the Walt house cut off from them, why don't we return it? What Fonbuse desired, it should be their own soil torn away by the Walt house. Within the jewel. The seventh spoke excitedly. Feudal lords are lifeforms that can't stand their territory being scraped away. There are times they'll consent and hand it over. And times they'll divide it amongst relatives, but those that can laugh off what's stolen are failures as lords. There is no value in taking such folk into our side. Malia-san took over explanations. That's precisely why the hostages. Negotiating with Fonbuse, and the Margrave as well. I can't think he'll obediently stand down, but family affection will take its seat at the negotiations table. If all goes well, we'll be able to leave him to guide Fonbuse's invasion, so we really should get the Margrave's cooperation. Clara looked at me, as she pushed up her glasses. Lyle-san? In that case, the Margrave won't assist us, will he? His land stolen, and his family held hostage, you'll leave much too bad an impression. There's far too little in it for him to begin with. I laughed. It's all right. I'll prepare something he'd love to take a bite into. The third spoke in a tone full of implications. It's not like he said he'd only be taking land away. We'll properly prepare it. Properly. After the preparations were in order, I stretched. Now then, a squad coming for the hostages has been spotted, so how about we wait? A messenger had already raced ahead to inform the Margrave of the unit's approach. Time-wise, we'd be attacking a few days later. Our number one priority is securing the hostages. Next comes defeating the enemy commander. Clara, I leave it to you. Clara nodded.
It's vital to whittle away the enemy war potential, after all. There was no necessity to annihilate them.
No, while we were doing that, it would be terrible if reinforcements from the Margrave came.
If we could preferentially take out the commander, it would be a huge success.
And we hid ourselves until the attack was to come.
A few days later,
having received the hostages, the force from Central returned using a road going in and out of the forest. They had spent a night at his castle, and immediately set on their way. Before boarding Porter, I took Clara, and led her to a place separated from our other comrades. It's kinda, when I'm calmly using my skill like this, I suddenly become embarrassed.
It's a lot easier when there's some reason we have to rush, but.
I grabbed Clara's shoulders with my hands, and pressed her against a tree. When I looked down, and got my breath in order, Clara smiled.
Come to think of it, you've gotten able to kiss easily whenever there's some reason to it. From your point of view, are you just kissing us because there's a need?
If we were in a hurry, there was no problem, but if there was enough time, I couldn't help but hesitate. No, it was necessary now, so we really should hurry, but we still had some time to spare. When we're in a hurry, I don't have the time to think, so, when I can stop and think over it, I start thinking of this and that. There, Clara approached me, grabbed my face with both hands, and kissed me. In my surprise, I had noticed she had removed her glasses, and closed her eyes. After a while, she parted her mouth, and reapplied her glasses with both hands.
We've been linked. I can see the map, and the movements of the troops.
Their responses are yellow, but the ones we're to rescue are at the very center.
I'll go get ready. Recovering the staff she had leaned against a tree, Clara walked off.
I touched my lips, and followed behind.
Clara.
When she turned, her face was just a little red.
What is it, Lyle-san?
After thinking a bit, I shook my head, said it was nothing, and walked towards Porter beside her.
Inside Porter's loading tray.
After fastening our bodies down with belts on Monica's words, we commenced our attack on the dispatch from Central. From their point of view, it was as if they were suddenly assaulted by a variant of monster they had never seen before.
Closing my eyes, I could see the scenes Clara saw.
Using Porter's arms, she flung aside a single panic knight. Truly thrown, the knight flew off his horse, and after hitting the ground, he had stopped moving.
Shannon, in the swaying Porter. Wait.
Seriously, wait.
I'll throw up. I really will. Monica had her bite into a cloth. You'll bite your tongue like that. And it's all right if you throw up.
It feels like you're about to forget it, so I'll throw it out, but I, Monica, am a maid.
So what if you're a maid?
I wanted to say, but in this swaying vehicle, it was best not to carelessly open your mouth.
Clara skillfully operated Porter, having it do a single rotation near the center of the group. From the two arms extended outwards, the surrounding soldiers were blown away.
One of the mounted knights moved to use magic, so from within the loading tray, I touched the wall, and used magic.
Magic shield.
By the magic shield projected to block the knight's blow, Porter escaped unscathed. Perhaps he thought it was a monster with magic resistance, as he hurriedly yelled for the surrounding soldiers to take their weapons in hand. But the soldiers of Central hesitated to confront a monster they'd never seen or heard of before. I had heard they were an army that didn't even fear death, but it seems perhaps not every soldier was caught in such a state. The spirit of the knights, however, was high.
When one held his weapons and tried to cut, Clara hit Porter's arm against him.
It was something of a slap, but at that scale, it wasn't something that could be endured. Shot into the air, and rolling into the air, left in a state bent in ways bodies shouldn't be bent, the knight stopped moving. After she couldn't confirm any knights around, Clara instantly went to retrieve the carriage. The soldiers that made a path whenever Porter moved. And a conspicuously extravagant carriage.
Clara, that's not it. The ones riding aren't a woman and child.
When Clara grabbed the carriage and lifted it up, two knights fell out from within. They had taken off their armor, and drink and food had fallen out alongside them. When the two of them hit the ground, they looked around in a frenzy once they spotted us. On their behinds, they looked up at Porter with eyes of fear.
It's the wagon. The wagon one behind.
First, take care of these two, and rescue the hostages. When I was about to issue those orders, the third cut in.
Lyle, leave those two be. That's more convenient. Someone has to take responsibility for this mess. And let the horses run. It'll buy some time.
Believing in the third's judgment, I issued orders.
Clara, release the horses.
And once you retrieve the wagon, we're retreating. Clara retrieved the wagon in both Porter's hands, and went right into fleeing from the unit. It didn't seem they were following, so we set Porter on a path right from Margrave Resno's territory towards Fonbu's. Of course, without using the roads. It'll keep shaking for a while. Arya seemed relieved the shaking of battle had ended. But it won't sway like it had before. More importantly, Arya turned her eyes to Shannon. With a pale face, biting into a rag, Shannon looked as if she would throw up at any moment. Monica handed a bag over to her. Please spit into that. It's fine if it spills onto the floor, but if it spills onto my chicken, you won't get off lightly. Well, I would love to clean up a filthy chicken too. I looked at her. I think you should learn a bit more prudence. The castle of the Margrave of Resno was flurried. The unit of Central that returned seeking help. Returning to the scene, it looked as if the carriage with the Resno house crest on it had been slammed against the ground. It was in tatters. The knights had immediately searched the area, but because the soldiers that went to get reinforcements hadn't any horses, the message came late. By the time the Margrave's men were investigating, a considerable amount of time had gone by. Before those in charge, the surviving 2 knights, Various directed a glance filled with rage. Bastards, you ran back to me without protecting those you were charged to guard. After acting so high and mighty, you let my precious family be stolen away by monsters. Both knights boasted untrained bodies. One had let his expand enough it looked like his clothes would burst. The other was contrarily slender. Way too slender. The 2 untrained men had become knights on the status of their houses alone. That is. Margrave. If you lay a hand on us, Central will. Cecile Sama won't keep quiet. Hearing those words, Various held down his right arm that was trying to pull his sword. He glared at the 2 knights with eyes full of malice. 2 knights who failed their missions. I do hope Cecile Sama finds it in her to give a damn. Letting off some sarcasm, Various ordered his men to keep searching. Find them at all costs. Parcelina and Bleabe, at whatever the cost, my grandson. Seeing Various' impatience, then men hurriedly formed an additional search party. Fawnbuse. Having hurriedly left the Resno territory, we looked at the young boy resting on another's lap in the loading tray. With brown hair and green eyes, the boy who took after his mother was sound asleep. The one lending her lap as a pillow was the mother Parcelina, a woman with straight, long hair, and green eyes as well. It seemed she was still in her early 20s, but she could pass for less. Ignoring roads and the like to enter Fawnbuse, we forced Porter across a wide river to enter the country. While on the move, we had somehow managed to persuade the 2, but they were still wary. Parcelina-san had exhausted bearings, but she couldn't bring herself to sleep before us. I let out a sigh. If you don't rest, it'll be poison on your body. Even if that isn't the case, isn't that tension of yours wearing you out? Parcelina-san gave thanks for my proposal. Thank you. But I do not trust your group. It is true you saved us from that unit of Central, but by that, you have brought trouble to the House of Resno. To be blunt, it was none of your business. Within the jewel, Malia-san laughed. Quite right, quite right. Nothing to say to that. I put a line I'd said a number of times to mouth. We mean you no harm. And I think Margrave Resno will be safe. Because the 2 of you aren't anywhere near him. The 3rd spoke happily. I'm sure right around now, he's writing a letter of complaint to Central. Central also faced some loss to their side, so I'm sure they won't make any poor moves. Well, even if they did, that would make a gap to attack in itself. The 7th was the same. If they oppose the Margrave, it will be all that much easier to take him in. Normally, both parties would have to compromise, but with this situation, and it also depends on what Seals decides. Parcelina-san looked at me, gripping Bleabea's shoulders as if to protect him. Is that so? We aren't going to be harmed, you say? Are you going to demand a ransom or so from the Resno house? I'd recommend you abstain. It is a Margrave house charged with the defense of the border. It isn't as kind as you all seem to think. She gave off a calm air, but her expression was the epitome of severity. I'm sure she had much stress in these sudden changes of affairs. She was enduring quite well. The 5th, quietly. Mothers are strong, goes to show. Perhaps the picture overlapped with that of him and his own mother. I spoke to Monica. A blanket and a drink, prepare herb tea, and something easy to eat. I'll tell Clara to drop her speed. After Monica nodded, and went into making it, Arya nursing a fallen Shannon asked me. You sure? Aren't we pressed for time? I nodded, and spoke in a quiet voice. Better than collapsing. And it's a bit hard on the eyes. Saying that, I headed for the front where Clara was stationed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 14, Chapter 13, The Kingdom of Fonbuse. The Kingdom of Fonbuse.
The Kingdom of Janpir. Having acquired a promise of cooperation, Novum's party discussed matters with Jules. How much force could be sent out was one thing, but the main issue was how the soldiers of Janpir would fare on level ground.
Numerous mountains made for mountainous warfare, and with their sea, the soldiers could fight adrift.
On their unique terrain, they could amply exhibit their strengths. And precisely because of that, whenever Bonsiam tried to invade Janpir, they'd always throw in several times the resident force and face defeat. Losing their war potential before they could cross the mountains, and even past them, the climate and environment were so different, there were many soldiers who would fall ill. But this time was the opposite, where soldiers would be sent out from Janpir.
Novum and Miranda, and Jules with his guards nearby, enjoyed some tea as they spoke. My apologies. We had much to discuss, and ended up wasting your time. Speaking to results, we will be assisting you. But the manpower we can put out is 50,000 at most. Any more will be harsh. There is too little time.
Supply, equipment, and training, they couldn't just gather people together.
In usable numbers, Janpir currently held 50,000. Novum, in regards to that. That is greater than our estimate.
Pardon my insolence, but I had anticipated 30,000 from Janpir. In the warfare with Bonsiam to that point, Janpir had been defending with around 50 to 60,000 troops. So Novum had thought they would only be able to prepare 30 to 40,000 on top of that. While there was little level ground to be found, it was a plentiful land. In the past, Bonsiam had also longed for it, its ports built up and prospering from trade.
To the landlocked Bonsiam, it was a land they had to gain at all costs.
And the country that had continuously turned the tables on them was Janpir. But lately, they hadn't been actively fighting one another. And Janpir was a country that, while skilled on the defense, wouldn't assertively invade others. Rather than saying they were satisfied with their bounds, Novum thought it more that they weren't confident in their offensive prowess.
Jules didn't try to hide anything as he sipped his tea. The sky's been looking rough over Bonsiam.
So I prepared troops for the occasion, is how it is. Originally, I wanted to spend more time and prepare 100,000.
Miranda's eyes turned sharp. I can't think that's a number you can maintain, though.
As she determined that based on the country's scale, Jules mumbled something like, "Good eyes," and laughed. We want some flat land for ourselves. Bonsiam will fall to ruin under seals, and the surrounding countries will start into a scramble for its remains.
I expect that much. Of course, I never thought there would be movements so soon.
Novum listened to his words, and reaffirmed he planned on getting his forces ready for that moment to shave away Bonsiam's land.
Truly, 100,000 is a large number. But with that alone, Janpir's objective is an expansion of land, and to hold a voice once Bonsiam is subjugated.
So I'll be placing my expectations in that area onto your leader.
The price for our collaboration is land and a say. Miranda nodded. Certainly, we can consent to that. But do you have no worries towards battle on level ground? Jules nodded frankly. You've a point. If we were fighting on mountains, I don't have a feeling we would lose.
I'm confident we could keep company a foe 3 or even 5 times our size.
To us, the mountains are the same as a fortress all around. But when it comes to flatland, it really is worrisome. For that, I've been increasing our forces and training them. We won't be a hindrance.
Able to freely traverse the mountains, the soldiers of Janpir held strong legs. But there was no guarantee that all battle would be in places they favored.
And because of their special environment, they had few horses.
No cavalry to speak of, their army was centered on foot soldiers. Though there wasn't a doubt those foot soldiers were strong.
Novum put the information of their forces together and addressed Jules. Understood.
Then next is the chain of command.
This alone I cannot step down on. You will recognize Lyle-sama.
Lyle Walt as the supreme commander. Jules nodded, but he stuck up his index finger to put out one condition.
I mind it not.
After Kartafs and the Four-Nation Alliance have recognized him as such, we cannot be the only ones to refuse.
But can I put out just one condition? Miranda asked cautiously. And that would be? Jules spoke with a smile. I'd like to have a drink with that Lyle Walt.
When I heard of him, he piqued my interest, you see.
That much should be fine, right? After thinking over it a little, Novum took up Jules' condition. Novum and Miranda confirmed the baggage loaded onto May. A letter containing the internal affairs of Janpir.
After dipping the pen in a vial of water-like liquid, and writing with it, the letters quickly dried, and became illegible.
Watching over the process, Novum folded the letter closed and stuffed it into the bags. Near Quillen Form May, Eva tilted her head. Hey, is that really necessary? Wouldn't it be faster to leave a verbal transmission to those girls? The liquid was something of mana-imbued water. Using it to write invisible symbols, Novum explained it to Eva. It's all in the preparations. And we'll be properly using this method later on, so we have to check and see that it works alright. Valkyrie Unit 1 who'd accompanied the party looked mortifyingly at the letter. Unit 1 alone boasted the same blonde twin tails as Monica. A difference being in the overly reserved build of her chest. When we're much more useful than some bloody letter. Marana also wrote something on a blank sheet with a special ink. She inserted it into the pouch around May's neck. It's important, so you just have to bear with it. And did you tell Lyle that May was coming over? Unit 1 made a pose and spoke expressionlessly. Of course. He has already entered Fondviews, with hostages from the Margrave, and it seems he is preparing for negotiations. I've informed him of the rendezvous point. May shook her head. No, as long as we're close, I can at least make out his presence, you know. All I have to do is feel for the jewel he carries, anyways, but... When May mentioned the jewel, Novum looked down a little. Why, do the ancestors deny me, I wonder? I do want to meet them so. Immediately deciding there was some sort of reason behind it, Noban raised her face, and went into preparations. Entering Fondviews from Bonsium, entering a town near the Brim, we got into contact with the lord charged with the stretch of the border. From Kartafs and the Alliance, we had prepared a number of documents, to seek an audience with the king of Fondviews. Under the feudal lord's surveillance, we spent a few days in town to wait for a reply. In the lord's castle, looking out at the castle town I could see out of the room I'd been afforded, I muttered alone. The Margrave's land was the same, but this area really is similar. Atmosphere, perhaps? The air of the Margrave's territory, and the town on Fondviews' border were quite similar. Different from my homeland in Central, that sort of air. There were many similar building structures, and while it's not like all of it was reminiscent, that was the feeling I got. There, the seventh explained. That's because it's not like everything will change just because the one in charge does. There are many things that won't change in a few mere decades. Right, given 50, 100 years, perhaps it will be dyed by Bonsiumnut. The third's opinion was similar. It's land stolen from Fondviews, so it's only natural it's similar. Because the sovereign or ruler shifted, that doesn't mean everything suddenly goes pop. Push it, and there'll be quite a few rebellions too. The fifth, reminiscing. That's right. There are always things you could call the rules of the land. There are often reasons they shouldn't be changed, and it's quite a hard field, you know. Malia-san spoke of her own experience. When I married off, the differences in their mansion's rules troubled me considerably. I only have vague memory of it, but I was told off by my husband a bit. This is why country bumpkins are, or something. Quite a bit on my eyes as well. The seventh laughed. Right, he did say something like that. I know how the story ends, so I won't say anything, but it really was an auntie-esque result, truly an auntie-esque result. I wanted to ask just what had happened. But I got the feeling it was something I shouldn't pry into, so I stayed silent. After a knock sounded on my room's door, Monica and the others came in. Before that had come, I had confirmed they were there with the skills, so I didn't particularly have anything to say. Monica relayed the reports from the Valkyries. Chicken dickwad, it seems May is headed our way. A letter has been prepared to confirm that previous matter. In the room, everyone's eyes gathered on Shannon sitting on the sofa. Shannon extended a hand to the baked sweets on the table. Arya sounded worried. Shannon-chan, your reading and writing are up to par, right? Clara sounded a little nervous. There's quite a bit of insecurity, but she's been especially enthusiastic about it this day. So I think it's alright to trust her. Having come so far, her usual conduct was raising worry. I turned my eyes to Shannon. Shannon, we're counting on you. It's all on you. After meeting all the eyes around, Shannon puffed out her cheeks. Then place some more credibility in me. The vital point was to come. We needed Shannon's power by all means. A moment later, the lord of the land personally dropped by our room. His eyes as he looked at me were a little doubtful. I was a man of Fondviews' hated enemy, the Walt house, so perhaps there was no helping it. We have managed to make contact with the messengers. It seems you'll be able to have an audience at once. I can prepare you a carriage, but, shall I? As we didn't have a wagon or carriage, he was being mindful. But he seemed wary of how light our luggage was despite our lack of any of those. I refused with a smile. Thank you. The sentiment alone is enough. If you can prepare a passage permit, or any other necessary forms, that would be more than enough. The feudal lord nodded. Is that so? Then I shall prepare them at once. Not wanting to talk with me too long, the lord soon left the room. Within the jewel. We were on the journey to Fonbuse's capital. Moving Porter down the highways, we couldn't help but gather attention. It seems Porter was known in Fonbuse to rumor's extent. But that no one had ever seen the real thing was the same as in Bonsium. Sleeping on such a porter's loading tray, I had sent my consciousness into the jewel. Today, I saw the fifth's memories. The fifth's era of baronhood. Sitting in a chair of the mansion's office, the fifth was looking at the four women lined up across it. To his side, his legal wife stood, and stretched. The fifth scratched his face with a finger. There is a limit to the number of children a single woman can birth. At most it can exceed 10, but to be blunt, that isn't enough. The Walt house has no branch families, or any vassals tied to us through blood. Watching him was the legal wife woman. She had met Fredericks through a marriage interview and married him. At that time, the fifth had lost the one he loved, and was on the brink in various ways. He swore vengeance, and to efficiently get the land together, he put his hands into everything he could. Having prepared the foundation for the Walt house's military, he fought the units of other territories that proclaimed themselves bandits, and solidified the foundations of war, it seems. Meaning he didn't have the leisure. The look in his eyes wasn't the kind one of his childhood, it was sharp, with bags under it. Colder than all else. Such a fifth. Fredericks opened his mouth before the four women. My heir will be chosen from this woman's children. All I ask from the rest of you, I care not if they be man or woman, birth children. Once you have and educate them, I will be using them to harden our stronghold in the area. A terrible speech. If I was told to say such a thing to Novum or the others, I would refuse full force. But the women nodded. When I sent a look to the fifth seeking an explanation, he was ruffling up his hair. Was that embarrassment? There was some money the fourth had been saving. So I used it. I sought out proficient women from far and wide. Because of that, I was treated as a womanizer, but at that time, I couldn't care less. These four came from imperial noble houses, and while they were worlds apart from provincial nobles, what they all shared at the time was that they had no money. There were various reasons, but I searched for houses with such circumstances, and searched out talented women from them. Well, if you want to phrase it poorly, it was human trafficking. A relationship where both sides had given up on a happy married life. Looking at it felt lonely. The four women seemed to understand, as they didn't ask for much. But when the scene changed, that didn't seem to be the case. One of his mistresses showed Fredericks a letter from her house. Before the shrinking woman, he confirmed its contents. The Walt house shall take attendance? They should be aware of our relations. So we just have to go there together? The woman was hanging her head, but she raised her head in surprise from Fredericks' response. Why yes. It seems my house wants to show they have a connection to the Walt house. They want you to take along the Walt house's troops, and show their prowess to the other imperial nobles, it seems. The mistress was an imperial noble daughter, yet the letter wrote for the feudal lord Fredericks to take his troops along to Central. The fifth explained. Imperial nobles had merit in linking arms with us. Troops. Imperial nobles can live at the capital, but their income comes from elsewhere. So they have to hire people, and there's a fundamental limit to that. For all houses, if they're of the same rank, they hold the same power there. Though there's some slight differences. It changed by post, but even so, it wasn't a large gap. Because the monetary sum they were allotted for it was the same. But if they united with a powerful feudal lord, the story was different. To intimidate the surroundings, you simply need more troops. We can gather this many people, and move them. If you can show it, you'll put your foes on guard. Fifth, so, the two of you went to Central? Yeah, we led some troops there. From the fourth's time, the Walt house had been steady in its land management, after all. While there were traders, we were growing steadily, so we could at least dispatch men. With the talents we raised, we even had commanders to spare. Returning my eyes to Fredericks, he had stood from his seat. I'll prepare. Tell your house I'll send 1,000. But leaving the territory for prolonged periods is foolish. Our stay will be a short one. The woman looked a little surprised, but she nodded a few times. That's surprising. I thought you would treat them more coldly. The fifth stared at me. At the time, I was repenting a bit. But I had already welcomed in mistresses,
and do you think I could believe I could stop my revenge at that point in time? I held responsibility for taking them in to begin with. I wanted to answer their wishes to a plausible extent. I found out he was surprisingly faithful to his wife and mistresses. Or rather, he really should have taught that faithfulness to the sixth. The fifth let out a sigh. When you have more than 30 children, treating them all equally is impossible. So I tried hard for these girls who looked after all the children. They had fulfilled their role, yet they began working for the house, and even helped us rise in status. So at the very least, I thought I could make it so my children wouldn't have to go through the same memories as me. The same memories meant he wanted to break down the situation where we were surrounded by nothing but enemies. To the vassal houses, sending sons and daughters that carried the blood of true nobility was to increase allies. And so the dissatisfaction wasn't turned towards fines. The fifth completely refrained from being involved with his children, it seems. Even I would have preferred a single wife. She'd have supported me. Having a boy, and some kids after that. I thought time and again to stop along the way, but I was scared of Fines ending up in the same environment as me. I was scared of it. As he said that, he looked down. I thought of nothing but to use my children in my revenge. So what now, I thought. My parents cried when they looked at me. It was painful. Truly painful. That mama would cry for someone like me. But I had no idea what I could do. Moving with vengeance in his heart, by the time he noticed it, he couldn't stop. When I listened to the heavy stories of the fifth, I began thinking over what I would have done there. Think it was alright to take it slow, and gradually build up the foundation in the area? If all the girls were killed, would I have thought to take level-headed vengeance like the fifth? Perhaps I'd have picked fights around, and exhausted out my territory. Did Malia-san notice the fifth's sentiment? Is that why, after thinking that much, the surrounding scene changed? The fifth's sorrowful expression did a complete change, and he began panicking. Lyle. Leave this room at once. But some sort of memory is. The scene changed, and when color returned to gray, the legal wife was talking with Fredericks in the hall. Fredericks, it will be troublesome if you get something so expensive. How many daughters do you think you have? Put on a show for one marriage, and if a difference in treatment comes with the other daughters' marriages to come, their dissatisfaction shall. In regards to the merchant who dropped by the mansion, the fifth ignored the woman's opinion. Make a complete set with that one. I'll prepare the money in gold. Ask her and her daughter for the specifics. Among the number of samples he had brought, the merchant looked delighted as the most expensive was selected. What's more, an immediate payment in gold multiplied his joy even further. I'll talk with the craftsman at once. If you have any wishes in regards to the design, then say anything. And milady, I've brought quite a few samples, so would you like to go over them? When Fredericks immediately tried to leave the spot, the woman grabbed his arm. Fredericks, no matter how you look at it, it's too expensive. Our income isn't the problem, but with this many goods, the charge will. It's fine. No problem. I'll just use whatever I have on hand. On hand, wait, you mean. The woman sighed. Fredericks turned, with a bit of an awkward look on his face. I at least want to put out the money to prepare for them going independent. You definitely can't tell them I prepared it. You got that, definitely. The woman looked tiredly as Fredericks left as if running off. But she looked just a little happy. And to the merchant man. You will forget everything my husband just said. Understood? Yes. On the sharp glint in her eyes, the merchant nodded his head with amazing force a number of times. The woman sighed, and looked down as she smiled a bit. Good grief, he could just honestly rejoice. It's because he's so awkward that. Once Fredericks had completely disappeared from the scene, the surroundings turned gray. I turned my eyes to the fifth, and he was hiding his face with both hands. What, so you did do things for them, didn't you? Weapons and horses for the boys. Trousseau for the girls. It's important, damn it. And you know, aren't you forgetting how Novum sold her own dowry at the start to get your things in order? I'm sure I'm a failure as a bride's parent, but even I was taken aback by that one nut. On the fifth's words, I let my eyes wander. I swore I'd get it back for her one day, but now's an important time, she keeps saying, and she won't accept it from me at present, so. For some reason, the air between us grew dubious. So, what are you going to do? About what? When I tilted my head, the fifth covered his face with his right hand. And he spoke to me. I'm asking who you're going to make legal wife. Listen here, in this world, equality's a dream within a dream. It's only natural there's a number one. Are you going to choose Novum, Arya, or Miranda? The ones who tagged along from the start? Or the ones with considerable power like Elsa or Gracia? I'll just say it, but if you choose based on national power, Ludmila is all you've got. I didn't hear Clara's name in that. Idiot. Clara isn't a noble. And you think she can take command of those members? Shannon's also out. It'll create discord between her and Miranda. Eva and May are out of the question. Vera will be difficult with her position as a merchant's daughter. It isn't just those girls. The houses backing you, and the countries. It isn't just you alone. Hearing the portion I had been leaving vague, I felt troubled. Who would I make legal wife? To be completely honest, if it was for power, then Ludmila San. But if I did that, I got the feeling that even after the war, there would be much more strife to follow. Hey, can't we just discuss who's best in the duel? When I joked around, the fifth grew seriously angry. There's no way that's good at all. You're not playing harem here, damn fool. The round table room. Millie IA was peeking into the room of memories from outside. Good grief, both the fifth and Lyle are no good. The seventh touched a hand to his chin, as he looked intrigued over the fifth. So he wasn't as cold a man as has been passed by mouth. I see, so that's why the sixth followed him. The third shook his head to the side. Good grief. Me and Max's responsibility must have been heavy. At the very least, if he had a little sibling or two, perhaps it'd have been different. Seeing the fifth put his utmost effort into teaching Lyle about harems, Millie IA laughed and turned off the image. When all's said and done, you can say whatever you want. Because it's impossible to change the past, he can only do his best for now. Now then, I've gone out of my way to leak the fifth's memories, but their talks have gone in a strange direction. It seems it was her doing that the fifth's memories were arbitrarily broadcast. And the three seem to be having fun. I can't wait to see who he'll wife. For me, I guess it's still Novum-chan after all? I mean, she even sold her dowry to make money for him. No, you can't underestimate the power of a large country. Ludmila is the safe choice. What are you all talking about? Miranda is the Alpha and the Omega. My great-granddaughter, for crying out loud. Anyone else is out of the question. The three of them then went into some predictions. And the third laughed a little sadly. Well, it's not like we'll be there to see it to the end, so I'd really like if Lyle told us his decision alone. But with him like that, it looks like it'll be hard. Thinking of their own roles ending, they wouldn't be able to see the conclusion of it all. As the third muttered that, the seventh and Millie IA also nodded a little sadly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 14, Avengers of Fonbuse. Avengers of Fonbuse. The Kingdom of Fonbuse. Its central capital was located close to Bonsium. It had originally been at the center of the country, that capital of Fonbuse. But that land west of Bonsium was largely shaved away by the Walt House. Because of that, it felt like the capital had grown closer. Fonbuse's royal palace. While not to Bonsium's level, it was still a country classified as large on the continent. The palace was brilliant, and built practical. Its military strength wasn't given too high an evaluation, but that one was also the Walt House's fault. By our estimates, it was a country capable of moving 100,000. And a country we wanted at all costs in order to fight the Bonsium Kingdom. So in that country's audience chamber, I participated alone as a representative of my comrades, exposing myself to the malice-filled eyes around. I stood on the red carpet, and before the king and queen, surrounded by the authorities, I felt a cold sweat break out on my back. And yet in the duel, the seventh reminisced. Oh my, I've seen quite a few of them before. Of course, when I was chasing them around the battlefield, or holding them as prisoners of war, that is. Fonbuse's problem with the Walt House came about in the 6th and 7th time. If I'm to believe my ancestors' words, Bonsium was also to blame. But when Fonbuse came to invade, the 6th and then the 7th drove them back, and took their territory along the way. Malia-san laughed to herself. They're already old men, but there are some of the previous generation who remember the humiliation of the past. I'm sure their stomachs are doing somersaults right around now. The third seemed to be thinking seriously. Shall we assertively rile them up here, or incessantly rub salt into their old wounds? Damn, it's troublesome how both choices sound like they'd be so interesting. It's no good. He's the usual third. Among my ancestors, could it be the third was actually the most ill-natured? I've gotten about to thinking of it like that. The king of Fonbuse opened his mouth at me. Now then, for what sort of business have you come by my country of Fonbues? Let us hear it from your mouth. Whelp of the Walt house. He suddenly broke into a rude tone, but the seventh spoke out as if he remembered something. I've got it. This guy's the crown prince I took captive. That prince who lost so miserably to me on his first campaign became king. In that case, he should be in his late 40s. The crybaby from that time sure has grown up splendidly. The fifth, uninterestedly. What from our point of view, it seems he's the whelp here. Oi, Lyle, how about you rile him? But there, Malia-san let out some words I never expected from her. You can't just rile him. Then talks won't get anywhere, and talking with this person holds no real meaning. It seems our real target is watching us from the back. The individual Malia-san called the real target. With the sixth skill. Spec, the displayed individual was peering at us from the side of the throne. The glance I felt from the backstage wasn't particularly filled with any malice or resentment. Simply a glance as if to evaluate me. I believe you are aware of the unsettling movements throughout the kingdom of Bonsium. The countries that border it are already harboring a sense of crisis. You've already confirmed the letter from the four-nation alliance near Bine to the east, and of Karthafs to the north, have you not? On my words, His Majesty scoffed. Why not say it as it is? A lassie of the Walt house is tearing up your country. Truly, what a troubling clan, you Walts. And this time, you're cheating the surrounding countries to have a war amongst siblings. If you don't call it troubling, then what else is it? He sure is a blunt one. It's true, looked on from the outside it seemed it was a hegemonic sibling feud pulling the entire continent into its midst. But the future of the continent depended on it. Then will the kingdom of Fonbues play the fool? We have already established cooperation with the southern land of Janpir. All that is left is the west, yet it does not seem Fonbues will assist us. Then I will have to inquire elsewhere. It's not like I'm forcing you guys into it, is the standing I wanted to have in this conversation. Saying it like that implied we didn't really need them. Worse come to worse, there wouldn't be a problem as long as they didn't intervene. If they attack when Bonsium is going through turmoil, then all it meant was that the Margrave had his work cut out for him. When he heard the name of Janpir, he looked a little surprised. I'm sure the news of their cooperation had yet to reach. So you found allies in the south. The leader of Janpir was a man, so not only women, you've gotten around to seducing men as well? You siblings sure are a troublesome bunch. Perhaps he held considerable resentment, as Fonbues' king's attitude towards me remained considerably cold. At that moment, I heard a quiet laugh. Hearing that voice, I turned to the side of the throne, a place where a curtain had been prepared. The one poking out their face a little was a slender woman with pink hair. She looked even more imposing than before, but it seemed her face had more shadows than then. The surrounding air suddenly calmed down, and His Majesty gave a purposeful clearing of his throat. The Queen looked somewhat nervous as well. I have considered the matter of cooperation as well. It is difficult to forgive the disgrace Bonsium has dealt to us. I'll let you talk the specifics later. His Majesty had been insistently offensive towards me the whole time, but come this far, he suddenly turned meek. From the start, I'm sure they'd already discussed within the country how they were unable to let Bonsium be. But why would his attitude change that suddenly? From the jewel, I heard Malia-san's voice. Lyle, the real target's out. This air sure brings me back. While it's only a vague memory, I do recognize it. You could call it controlling things from the shadows. Now then, from here on's the real deal. I swallowed my breath. But the seventh opposed as if to spit his own out. Pulling strings from the shadows, eh? Takes one to know. Without the end of it coming out, today once more, the seventh was shot through. Listening to the burst of gunpowder, I thought over the woman who'd shown a sliver of herself. Leanne Fonbues. Withdrawing from the audience chamber, the room we were led to wasn't a room for meeting or discussion. No, it was a space to discuss, but one quite mismatched for such important matters. Chairs were placed across a round table. Atop the table, a few varieties of snacks had been prepared. There wasn't a sign of any humans around. The man who led me left the room, leaving me there alone. I've got a bit of a bad feeling about this. As I muttered that, I felt someone's presence in the back of the room. A presence felt from behind a curtain, but up to that point, I couldn't sense anyone there, even with my skills. That's in bad taste, Leanne-sama. When I said the hidden individual's name, some pink hair peeked out from behind the curtain, leading to a woman with an even greater atmosphere than before. In the past, she had a strong air of sorrow, but now it wasn't just her aura as royalty. She had an air as if to intimidate her opponents. Oh. It's the first I've been noticed so soon. Even so, it has been a while, Lyle Walt. Snickering to herself, she approached the table and took a seat at it on her own. In that room without attendants or assistants, she poured tea from a pot she's prepared. It didn't look the actions of a princess. This is quite, how should I put it? Leanne motioned me to sit, leaning back over the backing of her chair, and looking up at the ceiling. I know what you're saying. But for now, I'm doing everything myself. There's a brother of mine who tried something like assassination out of fear of me, you see. So making the tea and meals is something I can do myself. The fifth sounded surprised. As long as the ingredients are poisoned, I fail to see the point. The Inger. Before I could finish, Leanne sipped some tea and explained. I go out and buy it myself. I've a convenient skill of my own. It's called trick, and once grown, it gave me magic and magician, quite convenient. It's got a lot of restrictions, but slipping out of the castle to do some shopping is simple enough. A skill to easily slip through the defenses of a castle. I'm pretty sure Albano-san had the same skill. It could only work on the level of mischief, he had said. And Leanne-san before me should be the same. When we last met, she had committed the mischief of shattering a glass. Could I ask the reason you're so feared? Leanne-san politely rested both elbows on the table, leaving her chin on her hands, and tilting her head a little as she smiled at me. That's an easy one. You see, when I was shipped back, there were some big and little brothers and sisters who said I had ruined everything. My parents were also cold, so I did a bit of mischief on them. And when I kept it up day after day after day, they came to me and apologized. But just one of my brothers came with an assassin instead. He was a scary one, so I had that brother sent to live a quiet life far away. He should have settled peacefully into the countryside by now. It does seem she drove her brother to the outskirts. The snickering Leanne-sama didn't seem to be the lovely princess she once was. But that wasn't a problem. I was already surrounded by even scarier members, so this wasn't enough to fluster me. But the third groaned. This is heavy. This child is real heavy. If we add her, will Lyle be able to endure or not? Yeah, it'll work. It'll just barely work. The fifth denied his opinion full force. Nope. This girl is dangerous. If want to ask how dangerous, dangerous enough to contest with the sixth's wife. Some terrible pain is to descend on Lyle's stomach, so you'd best stop it at that. The seventh gave a bit of a laid-back opinion. It's true, Mother sure was scary. But she's of a lineage you could put against Ludmila's. I've no objections to blood, and personally, I say there isn't a problem but. Malia-san, enjoying herself. Broadkuin's opinion sure is useless. But my brother's wife, that's formidable. Though she wasn't hostile towards me. When it comes to the sixth's wife, she was the one he confessed to and married. With lifeless eyes, the scenes where she threw blood-curdling looks at any woman who so much as got close to the sixth was terrifying. If she's at the same level as my great-grandmother, doesn't that make her considerably dangerous? Leanne-sama looked at me and smiled. I've heard your rumors. You did quite a bit in Bime. I heard you were also involved with the rebellion in Kartafs, and that's also true, isn't it? Do you really intend to fight seals? When her expression turned serious, I nodded. I had no intent to give a vague response to that. I will fight her. And of course, I'll win. Right now, I'm doing the preparations for it. And one of those preparations is our country, I see. It's true you have a need to suppress Bonsium's west. Kartaf's in the north, and the countries gathered around Janpir to the south. What plans have you for the east? I corrected my posture. I'll do something myself on the eastern front. All she had to say to that was is that so? The atmosphere in the audience chamber, it felt as if you were the one ruling, Leanne-sama. On my words, she laughed. Just Leanne is fine. We're both Avengers all the same. You see. I'm going to count on you. To one day get revenge on Rufus who abandoned me, and Seals, I'm controlling Fonbuse from behind. If there's anything you need for that sake, just say it. I'll prepare it all for you. No matter what cost need be paid. Leanne-sama, no, Leanne's eyes were serious. And the first name she gave out for the target of her revenge wasn't Seals who stole her fiancé, but the fiancé Rufus. Crown Prince of Bonsium. The woman blazing with revenge somehow overlapped in my eyes with the form of the fifth. And I'm sure the fifth had noticed it too. Lyle, this woman is serious. She seriously plans to get her revenge on Bonsium, no, the Crown Prince and Seals. Whatever the cost, even if that cost is herself. Stop her. There's still time. Hearing the fifth's opinion, I gripped the jewel to show my affirmation. No matter the cost, is it? Her eyes were serious. If there is a need to sacrifice everything, then we need only carry it out. I've nothing left in me but vengeance. You can understand this feeling, can't you? You want to have vengeance on Seals, don't you? You want to torture her and watch her beg for forgiveness, don't you? That is all I want to see. I'll let you have Seals. And you'll give Rufus to me. I'll spend months killing him bit by bit. I've done quite some study for it. If you're interested, I can teach you quite a few interesting means of tort. I spoke. I'm sorry. I'm aiming for a different sort of revenge. And I'm not thinking of torturing Seals. There, I got the feeling the jewel went just a little warmer. But Leanne's eyes were filled with rejection, fed up, as if she was watching a spectacle she couldn't believe. Anyways, her eyes were a pair to rebuke me. Do you think those around would accept such a thing? They'll only think the Walt house dragged the continent into their family feud. And next, those unsatisfied with you will bear their blades in kind. Even so, what I was aiming for wasn't vengeance against Seals. It was already time for it to end. Not just Seals. And not only Agrissa or Septem either. Again, I'm sorry. I am fighting in order to save. I won't say I'll protect the lives of my family. They've done enough to warrant it all, and I do think clemency will be impossible. But what we all need is the what's to come, the future. Unlike your sight that ends at revenge. I could see her eyes colored in rage. But she wasn't one to spit reckless remarks. I see, it seems I was the only one who thought we were the same. But that is fine. The condition for our cooperation is for you to hand over Rufus. If you've no interest in Seals, could I take her as well? That is all that is necessary for Fonbuse to cooperate. We'll even take up that empire fantasy of yours. To me, I really couldn't care less. But to me, that was troubling. That would be troubling. I need Fonbuse to hold enough power to hold down its surroundings. As it is insufficient. I want Fonbuse to have enough power to get together the Western Front. Leanne sounded uninterested. But you're the one taking Bonsium's land, aren't you? Then you should keep it as vast as you can. And you see, I've no interest in such a thing. Just how they're to be crushed, that's all I live for. Seeing Leanne's madness, I felt anxious over whether I could really get her out of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 15, True Revenge. True Revenge. The Fonbuse Kingdom. In a room of the castle at its capital, I gathered the other four, and held a meeting about Leanne. And that's how it is, so it seems she feels considerably cornered. But at this rate, it will be troublesome if Fonbuse is crushed. Does anyone have any good ideas? With a stiff face, Arya looked around at the other members before returning her eyes to me. What? The princess is in that horrid estate? I nodded. She had taken over Fonbuse from behind, and was blazing with vengeance against Rufus and Seals. On top of that, I also explained how she would practice torture with glee. Perhaps Arya's reaction was the natural variety. She's considerably pressed. I do think it's because her standing was terrible once she got back as well. The princess abandoned by her fiancé. It's true based on how you phrase it, it could buy pity, but the world wasn't always so warm. Isn't it that there was a problem with Leanne? There were people who thought that is how it is. Not only her family. The country and its authorities, and flowing down to the tip. Within all that, Leanne ruled the country with her ability. No, rather than ability, perhaps it was a part of the individual's nature. I thought she was a real princess, but she's somehow different from my image. Back then, she was rather fleeting, or should I say pitiful. Clara lifted her glasses a bit and spoke to me after correcting their positioning. Isn't it all right as long as we get her cooperation? Or could it be you plan on adding Liansan to the harem? It's true, if it were only to defeat Seals, then there was no problem with how things were going. However, that would be leaving a bomb in the country known as Fonbuse. It was scarier to imagine how, after victory, Leanne would go sluggish, and become uninvolved with the nation's politics. Would this land fostering so much hatred against the Walt house quietly listen to our side say? If it suddenly lost its rule and exploded, I would be troubled. The problem comes after the victory. You may laugh at how I'm thinking of the after before we've even fought, but that's the important part. The battle isn't the end of it. Clara nodded as if accepting that. But in that case, Fonbuse needs Liansan now. Or perhaps we have to get her to follow us. The Walt house did get her a lot of resentment, so perhaps that one would be difficult on an emotional level, but.
On Clara's statement, the seventh and the jewel sounded embarrassed. HMHM, it was quite an overwhelming victory. No, you could even call it our complete victory.
We took the crown prince, and a number of important nobles hostage, and made a killing off the ransom. The troublesome ones died in battle, so it took 10 years for them to get back on their feet, and the ones taken prisoner surely felt ashamed.
Meaning the sixth and seventh were the cause. No, I know. Losing is out of the question, and they had to win. But the problem lay in how their victory was so overwhelming that it left a trauma.
Because of that, for the past few years, Fonbuse got the reputation of being weak at war tacked onto it.
If I were in their position, I'd definitely bear a grudge.
Arya made a conflicted expression.
Ha! In that case, it's best Lyansamma stays in Fonbuse, right?
Irrelevant to the harem, as long as you can get Fonbuse to recognize you, isn't that the end? Monica, who'd been listening silently, confirmed the contents of the cups placed before us, and prepared a refill. Having so many recognize us would also be difficult, and the problem is the fruition of her revenge. After victory, the gallant lass getting Fonbuse together losing her motivation.
For the future's sake, why not just nab her? I refuted Monica's opinion. Bonsiam alone has considerable land, right? Managing all that will be hell. If possible, I want to solve all the troublesome problems before it comes to that. The fifth agreed with me from the jewel. Quite right.
Taking a country is flashy, but everything afterwards will feel quite plain, I'm sure.
Or rather, we'll have to exhaust the continent well, or it won't work. War on top of reclaiming their territory.
I get the feeling that's not enough for Fonbuse to stop.
The third was the same. It's a deep-rooted issue. Of all things, the ones in power are the traumatized generation, so it's needlessly tangled. While we're at it, why not just a quick change of heads? Scary.
He sure says some scary things. But perhaps a generation shift was the correct method.
Shannon sipped Monica's tea, looking a little perplexed. Hey, from what I can tell, that princess still has feelings for the prince, doesn't she? Isn't that why she can't forgive him? I looked at her, and sighed.
That's precisely why it's so troubling. Her love was deep, so it turned to hatred deeper.
Shannon looked at me, and returned the side. And I'm saying.
What I want to say is, that princess will definitely detest whoever kills him. At this rate, it isn't a Fonbuse without her, but one with her that will bear its fangs. Arya, Clara, and I looked at Shannon. When you think of it, deplorable as she usually was, Shannon had eyes that let her capture the fluctuations of one's heart by the flow of mana.
Really?
Brimming with confidence, she stuck out her absent chest, and nodded.
This Shannon-sama's eyes are amazing.
She hates him for now, but she's still deeply in love. That's why she can't forgive him, is how it feels.
Arya gulped. Wait. In that case, our next opponent would be the princess who took over a country by herself?
Listen here, I don't really get the backstage in that area, but I do think Lyansamma is dangerous. Clara grabbed my sleeve with her fingertips, and when I lifted my face.
Lyle-san, it's Mr. Lyle's turn. Make the princess of Fonbuse fall. She'll definitely be troublesome, that princess.
Monica touched her hand to her chin, and extended her own point of view.
Even if you're to fight, she isn't the type to perform on the front line, but to move around in the back.
If what you're saying is true, she holds a troubling and elusive skill.
There's no doubt she'll be trouble. And much more ill-natured than a human using skills to manipulate the psyche.
With our current members, she may be more a pain than Ludmila.
On the same level as that vixen Novum.
No, if you make a clear enemy of her, her troubsomeness may be even greater. No way of telling what means she'd use, after all.
Shannon looked at me and spoke. That princess is scarier than my sister.
No, if they fought, my sister would definitely win, but I don't mean that sort of scary, true terror.
So if we beat seals, in the worst case, a seals-level monster would be born.
No, it was a different sort of threat, so I couldn't compare them.
Then what shall I do? Within the jewel.
I held out my right arm to Lyle. He mended the glowing blue light running across it, and kept my complaints company.
What? A scary princess this time? Why do you keep rolling such BS? Almost everyone around you really is BS. Within the room of memories. The room I was once confined. Sitting on the bed, I averted my eyes from him. They're all kind to me, so? That's right. They're kind to you, Lyle.
Though if you grow lax, it feels a true deathmatch will begin. Oh, this one's also terrible. Just how did she destroy it so thoroughly? What more, it's been abandoned so long, it's more difficult to repair than I'd ever imagined. My mana flow ripped to shreds by seals. Trying to repair it, Lyle placed a hand on my back. That small hand pat me. Revenge, huh? She doesn't understand true revenge. And a way that self-destructs can't even be called second-rate. True revenge is, whoa, even here's messed up. I should have treated you sooner, he said and laughed. And he addressed me. Lyle, I said it right? I want you to save my family. Now here's the question. For my and your family, what do you think saving is? As he pat my back and asked, I looked down and answered. To kill them. Painlessly, so they don't have to suffer anymore. I couldn't see what expression he was making. But I'm sure he didn't look so gleeful. Correct. And for my manipulated parents, that is the greatest level of salvation we can offer. Though there's the possibility of sheltering them somewhere too. But the parent I know wouldn't accept that. The father I thought more noble than anyone. The kind and proud mother. If the two of them were freed from Seal's grasp, I'm sure they'd choose death. That's who they were. Hearing Lyle's words, I felt saddened. But I don't have those memories. Hey, can't you return them? I only have vague memory of them. I want memories of my family. I want to remember them. Lyle didn't answer. And he placed his hand on both my shoulders. It felt my body was getting warmer, and after a while of silence, he opened his mouth. I'm sorry. Eh? I lifted my face. I tried to turn, but with him pinning my shoulders, I couldn't look around. Even if I turned just my head, he was looking down, and I couldn't make out his expression. I think returning your memories is the right thing. For that sake alone, I'm the sealed memories the jewel set free. I'm the memories themselves. To humans, memories are vital. Vital enough to influence your life. That's precisely why. Lyle raised his voice. That's precisely why I won't give the memories to you. I don't want to. What's important to the jewel isn't the current Lyle. It's the Lyle who can defeat seals. For that sake, it strongly aligned itself to you. But that's not how it should be. Lyle took his hands off my shoulders. When I turned, the inside of the room turned gray, and began crumbling away like sand. Once the ashen sandstorm died down, what remained was a room recreating the inside of the jewel. In the recreation, the first, second, fourth and sixth sat in their own chairs. That gray jewel interior. Even if I looked around, the four of them didn't show a reaction to me. The round table spread out, and once it became like an arena, Lyle gripped his saber in his right hand. The saber he got on his birthday. The saber I carried on. A 10-year-old form. Suchami took a stance with his saber. The usual deal, if I win, you'll give them back, right? Holding my left hand up front, I manifested the katana I'd been using. Gripping the scabbard, I grasped the hilt in my right hand, and drew the blade. Lyle laughed. Now, your treatment's over. In your current state, you should be able to output a 4 or 5. Come at me for real. If you want your memories so badly, then beat me and take them. Greater power than before entered my body. That power I could barely contain was beginning to adjust to my body. I felt those lines of blue light racing across my body. Lyle was the same. Approaching me in an instant, he thrust out his saber. But I caught its blade under my armpit, and immediately let out a kick. Swiftly letting go of the saber, Lyle leapt to the side, and landed on the floor. I can see it. Up to that point, it wasn't easy to follow, but my eyes could keep with Lyle's speed. And when I slammed the scabbard in my left hand down at him, it hit the floor, and shattered it some. Leaping up, Lyle gripped his saber, and lowered it towards me. I parried it with my right hand's katana, letting sparks fly. Moving on. Lyle, you still don't understand. The weapons of the ancestors, you can use them like this too. What Lyle manifested in his hand was the sixth's halberd. Swiping it horizontally, I received it with the scabbard. Holding it back at its shaft, I tried to kick him away, when Lyle pulled the halberd back. The axe portion cut my left hand, and blood flowed. Throwing down his saber, Lyle swung the halberd he held in both hands. I unhanded the scabbard, and when it hit the ground, it shattered away like glass, and disappeared. Say what? I said it, right? You're not the only one who can use them. I'm also Lyle Walt, you know. Even I can use their weapons. The halberd in Lyle's hands had a strange appearance. The form of the axe and spear, and the length of the handle, they had changed. I stuck my katana into the ground, and tried gripping the halberd myself. The polearm with the form I was used to manifested for me. Lyle approached, skillfully swinging about his halberd. Contrarily, I who'd been approached, was slow to react. Its reach is different, right? That's right. The sixth's halberd can change from the length of its shaft to the shape of its blade. Why didn't you ever notice? Hearing that, I tried shortening the shaft to counteract him, but this time he extended it, extending it further than 10 meters downwards, and climbing as high as the room's ceiling. There he changed the halberd to the bow. I instantly prepared the fourth's daggers, and deployed them in front of me. The daggers spun to draw a circle, but he didn't aim his arrows at me. Lyle shot at everything else, and on the verge of hitting the floor, they changed direction. Coo! I used the daggers in both my hands to hit some down, but my right arm and left thigh were pierced through. You haven't mastered the second's bow. Based on how you use it, you can even do something like that. And what Lyle gripped was the fourth's daggers. Feeling him activate a skill, I abruptly used one as well. Too slow. By the time I noticed it, the silver daggers had stuck in all over my body. Collapsing to my knees, the blades disappeared, and the wounds recovered. After somehow managing to raise myself, I saw Lyle standing on top of the floating daggers. Making footholds out of them, and after springing up, he took out the giant sword this time. The sword the first generation used was a weapon specialized to destruction. I also prepared it. When that large sword, that lump of metal met another, I was sent flying. Rolling across the floor, it was all I could manage not to let it go. Lyle leaned the sword over his shoulder. That child shouldered a sword larger than his own body, and looked at me. The skills and the weapons, you really are awful at using them. They were all so powerful in essence that you hardly thought over how to use them beyond that. Do you really intend to beat seals like that? Doesn't look like I can return your memories just yet. I grit my teeth and stood. Sticking the first sword into the ground, and getting to my feet, the founder of memories was nearby. I got the feeling his attention was directed at me. Saying whatever you want, as if you could understand. My memories were stolen, and I couldn't even comprehend that fact. I didn't know anything. Causing nothing but trouble to everyone around, and even that wasn't enough for me. They're my memories, aren't they? Give them back. Lyle didn't say anything. He simply lowered the large sword from his shoulder, and took a stance. Sucking in his mana, that menacing blade changed its form. I couldn't understand. If he was made with an objective of returning my memories, there should be some reason for him to deny it. But if I had to take a guess. You just don't want to disappear, right? If you return those memories to me, there's no telling what'll happen to you, after all. Lyle gave a sorrowful laugh. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Even I'm scared of fading away. So if you want them back, then try killing me. Try erasing me. Imitating Lyle, I flowed my mana into the sword. It let off a blue light, and its form changed. A different change than in Lyle's. We both used all our skills to take a step forward. When the two swords collided, an intense shock assailed the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 16, Siblings. Siblings. A room of memory. That gray round table room had become like an arena. The violently clashing blades of silver had taken on shapes as if to reflect their wielders' hearts. The shape of Lyle's sword was orderly and practical. But Lyle's large sword was thorny, as if it were made from the scales of a dragon's head, and looked as if it had an open mouth ready to swallow something down. Lyle held his sword aloft, and let the blades meet. The first generation head's weapon, that large sword of silver's characteristics, it was truly violence and destruction. And with all the mana it sucked in, it weighed a heavy burden on its wielder. Lyle had yet to master the use of that weapon. Seeking simply because you lack. So you desire it from your heart. Are you supposed to be some forever hungry monster? Lyle felt the current Lyle was dangerous. Upon learning he was empty, and with his memories known as Lyle before his eyes, he was trying to recover them by all means. We're already different people though. But Lyle didn't want to return the memories to Lyle. Regaining those memories held the same meaning as the selves up to now ceasing to exist. If Lyle's memory returned, they would both disappear, and a new Lyle would be born. A complete Lyle carrying on both their memories. That was the answer the Jewel desired. But that's no good at all. If it isn't the current Lyle, then even if he beats seals, there won't be any meaning. The continent will merely be transferred from the rule of the monster called Seals to the monster called Lyle. Regaining it all was the same as releasing a new beast on the field. So Lyle came to quite a simple conclusion. Disappear without giving Lyle the memories. That was the result Lyle sought. Seeing Lyle swing his sword so desperately, Lyle took his stance, and turned the slashes aside. On that blow heavier than the previous one, his mouth curved in delight. What's up? If that's all you've got, you'll never get those memories however long you try. Stop looking down on me like that, Mr. High and Mighty. To Lyle, who'd lost everything, it was only natural he would want to regain the memories of his family. But if he did, he would recall all of their kindness. When it came to killing his parents and Seals, would Lyle be able to withstand it? Their swords met again, emitting sparks and blue light as they lit the grey roundtable room. Various effects on their bodies from their skills. At that moment, Lyle had brought out all of Lyle's ability. No, he had dragged it out. He had dragged out power surpassing his limit, and Lyle had prepared a stage for him to use it all. Right, that's how it should be. This is all I can do. Lyle. Both landing on the ground, they held up their weapons. From the impacts and shockwaves, their clothes were in tatters. Lyle confirmed the mana was accustoming itself to Lyle's body, and channeled his own into his sword. As a bluff. Look, with this, I'll do the honor of erasing you. If I do, I'll finally be free from this jewel. I'll finally be out on the surface. Raising a laugh tinged with madness, he used the Walt family way, and riled Lyle. As Lyle predicted, Lyle took the same action with his sword. He was a little too honest with himself, thought Lyle. Copying me again? How about learning some individuality? Oh, shut it. Each sword changed shape again, Lyle's orderly one silhouetted mainly of straight lines, and Lyle's ominous monster head. Stepping in, they both initiated attacks to pierce through their foes. The ground carved out where they kicked off, and smoke clouds rose. That's how it should be. As Lyle said that, he tilted his sword's tip a bit to the right. As both sides clashed, the swords stuck in deep. My left arm was blown off, while Lyle's small body was pierced into, as he spit up blood. His sword disappeared, and as his body collapsed, it showed no signs of regeneration. At the end, why did you? I tried erasing my sword, but he grasped its blade with both hands so I couldn't pull it out. If someone's going to disappear, it has to be me, right? I couldn't stop Seals. I couldn't save my parents. So what good would come of someone like that reviving so late in the game? The one who endured the hardships was you, Lyle. You held through. You did a good job. Lyle, you're much stronger than me. When I let go of the sword, he fell forward. I caught him, the silver sword still stuck into his body without going out, it seemed to be destroying it from within. Oi, I still have things I need to ask you. What about the memories? Lyle laughed. Do you really need something like that? Well, can't someone disappearing at least take that much as a parting gift? I'm going to fade away, and my existence really will be wiped out. You're fine just as you are. I couldn't understand what he was saying. I kept trying to erase the silver sword, but it wouldn't listen me. Gripped by Lyle, it looked as if he was trying to destroy himself. What did you want to do? After riling me so much? I already said it. I want you to save them. When I told you to save my family, you understood what I meant. So I'm already satisfied with that. I couldn't accept what the jewel was thinking. So I chose this path. In the first place, if you get your memory gay. Lyle spat up blood. I was about to tell him not to talk, but he held up his right hand to stop me, and manifested a blue gem from its palm. Looky, it's your second one. Last time, I'd received one from Septim-san. And Lyle was trying to give me my second. When I accepted it, once more, it was absorbed into my body, and disappeared. This is? There are 3. Collect all 3. If you do, your third skill will awaken. It's really special, and it may be unfair, but you'll definitely need it. Looks like that's it for me. There, Lyle forced himself to his feet, and stabilizing himself, he waved his hand at me. While blood was pouring out of his mouth, he made a smile. Why did you? Bye-bye, brother of mine. It was fun. I'm sure if I had a little brother, it would be like this. Yep, Seals was cute, but little brothers sure are nice. And the answer is simple. I was being driven out of the room. My body was being forcibly removed from the premise. I'm your big brother. It doesn't matter if you don't think of me that way, I just want to put on a show for my brother who's going to do his best. And Lyle, you all ready? The moment he faded from sight, I was sure he said it. Lyle, you already have a family, don't you? The grey round table room. Appearing in it was Millie IA, a gun gripped in her hand. Before Lyle on the brink of fading, she pointed the muzzle. The Jules will was for Lyle to regain his memories. You'd go as far as to defy it. Lyle looked down at his crumbling body, and smiled. All's well as long as he wins in the end. It's that train of thought that makes it a failure. The goddess should really get her shit together and learn already. There's no such thing as perfection. It's true Lyle's no good alone. I'm sure he can't beat seals alone. And what of it? That's exactly why Lyle will beat seals. That's exactly why he won't be alone. Millie IA kept the gunpoint aimed on him. Gain the cooperation of others to grasp victory. Truly, it would be hard for Lyle once he achieved power that caught up to hers. But at this rate, his prospects of victory are. Lyle pressed the barrel to his forehead. As if telling her to aim properly. I assent that precisely why it's fine. He'll win as a human. Goddess, monster, you all won't stop flapping your lips over that mess. As long as you don't let a human win, it'll never end. His feet shattering like glass, Lyle fell forward, his arms destroyed as well, leaving him with only a torso and head. The silver sword disappeared, and Millie IA tucked her gun away. She gently lifted him up. To the end, Lyle was smiling. Any words you want to leave? It can be to anyone. On Malia's words, Lyle tried opening his mouth, but shook his head. Too late for my family. Tell Lyle he sure is a troublesome sod, and the ancestors that I'm leaving him to them. That sound all right? Millie IA nodded. Lyle gave an intrigued laugh. Also, about the princess troubling Lyle, I have a proposal. Won't you come on board? It's sure to be interesting. Millie IA looked a little fed up, but inclined her ear to his suggestion. What is it? What sort of resolution? It's easy. If it were me. Once she'd heard Lyle's proposal, and broke into a smile, Lyle had completely crumbled and faded away. The next day, I asserted that I wanted to use the audience chamber again. The troubled king and queen. And the authorities looked at my face so early in the morning, and were already grumbling complaints. I really was hated. His Majesty reluctantly opened his mouth. It's troublesome for you to request an audience 2 days in a row, you know? We've had to greatly change today's schedule, and those in the castle are frantically running around to correct it. Good grief, this is why people of the Walt house are. There, the third spoke in a voice lower than usual. Now, Lyle, use my skill. It's all right, the first stage is enough. Rip open the old wounds on his heart, and rub salt into them. The fifth was also on board. If this guy was just a bit better at containing his feelings, it wouldn't have come to this. How awful. The seventh was quieter than yesterday. Now, have him remember the terror of the Walt house. The authorities once taken as prisoners of war. And the once upon a crown prince exposed to such shame. What we were doing was simple. Quite simple indeed. I am truly grateful that you answered to my request today. In regards to my smile and thanks, I received some unsavory looks from around. But my skill, the third's mind showed them a certain scene. Diagonally behind me, the seventh was visible. Who chased around His Majesty and the leaders, they should have been able to see the big bad behind their trauma. And the trauma the seventh caused had made a nice gap in their hearts to take advantage of. The seventh that was a simple illusion opened his mouth. Leaning back in your throne before my grandson, that crybaby whelp really has grown remarkably. It seems someone has to chase him about again. Starting with the king, the traumatized authorities opened their eyes wide, and suddenly twitched, their breathing beginning to go out of order. What seems to be the matter, Your Majesty? Ah, that's right. I was thinking to tell you about a matter I couldn't bring up yesterday. The seventh behind me spoke the words the seventh and the jewel had thought up. I see. Why don't you return the favor of how lenient I was on your ransoms? So your tears of joy were really just for show, huh? So be it. The seventh spoke, and I actualized it. The phantom seventh went on. You were crying tears of joy with how little I let you go for, but it does seem the words you spoke of how you'd never forget that debt was a lie. Now about the land of Fondue's father and I cut off. Why don't I have my grandson cut away the rest of it? Along with your heads, of course. Leaning forward, His Majesty had begun to sweat. He was shaking as he looked at the empty space behind me. Around, seeing the shaking ministers, those oblivious began to cry out. For all their eyes were fixed diagonally behind me.
Your Majesty, what has happened? Are you feeling ill? Someone, suspend this audience. The Queen worried for him and tried to close the meeting, but the King himself. Wait. Keep it going. Continue. He was blatantly staring behind me in fear. I smiled. Is that so? That's nice. It was an important talk, so I really did want you to hear it out. The seventh behind me glared around. It's a request of my grandson. You'll hear it out, won't you? If you don't want to be chased down as you were, you'd best listen carefully. There were a number of nodding old men around. The untraumatized authorities were unable to understand what was going on and could only look on the scene. I turned to the King. It is joyous the day the Walt House and Fondbues join arms and forgive and forget the wrongs of the past. How about it, won't you offer a princess to me? There, the untraumatized Queen and ministers. What insolence! And who said we'd forgive and forget? The blood of Fondbues royalty isn't so cheap. Especially not to a Walt like you. Your Highness, permission to slay him on the spot, please. Who in the hell said we'd forgotten our hatred towards the Walt House? An agitated audience chamber. But half were silent. Of course they were. For the seventh looking at them was speaking. Oh, you'll fight? That sounds fun. Let's see, let's find out who here's gotten strong. And have peace of mind, my grandson is stronger than me. Is one-on-one all right? Or would you prefer a war? Now decide. How will he chase you until you burst into tears again? As the seventh sent a belligerent smile, the King and his men looked on the verge of tears. And His Majesty proclaimed loudly, while the other traumatized ones hopped onto the ship. Splendid. The day a period graces our long years of strife. I think it's a splendid idea. Daughter, was it? We shall immediately start talks on who's best suited. A wonderful proposal. Truly an auspicious occasion. It will surely be a wondrous day for Fondbues. Their eyes were swimming. Dripping with sweat, they were in clear dismay. I'm sure they were recalling what carved their traumas. Their bodies were shaking. The Queen turned her eyes to such men of authority. What are you saying, have you forgotten? Just what sort of hardships the Walt House has forced us to taste. And you still call yourselves nobles of Fondbues. The one before our eyes is a man of the Walt House. But my next words knocked her to silence. Your Majesty, and dear Queen. Why yesh. He bit his tongue, but no one cautioned him. They didn't have such leisure. I'm thankful that you'll hear out my wishes. Carrying on, I would like to nominate Princess Leanne. Hearing that, the room went silent. Everyone had been looking for some poor sap to push Leanne on, and it seems they had much to think about. Right, that was the final resolution Lyle had come out with. But in what was to come? I couldn't say it was really any good for Leanne countermeasures. I was nervous over whether Lyle's plan was any good or not. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 14, Chapter 17, Fondbues' Decision. Fondbues' Decision. To speak from conclusions, Fondbues was to shoulder one corner of Bonsium's encirclement. A condition you could call extraordinary. It would become the center of putting the surrounding nations to work in getting together the continent's west. The reason for their motivation was the territory governed by the Margrave of Resno, the return of former Fondbues land, and for a reason even greater than that. The woman with disheveled hair was on top of me while I was lying on the floor of Porter's loading tray. Both our clothes were a mess, and our breaths were out of order. Having heard that much, it's not like I don't see how it could sound like a spicy story, but the fact she was on me was by my judgment. That hurt. How dare you disrupt my plans? A blood-curdling expression. On top of that, looking up at her form from below made her face even more terrifying. I'm sure this will come back in my dreams someday. Or rather, her extended arm, her hand was strangling my neck. Hey, get off of Lyle. Arya hurriedly tried to tear her away, but even she who trained on a daily basis was hard-pressed. Monica put away the tools in her hands, leapt towards me, and tried to separate us. But her nails were digging in, so it hurt. Blood was coming out. Sea chicken, you're bleeding. Shannon to Monica. Don't go wild in such a narrow space. Would you like some medicine? Shannon lifted the seat of Porter's sofa area and took out some medicine. Having seen the actions of this ghastly woman, the grandson of the Margrave of Resno, Bleabe, clung to his mother Parcelinasan in fear. Porter came to a sudden stop, and Clara showed her face down below.
You're being noisy, Yua. Clara inferred the situation, looked at Leanne and I, and approached. She took the medicine box from Shannon, took out some ointment, soaked it into a cloth, and pressed it against my neck. While my wound was sealed, the rampaging Leanne before my eyes looked like she would leap at me at any moment. To summarize, when Leanne, who'd taken over Fondview's castle, was pushed onto me, they promised their cooperation with glee. They stuck various reasons onto the surface, but they were definitely rejoicing that they were free of her curse. Leanne had lost all the authority she gained in Fondview's to me and my family. The fifth seemed worried for the cowering Bleabekuan. This will become a trauma. Third, can mind seal memories, or? The third laughed. No way. My skill isn't that powerful, and with some trigger, it'll all come back to him eventually, so I can't recommend it. If he remembers it at an important point in his future, he'll go into a panic. But it's that, this is worse than I thought. It's true Leanne was a more problematic woman than I had thought. Accepting her like that were the final words Lyle had left behind. And in all actuality, Fondview's had promised their cooperation, and having seen the Seventh Phantom, the country's authorities and even the king had relapsed into their own traumas. With that, I doubt they'll lay hands on our side too soon. Clara finished wrapping my neck, and touched it. Are you in any pain? I'm fine, thank you. Could you take care of Arya too? Saying that and standing, I went over to Leanne, her hair all ruffled up in Monica's Nelson hold. Arya had also been victim to those nails, blood was flowing from her hand. As for Leanne, her nails had split, and they were bleeding. Even so, that she still tried to leap at me, it was as if she were a beast. There, Parcelina-san parted from Bleabre and stood. She went in front of Leanne and slapped her. What am I to? When I panicked, Malia-san from the Jewel and Parcelina-san spoke to me. Lyle, shut up and watch. I may have been too forward. But I cannot keep watching. So just look on for a while. Princess of Fondview's, Princess Leanne, correct? I am Parcelina. Parcelina Resno. Before Parcelina-san's self-introduction, the pinned Leanne looked away to hide her face. What's with your conduct? Because you can't accept what's been decided, you go into a frenzy? Your body should be that of a princess, learn already that you cannot defy the verdict of your country. That gentle and quiet woman stood boldly in front of her. Arya, Monica, Shannon, and Clara kept quiet. From the gaps in the hair covering Leanne's face, I could see violet eyes. They were the same violet as Novum's, but they didn't hold a fragment of kindness. The wife of the Margrave's heir sure speaks proudly to me. Pinned down, Leanne tried snapping with her right hand. It was an action to use her skill. The third spoke. Lyle, those sorts of skills won't activate as long as you can throw them out of order a bit. Anything is fine, just use your skills to interfere. I hurriedly deployed the second skill. Field, and with that interference, Leanne's skill didn't activate. With nothing happening but the snap of a finger, Loan looked at her hand. And she looked at me. Getting in my way again. I believed in you. I believed we were Avengers all the same. I don't need that sort of trust, I thought, as I felt relief that I had sealed her skill. Parcelina-san spoke to Leanne. The matter of the Crown Prince has entered my ears. It was an important matter to the Resno house, after all. But the current you is mistaken. Leanne glared at her. I won't say not to get revenge. And I haven't the right to say it. But attaching yourself to it to such an extent, aren't you still in love? Burning with vengeance for the Crown Prince. Rufus. Parcelina-san didn't have any special eyes like Shannon, or any special skills, yet she could see Leanne was carrying something in her heart. Leanne shut her mouth. She let some tears drip down. That's wrong. Parcelina-san spoke. You weren't abandoned. You're alive. And you haven't been charmed by seals, how about thinking of it like this? It's precisely because you were loved, that you were sent away. Leanne didn't say anything. Though her expression said she didn't accept it. But hearing Parcelina-san's words, I recalled the words of our founder. That while my parents were under Seal's rule, yet I was alive, it was either because I was ridiculously lucky or because my parents had desperately resisted. I had no way to find out. But that's the truth I wanted to believe. Parcelina-san sent more words to the silent Leanne. Find happiness. Even if for revenge, or for love, it's what's best for your sake. To me, it felt as if those words were directed my way. Night. Stopping Porter, and preparing to camp, I sensed May's presence. Going outside, a package-laden May made her appearance. Holding up a bag, she
package for you," said and laughed. Seeing her approach with a smile, I recalled the events of the day. "Please stay like that. Really, never change." May tilted her head. Seeing that gesture, I got the feeling the fifth and the jewel smiled a bit. "Fool, May is a good girl. Way too good a girl for you, and for me. She handed the bag to me. "This letter is the type you're supposed to give Shannon. And this one is Janpier's letter, and this one's." Looking inside, May began to explain. Confirming each item, I went over our future plans with her. "So what are you going to do now?" May stretched. "I'm tired, so I'd like some rest. To eat a lot, and take it easy a few days. Novum and the others will enter Bonsium from Janpier, and make their way from south to west, perhaps? They did say they'd go southwest." "There." The seventh let his voice from the jewel. "Bonsium southwest, the Walt House's territory, eh? Well, if it's Novum's party, I don't think you need to worry too much. The lords with the greatest territory in Bonsium, next to the king, was the Walt House. Their land expanded each generation had now gotten them first in Bonsium. Because of that, if you said southwest, it had to mean the Walt House's territory. They had vassaled houses around. No, the Forks' house's territory was there too. From the start, they planned to go if they found the time. I'll have to hope they do all right, is how it is." May laughed. "Oh right. The king of Janpier, you see. Said he wanted to drink with you, Lyle. Just the two of you." I was opening the letter, but hearing that, my hand stopped. I slowly raised my face, and spoke. "I'm no good with ale." "I know, right. But Novum already agreed to it, so do your best." Anxious over a drink with Janpier's king, I opened out the letter, and looked over it. It detailed their results in the country, and the amount of troops they were able to send out. Miranda's view on the matter, and the information Eva had collected from her brethren elves were detailed as well. Even if there isn't a problem with the quality of Janpier's soldiers, there is some worry when it comes to fighting on level ground, huh? They were strong in mountains and forests from the start, so I'll have to make the best of that. After thinking a while, I heard the sound of a stomach growl. It was May. "I'm hungry." Giving a smile, I returned to Porter, and told Monica to prepare a meal. The morning of the next day. Shannon stood before Monica, holding the letter with a strained expression on her face. Here it says the weather was nice in Janpier, and stuff like that. Here it says the fruit was tasty, and something like that." As she read the letter and said some vague things, Monica lowered her hammer. It was a hammer, but its material wasn't iron, but something lighter. It wasn't paper either, but when it hit, it made an interesting, meep sound. "I want one." When I said that, Bleabrekuan's eyes were also shining as he looked at the hammer, with its yellow shaft, and red head that sunk down on impact, but instantly reverted to its original shape. Monica addressed Shannon. "Yes, you're on. Make sure not to throw some random crap out. The message comparison has failed, so your allowance for the next month has been halved. Now if you keep failing, it will only get worse for you." "Hey! I did my best. And wait, tell them to write in bigger and neater letters next time. They're all scrunched together and I can barely make it out." As Shannon looked on the verge of tears, Clara sent a lifeboat. Well, picture books are written quite easy to understand. Perhaps a normal letter is still too difficult for her. With help sent her way, Shannon smiled at Clara. But Arya spoke. "But if you can't read that, it will be harsh. Do your best, Shannon. It really was the case we would be troubled if she couldn't give a precise reading of them. I'm going to have to plan her further education." In Porter's loading tray. Seeing Leanne sitting in a corner, I hesitated over what words to use to call out to her. While everyone was gathered around Shannon, Leanne alone was sitting separate from everyone else. There, Parcelina-san spoke to me. "Just leave her be for now. She's properly eating, so watching over her is plenty. She's a strong girl. I'm sure she can get back up alone." Seeing Parcelina-san keep Bleabrekuan by her side, I felt just a bit of what a mother was. "Understood. I'll do just that. We'll soon be back in the Margrave's territory. You'll be with us a while longer, but you will be released after that, so please put up with it." She made a bit of a troubled face. "When you're using me as a hostage for negotiations, you sure are kind." I made a serious face. "It's exactly because you're negotiation hostages that I'm treating you so dearly." "Well, I've some personal thoughts on the matter, and to each his own. Having earned Fonbuse's cooperation, we were on the way back to Margrave Resno's territory." Shannon was teary-eyed as she read the last letter. There, her hand suddenly stopped. And she looked at Monica. Tell my sister I understand.
Monica passed the message to the Valkyries.
The response that came back indicated there wasn't a problem, it seems. Miranda says there isn't a problem.
Now then, today's evaluation is no dessert for 2 days.
Your monthly allowance halved.
Good for you. If you had failed in every letter, you would have lost a week of dessert, and your allowance would be cancelled entirely.
Shannon looked mortified at Monica's refreshing smile.
But she was holding the letters preciously.
Just you watch. I'll get back at you someday. At Shannon's line, Monica scoffed. Struggle as you will.
It will be a splendid spectacle to see how you crawl in the few months remaining.
May looked on the two of them from the side. Monica isn't honest. And I'm sure Miranda wanted Shannon to.
After she said that much, Clara stopped her statement.
Please don't say it. Let's just leave it at a sister's sentiment. I'm sure Miranda had posed Shannon an easy-to-understand problem.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 14, Chapter 18, the third one. The third one. The Margrave of Resno's territory.
Having exchanged documents at his castle, I smiled and gestured for a handshake.
But the answer to that was the Margrave's sour expression of grit teeth. The reason was simple. He spoke to me. Bleabe and Parcelina are safe, I assume? A threatening voice.
And the eyes of the surrounding knights were filled with malice. Negotiations with the heir taken hostage, the surrounding situation taking a favorable wind, the Margrave had no choice but to sigh. After Kidd saving the two of them, the Margrave had faithfully made a protest to Central. And from his son in Central came a letter that showed he didn't particularly seem to care. It was more than certain he had been charmed by seals, and the relations with surrounding lords was turning dubious. Because he had protested to Central.
Wouldn't the army and the Walt house invade?
Those sorts of rumors spread.
Please rest at ease.
Even like this, I'm a man who keeps promises. Says the kidnapping traitor to his homeland. His words weren't mistaken. I had put Fonbuse to work on the continent's west, and they were to invade Bonsium. Now that I'd slathered mud on the relations of the Margrave, and the lords he was supposed to be cooperating with.
He didn't have many options. Malia-san spoke as if she was an evil empress. That's wrong. The one who abandoned Lyle was Bonsium.
How cruel to call him a traitor.
The fifth to her.
Well, whether Lyle has an excuse, no matter how you look at it, what he's doing is terrible. Of course the Margrave would be angry. I turned my eyes outside the window, and there was Quillen for May.
On her back were Parcelina-san and Bleabe-kun. Grandpa. Bleabe.
Personally throwing open the window in a hurry, the Margrave was looking at Bleabe-kun rather than the large divine beast outside.
The surrounding knights looked between the window and me.
She's a precious comrade of mine, so rest at ease.
Don't even think of capturing her. Lest the chances of cooperation slip away.
On my words, they swallowed their spit. The Margrave's path to survival had already been left with nothing but assisting me. Thinking of the country's situation, eventually Seals would, no, even now, Seals was needlessly expending the national power.
It didn't seem she cared. It was tightening the noose around her neck. The Margrave turned from the window to me. Certainly, it's as you promised. You've returned my grandson and daughter-in-law. When the time comes, Resno will move as promised. But in regards to the territory. I nodded. I shall have them prepare it. Please deal with the matter when you meet with Fonbuse. Margrave Resno, upon hearing that. That's all well and good, but any poor moves, and Central will notice, won't it?
I put the documents I received into an envelope, and carefully tucked them away.
It's all right. The preparations will be in order before Central moves.
Right.
The preparations were already underway.
The southwest of the continent. Stationed there were the representative nobles of Bonsium, the Walt house's territory. At this point, they were a complete enemy territory, and the ones who dropped by that land Lyle couldn't return to were Novum's party.
A hood over her head, Miranda looked around with a little wonder. We're not going into the city, I see. If it's to gather information, wouldn't there be best?
Wearing a similar hood, Novum took in the scenery she could see from the carriage. The town they had arrived at was the feudal Walt house's origin point, where the founder through the third generation had lived their lives. There are too many who'd know my face in the main cities. This is a vital point to the Walt house, so perhaps we'll be able to gather considerable information here. From atop the carriage, Eva removed her hood and looked outside.
This is a good place. The atmosphere isn't bad. Since it was the Walt house's territory, I thought it would be more serious. The army of the Walt house rampaging through the country. Surely the territory's interior had been brainwashed by seals, and turned to a horrid state, she thought. Novum looked down. This is an important place. They didn't let Seal Sama lay hands on it. Miranda reacted to her words. Didn't let her lay hands, eh? That must be quite important. But is this place really that important? I'll admit it's a large town, but... Speaking to the house's current scale, it wasn't a major point. Not vital for communications either. It was for that sake the fourth had moved the manor. Novum spoke. To the provincial noble Walt house, it all started here. You say that isn't important? Miranda took her eyes off of Novum and looked around. And so dear Novum will treat it as the Holy Land. Got it, got it. She spewed some sarcasm, but Novum didn't deny it. It wasn't only Novum. To the Forks' house, this place was without a doubt the Holy Land. The land they met the Walt house once more, no, that person's bloodline. A person of the Walt house who succeeded his will, the land they met Basil Sama. The carriage stopped, and Novum's party dismounted to look over the town. And Novum led Miranda and Eve along, and began to walk. What lay at the end of their trail was a graveyard. Among the numerous lots of tombstones, a separately prepared plot held the names Basil, Crassel, Dewey, Slay, the gravestones marking the names of the Walt house's heads. Novum removed her hood, and made a praying gesture. Dear heads of history. Lyle Sama has grown into a human strong as you were. The Walt house is in good hands. This Novum shall certainly make him ruler of the continent. He shall rule, and reclaim a strong world for humans. The words of her heart close to a vow, with her own desires mixed in. Did they reach the ancestors sleeping under the stone? Once Lyle had disappeared from that room of memories, seals had stopped popping out. It no longer showed anything to revive the ancestors' traumas, and when the door was opened, it instantly linked to the bedroom I had been imprisoned. With the absence of that pervy brat who voiced his desire for me to line up the female camp and equip them with garters, it felt lonely. The room felt a little wider. I had entered my own room of memories on invite from Malia-san, but I had never asked what we would be doing there. Malia-san, what are we here for? And Lyle's phrasing implied the next time would be the last one. Malia-san looked over her room, and touched her fingertips to a dusty heirloom. Tracing her finger across it, her finger turned white from the dust. Lyle. Yes? My name called, I tried to approach, but I suddenly retreated back. What Malia-san had approached with and turned to me was a gun. It had a bayonet attacked, a single-shot pistol capable of close-quarter combat. How dangerous. When I said that, she tucked the gun into her sleeve and smiled. Good reaction. If you've mastered your body to such a level, the possibility exists. I panicked when Lyle abandoned his duty, but if that's how it is, we can move on. Saying that, Malia-san swung her left hand to the side. The room's insides were dyed gray, and the scenery changed. Once its color had returned, it was a place I didn't know, or a scene from my faded memory, an unknown view expanded around. Malia-san looked at me, and spoke. The third one would be me. Milia, Lyle. She had called herself a guide, but it seems she was the final charge. Hearing that, I thought of her disappearing as well. But unlike the first Septim-san, she was a difficult foe like Lyle. I thought she wouldn't disappear so easily, yet some part of me felt relief at that fact. Rather than that conflicted look on your face, I'd preferred it if you were obediently surprised. But my role is the same. There is a truth you have to learn no matter what. Trying to make it so she couldn't see through my thoughts, I asked. What is it? Perhaps you already noticed, but the one who defeated Agrissa, the Septem of 300 years ago, wasn't anyone of the Bonsium house. That is. I wonder. How did the Bonsium house defeat Agrissa? To add on to that, there was a surprising scarcity of records of the time. Before the Bonsium kingdom, there was the Centras kingdom that dominated the continent. One of the provincial nobles of Centras, the Bonsium house, saved the continent from Agrissa's rule, and took a seat on the throne. After that, the other feudal lords went independent, and the continent was never unified as it was 300 years ago. The important one wasn't the Bonsiums. Well, granted they had a few wise rulers among them, they were generally ones to cause more problems around. Even for me, without thinking hard about it, I have nothing but detestable remembrance of them, so I don't really care. Absolutely no loyalty to royalty. Well, to feudal lords, anyone would want the authority of the crown,
and any chivalrous devotion was second to second. You could also say they'd lower their heads to any authority that would recognize their rule as correct.
Do you remember Tressie? At that time, the divine best whale, the white whale, was there, right? Recall the words she spoke.
Come to think of it, she did say something when we took Tressie down. And her atmosphere was one as if she knew of 300 years past.
Something of a hero who bore my name, but I didn't hear the specifics. On my words, Malia-san smiled.
Lyle, to tell you the truth, there's something that came to mind when you said you'd get the continent in your hands. As I thought, I'd return to the hands of my owner.
Do you believe in fate, Lyle? I didn't know what she was talking about, so I tilted my head. She went on. For 300 years, the throne lent to Bonsium.
Take it back. From the start that belonged to the Walt house. Preventing the mere mention of it, Bonsium who stole the Walt house's achievements, the time has come for you to get it all back. I gulped in surprise, and sought confirmation from her.
You mean to say?
The Walt house, there was a young man, the heir to that name. He truly was a person, simply strong man. An age where if you couldn't use magic, there weren't any magic tools to use. Without even a gem in his hands, the hero who challenged Agrissa with nothing but a simple body-strengthening skill. In the surrounding scene, a number of tents were prepared, and it looked as if war was to start. In that place, a young man walked up with a loud voice.
Yo, Novum, you doing fine? Properly eating and sleeping?
Gahaha, the youth raising a hearty laugh was tall, with a large sword draped over his back. It wasn't a lump of iron like the first used, a true two-handed longsword.
And the young man called Novum was a man of slender features?
Appearance-wise, you could take him for female too.
I can hear you, you don't have to be so loud, Lyle. Lyle, now where have I heard that name before? Sorry about that. We're going to go on the offense. I'm so overflowing with energy, I can't help it.
The rough young man drew his sword, and lightly swung it around.
That Novum watched over it. Breathing out a sigh, he looked a little happy. Milia spoke.
That person is of the Forks' house. A clan with talent in magic, is how it became.
Imperial nobles with counts standing at the time. Hearing the Forks' house were counts, I was surprised once more.
Then what? No, I should hear this out first.
Malia-san nodded, and the two young men continued their conversation. By the way, Lyle, you talked it out with Count Bonsium, right? He's a guy I wouldn't really want on the front lines.
My ancestors put away his sword, and shrugged his shoulders.
He didn't want to hear it from a lowly night house heir like me.
Well, I'm just satisfied he's putting out soldiers. The man of the Forks' house narrowed his eyes. They'll be a bad influence on the soldiers you gathered yourself.
Put a stop to it. We decided we would fight alongside you, Lyle.
That Bonsium who watches on, and jumps in at the good point to take the achievements.
I hate that man. Don't be like that, Novum.
We've assembled the troops and supplies. All that's left is to jump into the capital, and knock that Agrissa hag down a peg, right? I've decided I'll be the first one to pound a fist into her face, but I'll concede the second blow onwards. The youth of the Forks' house gave a bitter smile.
Well, you're the same as ever.
Even like that, Agrissa is well versed in martial arts and magic.
She isn't an easy foe.
There, my ancestor raised a smile like the first's, and declared.
That doesn't matter.
Get close and strike. That's all it takes.
Once it's all over, let's get a drink. You've really stuck with me the longest.
The Forks' houseman laughed a little sadly. I feel sorry for your wife, so I'll refrain.
She's got a child in her stomach, right?
There, the scene turned gray.
Malia-san turned to me, and spoke. Lyle, are you prepared to learn it all?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 14, Chapter 19, The Legitimate Successor. The Legitimate Successor.
What Malia-san told me, the one who defeated Agrissa, the beautiful vixen, was of the Walt house. But the important part was blurred in a sandstorm, and I couldn't see it. Unable to see what was going on around, and unable to understand what was going on, the scenes continued, and once everything was over the images grew vivid.
I couldn't see the important part. Quiet down. We're at the important part. Malia-san extended her index finger to my lips to silence me. It's true, it was an important scene.
Holding the same name as me, the hero who fought and won against Agrissa was unsteady on his feet. Before the throne, the audience chamber, the ceiling was blown off, and the walls and pillars were in a terrible state. Beneath the unreliable light of night, the man used his sword as a walking stick to stand to his feet. There was no way for me to know how he defeated Agrissa. Around, those beside the young man were collapsed. God damn it, that hag, my comrades. In that terrible state, the man unsteadily walked, searching out his surviving comrades. There, a group with lights in their hands began flowing into the room. Knowing they were allies, the young man smiled and waved his hands. Yo, well, aren't you late to the party? Sorry, could you search out the survivors? Standing's all I can. He seemed to know the other party. The conspicuous crest on his body, it was one I had a recollection of. The crest of the Bonsium monarchy. But that man of the Bonsium house, he though an ally, silently shot an arrow into the young man. Unable to avoid it, the man was pierced by arrows one after the next, and collapsed. Approaching the youth who'd fallen face up, was the man who seemed to be the Bonsium house's head. W.I. The Bonsium head answered his words. It's because a lowly knight like you butted in that it came to this. Fret not. The Bonsium house shall rule this continent. That the gold armor looked in so bad taste must be because of the Bonsium house head's unsightly weight. His chubby fingers were crammed into a ring adorned with a large gemstone. Oi, do it. The vassals of the Bonsium house stuck their spear into the youth's collapsed comrades around. Among them, those alive raised cries. SSTO. Che, how tenacious. Kill him too. The youth stabbed through by a vassal's spear spit blood from his mouth. Once he stopped moving, the vassals returned from around. It's no good. We cannot identify Agrissa's body. Though it's certain she's been defeated. Once the Bonsium head received the report, he started into covering it up. Tisk, when we'll need Agrissa's corpse hereon, very well. Dress it up. By the time we raced over, Agrissa had killed them all. The one who dealt the final blow was us. Saying that, the Bonsium house head looked at the throne before his eyes. While the surroundings were in tatters, the throne alone remained firm. Walking to avoid the rubble, he headed for the seat. But perhaps because it was too dark to see, his feet tripped up on something, causing him to fall. That's. Malia-san informed me. Right. Everything had already begun. Tripping over a blue jewel, that jewel fell towards the young man. Splashing into his pool of blood, it let off a faint light. What? Having hit his nose, the Bonsium head's nose was bleeding. As everyone raced over, one took the blue gem in hand. This doesn't look like a gemstone. It's man-made. On the retainer's words, the head burst into rage. A mere marble dare trip me, toss it out. He said, but around, similar red, blue and yellow gems rolled around. Loads of them tumbled down, causing mass confusion. Please wait, we'll gather them up at once. The retainer tossed the jewel aside, causing it to mix in with the many similar gems. And once the image turned terribly unstable, a different scene was projected. Going on in the plaza of Central as a parade. The parade of Bonsium defeating Agrissa, and it meant the birth of a new monarchy. The one directing a sharp glare at that parade was young man Novum. He was wearing a hood, and after entering a back alley, he slipped into a street, and headed for a certain house. Seeing the place he reached, I found myself surprised. It was the house the First was born. The Walt house's house, with some vestiges of the house the First had shown me. As Novum stood before that imperial noble knight's house, from within, a single woman came out. A woman who gave off a simple feel. Her hair was tied behind, and she carefully held her large stomach. Hear me out, I'll get revenge for Lyle. The situation behind his death was plain off. There's no way Agrissa would use a spear. There's no doubt the wound was inflicted by the equipment of the Bonsium house. The feudal lords doubting it will definitely never recognize the Bonsium house's rule of the continent. Once he had said that much, the woman shook her head. Please, just go away. I've already married in here. If I have a son, they promised to make him the heir. The second son's already been married, so there's little more one could ask for. Don't get any more involved with us. Novum opened his eyes wide. As it wasn't a conversation for outside the house, he tried to step in, when the woman cried out. Go away. Why? Novum looked as if he couldn't believe it. But the woman shed tears as she glared at him. Lyle is already dead. Just leave it that. And I shall live quietly in this house. The people of the Walt house said it was because of me the house would survive as knights, so I should treasure it. Just go away already. The woman seemed to be my ancestor's wife. And not wanting any more strife, she turned her back to Novum and entered the house.
Novum muttered. Lyle's child is necessary. Otherwise, the continent will never get together. Those Bonsiums don't have anywhere near the power to control the continent. Why can't they understand that? His expression was of despair. And the jewel began flowing the following events by in fragments. The Bonsium house tried to control the continent, but there was no way they had that sort of power from the start. Not recognizing the Bonsium house's rise, the provincial nobles declared their independence one after the next. The Bonsium house had become royalty, but they didn't have the hands to manage their expanded territory, and lacked the leisure to attack the lords who declared independence. And as if to say goodbye to that house, young Novum threw away his status, and moved to the outskirts with a pioneering brigade. The Bonsium house had tried to hold down such a talented magician, but Novum had turned all their offers down with a smile. By the time the lords were exhausted further in independence and war, Novum was only looking on the scene from far off. He started up a home on the frontier with a few acquaintances, took a husband, and had a child. Wait, he was a woman? Having stopped her cross-dressing and returning to womanhood, Novum continued gazing at the continent's state from the sidelines. She had been of delicate features from the time she was male, but as a woman, she was even more beautiful. From long ago, the ones with a strong affinity for the goddess's memories have been women. Can't imagine why. With much blood flowing, it took the passage of a few decades from then for the continent to calm down. And once that was done with, the Bonsium kingdom that had remained sedentary began invading its neighbors. And by the time it had reached a considerable scale, Novum already had a grandchild. Exhausted, the people whose blood would never cease to spill. Eventually, some country's labyrinth ran amok, flooding the continent with monsters. That chaotic land wouldn't get together even with Agrissa's defeat, it was in a terrible state. As an old woman, Novum's eyes looked somewhat spaced out. And as she muttered, "So even if you prepare them a common foe, man still remains foolish." Carrying on the goddess memories, it looked as if her grasp on who she was becoming uncertain. To that elder Novum, a great-grandchild hurriedly returned. Malia Sam spoke. Even when her son had passed, Novum carried a goddess memories and a portion of her power. With such a strong force within, it seemed she could live longer than those around. Why was a scene like this left behind? As I thought that, the grandchild pulled a young man along, and seeing him, Novum was shocked. Setting his unkempt brown hair with a hand, a large man entered the room. "I've pioneered the land next door, I'm Basil Walt. Thought I'd come to greet, for argument's sake. Ah, here's some meat. Got ale as well. The man that was her great-grandchild shook his head. "Basil, my great-grandmother doesn't really eat." Novum raised her upper half off the bed, corrected her posture before the first and Saturday. "I guess I'll have some, it's been a while." "And you called yourself Basil Walt? Could it be you were born in Central, and you hail from an imperial noble knight house?" On Novum's words, the first. Basil smiled wide. "Lady, you're the first to ever look at me, and guess I'm an imperial noble." "That's right. Third son of the Walt house. At the chest of the first, who stuck in his thumb to point to himself, hung a blue gem wrapped and hung with a string. Novum looked at it, and made a bit of a serious expression, before smiling. "Prepare a banquet. There are important neighbors. Make it perfect. Great-grandma?" The great-grandson was confused. Seeing Novum so delighted, he likely didn't have any idea what to say. "Sorry for that. Or rather, it's my first time pioneering, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Could I ask you a few things, lady?" Novum smiled. "I don't see why not. Seeing the first's brazen attitude, she looked even happier. "Really? All right. Next time I'll bring over a bear or boar or something bigger as a gift. Shucks, it really helps that our neighbors are good people. In Central, I heard we'd be at each other's throats a lot. Novum explained with a smile. "Fights over water and food supplies, it's quite often you'll fight with your neighbors. At times like that, are you the type to trick your surroundings, Basil Dono?" Hearing that, the first crossed his arms, and thought. It wasn't suited for him. And after stopping his thoughts, he grinned. "There's a forest nearby. A forest with plenty of monsters. I'm sure there's a labyrinth in there. So I'm going to cut it open, and secure some land. There's sure to be some water somewhere. And that's problem solved. If it's a land no one owns, then doesn't it belong to whoever opens it up?" Novum looked a little troubled. "No, I was speaking hypothetically, and I wasn't asking about your present state." "Good grief." As she said that, Novum looked happy. As if she was recalling her previous conversations with that young man. To hell with that. With so many monsters around, what's going to happen if we humans don't work together? Well, even like this, I've got some power. If a monster comes out, give me a holler.
I'll send it flying. Seeing the first smile, Novum looked truly delighted.
And Malia-san spoke. Lyle, to Novum.
No, to those that inherited Novum's memories, the Walt house is a meaningful house.
Because they're the strong people Novum wished for. The form of the humans who wouldn't stop moving forward. To add on to that, they think to give the continent to its rightful successor.
That is the truth of the Forks' house who continued supporting up the Walt's. Today, I learned the truth of the Forks' house. May had parted from Lyle's party to meet up with Novum's unit. From the Margrave or Resno's land, Lyle's party headed towards Kartaf's. Lyle was lying asleep, and he showed no signs of waking.
Arya called out to Monica, who was humming as she worked on winter clothing. Once we reach Kartaf's, we'll return to South Bime, right? Will we make it in time? To tease Lyle, Monica had been knitting some children's clothing. We'll make it, so I think it will be fine.
We've already put things in place, so all that's left is for Bime to do its best. Though it intrigues me the general governing that once neighboring country was surprisingly competent.
Oh, it's perfect if I do say so myself.
Finishing up the baby's clothing, Monica looked satisfied. Carefully storing them away, she started into her next project.
Arya let out a sigh. Stop it with the baby jokes. There are plenty of people around Lyle who lack a sense of humor. Like that Trace House's Fidel-san, it seems he really tried to assemble some baby goods. Monica to Arya. You're mistaking something. I'm making them for real.
I'll help out, and I'll be perfectly prepared whenever that chicken's dear chicks poke their heads out.
Good grief, it really will get busy.
Saying it would be busy, Monica looked delightful.
Shannon was desperately studying how to read.
In Porter's loading tray, she looked at the paper Clara had prepared, and was copying down its contents.
So you spell it like, why do those letters look so similar? That's downright hard to understand. Ha, just make a guess from the words that precede it. That's still been written quite neatly, let me tell you.
The one looking over Shannon was, surprisingly enough, Leanne. Having changed from a dress to something easier to move around in, she was assisting in Shannon's education.
Arya couldn't see the princess who leapt at Lyle in insanity a few days ago and the current Leanne is the same person. It may be wrong for me to ask something like this, but Leanne-sama, do you? Just Leanne is fine, Arya-san. I've got to be respectful of my seniors in the business.
Arya hesitated as she asked Leanne.
You were taken out of Fonbuse, but do you really plan to, with Lyle? Do you really plan on marrying him?
As she posed that question, Leanne scoffed.
I heard you were formerly the daughter of a baron, so can't you understand? To be blunt, I don't have the freedom to choose my partner. And this isn't so bad a deal.
I'm amazed by all the preparations your party has put in.
It truly is astounding. Leanne turned to Arya as she spoke. It really looks like you'll be able to rule the continent. But, it's still too soft.
There are plenty of gaps to take advantage of.
I'm marrying in.
It would be troublesome if something like failure were to come, so I won't be sparing in my assistance.
Arya hesitated some more at Leanne's smile.
She knew her opponent didn't have any considerable power, but her instincts were screaming not to make an enemy of her.
Well, love and all that shit can come later, so for now let's work towards victory.
If we don't win, nothing will come of it, and if I don't cooperate, I'll never be able to overtake my seniors. Ignoring Leanne's words, Arya spoke.
More importantly, have you given up on revenge?
Lyle has no intent for revenge against seals.
Hearing that, Leanne looked down a bit. Humans don't change so easily.
It's regretful and detestable, but it's even more regretful not to move forward.
And I'd hate not doing what I can even more.
Having taken Parcelina's words, it seems Leanne had chosen to move forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 14 Epilogue. Epilogue.
Following the subjugation of Agrissa, the founding of the Bonsium Kingdom, and the division of the continent. Having heard that flow, and heard of the Walt house's relation to the Forks' house, the third's voice quietly reverberated through the jewel.
Ha, why is it the most important part is always left out? We have to know just how Agrissa was defeated. No one here really cares about the Bonsiums, right? His discouraged expression was a surprise for both me and Malia-san.
No, to that man, perhaps that was the correct way. The fifth seated himself on the table, and looked up at the ceiling as he folded his arms.
Get close and strike, huh?
Meaning the ancestor of the Walt house managed to pull that off. If the Forks' ancestor who specialized in magic was operating separately, perhaps that which was specialized against magic.
Is that why she was recorded on a yellow jewel specialized to rearguard?
But the seventh touched his chin, speaking with a serious expression. If that's how it is, I must remark that seals and a monster in close quarters as well.
I can't say for sure this makes for good reference.
But I really could care less, or should I say, it's a dubious tale.
All three of them showed some doubt at the tale of the Walt house's predecessor.
When I was so mindful of the Forks' house's side of it, none of them seemed to pay it any mind.
About the Forks' house.
The third smiled.
Isn't that fine?
It's a bit of a heavy reason, but we've identified why they've served the Walt house all these years. Well, Novum-chan is a memory holder, and her sentiment towards the Walt house is so strong I don't know if she's actually looking at you, Lyle, but that's something you're going to have to resolve yourself. Rather, our ancestor really was too naive.
The seventh agreed with him.
Even if we spread that the Walt house defeated Agrisset at this point in time, if we can't prove its truth, it will just be a lie.
Even if you prove it, and so? Is the reaction you should expect.
The fifth made a conflicted expression as he looked at me and Malia-san. I'm sure our ancestor had his regrets, and I do want to do something for him, but if Lyle conquers the continent and makes it so Bonsium was the bad guy to recover his honor, that's the best we can do.
But if we do something like that, you know.
The three looked at one another and nodded.
As a representative, the third opened his mouth.
To be frank, it will be thought of as propaganda to make you look important. Well, all rulers, to a greater or lesser extent, do it to put on airs, and I'll admit it's important.
But why so late? Is the feeling it gives. In truth, even if we bring ruin to Bonsium, it's not like it won't weigh on our conscience. I mean, look, that was 300 years ago. Once upon a time, it would have been able to take it back and restore our ancestors' honor. We could have worked towards it. But at this point Bonsium was too terrible to advocate for. And the Walt house was also terrible. Even if we could call it the Walt house's just cause, Seal's actions had ruined it. The seventh let out a sigh. At the end, if you ask whether it'll be any use, the dubious conclusion is. The three of them were disappointed, and seeing them like that, Malia-san was shaking. What's with you all? You got to learn of the Walt house's legitimate claim, and of the Forks' house. Just think about it a bit. The Bonsium house stole your ancestors' achievements, causing the continent to split and lead to where we are now. The third's opinion was cool-headed. No, it's not like Bonsium's the only reason it split. I'm sure they wanted to go independent to begin with, and they should have had their dissatisfactions. And just because they were unified, that doesn't guarantee they would be happy. The fifth looked at me. Hey, it's that. Lyle, to clear our ancestors' lingering regret, there's no helping it but to destroy the Bonsium house. Think of it like that, and it'll be a load off your mind. And isn't that fine for now? Rather, could it be the name Lyle is? The seventh hit his hands together as if remembering something. When my son and his wife were troubled over thinking up a name, they went to consult with the Forks' house. Well, isn't that fine? In such a long history, there are sure to be some name overlaps somewhere. The third smile. That's right, but, heavy. You're heavy, Forks' house. But you did look after us, so we should at least overlook that much. Lyle, that's how it is, so look after Novum-chan, won't you? What is this? I don't even. Not just in a lifetime, their treatment of a clan that spent every generation serving the Walt Hazu was way too light. Just what should I say next I see Novum? The fifth to me. Think over it yourself. Rather, if you love her, accept her. Though if she's looking at you, or through you to the Walt house, and that hero of the past, who can say? When you put it like that, it's true Novum permitted a harem, and some parts of her sense of values were different. No, if she was truly looked at me as a royal line, then I'm curious to how she sees me as an individual. The third sighed. I really thought we'd learn Agrisset's weakness from that. Just the right moment for it to avoid the question. What's this, when I had my expectations up. Shaking in rage, Malia-san moved, instantly drew a gun, and discharged it. The bullet hit the third head on, or not. The bullet embedded into the chair he had been sitting in, and disappeared. Within the jewel. In the round table room, only his voice was audible. Hey, don't be so angry. It's not like we're saying Malia-chan is useless or anything like that. Just looking at the result, you weren't any use, but you're cute, so I'll forgive it. Come on, my dear granddaughter. As he riled, Malia-san directed a vexed expression around. The Randburg house. A lineage that had become a night house during the Walt third generation head's time.
They had served as vassal knights to the Walt's generation after generation, and had even gotten a daughter of it married in. A firm house, even in the Walt's territory, enough that once the Walt house had moved its manor to manage its expanded territory, they were left to look after what was left. A knight Lyle admired, Vale Randburg was the second son of the present head of the house. Right now, he was serving at the Walt House Manor, under Seal's influence. To the current head, Novum spoke. This was a vital land to the Forks' house, one that even Seals was too wary to lay hand upon. The head wasn't under her influence. That is the present situation, Randburg Sama. The man past his 50s had conspicuous wounds over his body. Many from war, and perhaps his body would no longer move as he willed it, as he carried a staff. They wouldn't keep me company when I came by the mansion, but I never thought it would have gone so bad. Covering his face with both hands, the Randburg househead looked dispirited. It's true the state of the mansion was strange. I've confirmed it as well. But with my younger brother by their side, I never thought it would. To Novum, the Randburg house was a trustworthy one with high loyalty. Worthy of sheltering Lyle, and managing the land once raised by the first. That's why Novum had dropped by this land. To confirm Seals had done as promised, and not lain a hand on it. Novum lowered her head towards the head. Radburg Sama, could you lend some soldiers for Lyle Sama's sake? At present, the force he can move himself is much too small. The Randburg house head nodded. But at the same time, he called a youth to the room. Understood. We Randburgs have a debt to the Walt house. If it will help Lyle Sama stand, I will send troops. But my body no longer listens to me. Baldwar, come in. A youth called Baldwar entered the room. He was tall in stature, his tidy brown hair silkily extending to his back. His emerald eyes were sharp, while his body was trained. Baldwar, you heard our conversation, right? Go serve under Lyle Sama. I'll send people from the territory. Take at least 300 with you. On the Randburg house head's words, the man called Baldwar looked a little surprised. 300? Father, at present, even 200 in the territory's management will be. His father raised his staff a little, before hitting it into the floor. There, Baldwar closed his mouth. To Novum. My apologies. It seems he doesn't understand the severity of the matter. But Baldwar has gone through his first campaign, and from the eyes of a parent, he's a skilled one. He's a little inexperienced, but I'm sure he'll be useful. It's just, for us, 300 is the limit. We'll do our best to prepare some youths with power, but with me alone, I can't send out any more troops. From Novum's point of view, she was counting on around 200. Even that was more than a tenth of the military force of the territory. With 300, it was a number that would bring problems to the rule. But now, she wanted as many troops as possible. My deepest gratitude. Then we will be heading south. There, we'll enter Janpir, and take a ship to South Bime. Baldwar was a little surprised. From Janpir to Bime? The Eastern Front has grown flurried, and a war is starting there, correct? Understood. I shall prepare at once. With brisk movements, he left the room. Novum watched off his back, and recalled the fifth's daughter once sent to this house as a bride. All is for Lyle Sama's sake. But no one could tell which Lyle she spoke of. Adele heard the report from the Valkyries she's brought alone, and held her head. Lyle's party had gotten cooperation from Fondues, and had even taken in the Margrave of Resno managing the border. Novum's unit had attained Janpir's cooperation, and the surrounding countries were currently negotiating with Jules. And yet, Adele's side was small, one that could crumble at any moment. She hadn't gotten any significant results. I should have attempted larger houses. The one comforting a depressed Adele was Maxim. Milady, it isn't all bad things. Looking to results, we have gotten several thousand troops on our side. Though several thousand, to be precise, fell short of 5,000. If things went poorly, there was a fear it would drop below 3,000. Adele didn't know just how much assistance the feudal lords would offer. Perhaps there were some thinking to betray as well. When she reported as such to Lyle, the Valkyries expressionless relayed his response. Isn't that fine? You've handed the item in question to the trustworthy lord. Even if a traitor comes out, there isn't a problem. Lyle Sama is delighted the preparations are getting together. Ha, why wasn't I stationed closer to Lyle Sama? Thinking that last bit was unnecessary, Adele prepared to return to South Bime. These days, she had it rough consulting on the worries and complaints of small-time feudal lords. Understanding the reason Lyle had got his hands on such a large-time lord, Adele discussed with Maxim on what was to come.
Maxim, seeing the rise in the cost of living, and the gathering of troops in the east, what do you think? By the time they flow into Bime, the harvest will be over, and it will be winter.
A little longer, they'll be ready to make their march on Bime. I'm sure it won't even be 2 months before they arrive at Fortress Red Ant.
As Maxim said it with confidence, Adele nodded in relief.
With that much time, she could move to Janpir, take a ship from there, and return to South Bime.
So how long will the fortress hold?
From my point of view, I'm sure Bime has reinforced it, and their military force has increased, so over 2 months is. After she'd said that much, Maxim spoke to her with a serious face.
Milady, Fortress Red Ant will only hold a few weeks. At soonest, it will be breached within a week.
She couldn't believe those words. But Maxim had much experience in war, and he was a man proficient as a knight. On these sorts of fields, she trusted his words. And she trusted the man as well. I'm sure they've reinforced, and the troops stationed will be much greater than when we were there.
Even so, a few weeks?
Yes, that's right. If it were Lyle, perhaps he'd be able to turn them back, but the possibility the pain would be split both ways would be high.
Adele wanted to know the reason.
Simply because Bime had strong adventurers. If those adventurers were stationed, they should be able to fight to a certain extent. Adele had watched Lyle, so she thought as such.
I've heard they've plenty of skilled adventurers to spare, though? That's the hard part.
Skilled in that sense means skilled in small platoons, and not skilled under the banner of a large legion.
And it's hard to say they could establish uniformity.
Even if a low-level general of Bonsium led the army, I think they'll be able to breach in a few weeks.
Adele tilted her head.
With Lyle San's time, a pain as it was, they annihilated a legion of monsters.
Maxim looked troubled as he scratched his head. And that's the problem.
It's true a monster army is a threat, and they have simple strength and numbers, but, well, it just goes to show humans are more troublesome.
And you seem to be mistaken, so let me offer a revision.
When Lyle is leading an army, it becomes frightfully strong.
Adele nodded.
It's his skills. The Walt house's head have left such skills in that blue gem of his, so.
Maxim smiled.
And he shook his head at her.
It's his talent to pull them off that's a threat.
And he's unthinkably calm for his age, disinterestedly moving to solidify his surroundings.
At times holding sentiment, at times cruel and cold.
I don't know another teen who'd move to that level to accomplish his goal. He holds the air of an old general, and he's a foe I'd rather not fight.
The Lyle Maxim evaluated.
But if you said that to the man in question, he'd surely make a dubious expression. And the ancestors in the jewel would definitely rain praise on Maxim.
Because it would be as if he were evaluating them. Adele could only take in the words of Maxim's explanation.
But it seems she couldn't understand the deeper essence. However, if that's what Maxim said, that's how it was, she agreed, and stood.
Now then, in that case, we must hurry and prepare. It shall become busy. Maxim. I'm counting on you. Hearing that from Adele, Maxim's face turned red, as he lightly rubbed beneath his nose with a fingertip. I'll leave it to me, milady.
Around, the Valkyries looked at him.
It's a waste. That serious air of his. Wouldn't there be a problem with their age gap?
But he's a damn chicken that neither exceeds nor falls short of our master. We've left the two of them alone so many times, yet let alone laid a hand on her, he hasn't even confessed. Though if he did, at this point, it would feel like a death flag. Adele and Maxim, not listening to the surrounding voices, smiled as they discussed their future plans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.